Oh.
Anyways, I lost my train of thought. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I kind of like I got aired out already. I don't have the energy to keep going.
You guys ever look at the picture of the Last Supper from Leonardo da Vinci? His painting?
Yep.
He
It's
depicts
the 4 seasons.
Yep. And 12 zodiacs.
Yeah, I mean the zodiacs are significant. To what extent, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, in my own personal walk, in the calendar that I'm on, I use the constellations to keep track of ages, and that's about it.
So whatever zodiac sign you were born in. So mine's Aquarius. Mine's coming up, the moon, tonight.
When were you born? And I'll look it up.
The 20th of January, first day. Inauguration day as well. Weird day to pick on the first day of Aquarius for inaugurating the president. But basically, whatever sun sign that you're born in, whenever the moon is in your sun sign, that's when this sacred secretion, this Christos, gets comes down from your pineal and and your
You've been
what's
watching.
the
I
other
can tell
one?
you've been watching the Gnostic videos on YouTube, bro, with the 33 vertebrae and the connection.
Yep. Yeah.
Nah, man.
Yeah, 33, dude. That's
here we go.
The UN has 33 sections on their flat Earth map flag. Got to be something. There's something there, I'd say. Yeah,
That's like David Icke. He kind of reduces scripture to just pure metaphor and simile and whatever he believes.
Well, David Icke's a weird ball because he talks some truth, but he also says that there's like aliens on fucking the moon.
I mean, I grew up celebrating my birthday on Christmas because I'm so close to Jesus' birthday. So I didn't get my own day. I got overruled. But I mean, there is something to the zodiac as far as influencing our thought process, our everything.
Yeah, I think the zodiac has a zero influence on your thought process, and it doesn't matter when you were born.
Well, they did think it were in ancient times.
That's your opinion, but
they were obsessed
I mean,
with it,
how
weren't
are we all different?
Oh yeah, we all have different personalities and gifts and talents that God gave us, but I think that that's independent.
Yeah, but who's God? I mean, He created.
I think the zodiac is like a frequency measure. So there are different frequencies at different times of the year, or not just the year.
No, the frequency.
So whatever frequency you were born at, you're gonna resonate with that frequency.
Right. So you just think that we're all random.
That's what the zodiac claims. So
yeah.
So
no, God gives us each the Creator, if you want to say that, the Creator who made us makes us each with different talents and abilities and gifts, and that influences our personalities.
Yeah, and what creates that? I think the zodiac is in.
Matthew.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that the same Creator that makes the world spin around?
It's the Creator, the intelligent designer who made the entire universe, who created life, who created everything, and creates individual.
And that's the one that makes its own rotate around the sun, right?
Well, I mean, we could talk about the specifics. I'm just talking about the
brain
general,
spins around the world.
The basic idea is that there is a creator who made everything. I mean, we can disagree about what it looks like, but he made everything.
Yeah, there's definitely something to this calendar. I mean, the calendar may well be wrong. I think they've messed around with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we should follow the sun, and they've combined them.
It should go off according to like the zodiacs or the constellations. So like the first month should be the 20th of January, my birthday. That should be January.
20th of January.
I remember listening to a crowd.
Like, how would you do it? You would have to sync up the sun and the constellations up to the calendar.
20th of January. All right. What year were you born? I mean, you don't have to tell me. I don't even need to know.
I don't give a shit. 1999.
1999. All right. I'll tell you what you really are. It says here.
What I really am.
Yeah. Because, you got zodiac.
You need my time when I was born, too, don't you?
No.
You don't. That doesn't matter.
Yep, he knows all.
It's not that I know all, bro. Or sister. Like I just broed you.
I don't mind that.
So you got the sun on the day you were born. The sun was in Capricorn. You're a Capricorn, bro.
I'm a Capricorn?
Yeah.
I thought it was Aquarius.
Nope. Yeah, because you're following these charts that are deceiving you and telling you that you're this when you're not even that. Because those charts that you're looking at are 2,000 years old. They're going off outdated constellations because they don't know what the hell they're doing. So it's all based off of where the sun is in front of what constellation at the beginning of the year at the equinox. That's what actually determines what age you're in and when you were born.
That's called a sun sign, huh?
Yeah. The zodiac is based off the sun when you were born.
Yeah. They take the map of the sun at where it is during the day, and they put it up, match it up to the map of the sky at night. Yeah. That's how they get their constellation.
Yep.
So most people don't know that. Were you able to find out with
Stellarium,
the daily horoscope, or not the daily horoscope?
Stellarium or Skyview. Very, very advanced software too. It's very advanced. Pretty accurate. I don't even know how accurate it is. Like if you go back to 10,000 years.
Stellarium.org.
It's a free application. It costs a couple dollars on a PC, but you can get it on the iPhone for free.
Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Hey, your birthday is
my moon sign would be
January 20th.
Yeah.
Day of the Freewheeler. It says if you're born on the 20th, you're intensely alive individual, intensely alive individual who are very comfortable following their impulses wherever they lead. On and on and on. But yeah, every single day of the year, I have this book where it says like January 20th is day of the Freewheeler. My birthday is on the 333rd day of the year, so it's the day of the instigator.
Oh, I'm an instigator now.
I want to show you guys what I just posted though, because the way you can figure this out, right, is because the constellations are on a circuit, just like the sun is on a circuit, the moon is on a circuit. They're all on their individual circuits. If you're a flat earther, if you're a flat earther, you know that it's the sky moving, not the earth. And this has been tracked for thousands of years. The ancients knew about this. This is not new. It's not really that confusing. So you have 360 degrees in a circle, right? And when you divide the constellations by 12, 30 degrees each, right? You get 1 degree every 72 years of increment shifting. Now this is an average, because nobody's actually observed this for that long to really testify if this is legit or not. But from what I understand scripturally, the world began in Gemini. The earth was created in Gemini, and that lasted a couple thousand years. Then you had Taurus, that lasted a couple thousand years. And then in Aries is when Messiah came. But it wasn't in the beginning of Gemini. It was like towards the end of Gemini. So it wasn't like right in the beginning. It was like towards the end of Gemini. Messiah he came in the age of Aries. And at his crucifixion and resurrection, it initiated the age of Pisces, which is where we're in right now. And we're at the precipice of the age of Aquarius. Just entering into the age of Aquarius. We have probably anywhere between 100 to 300 years left in this age till we get to the age of Aquarius. Now, that's, from what I understand, that's the only thing that the stars are for. There might be other things, but at least in the Hebraic understanding, that's all the stars are really used for, unless there's other like supernatural events that occur in the heavens. Other than that, the stars aren't really used for anything else, except to keep the ages.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, what's up?
I identify as a 1491 and a flat earther. My pronouns are level, straight, and flat. Thank you.
I don't think you get to pick your pronouns. You got to stick with what God gave you.
Really? That's not politically correct, bro.
Oh, man, I don't care.
Are you trying to level with me, or are you just trying to flatter me?
No, I'm all around the truth.
Mm-hmm. Are you trying to curb my enthusiasm, or flatten the curb?
There you go.
Matthew, I should make another video about you pretty soon, huh?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about making a video about when I went on Nathan Oakley's show. I recorded it, but haven't.
When did you do that?
That was like 5 or 6 weeks ago.
Oh, no shit. So you're somewhat of a celebrity being on Nathan Oakley's show, huh?
Not really. I mean, I was just in the Discord, and he started talking to me. He didn't invite
Well, your
me.
video has 287 views on my channel so far.
Oh, nice. I don't know if I've seen it. Have you sent me the link before, or is it recent?
Let me see. Oh, I'll put it in the live stream right now.
Okay. Oh yeah, this looks familiar.
Hey, it took me a couple hours to make that video.
Topic change? Anybody?
What'd you say?
Topic change? Anybody?
Oh, I thought you said climate change. I was going to
there we
say,
go. Climate change.
okay,
There it is.
so when they say that the climate's changing and then they're trying to stop it, they're not lying. So every minute of every day, the climate changes. It fluctuates from hot to cold all the time. If it stopped changing, then we die eventually from being in the same temperature. So when they're saying there's climate change, they're not lying. There's always been climate change. And if they're trying to stop it, it's not a good thing. We need climate change, otherwise we'll die.
Yeah, man, that's what climate does. It changes.
Yeah, we're supposed to have it changing. They're trying to keep it the same all the time.
You brought up climate change. What's hilarious about that is that even according to their own models, climate change is debunked because way before the introduction of fossil fuels and the explosion of the population, we already had climate change going on, or global warming, for the last 12,000 years.
Since the beginning of time, the climate's changed, dude. Since we've had night and day. You know what I mean?
If you believe in the Ice Age and their 100, 200, 300, 500 million year history, whatever, the world's been warming up since the last Ice Age. It's a cyclical cycle according to their own models. And we go into ice ages and come out of ice ages and go into ice ages. And it's been warming up exponentially for 11,000 years.
But then how come it's still freezing in some places? Like we're having like record colds. I think what it is the climate's always going to be changing. They're trying to stop it from changing. And if they keep it the same temperature long enough, things will start getting just like out of function from their natural cycle. You know?
Are the oceans affected by this if it's too hot?
No, I don't think it can get too hot or too cold. The Earth will always balance itself out. But the climate's got to constantly change, hotter to colder, as night turns to day and vice versa. If the climate didn't change, we'd eventually die, and probably within a few days or a week.
So is that bullshit?
What bullshit?
When they say that the oceans are heating up and it's killing, if it heats up any more,
no, I don't think so. I mean, how could they know that? How could they know that? You know what I mean? Dude, I saw this thing today on the Discovery Channel that says they found this new worm that eats plastic. And so this worm can clean up all the plastic in the ocean. I'm like, what about when the worm shits the plastic out? Where does that go? So stupid.
It probably metabolizes the plastic into something else. Huh? Like the fungus is a fungus that also eats away at plastic that they discovered too.
Yeah, but where does that plastic that's been eaten go? It doesn't just turn into air.
It turns to something else, and it breaks it down and decomposes it somehow. I don't know.
I don't believe that shit, dude. They're fucking so full of shit.
I mean, I do believe that the Earth is going through, birth pains. Like we are gonna see massive extinctions. Like I believe that the Earth has been experiencing extinction since the beginning. We've lost the biodiversity that we once had. I don't believe in the current model. I don't believe none of it. Like I believe all of it's deception. I believe that Yah created every animal after its own kind, and we all actually lived together. Like all the diverse animals. Like you had woolly mammoths alongside regular elephants. You had dinosaurs or giant lizards alongside Homo sapiens. There wasn't this displacement of millions or billions of years. We all were created at the same time. And since then,
like God of Eden?
You don't believe in dinosaurs, do you?
No, I do. Not to the not. Really? I mean, not. I don't believe in like the model. Like they'll create like a dinosaur by putting a bunch of bones together and kind of guessing how the bones came along, and then they'll
use
like
resin.
plaster.
Those are all resin molds.
Yeah, they'll use plaster and resin, and I know that a lot of these dinosaur models are fake.
Yeah.
But I know that ancient giant lizards existed because it's scriptural, and it's every culture talks about dragons before the name dinosaurs became popular. They were called dragons. But so like there's been great extinction since then, and it's gonna continue to happen. Biodiversities, animals are being extinct every single day. And I do believe that the oceans will die off. I mean, it's prophetic that everything in the ocean will die.
I think that some prophecies are put in there to make them come true. If you get enough people to think a certain type of consciousness way,
it's called the
it
100
will
monkey theory.
manifest.
Yeah, but
Yep.
but the dinosaur could be metaphor for ego. And your ego has to be destroyed for you to be.
What do you mean metaphor?
Is that like
And
the
metaphor
reptilian
where?
brain?
Yeah.
So where would the word, or where would dinosaurs have been printed about to be a metaphor for something?
So you think dinosaurs existed?
Okay, so what I said is, where would it have been? You said they're a metaphor for something, but I'm saying, where would they have been? Where would it was it written, or where? Who would have said that the dinosaurs are a metaphor?
I think everything's metaphor of what they portray to us.
Nimrod had a legit pet.
Literally think
Nimrod had a pet
too.
dinosaur. You know that?
What?
Nimrod had a pet dinosaur, and
He
according to
literally,
the text,
literally had a
it
theoretical
wasn't
dinosaur.
figurative. He had a legit dinosaur on a leash.
Hey, and according to Marvel Comics, Wolverine had adamantium claws.
Dude, I love the adamantium, bro. I always get extra
Oh, sorry.
adamantium when I order pizza.
There you go.
Yeah, but we have us on a leash. Metaphorically.
I've literally been let off the leash.
We're all absorbed into this society, however we are, and brainwashed into what we believe. So we are on our own leash.
All I know is everybody who's having like swelling in their legs or headaches go outside barefoot for like at least an hour a day.
Well, that's what I just came back from.
Hell yeah, it feels so good.
You definitely notice something happening.
Hell yeah, for sure.
Like even after like a full stomach, usually like, if I eat and just sit around, I just feel like stuffed, like my blood or my body isn't flowing. But when I start just slowly walking, I'm just barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everything's churning. I'm getting charged.
It is.
Yeah, man. Listen, I don't care what you believe. The sun's good for you. If you start getting burnt by the sun, hold on. If you start getting burnt by the sun, there's stuff in your diet that's coming out of your skin that is causing that reaction, and you might have enough sun for the day, and that's also maybe why the discomfort, the quote unquote burning happens. But sun isn't something that burns on its own. Otherwise, it would burn plants instead of allow them to grow.
Right? It feeds. It feeds. Yep.
What if the sun is just a reflection from the light of the moon?
Yeah.
Globe logic.
What if the moon is a reflection of the sun? What if it's
No, I'm saying though,
counterpart?
what if the sun's shining only because of the
good
moon?
and evil, the good and evil of this world. Because I mean, if you actually think about it,
isn't it just Polaris and technically
polarity. Yep.
Polaris would be the reason why we see the sun and the moon.
I think the reason I see the sun and the moon is because my eyes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the cause. The cause behind.
Oh, it could be. It actually could
always
be. I've thought about
thought of
the reflection.
Yeah, like a movie projector.
Yeah, because I mean, we are good and evil, right? Within ourselves. I mean, people don't like to admit to it, but I think we are. So why wouldn't the sun and moon be the same polarities reflected from something else?
Sometimes I see the moon's shadow, or the Earth's shadow from the light of the moon going across the sun.
I don't think you see that.
I do know one thing though. Astronauts literally drink their own pee, metaphorically, because they're not really in space.
Drink your own piss, mate.
Yeah, Russian
Bear
piss.
Grylls does it.
Yep. Americans, anyway. They don't have their own water. They drink Russian piss.
Shots out to paraplegic coffee. The best. If you guys want to support a flat earther who's in a wheelchair, drink paraplegic coffee.
Doesn't like gurus and like I don't know, just people that would consider themselves woke drink their piss?
I do on and off. I spent a year doing it once, and it's beneficial. It helps.
What's in it?
The best thing about it is it has your own body's stem cells, so it helps you regenerate what problems you may be having while that group of urine. Okay, so here's how it works: the kidneys filter the blood out, and that becomes urine. And usually, what it is not bad stuff. It's usually just too. So if you have too many minerals or vitamins or whatever, that's what happens. That's why you pee. In the first place, because it's just getting rid of extra stuff. But the good thing it comes with, like I said, is your own body's stem cells. So even if you go and get a stem cell treatment from somewhere else, they're not necessarily always going to use your cells for that. Depends on what they do. But you're ingesting directly and their live cells too, because it just came out of you. And so if you drink it right away, it's the best. I mean, it's crazy because we're told that, pee smells bad, and it's it's kind of the same thing as pooping, and they're both just to be like discarded and oh, it's dirty. But pee is actually one of the most sterile things that comes out of your body. And there was something else I was going to say. Oh, it helps with heartburn sometimes too, because it helped me for that year.
Do you put it
in the heart? Help with a broken heart?
Drink that.
Sorry. There were 30 people talking just then. What happened?
I was wondering if you store it. Do you put it in like a fridge, cool it, or just drink it right out of the gate?
Drink it right away. Otherwise, I don't feel like that is good. Just let it sit out. I don't think because like
he stores it in his body.
I mean, I don't know. It's like my kidneys just told this amount of pee what to do to fix myself. Like it's hard to explain. It's like your kidneys take notes about what's wrong with your body and then give them to cells in your urine. And so if you drink that, then you're telling your body what to fix because you see what I'm saying? Like it's hard to explain.
Hey, bro, do you drink it? Do you drink it straight from the tap, like straight from the source, or do you usually drink it from a bottle?
Well, I just go into a cup and then drink that right away.
Okay.
But that
I'm sure some type of hose, like you could hook up to your, you know what I mean, and then just straight into the mouth, like like doing gravity bongs or whatever.
Yeah, that's funny.
Any color? Any color? Like if it's really like you were dehydrated and then it was like yellow, and you just drank it.
That morning one must be. Woo.
Well, you're supposed to actually do that morning one because you'll get the most benefit from it.
Oh my god, that's gotta be
your body heals itself while you're sleeping. So yeah, unfortunately, it is not at all palatable. It's always bad. It's never really good unless it's like super clear. Then you really don't have much of a taste. But other than that, yeah, it's no fun.
Dude, that's a different level of respect there, Sean. I mean, because I heard Amanda Vollmer, Tom Barnett talking about that, and I thought, yeah, I couldn't do that. But my God, I mean, the way you explained it. Sorry, Linda, one sec. The way you explained it, they explained it the same way as well. So you explained it quite well. And also, by the way, ladies, in some of these products that you put on your face, it's got horse piss in it. The ingredients is called urea. So, do you want to put your own piss on your face or horse piss?
Isn't this the whole Dune story? Recycling piss.
Dune? Like the movie?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, I read those books. That's what it was about. The world was being destroyed, so they had to recycle their own piss
Well, and wouldn't that
to
be
drink
just
as water.
wouldn't
Yep.
that be just like them to tell you that, your pee as well as your poop are both waste products instead of your pee actually could be good for you. The fountain of youth, golden, gold. AU is gold on the periodic table. You got an aura about
Yep.
you, right? AURA, aura, gold god, RA, sun god, Ra, aura, golden god. And then the pee is gold. It's just, I don't know, like that stuff all just kind of connects for me.
Holy shit! You just blew my mind.
Yeah, and your piss has gold in it too. No one will tell you that.
Really?
Well, of course.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You actually, yeah. Okay.
Now that's not what makes it yellow, but it does have, you've got tons of cool minerals in your body.
That's why they call it a golden shower.
Well, yeah.
Dude, I'm really tempted now to drink my own piss tomorrow morning.
Have fun.
I'll tell you what was
Yeah,
good about it
I'm
too.
not.
I didn't feel like eating as much. I wasn't as hungry for like even like snack foods or even meals or anything. Like I ate less, but I kept my body mass, which was weird.
Yeah, the first time I saw a positive review on that was that Dave Murphy, the flat earther guy.
Yeah.
He drank it, and I was like, no, this is fucking white. No way. And then, of course, Amanda Vollmer starts talking about it. I'm like, oh my god, she knows more about this shit than anybody. Well, she's forgotten more than I know. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still a bit.
Yeah. Actually, I'd never heard of until just now that you said that a female promoting the behavior.
Yeah, Amanda Vollmer's awesome.
Here's the thing.
Maybe once a month they can make it like a strawberry lemonade. You know what I mean?
Oh dear. Oh, the reason that I stopped is, I'm married and I don't want to have piss on the breath, and I feel like my wife would be like, "Yo, that's a bridge too far, man." I don't know about that. So, and also, it's probably not good to do all the time. I don't think. I feel like there might, just like anything, everything in moderation. So I guess that's what I'll say about it. But I mean, I don't know.
What did KJ say, dude? What did she say when he told her that?
She just kind of, she's cool, man. It didn't really phase me. But I mean,
you said everything in moderation, right?
If I still were doing it, she'd probably have some shit to say, and she'd be right. So, anyway,
hey, what if you can't do it in moderation? You become strung out on it, and you start spending all your money and robbing people just to get it.
To get my own urine?
Yeah. Then what? What if it becomes a habit, bro? Too hard to break. You know what I mean?
Doubt it, dude.
You said everything in moderation, but what if you can't moderate it? What if you're trying to drink it before it comes out and you're getting fronts, you know what I mean? And you're owing money now because you're not producing it fast enough, but you already used the product, you know what I mean? What do you do then?
Well, I mean, while I agree that can happen with a lot of things, this thing does not taste good enough for that to happen with anybody.
Yeah. One piss is too many and 1,000 is not enough.
There you go. See?
I might have my ex actually try that on me later just to see, you know what I mean, if it helps with her headaches or anything.
Try what on you?
Try to have my ex do that to me.
Do what?
Taste it out, try it out, see if it makes her feel better.
Your piss or her piss?
No, I was going to give her mine.
This got weird. Out, you know? Really weird. I mean, first talking about drinking the stuff. Now, oh boy. Let's bring it back to the earth, shall we?
All right. Thank you.
So salivate, salvation, SAL or SOL, Solomon, son of.
All right, let me give you a little correction here. I just heard it on the live stream. So,
okay,
after the first few days, okay, the contents of your urine changes. Once your body realizes that you're going to be recirculating, it basically turns it into like this like slightly opaque, clear, like coconut water kind of consistency. and it becomes sweet. So yeah. So you said it doesn't taste good. Well, the taste changes after a few days if you're on a strict diet.
I know it does.
But you're right. I would only recommend it if you're like ill or you think that you need to be healing something.
Yep. There you go. I drank. So I had the flu many years ago. And so when I started doing this, I was starting to get sick. I was like, man, I just can't afford to be sick. I can't do it again. I was like, well, this is probably the perfect time to start, let's try out that urine therapy thing. And that's what made me do it was because I was sick and it was starting to come on, man. The fever and the chills. I was like, dude, this is it. If I give it another hour, I'll be fucked. So I did so. And I drank it for the next, I don't know, like every single time I had to pee, I would just drink that. And I drink a lot of water with all of that so that, you know what I mean? Because I thought I had to do that. And it worked like a charm.
So I just came in real quick with a question and I missed what the part was. I think Riggs was saying something about how to make it sweet. What was it you were saying about sweet?
Yeah, after about 3 days, as long as you have as long as you're not too sick, it's about 3 days. It changes to like a clear, sweet, flavor, like a coconut water kind of thing.
My question, yeah, because I was going to ask because I've heard that if your pee is ever yellow, you're not healthy. Yeah. Like you're not drinking enough liquids. Like you should always have a clear pee.
It's a good rule of thumb, but it's not exact. It's not an exact science. But yeah,
and I'm wondering about if you're drinking it, would that be like also something to worry about? Like if it's a clear pee, is it doing less? Is it doing less for you or more for you because it's healthier or because you're healthier in general?
No,
would you not
no. So what people don't seem to understand is that like the body is really intelligent. So the best way I can kind of help people like get their mind around it is that urine is not always like it's not always like trash.
Right.
So it can be used for trash, and your body most likely is using it that way because that's how you've trained to use it. Like you defecate and you pee. And when you pee, you're basically getting rid of like excess liquids or you're helping balancing the pH or we have a lot of foods that are being made and they're not like you're not eating like fresh fruit all day, so you're gonna pee out a lot of trash. That's what it is. But if you're not eating and you're just recycling the same liquids, your body's going to get smart and suddenly your urine is not what's the fucking word? I'm calling it trash.
Toxic.
Yeah, it's not toxic anyway, but basically like in your normal mode, in your normal mode, like pee and poo is not meant to be recirculated. But when you start drinking your urine, it changes it so that all the bad stuff goes to your poop instead.
Hey,
so it just changes the direction.
I know we want to move on. We want to move on from this subject real quick. I have to go back to work, but I have to say, Latter-day Saints. Wait, hold on. Wait, I have a question for Latter-day Saints real quick. Because he was cracking me up. Have you ever heard of the Super Pooper People Looper?
No, what is that?
That's a new product they just came out with. Yeah. Well, you know how like enemas like are a better way to absorb a drug, or it's sometimes healthier just to do an enema of something. And in fact, they do pee enemas, right? So and that's supposed to like you're absorbing the benefits like right away that way. So this is just a tube, and it goes straight from your penis up your ass, and then you kind of like it's called the Super Pooper People Looper.
So then you have to taste it.
Then you skip the middleman. You just pee right into your butt. Right? Yeah.
Straight up. Yeah, dude.
I have in mind. I think we should market it. All you need is a tube and a good advertisement. All right, back to your
and you could actually have a colostomy bag or a catheter and roll around with it. I mean, you could actually do it. They could make ones with like Velcro straps where you could exercise and play games and stuff.
All day long, yeah. Just constant flow, constant in and out, constant circulation. The Super Pooper People Looper.
Right?
Yikes.
Classic.
And it's people. It's kind of like People Looper, but it's with two E's. So you get the P in there. It's like the circulation, the people circulating their own stuff, you know. So it's
Right?
super for people.
Oh my god.
For sure.
All right, you got your question on. I got a question for Katsura. You still are you chatting, or you just are you talking also? I have to ask you this question, bro. I know you're listening. It's about your profile picture.
Hey, sorry, I'm at work. But
Oh no, my bad. Is your profile picture?
yeah,
Is it what I think it is?
it is. Yes.
Rubs hands. That's amazing. Oh, that deserves a clap, dude. I love that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll talk later.
Is it supposed to be a rustic house? That's why it's spelled rustic backwards?
It's okay. So there's a bunch of people on 4chan and other places that they're basically putting the common evil character into an AI and disguising it with AI.
Oh.
So like, you know, there's certain types of people that rub their hands. They wear little hats.
Oh, yeah.
So basically just like look at it, but don't like try to make sense of the image.
Okay.
And you'll see someone, you know, leaning over and rubbing their hands. So they'll do it with like branches and trees and like other things.
Okay.
Yeah. And it makes the shape of
Yeah, I got it.
It's like the it's like the mayor from Simpsons.
Right? It's
right?
like the cookie crook.
I was thinking it's more like Burns.
Oh yeah, Mr. Burns. Release the hounds.
Or is it Burns? Whoever's a rich guy, the rich bald guy.
Mr. Burns. Montgomery Burns.
Mr. Burns. Yeah. So you're talking. So fasting. So can you? Have you ever drank your own piss while fasting? Is that a thing for like electrolytes?
Okay, so
sorry to bring it back to the subject.
No, it's okay, man. No, that's a good question. Like I think the most healing effects that you can attain with the body is to remove all your digestion, so that all your energy is going towards the healing. And one next step up from that is urine, taking your own urine, because you're essentially recycling all of your own hormones, and it alleviates a lot of extra work that your body has to do. It increases the healing like many-fold over that. So, I mean, I would say definitely drink a little bit of water, because you're gonna, sweat and whatever. But
would I have to put like salt in the water too? Is that like a sodium essential for like a few day fast?
I don't know the science behind it. I imagine at some point you might want a little salt with your water, just like a regular fast.
Okay.
Not medical advice. I understand though, like a lot of people are really shy about the whole like pee thing, and it can be a little uncomfortable. But if you look at it just like existentially, just kind of like treat it like something you're poking with a stick, there's a lot of really good information that you can learn about the body and how it works, dude. There's some people who like they do the urine fast thing, and their body literally changes modes. Like the size of the organs change, your pancreas grows, your stomach shrinks, like the whole function of your vehicle changes. It's like you bought a diesel and it turns into a hybrid.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like all of your organs literally change size and shape, and they do different things. Like what's oh yeah, like you know these people they call the breatharians. They just they live off of air. Okay, now I do not recall the study, but if you fast for very long periods of time, your typically your bones create your red blood cells, which is a very important task for the body. And in this case, when you become breatharian, or at least start walking down that path, what they've discovered is that the lungs create red blood cells for you, so your bones stop. And so then the actual like job of all your organs changes over time, and then like the size and the function of all these organs change. So there's absolutely something really intriguing about like these different states of humanity where maybe someone is high functioning and they need lots of calories, but then maybe someone who's more like an oracle, they live off of just nibbling herbs and consuming their own urine, and they live like 300 years, because what you're doing is you're removing the oxidative stress from your body. You're removing the caloric necessity. So then the function of all the organs change and the longevity of your body changes. So you can literally live like hundreds of years if you remove the caloric necessity. Your batteries last longer.
Is there actually like yogis or people that have like lived for that long, like recorded evidence?
So
or is
China's records show people living 200, 300, 400 years, and they're all about herbs. They're all about like walking the forest and fasting and all that shit. So I don't know what exactly those people. I mean, I can't verify that, but they keep meticulous records. So then, at what point am I just supposed to stop believing it? I don't know.
I feel like we could live longer, but I feel like we are poisoned with so much shit.
Oh yeah,
like Monsanto
from every direction, stress, food, everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I would believe it that they live longer.
Radio signals everywhere, to add on top of that.
Like 5G or just radio?
Just everything. Like we are antennas. We're supposed to be receiving and sending all of these different frequencies in small amounts. But what happens is that if you are submerged in this noise for long periods of time, your body at some point is going to have trouble recalibrating to its original function, because it's constantly being interfered with in certain frequencies. So you can never really like reach a baseline. That's why some people don't sleep well, because they're on like a box spring mattress, which has a bunch of wires in it. Or if they're in a dense neighborhood, like an apartment complex, some people just keep rolling and rolling, or they get really hot right before bed. It's all part of the body's normal function. You cannot reach a homeostasis because you're constantly being bombarded with all these different frequencies. So it's really good to like get out of town every once in a while so your body can reset. It needs to know what zero is so that it knows, how to work the sheets better. The logistics of running the body, it needs to be recalibrated.
Interesting.
Like if you were at a concert and you're standing right next to the front of the speakers, you're probably not going to have a good time.
Hell no.
Or even if you're standing in the back, if you're at the concert for like 5 days, that's a lot of noise. You're probably going to lose some hearing. Probably not going to feel normal after that. But that's what we're bombarding our bodies with daily, except we're not giving ourselves a chance to know what it's like to hear nothing.
So like get out in the woods and like meditate.
Just reconnect. That's all. I'd recommend like once a week. It'd be good for everybody just to like, take their shoes off, go out to the, the river, the lake, whatever, just get out of town for a little while. At least if, like, I don't know, 8 hours a week. Go do that. Go reset. that'll be enough to help you out. And anybody who's chronically ill from being in the city too much, or like being around bad influence or just bad energy, just go reset. Helps a lot with your blood pressure. Helps a lot that your body's constantly creating charge, right? Because we're energy systems. We're constantly creating charge. But guess what? We're wearing shoes. So where are we dissipating? We're dissipating into our body. It's giving us cancers. It's giving us blockages because we have all this charge and heat. Heat is the enemy of function. Like if you've ever had a battery that overheats, guess what? The battery's going to blow. It's going to lose efficiency. It's going to start getting corrosion. That's what happens to our bodies. You need to be grounded. You need to be out in the middle of nowhere and like just reset, you know?
I've been doing that almost daily.
Good.
I got a nice forest trail that's very secluded. I love to ground myself and sun gaze. That's probably the best time I like to do.
That's good, man. Good for you. I wish everybody had the opportunity. Some people are very unlucky, you know. They're very unlucky and they don't know why. And
I feel very fortunate for having that spot.
Yeah, you should be. It's a lot of people, they go to doctors, they work extra hours, they've got to make money, they're just pushing themselves to the limit, and they have no idea why they don't feel good or why things aren't working out for them or why their relationship doesn't make sense, or it's because they don't know what nothing feels like, so that they can just start picking and choosing what they want to add into their life. But they're constantly bombarded with information and tasks and stress and bullshit. And so then you're never at center. I recommend everyone out there, everyone in this room, everyone on YouTube, wherever the fuck you are, heed my advice. Find somewhere to go and go do that shit once a week. Put your feet in the ground and chill. You'll feel good.
I like to lay on the ground, like my head and back and my spine. I will say this though: discovering that the Earth was flat was probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Yeah, for people who are keen enough to appreciate it, it's kind of like it's something that you unlock. It's kind of irresponsible just to tell regular people because they don't know how to appreciate it. Like it's a key that doesn't really fit a door that they're dealing with at the time.
Why was it one of the best things?
I want to put this out in the ether real quick, right? If I can be so punny. But flat Earth and the truths therein are the number one greatest thing that have ever happened to me. Once I became honest with myself and others about all of these topics, why things improved dramatically, and I'm the most honest version of myself, or most hard-working version of myself that I've ever been since basically discovering this and many truths, just like them. For what it's worth, and I want people to have the same fortune that I have in their own way, right? Similar or better fortune, because I love you listening. That's right. I just want you to improve everything. So anyway, yeah, you too, Matthew. You too, buddy. I know that you really think you're on the right side of stuff here, but you are smart enough to get it. One day you will be honest, and I appreciate that day.
I'm glad to hear that you're living the best life you've lived before. That's amazing. That's awesome. Why?
Yeah.
How would you say that? How would you say that flat Earth led you to that?
Well, so I 24/7 Flat Earth Discord was where I met my current wife, and she is now pregnant with our daughter. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. None of that would have happened if it weren't for the topic of flat Earth. So that, I think I can just stop there. I mean, there's so much other stuff, but yeah.
I found God. Flat Earth led me to relationship with God. So,
that's cool too.
It really doesn't. Nothing's better than that, in my opinion. I mean, really, that's what the whole deception's for: is to disconnect reality in the minds of the people, so that they are more likely to become atheistic and nihilistic, and to embrace like a materialistic lifestyle. And that's the product that they're trying to create by a base axiom change, like the Earth, is to remove nature's qualities and turn them into a more distant, more uneventful, less meaningful circumstance. Like we're just a speck and we're meaningless, and things are going to come kill us every day. There's aliens and asteroids, and oh, we're exploring this place that you can't go to, and
fear.
It's like the evolution lie, and the whole everything's so far away and old and all that. It's all meant to make you feel like you are not important. And not only that, but it makes you logically conclude that you're not important, so that most people don't even give it a chance. It doesn't even go past their mind thinking, well, maybe. Doesn't even happen. That's what the system is designed for. It's the same way that they call your Facebook and Twitter and Instagram a feed, because they're trying to create a product. And if you think these companies were created organically, you need to do some research. You need to do some research. You're way behind.
Billions. Mark Zuckerberg ain't a fucking...
Mark Zuckerberg is like probably a Rothschild. It was a LifeLog system before that. Keyhole was Google Maps, which is a CIA entity before that. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather, he was adopted, by the way, supposedly. His grandfather started DARPA. These are not organic systems. They're all meant to advance their control and to provide us a feed of which we will use as compensation for believing their lies. And Matthew doesn't want to hear anymore. Go figure.
Well, what do you do? You can't blame him, once you drop all that truth, and then what's he going to do? Try to respond one by one?
I don't know.
It's fucked.
I don't know. I mean, if you can stay in this room for long enough and gain nothing, then I mean, it's on you, man. That's all I can say about that.
I think people learn from each other all the time.
Oh.
I'd be surprised to know what you're learning.
I'm learning how people are seeing this whole flat Earth thing, and the ways that it's changing your life and helping you to live better lives and that kind of thing.
Led me to sun gazing.
Yeah, don't look at the sun, whatever you do.
No, I will stare at it for long periods. I haven't gone blind yet. I've had amazing epiphanies, almost kind of like a psychedelic moment, but without psychedelics.
Well, I suppose if you do it near sunrise or sunset, it might be okay, but definitely don't do it in the middle of the day, right?
Well, you can't. I built my way up. I started at morning and sunset, but midday is kind of harder to stare at for minutes versus at near the end of the day, and that's what really sun gazing is staring at it for minutes, hours, whatever, however long you want to look at. Now, is moon gazing a thing? I mean, is there benefits?
Moon gazing is perfectly safe. You won't damage your eyes by looking at the moon for as long as you want.
Where's the proof that the sun can damage the eyes, Matthew? Why do you believe that?
Because it's bright enough to damage your retina.
And where have you seen any validation of that?
All astronomers and scientists say that. So
no, but who went blind though? Who went blind?
With the naked eye? I'm not talking about with a lens. Obviously, with a lens, you can like start fires with a magnifying glass. So yeah, I'm not talking about with the lens. I'm talking about with the naked eye.
I don't know anybody who's been harmed by looking at the sun, but with the naked eye.
And no one does. There's no stories of, oh, this person was a famous blind person that went blind from looking at the sun. Oh, this guy looked at it during an eclipse. He's blind now. Oh, my brother looked at the sun. There's none. Zero. It's just like a wives' tale. It's like a story, like a narrative that's floated out there, and that's about it.
I think the eclipse, the sun with the eclipse, making you blind is superstition.
Yeah, there's there's many stories of people's vision gets better. It's actually good for your eyes. You actually have sharper, better vision after looking at a solar eclipse, looking at the sun.
I've noticed that, Gio. My eyesight's gone up. It's gone like.
Also, if you think about the fear mongering, right? They make you afraid of the sun, so you don't go out and get the vitamins, right? You put these chemicals on your skin, right, which are toxic, which you wouldn't eat, by the way. It's absorbed into your skin to protect you from the sun. Think about that rationale.
I mean, look what it does to plants and like life.
That's right.
Well, look, anything like the sun, if you don't practice, if you don't like go outside very much, you're going to get burned. Okay, your eyes are going to get burned if you're not practicing looking at the sun. If you do it at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, it's going to be less harmful, right? And I would recommend, if you're going to do that, do it in short spurts at the beginning or end of the day. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, yes, you can burn your skin, you can burn your eyes, you can do everything in excess, but you can also just do it in a controlled way, which is not harmful, and it's probably very good for you. Most of the vitamin D is created in the eyeball, actually, so it would not be a bad idea, because more people are deficient in vitamin D than ever. So
it's in the eyeball, majority of it. I did not know this.
I don't know what the exact number. I think it's like 70% or something like that. Some big percentage. The eyeball produces or absorbs something that allows for production of the most vitamin D. Let me look it up real quick.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, see, Matthew just posted a thing from Healthline trying to just claim that sun gazing causes all these. So where's the proof of that?
Matthew, are you a paid CIA shill?
No, I don't. Let me put it this way: I get paid less than $3,000 a month.
No, it just says associated with exposure to radiation from the sun. I'm sorry, but all of those cancers and health effects are more likely due to diet and preservatives and like wheat that's been improperly farmed and fed poisons along the way and then separated from its shaft. Like, there's so many reasons for the health effects that come from being in the sun, but it mostly comes from putting all these chemicals in like these oil products on our skin, in our skin, around the skin, and then combining that with the sun, it creates a cancer because then your body's unable to filter out in the area because you've submerged the area. That's all that is. If you have a perfect diet, perfect healthy organic diet, if you grow your own food or something, you're not going to get those cancers. It's just not going to happen. You have to have something that's unhealthy or cause a blockage or messes with your hormones before your body's like, wait, what do I do with this? And creates a cancer.
Yeah, I do know a swimming instructor who got skin cancer, and her skin was all beat up. Like she would train
guess what?
In the sun, in the pool.
Yeah, she's wearing all the sunscreen. She's in the chlorine and whatever the fuck
I was
else
going
they
to
put
say
in
it
there.
may have been the chlorine and sunscreen, and not the sun.
Absolutely. And it destroys their hair. Chlorine is one of the most dangerous substances for the body, period. You may look super healthy on the outside and you can be dying and rotten on the inside. You need to be very, very careful around chlorine.
Is there a way to sanitize public pools without chlorine? The harmful chemicals?
Well, one of the methods, which has become very popular and expensive, is a saline pool. So basically, you just dump salt in it. It's a salt pool, and you're basically mimicking the ocean. But the problem is you're losing out on a lot of the all of the organic properties, which it's not great for a pool, but it's actually very healthy for you. To get all the iodine and to be floating around with kelp, and all of the other organic stuff in the ocean. It's very good for you. It's part of the natural microbiome.
Like, do you use special salt for that, or is it just any salt?
What?
You said to put salt, in the pool. Would that work?
Yeah, there's basically you just create a salt pool. You have to convert it. There's systems. Salt? Yeah, it's I don't know if they use sea salt. It might just be like an Epsom salt or something. I'm not sure. It's definitely like its own type of treatment. It's far less harmful than the typical chlorine. Which, to be honest with you, if you guys do swim in public pools or you go to your gym or something, you have to be very fucking careful with the pools because these people don't know how to properly pH balance the pools. And if they do, they're just super lazy. They'll just take a scoop or they'll take a drop or whatever, and they'll just squirt it in there. And they could be killing you subversively and not have any clue. Chlorine is super fucking dangerous. And submerging in a pH imbalance could be super fucking dangerous also.
I recommend also if you go to a public pool, just make sure to stay around where the kids are, because all that pee, that's good for you. You want to be
swimming. The pee is actually the good part. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
The pee's the good part. Don't worry about the pee. Worry about the chlorine.
Pool, right? They should have a special pee pool that people go and soak in.
Hey, you can start that one. I'll pee in it for you.
Maybe pee instead of chlorine. Just try that out.
This entire pool filled with piss, or just take a swim in the sewers. I'm doing it for my health, mate.
And now a word from our sponsors. Come on down to Hank's and get your super pooper pickle looper.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
What?
So the saline pool is definitely a little better for you, but there is also an electrolysis component that takes place where there is a conversion of the salt to something very similar, if not the same as chlorine. It's just at a much lower rate than dumping straight chlorine into your pool. FYI.
I bet it's harsh on the pipe.
I heard those salt tanks. I think they're called sensory deprivation tanks, where you're floating in salt. They turn the lights off. It's soundproof. I heard that's pretty therapeutic. You guys ever heard of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Daredevil.
I was thinking about maybe going in one of those. They have some in town, but I never got to do it. I thought it would be cool, like the boost sensation of your own body and ascend. Is that what the pyramids were? Ascension chambers? I thought I heard that it was they were ascension chambers. And if that's the case, I wonder if they used saltwater tanks or sensory deprivation to to ascend.
Bro, whatever the Great Pyramid was, that was some serious shit. Like, you don't build something like that unless that shit is like some serious stuff you're doing. You know what I mean? So whatever it was for had to be something like big.
Yeah, I've heard so many stuff about it.
The thing about the Great Pyramids is there weren't any pyramids that good before that time, nor were there any better after that time. So someone brought the knowledge.
Well, they do have dating for some of the pyramids, and we got worse as pyramid building went on. Like, they built the Great Pyramids and then got worse at building pyramids. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
It's a backward chronology. That's right. Like we had
Well, they
something
got
and
the
lost it.
dating.
Kind of like we lost
They got the date.
technology to go back to the moon. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was gonna say they got the dating. Like, I don't know, the dating's not even. I don't know where they pulled the date out of their asses for the Great Pyramid. So
Supposedly the Sphinx is 15,000.
I mean, Zahi Hawass dated the Great Pyramid at like 6,000 BC or something. But his reasoning for it, not because they found any dates, they never found anything that dates anything about the pyramid being built. He only thought that. His reasoning for it was, he said that there was no other people on Earth that could have built a megalithic structure before that time. That's why it got the date it got. Then they found Göbekli Tepe, which totally debunked that notion.
I think Göbekli Tepe is 13,000. Yeah. Yeah, Göbekli Tepe is a mystery.
And then they labeled the Göbekli Tepe as a war zone, and now they're out of there. They're scared to dig, bro. They are legit scared to dig now, because every time they start digging, it starts tearing a piece of their paradigm apart. Clovis first,
history.
their whole Clovis first paradigm got wrecked. The populating of the Americas, they got wrecked. Every time they dig, it just wrecks them.
Yeah, don't do any more research, guys. You're gonna make us have to stop brainwashing the kiddies.
Where in the Bible they talk about the pyramids?
What's up? Snacks, are you drunk?
Do they talk about the pyramids in the Bible?
I don't know.
Isn't there text older than the Bible?
Do you think that the Bible should mention the pyramids?
I don't know. Did they go near the pyramids?
It says the Hebrews were led out of the land of Egypt by Moses in the Bible.
What's up? What?
There should be a lot of shit about pyramids, I would think. More than not much.
No, there's not a lot. Which is kind of sus.
Is there any maps that show the pyramids of like old Tartarian maps?
Good question. Like, there's a map that shows animals indigenous to Antarctica. I think in the 1600s. I wonder if those showed pyramids.
Well, I'm just wondering why you're smart enough to build the pyramids and then don't like chisel it in stone of when it happened or inside the thing or on the outside of it or something. A stone tablet outside of it. I don't know. We are missing the cap of it though. They say so. It could have been on a capstone. Who knows?
The chief cornerstone. It's missing.
Is it possible that they developed naturally?
They could have
Break
destroyed
them off
history.
with it next. Break them off with some Carl.
They could have destroyed history, like controlled history about
1/2 its grid longitude, we feed pi back to itself. How's that? Don't we have to feed pi back to
That's
itself?
perfect. Perfect.
Snacks, are you drunk?
I don't drink.
What else?
You're roboting, Jeremy. I love that Jeremy just comes in. He's like, "Snacks, you drunk?" It just made me laugh. He's like, "All right, armbar." There's a streamer on Twitch I love watching called Smoke. Plays Daisy. Same New York accent. He kind of ruined it for me, actually, Jeremy. But he's a cool guy, actually, Smoke. Harvard bar.
Well, they may have controlled history and destroyed the history about the pyramids. Kind of like I heard that the Library of Alexandria, the fire may not have happened. I don't know. People look into it. What do you say, Matthew Learns? Can they control history?
It's a little bit hard to control history. History is a little bit mysterious because we don't have like primary sources for everything, but I generally believe the standard narrative. Like, I don't think 1,000 years were mysteriously deleted like some people do.
Like, how old do you think humans? How long do you think humans been on Earth for?
That's way farther back than any written history, so that's pretty mysterious. I don't know.
I don't think that it was deleted, Matthew. I think it was added to 1,000 years to make it like a bigger gap than it was.
Did anyone read that book? I think Fomenko was the author. Wrote a book about how history's all messed up and stuff. A guy came on Jared and did a pretty good presentation on it. years ago.
New chronology.
Nigerians.
Yeah, but who's to say that their version of history is any more accurate than the current one?
History is his story. It's the story of the person who told it. And I believe Eratosthenes had one single reference in a book, so that's highly sus.
Yeah, or that it was like an I in front of the year, and it's sometimes conflated with 1, which is a number.
Yeah, it was that same book reference over and over.
Well, I mean, the shit don't even match though, because if we know it was a globe since 2000 BC or whatever, hundreds of BCs, we knew it was a globe. But then Columbus goes to sail over, and they're like, "Oh, Earth's flat." They weren't sure yet, and that's when we get our first globe. Like, if they knew it was a globe thousands of years ago, they would have been making globe maps chiseled in stone. No.
Yeah, I don't think Columbus ran into any opposition from people who thought the Earth was flat.
They have all these like spheres that they find everywhere, but they don't have
was
globe maps on them.
the story. Yeah, like those giant sphere rocks. Yeah, we find those. What are they, in Central or South America or something? They're all over the place down there. These giant
Everywhere in the whole world, they're everywhere. In Siberia, they find these shits.
Just balls everywhere.
Kosha would love that.
Oh no, no, he didn't.
I can't believe no. Yeah, like wouldn't you chisel a little map on it?
That's why he went into the Navy in the first place. Yeah, you would think there would be ancient ball maps if the Earth actually was a globe.
Yeah, if they knew it for thousands of years, like, okay, from Columbus, well, we don't have the first globe from Columbus, right? So that's 1,400 years went by where they knew it was a sphere and they didn't make no sphere maps. Weird.
Not one sphere map chiseled in stone, and all the thousands of stones everywhere around the world, not one sphere map. Nothing.
There's tons of spherical stones, which is. Oh, go ahead.
It's almost like they knew the nature of the water, or just water. And
like they knew how water flowed. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of these spherical stones all over. Right, we gotta get Carl Monk on that. But yeah, none of them got anything chiseled in it. No maps, nothing. I mean, it's weird.
Just like not a
What's
single.
up with those? Oh, go ahead, I see.
I was just gonna say, not a single depiction anywhere in Egypt of anybody building or any tool, like any lifts or cranes or nothing, as if the pyramids were built by another civilization or something.
Yeah, they don't depict the pyramids being built ever anywhere. There's nothing that talks about the pyramid. Yeah, you can't find a source that says anything about it. And I mean, that shit would have been monumental. Plus, dude, you wouldn't. The reason they even got for it is ridiculous. It was a burial tomb or something. You never found a body in it. Come on, dude.
Yeah, you think they'd be proud of it, right? It's a wonder now. You think back then they'd be like all over the place how they built it. Yeah.
Yeah, they would have been like we're the best. That would have been a palace, because that sends a hell of a message. If the Palestinians or whoever the hell is coming to visit you, and they got to climb up like 8,000 pyramid steps just to come talk to you, like the ambassador or whatever.
What if, or just what if, I've heard this theory be postulated on Mudfossil University's channel, that the Great Pyramids were biology ones, And the people that built these, they took pieces of the chunks of the biology away and fashioned this structure amazingly. I don't fucking know. The location of it is eerie because it doesn't it like correspond with the sun and the
Yeah, so
stars.
it's naturally formed. I already said
Yeah.
that, and then Jeremy said I was drunk.
Well, yeah, Snacks, are you all right, bud?
What the fuck is going off here?
I'm fine.
It needs work. Whatever this theory is, it needs work.
Yo, it does mimic the whole Giza plateau. The whole plateau that all that stuff's on. The Sphinx, the pyramids, all that stuff. It all mimics the sky. Like the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. Orion's belt is the pyramids and the two offset. It could be argued. There is some theory. What was your thing you were saying? Snacks. It could be Cyrus or something.
I posted all of that, what you're saying in live stream text one, the whole thing, what you're talking about, circuit boards, the works.
Is the plural of sarcophagus, sarcophagi?
That's
I don't know.
definitely what I thought when you asked it. Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck they got them things in there. They must have put them. They must have put them down and then built the thing around them. That's all I'm saying. Because they didn't carry them fucking things through them narrow hallways. No way.
You guys know what the Ankh is in Egypt? The Egyptian thing, the Ankh,
The
that
cross
round.
with the circle.
Yeah,
The
that is
cross
the
with the
most.
circle on top. Yeah.
Yeah. Have a look at that. How much it resembles a circuit. Like, check it out. It's like uncanny, man. It's mind-boggling.
I'm looking it up. Oh shit! Okay, I've seen like celebrities wear this to like I don't know, like Illuminati people as well. But yeah,
Yo.
very
I
interesting
mean,
symbol.
Drake, the dude Drake from Canada, he is obsessed with pyramids. I've heard, and dude, who knows with the pyramids? It could have been a place where they put the seeds before the harvest, and it gave off this resonance energy to make them have bigger crops or some shit. Who knows? Like whatever it was had to be worth building. You know what I'm saying? That thing is fucking huge, man. That's you got to make it worth your while. Like Scott, you got to get some bang for your buck out of that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely more than what they say it is. That's for damn sure. And that, they protect it. We can't dig underneath. There's so much stuff that, like, the majority of it is undug. So, not in our lifetime. Yeah.
We've been boxed out of Egypt since the 90s. I think they shut us down. They don't want us digging, dude. Nobody wants us digging anywhere because every time we start digging, it fucks everything up. Their whole paradigm gets fucked up. It happened with the populating of the Americas. It's happening with the Great Pyramid. We go back with Tepe, all types of shit, dude. Every time they dig, they just get fucked up, get wrecked.
Even in the cities, in modern cities, there's multi layers. A lot of people are not aware of that. Even in a city like New York, I think you guys got like a metro system, and then you got a metro system underneath that. A lot of people are not aware of that, and there's a lot of cities that have one foundation, build another. In other words, we're one house, like 5-story house, the roof and ends, then building starts from there, it appears, and another like series of houses go up from that roof line. It's like crazy, man.
I mean, traditionally, that's what we've done throughout time. Is just keep building on top of cities that were already there. Like even when we dig up ancient shit, like there's just cities on top of cities on top of cities. So I mean, it would make sense. I mean, New York would have been a great place to populate. You got the rivers when they were clean, and probably you could fish in them and shit before all the nonsense. But you're near the ocean, you got drinking water, like all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, have a look at this picture I just posted. There's one building standing there, 2011, and look at 1881. What happened to all those houses?
Right now,
Imagine, yeah.
Like toilets. Yeah, history is highly suspect. The way they tell it. There was definitely a huge cataclysmic event on Earth. I mean, even in their paradigm. So
some kind of flood.
I'm telling you, whoever hasn't seen that. What's up? Yeah, it was a flood. Yes, giant flood, massive flooding all over Earth, South America, North America, Russia, Europe, everywhere.
You think a weapon did this, or was it God, or?
I mean, I don't know. You can take your pick, whatever kind of flood. Everywhere, everyone has a flood story in their history. So I mean, you could say it was the biblical one, or the ice cap has melted, whatever you want. It happened. There was a giant flood. It's all over the landscape.
I mean, check this shit stuff out, man. There's layers on top of layers on top of layers. You know how long it takes for that to happen?
Yeah, a long time. My city, there's no layers.
Well, where are you, in the swamp area?
No, I'm in the suburbs of Los Angeles, where there were just like orange and olive fields before the city was built.
Okay.
I mean, how far down did you dig?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What do you know about the carbon line, we were calling it? I don't know the name for it, but all over Earth there's this layer of like this carbon layer where it looks like Earth was on fire at one point, like massive burning. Shit was just burning. You know what I'm talking about, Matt?
Yeah, if it's the same thing I'm thinking of, the standard mainstream story is that an asteroid hit what is now Mexico 65 million years ago and caused all kinds of like stuff to get deposited all the way around the Earth.
The dinosaur killer?
Yeah.
That's what it was from? Oh, all right. Oh, they're saying, wait. No. They're saying the ashes from that?
I don't, if that's what you're referring to, I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, there's just this huge thick layer of ash everywhere. I don't know how big it is. Or not ash, like, I don't know what they call it. Carbon or something? I forgot. I mean, whoever hasn't seen when Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock battled Michael Schumer and Michael Schumer's geologist, they're like from Skeptic Magazine. That was a great debate, and Randall Carlson brought a lot of evidence for the flooding. Like the professional geologist was having trouble even keeping up with Randall.
Is Randall Carlson a Freemason?
Yeah, he's a Freemason. We don't do the genetic fallacy though, so whatever. But yeah, that is a little. I'm a little leery of him just because of that. I don't know how cracked up these Freemason people even are.
I know that like, Graham
Like I saw
Hancock
a billboard.
doesn't believe in flat Earth because his like job kind of depends on it. I feel like, and he might be a Mason.
Sorry, what did you say?
Graham Hancock. He might be a Mason.
Yeah, what about him? Is he a Mason? I don't know if he is. I know Randall Carlson is. Graham came out with that show on Netflix. I watched a couple episodes. It looked pretty good. I need to finish watching that though, because I'm a big Graham Hancock fan.
Graham Hancock's a boss.
He's dope. Yeah, I mean, he got some shit wrong back in the day, but whatever.
He's definitely a Glober. He's definitely like Globe. I mean, I heard him talk something negatively upon the flat Earth thing. I forget exactly what he said, but it was like terrible argument that he repeated one time. It was like so bad. It was like
just, I think I know what you're talking about. It was on Mike Tyson Experience or his podcast.
Do you remember what the argument he said? I forget which one it was. It was just so bad. It was like, oh, so he's looked into it virtually zero. He just heard like one, you know.
He didn't even give evidence. He just kind of like, he's like not even dumb logic. Like he didn't even try to like debunk it.
You gotta understand though, these guys like Kent Hovind and Graham Hancock, they got a lot on their plate, and they're already fighting the mainstream tooth and nail. So I try to cut them a little bit of slack.
Right, they might. They may not have really taken the journey to really figure it all out yet either. So they're just going off of some of the mainstream weak little debunks and just assuming that that's what it is.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for dudes that go against the mainstream. So because you're fighting an uphill battle. Hamburger Hill shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm trying to find a collection
What's up,
of the SoundCloud of what's up, Jeremy? I'm trying to find the SoundCloud of Kai, like Witsit's wife, Kai's music or like her songs or whatever. If anybody knows what that stuff is, or like maybe what her like music name is or something.
I don't know. Witsit, we can ask Witsit when he comes back. She did a dope.
Yeah,
there was a dope song
he's doing
with
a stream
that she
right
did
now.
with him.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear the stuff
Boss
that
right
she
in on
does
the
on
stream.
her own. What?
Boss right in the stream. How'd he get in there? Get in the YouTube channel.
No, I don't want to bother his stream. I just figured there's a lot of like flat Earth music people in these circles, so I just thought somebody might know. But I'm not on 24/7, so I'm not like in the music room or anything. Sorry, I didn't mean to bum out the convo.
As long as her music is 432 hertz, dude. I've been listening a lot of 432 hertz music.
Well, she has like a rap or singing style that it's like I know someone who's writing songs, but she's not like the best singer, and I think Kai would be like the perfect singer for her music. So I'm trying to find some examples to share.
I don't know if I've ever heard of Kai has like her own channel or her own.
Oh yeah.
Does she?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I just haven't heard what it is.
Yeah, like her music was one of the reasons that 24/7 like started to have like a music thing.
Yo, Riggs. It's KYZ.
Ah, right. Okay, thank you. KYZ SoundCloud. Cool.
And the good song that you're talking about.
Well, there's a bunch of them, but
Jeremy's probably Matrix. Matrix is a good song.
okay. Yeah, I'm just going to share the whole channel because it's not for me. So, but thank you. I appreciate that.
About time you did something, Percentage. Show a little life sometimes, will you?
You know what it is? I can't spoil you guys too much.
Yeah, I just watched that Graham Hancock clip again. Yeah, he basically boats over the horizon is what he goes with. He says you just have to get high on a cliff and look into the boat. Yeah, that's literally what he just did. So you can easily tell it's curved because the boat over the horizon. Then he said the ancients have known it forever is what he said. There's nothing.
Yeah, he's amazing.
yeah, that's the thing that was cited by ancient peoples. That idea of the boats over the horizon.
I feel like he's just a gatekeeper. Him and maybe Randall. They like to it's like 80% truth and then the 20% lies of you hopefully not going to find out the earth is flat and other shit like that. I feel like there's like a lot of gatekeepers now. Like Alex Jones. He's really been big conspiracies but can't handle flat earth. Blows his brain too much, apparently, for being a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, or wherever his money's coming from, and his producers told him to knock that stuff off if he wants to get big.
I don't know if you guys saw the episode with Alex Jones, and he had David Duke on, and his handler basically said, "I'll handle this," and you didn't hear much from Alex Jones after. Take that as a no.
Why? Because they said stuff that was on the interview that was.
Well, I mean, I won't say any more. It might not be a topic you want broadcast, but we can talk about it in private. It was just interesting because like there was a topic that it wasn't like obvious that he wasn't allowed to discuss it, but he was basically being shoved to the side. It's like, you're not handling this. The producer kind of took control of it, which was a bit weird.
Yeah,
he's just a puppet, kind of.
Well, I also noticed that Alex Jones, like, remember when he had Eddie Bravo and David Weiss, like they did a episode on Flat Earth, and it would seem like shortly after that Alex Jones got deleted and just removed from everything.
I think he deleted it too.
Not
I'm
saying
pretty sure I thought I heard something that he deleted something. Deleted it right off his podcast.
Yeah.
Now, like people like Eddie Bravo, and is he like 100% like I don't want to say we should trust anyone and everyone.
I think Eddie's on point. That's just my opinion. He's very layman.
But his buddy Joe Rogan though is definitely fucking isn't. But it's just like a weird like dynamic just to see like he'll go on his podcast and.
I think they got to Joe. I think they got to Alex Jones, but not Eddie.
So they are they you have to sell your soul to
yes.
Is
Because
that like with the
if you remember,
Matrix?
Joe Rogan was a huge moon landing.
Yeah.
On the IR, and all of a sudden he flipped just one day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird as fuck.
You see, from my perspective, that was a good thing. Like he found the truth.
Sure, Matthew.
Who did?
I mean, we can clearly see from the telemetry data that the moon landings occurred, right?
What do you have to say about the intersecting shadows and a flag?
You're saying Joe Rogan found the truth that they landed on the moon? Is that what you just said, Matthew?
Yeah, I think it was Joe Rogan you were talking about, right?
Yeah. So why? So why didn't he come
in my mouth?
I know, seriously. So then why didn't he come out and say, hey guys, I figured out the truth. This is why I was wrong. This is why I was wrong. This is the truth. This is the truth. That's not what he did at all. There's hundreds, thousands of hours of him over the years, back before he got kind of shut down, to talk about it, just ripping the moon landing stuff apart to shreds. So you're saying he found the truth and just quit talking about it?
Well, I don't know what he believes now. I thought somebody said that they got to him and he says that the moon landing was real now. Is that right?
I think he kind of still says that he has questions about it. I don't think I've never heard him say, "Oh yeah, we definitely landed on the moon," but I think that he has
definitely doubled back on his statement.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I thought that you were saying it was more definitive than that.
It's kind of definitive. You could tell he thinks that he quote unquote thinks that we went to the moon for some reason now.
No, his main thing, I mean, if you call this coming to the truth, his main thing is he just says, well, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know. That's kind of his cop-out. That's not finding the truth. That's just kind of bailing on the quest entirely.
Yeah, so it sounds like he doesn't want to defend either way then. Huh?
Yeah, because he was basically ripping it to shreds for several years, and now he doesn't want to be do a complete 180 to, not be super suspicious, but yet, hey, it's I'm not smart enough, so I'm a cop. Cool.
I mean, it seems like whether someone got to him or not, whatever the situation is, it seems like at the very least, as producers, we're like, bro, if you're going to make it big, we're going to reach this many people, you got to not talk about some of the more, quote unquote fringe conspiracy theories or whatever, if you want to call it that. A lot of the stuff that he was just told to just stop talking about it, for whatever reasons.
Yeah, I think he sold out. I think that's what happened.
I'm just saying to what level. I'm just saying to what level was it? Like, it's one thing if you're like people that are paying you and the producers and the whole team are kind of like nudge, like, yeah, you got to kind of try to veer away from those topics. They're too controversial. We'll lose advertisers, this and that. Whether it was like a lighter version of it or whether someone, really did come and sit down and say, more of like somebody from the CIA or whatever actually sat down and
he's head CIA guys. He's head big tech guys like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, politicians.
Men in Black sat down with Joe with the dark sunglasses, black suits, and Joe took a shit on himself.
Yeah, he's gonna interview one of those guys from Matrix, the classic.
Yeah, he said, if you pay me enough money, I'll lie to my mother. Whoever you are, the Illuminati, go ahead, sign me up.
We will.
And then shortly after that, then he stopped talking about it. And I would say, like, he kind of can covertly, not that it's his decision to do anything necessarily, but they kind of get out the flat Earth through Eddie Bravo on his show, and he kind of plays the dumb Glober kind of role. It doesn't do a very good job just by having Eddie Bravo come on and just fool him and make him look stupid. It's kind of like getting out the truth in a way that way.
That is weird, Diane.
If you want to give him more credit.
It's like they're like saying, "Hey, we kind of want to also like rip Eddie and make fun of him and his logic, but also we'll actually put him on and also like
They don't though. I mean, it's just
I told
Eddie
you so."
Bravo's on there. They don't make fun of Eddie at all. It's just like basic, like I'm like dumb Joe Schmo. Just whatever, you know, I'm going to play the role of the denier, but Eddie's just like schooling all of them and makes them all look stupid. They're not making Eddie look stupid whatsoever, in my opinion. Unless it's just because I'm biased, but it just makes them
no. Eddie is very woke. He knows his shit.
Yeah,
it's just Joe's on that like group. You would, bro? Like
but you know he knows.
He
knows. Anybody?
How do you think Eddie would do? How do you think Eddie would do up against? How do you think Eddie would do up against like Kosho or maybe Blue Marble or something like that?
I don't know I don't know about the technicalities if he knows about a lot of the stuff we talk about. I bet he listens to us, or some of us maybe. I bet he listens to Witsit.
Maybe, yeah.
I've heard some of his videos, but Eddie does know his shit. At least about like I heard him talk about how the moon and how that just doesn't make fucking sense on the globe.
Well, he was talking about that movie, The Principal, and that's what woke him up. You know, when they're talking about the microwave background and all that, and I think a lot of people got into flat Earth from that, watching Joe Rogan and listening to Eddie Bravo talk about The Principal, and then that was kind of an open thing, or a gateway for a lot of people.
The Principal, I never heard of that.
It was a movie that they backtracked on it and took it down. A lot of the stars that were in it, said they didn't have any idea the content was going to be talking about geocentrism, but it was basically this guy, I forget his name, but anyway, yeah, he was talking about how the microwave background, the readings that they get mean that we're the center of, the area of the universe that we know of.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and anybody that's paying attention realizes we're not on a globe, right, Matthew?
I'm paying attention, and I still believe we're on a globe.
You said earlier,
you just said
the sign you're born under has no effect on the rest of your life whatsoever. Wasn't that what you said earlier?
That's true.
You might have wanted to add, in my opinion. I'm sure Gio would have something to say about that one.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I was saying that astrology is false.
Right, but that's a claim. I mean, you could say you don't. There's more evidence for astrology having an effect on, your personality and all this. There's way more evidence than that than heliocentrism. That's for sure. It seems like.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew, to come to that conclusion, how much would you say you've studied it? Meaning, not necessarily even reading what other people write or whatever, but I'm saying, like, how much have you studied the positions of, what you call the planets, the wandering stars, the luminaries, those positions, to intricate detail and studying all of that scientifically yourself? Like, how much have you actually done any empirical research and work into it? Like, actually looking at the positions and actually linking it, seeing if there's a meaningful correlation and consistency and so on. Like, how much of that have you done? I'm going to guess 0 to come to the conclusion that you're saying that it's not real, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's mainly based on what other people have written, the complete lack of any scientifically validated evidence that your birth sign has anything to do with your lifetime.
So just the mainstream propaganda that it's pseudoscience is what you're going off?
Well, there is some correlation to the idea that different times of year influences how early or late you enter kindergarten or first grade. And so there is some correlation, but it's fairly minor and limited to those kinds of things. It doesn't have anything to do with personality, for example.
When you enter kindergarten, that's your thoughts on how astronomy may affect your life? That's hilarious.
I wouldn't say astrology. I would say it's just a bare fact on the idea that if you're born in certain months, you enter kindergarten slightly younger or older than other kids. And it's to your advantage to enter kindergarten at the top end of the age range of your cohort.
But that doesn't have anything to do with astrology. That's just the time of year someone was born and the just timing of, I mean, some people are older and the older ones in their class are the younger. That's not astrological. That's just
It's correlated to astrology just because certain months correlate to the older end of the cohort.
Oh, just that certain signs are more represented in the older crowd?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really astrology still, but okay. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
So how have you come to make the claim that astrology is false in like such an adamant, like strong spoken way, like confident in yourself without the study of it and all that?
Yeah, just because the scientific studies that have tried to find any correlation haven't found any, and I trust them.
What about the thousands upon thousands of books written by PhD professors, psychologists, psychiatrists in many, many different fields and disciplines, in addition to the fact that it's also studied and taught at fully accredited colleges and schools, including like accreditation from the same accreditation, the highest level accreditation in the United States for graduate schools and in colleges, like the same accreditation that, UC Berkeley, Harvard, Stanford, etc.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting historical study. I mean, we also study alchemy and understand what people thought in the past. What I'm saying is that today, no serious scientists think that there's actually any correlation. I mean, how could there be? How do the stars influence your life on Earth?
Well, you're coming at it from a heliocentric model as if it has to influence it through some physical means.
Gravity.
Rather than it just indicating, for example, when you look at the clock and it says, 2 p.m., the clock isn't causing it to be 2 p.m. The clock is just indicating that it's 2 p.m. So if you have a Mars-Pluto alignment, it's not necessarily that Mars and Pluto are beaming some specific, energies related to the meaning of those, but it could be that the Mars and Pluto are just like the clock is indicating that it's 2 p.m. When Mars and Pluto are aligned, the sky clock is indicating that those two archetypes will be specifically activated or, in a much higher statistical probability of being expressed.
Yeah, so it's correlation, not causation. I get that. I'm saying that how come it's hard to find any statistically relevant differences between people in that case?
Well, it's not hard to find if you know where to look for it, but I do think the mainstream sort of scientific quote unquote, system has done a huge, huge campaign to suppress astrology, to make it a pseudoscience, The funding is not there as it is for other things. I mean, there's way more funding for pharmaceutical drugs, for example, than there is about using astrology for healing or for therapeutic purposes. So they've done a huge number on it in terms of trying to eradicate it and call it a pseudoscience and reduce funding and all of that. So that would be one reason as to why it's been severely suppressed.
Well, bear in mind as well, there's a huge political will and also funding, therefore, going into the let's just say the idea and related ideas of radical egalitarianism. And so if you have a system that seeks to divide people into 12 categories, that's always going to be opposed by those people because they have the fundamental assumption that people are equal.
Yeah, okay, I could buy that there would be a certain kind of bias in that direction.
Well, it's just that they would dismiss it.
So, Matthew,
sorry, go on.
I was going to ask Matthew, are you saying that you've never met somebody and found out that their sign is a certain sign, and then you kind of correlate it to some of the things you've heard about that sign and thought, oh, that makes sense, or oh, that does kind of seem strange that there's certain characteristics of certain people that have a certain sign that do seem to, it is kind of like there might be something there. You've never had any kind of correlation of your own throughout your life?
Not with astrological signs. I know that there are these personality profiles that are popular, like the Enneagram or the Myers-Briggs or whatever, those kinds of personality profiles. But I think that those profiles are sort of unrelated to astrological signs.
Yeah, I'm just talking about you've never had any kind of correlation whatsoever, like finding out someone's sign and knowing the traits of that sign that seem to be correlated.
That's
never
correct.
heard anything that rings
I
true.
I don't know the signs of my parents or my best friends. I have no idea what signs they are.
Ah, okay, that's why then. Because if you did, I mean, I think most people that have paid just a little bit of attention to it think there might be something there, because it does seem to have some strong correlations. Just a very basic knowledge of.
Generally, I thought that they were typically vague enough that anything could apply to anybody.
Well, no, like horoscopes. That's like the horoscope mentality behind it. But if you know some of the basic, a little bit deeper knowledge than what the horoscope gives you, which is like pop astrology, and that's another way of downgrading it and making it seem like like a pseudoscience.
Wait, so astrology is true, but horoscopes aren't?
Well, horoscopes are kind of like like you've heard of pop psychology, right?
Right.
Pop psychology is not really serious psychology. It's just a way of making loose, broad statements that doesn't really apply to anything specific. It's kind of like the way horoscopes work.
All right. So let's see. What sign is Donald Trump, for example?
But he's a controlled agent, so I don't know if that's even applicable.
Matthew, were you raised Catholic?
No, I wasn't raised Catholic.
Christian?
Yes.
So they taught you to stay away from horoscopes, right? It was the devil, right?
I mean, I didn't hear about it much, but it just didn't really come up much. No.
Okay.
There seems to be a strange logic employed when it comes to horoscopes. I mean, I think horoscopes are a load of nonsense, but I do think that there might be something to astrology. But I think it's to do with the continuum fallacy, and it's kind of subtle. So, Matthew, if I was to say to you, do you believe that men or women are taller on average?
Yes, men are taller on average.
Okay, does that mean that every man is taller than every woman?
No.
So you understand that as a concept, that there can be a general trend that doesn't apply to every member of that group, right?
Right.
Well, so why can't that be true of star signs?
Well, it could be. I'm just saying that I am unaware of anybody ever finding any such correlation.
Okay. Well.
Wait, you've never heard Gio on here talking about all of the different correlations that seem to ring true, and seems like he knows what he's talking about on like a deeper level? You've never heard him talk about it at all?
I haven't been around a whole lot when people have been talking about it. No.
Oh, you should hear Gio really break it down sometime, you might change your mind. Also, I think that if you realize that the stars are much closer, right? Like say you found out that they're not really like trillions and trillions and trillions and billions of miles away. Like then if they were closer, they might have more of an effect. That'd be something we have to consider, right?
I suppose.
Godric, you got a hot mic, Godric.
Oh, sorry.
Sounds like the kettle's done.
Well, also when people are talking about, your sign kind of thing, that's just the sun sign. So like the moment of your birth, all of the sun, the moon, and all of the wandering stars, as they call them, the planets, are all in a particular sign, meaning they're all within one of the, the backdrop of the 12 constellations. They're all positioned amongst one of the 12 constellations. So you might have a sun in Leo, but your moon is in Gemini, your Mercury's in Virgo, your Venus is in Scorpio, etc. So all of the luminaries, the planets, as it were, and the sun and the moon all have a particular placement in a particular sign. But when people say what is your sign, they're usually just talking about the sun sign. The sun is just one part of the overall system. Like the sun is kind of central in a way because it's like connected to the identity and it's like the solar self. So it is connected to the self in a way that does seem to be, there's a certain central quality to it, which is why when people say, oh, my sign is this or that, and then they make those correlations. But I'm just saying that is just one sign, of the 12 that just the sun is in. And the chart, there's so much more nuance and complexity because there you can have, like I said, all of the other celestial objects are also in a sign of their own. So let's say somebody has their sun in Gemini, but if they have 5 planets in Scorpio, then they may have a very strong, Scorpio. There's a lot of weight on Scorpio, even though their sun is in, Gemini. But if they have like, a large, it's called a stellium when you have several of these luminaries all in one location. So somebody could have a much stronger weight on Scorpio because of having all of those in Scorpio, as well. So there's a lot of nuance. And so the sun sign is just the sun's position. It's just one part of a multi-layered series of dynamics.
I see. So you have all the different planets and things aligned at different signs. Well, then I guess the question would be, how come everybody who was born on the same day, how come they don't all have the same personality? Or do they?
That goes back to what I said earlier. Like, just because men are generally taller than women doesn't mean that all men are taller than all women.
Yeah, and Gio just gave you an example where, like, from year to year, you're going to have different astrological alignments on that specific day, right? Depending on
I meant people born on the same day and year.
Right, day and year, obviously. And then you're going to have differences that are probably going to be taken into account, the time in which they're born, all that. I mean, whatever.
Hey, Gio, I've heard that it matters where you're born as well. Like that has something to do with it, where on the earth you're born.
Yeah, because that has to do with where the alignment is as well, right? Where you are geographically. But the funny thing is, like, I have this book. It's like an encyclopedia of birthdays, and it's pretty scary, spot on with a lot of people as far as their personality profiles. And when you asked about what is Donald Trump's birthday, I was like, oh, maybe I'll look up what Donald Trump's birthday is, and I'll grab my birthday encyclopedia book, which deals with astrology, and I'll look it up and see what it says.
Yeah,
I haven't done that yet because I literally grabbed the book, and when I opened it, I ironically opened it to May 10th, which is today, ironically, and Donald Trump allegedly, I guess, shares the same birthday as my brother, which is very funny.
In the most popular Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
Oh, so I already kind of know what that day is and what it reads out, and let me find it here. But I'm pretty sure the title
What day
of
is it?
that day is the day of the. I think it's the natural manager, birthday of the supervisor.
Well, what day? What day of the month is it? By the way,
It's
what day?
June 14th, which is the day of the supervisor, and it talks about like how people born on this day tend to be managers, are good with managing people, born CEOs, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. Which my brother has been a manager most of his life and supervisor, and very good at leading people. So Donald Trump, I guess, probably shares some of those characteristics as well, seeing as he's been a CEO and has chaired a lot of companies in his day, which is interesting.
He was born in 1946, if that makes a difference.
I don't have a full star chart. This is just day specific, so it's a little more generalized.
Trump is especially
you know, in the most-
firing. Trump fired Comey, the FBI director. Something that a Democratic president would never do. Because it's just a sack of shit. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, November 20th is Joe Biden.
November
20.
Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I mean, I could. This book gives like a 2-page spread, and it's very generalized, right? It's not definitive, but if you read my wife's, it's like, okay, somebody literally wrote this about my wife, and it has her to a T with very few aspects that are off, which is interesting. It's scary.
You know when the most popular birthday is? Guess what day it is? September 9th. September 9th.
No way, man. It's got to be January 1st.
September 9th?
Because a lot
So
of
use your head
immigrants that don't know their birthdays from back in the day, they just go January 1st.
No, the reason why it's September 9th is because of January 1st, because there's a lot of fucking going on.
Oh.
On New Year's.
Nah.
What do you mean, nah? You know how much sex happens on New Year's?
Bro, I'm telling you, like, there's so many immigrants that don't know their birthdays. Their countries keep bad records, so they by default have a birthday of January 1st.
Is that 10 weeks?
Dude, it don't make up for the amount of fucking we do. Whatever you got going
on New Year's, man.
Dude, there is. What do you mean?
I know what you're. Why is there so much more on New Year's than other holidays?
Because people are wilding on New Year's. They're trying to get the groove on. That's it. They're drunk. They're getting it in.
What about Halloween?
Come on, man. Ain't no one wilding out on Halloween. People got work the next day and shit. New Year's is crazy.
No, the work thing is a fair point. I want to know what kind of New Year's parties you've been to, man.
Gotta get out.
So what's a good app? What's a good app for astrology, for like getting your birth chart?
Jeremy's right, because people are home for the Christmas holiday and the New Year holiday. They're not working, so obviously they're fucking.
If you just want to get a basic chart, you can go to astro.com. Astrodinst is the name of the site, but I mean, you can get a free chart there, so it's not really, in my opinion, the best actual chart, like the visual component of it, but there's a good amount of info on that site too.
It's called Astro Chart?
No, just astro.com.
Okay.
By the way, Matthew, to answer what you were saying, so like Charlie Chaplin and Adolf Hitler were born on the same day.
Uh-huh.
Now, it is interesting that Charlie Chaplin actually plays Hitler in some of his acting stuff, which is interesting. But leaving that aside, so like without going, I'll just try to give a very brief description as to how, because there's also twins that are born on the same day, minutes apart, and they will have almost the identical chart. They'll have almost an identical birth chart, other than the couple minutes, of the difference. Because The best way I can try to describe it, and I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, is that whatever chart one has is not just some like deterministic, like this is just absolutely, that somebody can predict necessarily like concrete things from it. So what I mean by that is that, like, are you familiar with what an archetype is?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's a multi-level complex concept, archetypes, but I'll just to give a super simple example, like mother. Mother is an archetype. So there's a lot of different mothers out there, that are all different in their own unique ways, but there's certain characteristics that are connected to the mother archetype, generally like nourishing, supportive, supplying sort of emotional nutrients in addition to sort of, food, as it were, breastfeeding, all the rest of it. So there's like the archetype of mother, the great mother goddess archetype, etc. But all mothers are an expression of the mother archetype, but they're also unique in their own expression. You could also use an example, let's say like chocolate cake or something. There's a lot of different types of chocolate cake out there, all kinds of different types and textures and styles and everything with different types of chocolate and so on. But they're all chocolate cake. They all fit. They still are chocolate cake in that sense, but they express themselves uniquely. So with a chart, for example, if two people are born on the same day, they will have the same main alignments of those archetypes, but they could express those archetypal combinations in very different ways. They can be, there's a wide range of expressions while still being archetypally consistent. So just to take one example, like Mars Neptune, take that combination. If someone's born with a Mars Neptune alignment, okay. Well, Mars is generally, has to do with, assertiveness. It can be aggression. It can be taking action, all about, forward moving action, etc. Neptune has to do with water, and it's like, the dream state, and like Neptune has a whole connection to like the spiritual and so on. Now, to take one combination of a Mars Neptune, somebody could be a fantastic water athlete, right? So they're a swimmer, they're a wakeboarder, a water skier. So the Mars component of the athleticism and this sort of aggression and athleticism of Mars is expressed in the athlete of swimming. And then the Neptune in that case is like the water, like they're very good at doing athleticism in the water. However, a whole different expression of a Mars Neptune could be where, Neptune has that kind of dissolving watery quality. And so somebody could have, like, let's say like a lack of motivation, like an extreme lack of motivation, like a lack, like doing things or getting started or whatever it may be. That also could be Mars Neptune. In that case, you have the assertive kind of aggression quality of Mars, which is now being like essentially like watered down, just to put it simply. It's being kind of diluted essentially by the liquidity of Neptune, to where now that Mars energy of taking action and taking a forward driving energy is like subdued and kind of made into, let's say in that case, if it's like a problematic issue for that person, that they have an issue motivating themselves or starting things because of that vibration of it. So it's just kind of an example of how the same combination can be expressed in multiple different ways. However, they're still consistent with the archetypes. Those two expressions I just said, which were just off the top of my head, but I mean, those two expressions of it are something that if an astrologer was working with someone, they said, oh yeah, I'm a fantastic athlete, a swimmer, an astrologer might look and say, okay, yeah, you got the Mars Neptune. So that's how that's coming through. And somebody else comes and says, oh, I have such problem with motivation. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm just super lazy, etc. An astrologer might also say, okay, yeah, your Mars Neptune would be implicated. And there's generally positive and negative expressions of each of these archetypes and of ways that they play out. So basically that's, so some people can have the same chart, but they can express those archetypes uniquely, within the wide range of expressions of those particular, alignments.
Okay. It's an interesting way to put it.
Are water signs always typically associated with either just water and laziness?
Oh, not necessarily laziness necessarily. I mean, I was just relating the Mars Neptune can have a propensity for that. in particular, because but well, there's a couple of things. I mean, Neptune is connected to water in a very unique way, but then there are the elements as well: earth, air, fire, and water. So certain signs are water signs, certain signs are earth signs.
So like Pisces, oh yeah, that is ruled by Neptune. What about Cancer? Is Cancer ruled by Neptune?
Cancer is ruled by the moon, and it is also a water sign.
Oh. I got a Pisces moon and then a Cancer rising. So I'm like looking at that.
You're actually probably the right person to ask about this, Gio. Why is Aquarius an air sign?
Aquarius?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean because of the connection with the water bearer?
Yeah.
Is Uranus that light, is that associated with air?
I was hoping you might answer my question first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is a factor of it. I mean, yeah, like Uranus is considered, kind of like there's actually like the original sort of rulers of the planets, and then there's the ones that they claim were recently discovered. So currently Uranus is now kind of connected with Aquarius, and Uranus, the god Uranus, is connected to the sky.
Interesting. Okay.
But I mean, yeah, like Aquarius is an air sign because the way the zodiac is laid out, the way that like earth, air, fire, and water, and they're all
yeah.
So
I'm familiar with star signs to like a basic level, but certainly not to your knowledge.
You can't bear water if you are water, right?
Yeah, but globers tell me all the time that the atmosphere can contain itself.
I mean, the air has vapor in it, so the air is bearing water.
That they're connected. Well, yeah, like because the water bearer is sort of like distributing the water in that sense.
You could also say that air has dust or dirt in it. Earth.
But then is it part of the air at that point?
Yeah, but the dust falls down. The water stays up. Until it rains.
The air's always blowing. The wind is always blowing. Dirt's always in the air.
Well, and part of like the water bearer quality of Aquarius is about like Aquarius tends to be like a sign that can kind of, it's almost like an energy of like going out and then like bringing something back to the community and having some kind of like egalitarian integration into the community by bringing something, kind of bringing life into that particular category. So like the idea that Aquarius is not the water, but it's like the water bearer in that sense. So yeah, I do think it can have connection to that. And also air signs are connected to like the way that air has a quick transfer, like it goes left, right, up, down. So the air signs also have that kind of like adaptability and the kind of the like quickness to it.
Do you mean like in a social sense they can adapt to different social situations?
Yeah, it can come through in that way.
Okay. Or are you talking about quickness of thought or like being witty?
I think I was more just kind of talking to it on like a general sense of just like the element of air having that quality to it. But yeah, it depending on how it's expressed, it can come through in those ways. Like depending on which what sign, what planet, or what sign that luminary or planet is expressing through.
Isn't the water bearer the water in the thing that was in mythology that was some type of drink that the gods would drink called I forget the name, but he basically Aquarius poured it out because he was sick and tired of serving the gods. This type of no, it was called the elixir of it starts with an A.
Flask, conch.
No, it starts with an A. It's a type of liquid. Ambrosia. That's it.
I always thought ambrosia was a food, not a drink.
Is it?
I mean, ambrosia's a
Pretty
brand as well here in the UK. But
I'll look it up right now.
ambrosia is an American variety of fruit salad originating.
Ambrosia is the food of the gods.
Hey, real quick, Gio, I don't know if I've ever heard your take on like the whole thing about them adding like the 13th sign. Everybody was kind of like freaking out over that, like this other constellation that they added, and people were talking about it messing up all the astrological signs. What's your take on all that?
Yeah, that kind of seemed like a whole like psyop thing because like NASA was publishing it, and oh, your sign is not your sign. I think that's just another effort to kind of try to make astrology seem incorrect and pseudoscience and ridiculous. Like, oh, all these years you thought you were a Gemini, but you're actually a Taurus. There was a lot of that. But I mean, it comes from the idea that like Ophiuchus is another constellation. And if you wanted to break the sky into 13 sections, you could add Ophiuchus as a 13th sign. So I think that's generally where it came from. The idea that, there's actually 13 signs. And so, we split it up this way. But that's not like classically the way that it's been delineated, in terms of the 12 signs. It's always been the 12 signs.
So that really didn't shake anybody up that was really into the study on a serious level.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It seemed to me like more of like almost like a campaign from the mainstream to try to kind of push this idea and make everyone think that their sign was wrong for all these years, so all those analysis and things you've done to it. Oh, look at that. It was all wrong because you're actually in a different sign because we're just going to randomly say that this other constellation is a 13th. And then now we're going to just assert that it's 13 signs instead of 12.
That figures they would do that. Yeah.
But if there's no procession, then same.
Also, wasn't the sign didn't have something to do with like a serpent? Wasn't it like a serpent sign? Kind of like, or some kind of like beast. It was kind of like, it seemed like an Illuminati made up thing almost.
Oh, they would never lie to us.
Yeah, it's like the snake charmer, Ophiuchus. So
yeah, there you go.
Connected the serpent bearer. Yeah, it is kind of connected to that as well. I mean, I'm just looking at the Wikipedia. So yeah, they claim that the first person, it originated in 1970, is that they claim this guy suggested a 14 sign zodiac. And then in 1995, a 13 sign was promulgated by Walter Berg and Mark Yazak. So, I mean, this is just literally a modern day thing. Like, yeah, 95, someone, there's 13 signs. So yeah, this is not like an ancient classic, component of any of these practices. So.
It's crazy the way that can be interpreted too, because like at the time when I heard about that, I had no idea that the Earth was flat or any of that. So I was thinking, oh, well, there you go. They've been hiding that sign on purpose so that everybody's messed up. They've been keeping the real knowledge of the signs to themselves this whole time, and that's why everyone doesn't know who they are really. And it's like all these multiple interpretations that could go with that. The esoteric interpretation of it, like, oh, they've been hiding this esoteric knowledge of this sign they never told us about, and now someone's come out and admitted it, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's kind of more of a modern, just kind of a recent thing of, I guess, that article said 1970, this guy was using a 14 sign, and then 1995, the 13th. But it seemed like at some point there, I don't know exactly what years, is that the late 90s or early 2000s, they really were running it oh, there's 13 signs, is everywhere. Like there's even like NASA articles, like even right now, if you Google it, like you'll get like a NASA article. So yeah, they really were pushing that. And then all these articles, for years were, oh, you've been the wrong sign all these years. Ha ha ha. It's all bullshit. And you're actually the wrong sign and everyone else is the wrong sign. It's just another like tactic to try to muddy the waters and, they really need to suppress the whole astrological thing because they're using it in their psyops and their manipulation tactics. Because like I said before about the archetypes, these things can be expressed in a myriad of different ways. So like starting during the whole pandemic thing, 2020, we had a Saturn-Pluto alignment for the entire pandemic period. And Saturn and Pluto are one of the more challenging combinations. World War I was a Saturn-Pluto time period. World War II was a Saturn-Pluto time period. The 9/11 event was Saturn-Pluto as well. So there's like Saturn-Pluto generally can be connected because these archetypes are multi-leveled. So it's not easy just to describe it briefly, but Saturn is connected to death and hardship and limitation and blockages. And then Pluto tends to like drive and intensify what it comes into alignment with. So right in 2020, you get this intensifying quality of Pluto with the lockdown quality of Saturn. So it's just so archetypally perfectly fitting the fact that right when Saturn Pluto comes in, it's this whole scamdemic thing. And they, all the isolation and 6 feet apart and putting masks over our mouth and people are communicating less, the social isolation, the lockdowns, you can't, all these limitations are just totally fit. Again, it's like Saturn's principle being intensified by Pluto, so that those kind of imprisonment, lockdown qualities of Saturn are now intensified by Pluto in that way. But Saturn and Pluto doesn't have to be played out that way. There's positive expressions of Saturn Pluto as well, ones that don't have to do with necessarily imprisonment or lockdown type stuff. And can be a positive expression. So it's just one example of how they're using it. They're using it to activate these archetypes in a way that they want us to express them for their psyop, for whatever they're doing. And, knowing that we're kind of like unwitting participants in their, in what the narratives they're weaving, but they know that they need to time the narratives that they're pushing with the actual alignment of the actual luminaries so that they can sort of, propel what they're doing, as it's connected to the themes that are going to actually be active during that time. So they definitely don't want us knowing about it, because if we knew about it, we might be able to say, you know what, we're not going to express Saturn Pluto in that way. Sorry, we're not going to do that. We're going to express it in a totally different way. And then now they would have, if we all did that, they would have very little control over us, because now they can't just sway us into their, the way they want it. It's like, okay, the wind's going to be blowing from the east. Okay, well, if they're going to use an eastwardly wind to manipulate us and get us to think all these ways and try to activate us with all the, fear in the news and all that, well, then now they're using that eastward wind to manipulate things the way they wanted to. Whereas even though the eastward wind was coming, like the Saturn Pluto was definitely going to be there from 2020 to, through 2022, 23, it was going to be there for everybody no matter what. And we didn't really know, like those of us that knew that alignment was coming, we didn't know exactly what would happen. Although we can look at past Saturn Pluto periods and see what they were like. So, I mean, there definitely was a possible concern on the horizon, and then boom, the whole pandemic thing. But yeah, so I mean, we don't have to express these archetypes the way that they want us to, but I'm just saying they want to use it so that they can push their agendas and control us through them. And so I think all of their trying to make us think that, that this is all just a pseudoscience and astrology is BS. And that kind of plays into that 13th sign thing. They're just trying to scramble it as much as possible so that it's just relegated into a field of pseudoscience so that they can continue controlling us with these kind of waves of energy in the way that they want, versus us being able to be sovereign and free as to how we express them.
I could have said that better than myself.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Gio. It made a lot of sense. Way more sense than anything I heard from mainstream science. Don't you think, Matthew? I got to go, but I'll be back.
I've heard some pretty good stuff. But yeah, good job, Gio.
It's always hard for me to say any of those things in a short amount of time. I always feel like I'm like pressuring myself to like say it briefly. So it's It's hard to do it. Like, what do they say? Like the elevator pitch, to say something in a minute or two.
So bad, and I'm all luck for an
You
hour.
did good. You got the pitch down pat.
But I mean, like astrology and astronomy used to be one. They would be, they were always connected. Like the positions of these celestial objects in terms of their actual astronomical positions was always studied right along with the meaningful connections and correlations and the way in which the sky clock is actually correlated with human life. That was always one practice. Whereas in the modern day, they've now relegated astrology to complete pseudoscience, and then the astronomy is the only real one. And then now we got all the astrophysics and everything related to that. So they've done this huge compartmentalization of the way humans have studied the sky.
So when did astrology start using like Neptune and Pluto?
Well, it's interesting because I mean, there's like ancient like Sumerian cave art that has Pluto and Neptune, and they have like actual charts that are carved into the stone that actually have Pluto and Neptune and Uranus. So, did humans know about these before this current time? That's a huge question. It also is like used in certain ancient systems of astrology as well. So that is one thing that's interesting. But yeah, like in this kind of modern time, we're told that these things were discovered, fairly recently. Pluto was what, 1931, I believe, or was it 31? 1780.
Gio, maybe you mentioned this, but is there anything that happened historically, not caused by humans, that you would say is attributed to like these astrological phenomena?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So like in terms of like World War I and these sort of things, they capitalize on that, like the time of year, what have you, in the cycle when they do these things, right? But I'm asking, is there any examples that were like not human related, where something happened historically as a result of these, like the astrological cycle?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, I mean, in all my study and analysis of it, it definitely does seem to affect, things other than humans, meaning like even not like nature, like, like the full moon when animals are all activated. There's that kind of component, but there's even like deeper, interesting components, like a house, for example. Like if you build a house, the house actually has a birth date. Like when the house is finished, like that's actually the birth date. So the house has a birth chart, and it's fascinating to look at like when houses, like when you have like a huge like water leak in a house, it'll often be when the house is getting a Neptune transit, Neptune connected to the water. And a transit is meaning like you have the birth chart, but then everything in the sky keeps moving. So you get what's called a transit, which is like Neptune can make an alignment to the birth chart, later. So the house might be 25 years old and it gets a Neptune transit and then also has a water leak problem right at that time. So I only bring that up to say that like it does seem like these alignments are not only connected to humans, but it seems to like also like dogs, like cats and dogs have birth charts as well, and many people have done analysis.
So for like the Neptune alignment, is it safe to say then like the Great Flood probably happened during a Neptune alignment when Neptune was in transition?
Well, yeah, that would be very interesting to look at that. Yeah, how Neptune.
That's what I meant, like cataclysmic type of like large scale events historically, like they say dinosaurs existed or whatever, and wiped them out. Like,
yeah,
I wonder.
Yeah, well, that goes deep into the history to be able to parse that out. Like to what degree is like natural events, like tsunamis, or is that what you mean? Like like some major event in nature that happens as connected to an alignment. But I was gonna say, Matthew, just from what you had said, I mean, yeah, as far as like we know in kind of modern times, like the kind of outer planets, quote unquote, and being used after they were discovered, in terms of that. And like, when Pluto was first discovered in the 1930s, astrologers were hard at work trying to decipher what what meaning it had, what the what actual correlations were, and it took some time to, but that's like the modern time. I mean, it's like I said, there's like ancient carvings and things that show those that were on there before. So
right. So yeah, because you can't see Pluto without a telescope, I think.
Yeah, but who knows what they may have had in the past. Also, there may be other ways to see it. And I don't know if you know about this, but you were mentioning the sun gazing, but there's actually like some of the very skilled astronomers, astrologers in ancient times. Like, I suppose I can only say this is by legend because obviously we're not alive at these times to know for sure, but that their sun gazing practices could get so advanced that it actually improves the vision to such a degree that you can actually spot celestial objects more accurately by doing sun gazing. Actually makes your eye like more sensitive to the light in as a spiritual practice to be able to hone that in to where then you could see celestial objects, with the naked eye by doing that level of sun gazing, in a much more detailed way than somebody who perhaps was not engaged in that practice. So there's even that idea too of being able to see things with the naked eye in a way that would transcend what we would consider, currently possible.
Yeah, I see. I don't think it'd work for me because I live where there's too much light pollution.
I don't know, Matthew. You're kind of white, man. Need some color. Need to get some sun, bro.
I got a lot of sun today. I'm a little red.
Godric, why are you so concerned about how he looks? Are you sun gazing him?
I'm worried about Matthew. He's a little pasty.
He's white, or he's looking at his skin, so that'd be skin gazing.
I'm fine.
Look at your skin color. Are you happy with your hue, Matthew?
I am, yes.
To be fair, Matthew, like, you don't even have to see you. You sound hella white.
That's probably true. I mean, I live in Southern California, so yeah.
Matthew, are you one of those dudes that puts sunscreen on his nose when you go out in the sun?
No, I usually wear a hat though.
Oh, okay.
You mean on the nose where you don't rub it in, so it's just like white?
It's like a white cream, like you fell into I don't know, soap or some shit.
Do you feel like, Matthew, that part of your interest in all these discussions is like that you're just holding out like, well, if these guys are right, maybe there's something actually really interesting here that could be meaningful, like in terms of a larger paradigm shift? Or like, is there a part of you that's kind of like, well, I'll kind of hang about to see if something does ever stir up with all this?
No, I think it's more that it's interesting even if you're wrong. So it's still interesting to me.
I think the only way we're able to convince Matthew is to prove that the Earth is flat and it's cyclical. We're not hurling through space, going with the Big Bang, and everything is changing and constantly, even though the constellations keep repeating. So all we got to do is convince him that it's flat. But I've seen some videos with Matthew with other flat earthers, and they failed to convince him. So
I was on Nathan Oakley's show, and he ended up saying I was a wicked person lying to children and I should be fired.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was kind of funny.
But I mean, Matthew, like if somebody did a presentation. I mean, I don't know how much you've seen with the shape of the Earth stuff, at the end of the day, like how much, obviously I don't know exactly what you've looked into a research or observed yourself. But I don't know. I guess just the idea I was going to think about was like if somebody gave you like a presentation on it, you know, like a 2-hour presentation with all the best information, that you would still come out of it and be like, nope, like nothing there. Whereas someone else might come out of it and be mind blown and want to do more observations themselves, or like, you know, perceive it in a totally different way.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on each person's like willingness to look into new ideas and that type of thing. I would have to be convinced that that answer is better than my current answer.
What if you saw it on the television? Would that convince you?
No.
So why do you suppose 99% of people believe in a globe if they don't believe the television?
They're taught it and given reasons for why. It's just sort of built into the educational system at this point.
Yeah, it's just asserted without evidence, right?
It's like the globe.
For the most part, yeah.
The classic picture. They don't have any photos of Earth. It's all CGI.
It is a globe, and if you don't agree, you're silly. Is the narrative.
Right.
It's CGI, but it has to be.
I mean, I was asking my mom, who, you know, grew up in the 50s, and I remember I asked her, I was like, why did you believe it was a globe? Because they didn't have a picture of it, you know, a claimed picture or even CGI. I was like asking her, I was like, why did you believe it? Like, I mean, I understand when there's a picture of it or a claimed picture, there is something to be said for that being at least somewhat convincing on the surface. Like, oh, there it is. There's a picture of it. You know, we all like a picture and, oh, it's a selfie of the Earth kind of thing, the Earth selfie. But I mean, before that, like, yeah, I was just like, yeah, I was like asking my mom, I was like, why did you believe it? Like, they just told you it was a globe. You had to just kind of envision it in your head. I mean, I'm sure they had like drawings and things in the 50s, but it's kind of weird for me to think that people would have believed it without even with like virtually no information. Like, they hadn't been to space. There was no pictures of it. They were just telling people it was. And what was their reason? Because boats over a curve and sticks in the ground, and that was enough to get all those kids to believe it?
Yeah, so that shows that there is enough other evidence that you don't even need pictures to believe that the Earth is a globe.
No.
Yeah, but if I asked my mom for 5 proofs the Earth was a globe that she was taught as a child, she probably couldn't even give me 1.
Right.
The only evidence was the globe in the classroom, Matthew. That's all the evidence you got.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
there's a map. I wouldn't call that evidence, though.
I think with regards to your mother, Gio, I think people in that generation just had way more trust in authority, because they grew up in a time when times were generally good. You know, you could buy a house, you just had to have like a basic job, and you could feed a family, and people were just kind of getting on with that kind of like more basic life. And so if the government said, "Oh, the Earth's a globe," everyone went, "Well, I guess it is," and then they just got on with their life. You know, life was comfortable, so they didn't really care.
Yeah. Yep. And they went with whatever the thing was. Yeah. Well, there was an article that I found. Well, actually, I saw it on TikTok, and then I actually found the link to it. It was basically, I was going to read it on the live stream at some point. It's a pretty interesting read, but it's in a real magazine. It's like, I mean, it's even in the library. It's in the Library of Congress. It's on the website, on their website, like as a historical document. And it was like a newspaper type of publication, and definitely does look real. Like, you can see there's like ads for like, you know, Colgate toothpaste and stuff on it. Like, there's like literal ads for your fluoride toothpaste. But anyways, so it does look like a real publication. And without giving all the details on it, essentially it was saying that a school district in Indiana, the main principal and the director of the school district was a flat earther, and, you know, essentially thought the globe was just absolute, you know, nonsense and not true. And so the whole article basically says that like this, principal. They didn't use the word principal though. I forget what the word that was used. But the main director of the whole school district. They did not teach the globe to all these kids in Indiana in the school district, and they taught the flat Earth, like basically a Gleason's map, with the sun, moon, and stars rotating above it, and all of that. And it said, like, one of the things in the article, it said, all of the students, believe them implicitly that it's a flat Earth. So it just kind of shows how, like, whatever you teach kids, apparently they'll go with. So you could teach them a globe, they'll all believe it's a globe. Teach them it's flat, they all believe it's flat. So it's just interesting that it was just, so yeah, I guess just whatever you're teaching a kid at that age, they go with it.
Either that, or it depends how quick do they get tested. I feel like a lot of things that we get taught in school, we're just supposed to regurgitate. We don't have kids ask why a lot. They ask why is this, why is that, but then eventually in school that gets tampered down a lot, and everyone stops asking why. And then that leads to just regurgitation of just stuff that you saw in a book or what your teacher told you.
I've been thinking about this in terms of distributions of intelligence and numbers of people as well. Because there's a lot of people in the world now, and the more people you have, the more likelihood there is of having a large number of genius and sub-genius level people. Now, obviously, a certain amount of those people are going to be compliant types, but a certain amount of them are going to be non-compliant types. And non-compliant sub-geniuses and geniuses are the kinds of people who challenge hierarchies. And if you've only got one or two of them, they can't really affect change. But if you've got 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000, and they're all connected via the internet, I think that's why you can start to see, like, intellectual difference accelerating quite quickly.
I feel like if you're just aware of what really government and hierarchical people that hold these positions, what their real goal is behind it, you begin to just question why it's there and what is their goal. Like, what are they doing this for at the end of the day? Food, sex, drugs? What are they doing this for?
Yeah, but who are the kinds of people who would be aware of the shenanigans of the government? Right? Most people don't care, or they're not intelligent enough to notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this article. Schools adopt Voliva. That was the woman's name. Schools adopt Voliva theory of flat world. New course of study teaches that the Earth is flat and circular, has no motion, is stationary. It's from 1921. Zion schools, of which Wilbur Glenn Voliva, the overseer of the colony, is president, and have adopted a new theory of a flat world in the absence of gravitation, and the 1,000 grade and high school pupils believe them implicitly, according to their teachers.
Let's go.
The Earth is a flat circular world with a North Pole in the exact center, no South Pole, and surrounded by a wall of ice which keeps venturesome mariners from falling off the rim. That the Earth has no motion but remains stationary in space. Sun, a little orb. That the sun is not millions of miles in diameter and 91 million miles away, but is really a little orb 32 miles across and only 3,000 miles from Earth. That the law of gravitation is a fallacy, and when objects are thrown into the air, they continue to rise until the force which propelled them is expended and then fall back to Earth because they are heavier than air. A standard map of the world on Christopher's projection used in schools to demonstrate the flat world theory. This map, which is used by navigators and scientists in making time and longitude calculations, differs from the usual Mercator projection familiar in other schools, in that it shows the Earth as it would look to an observer directly above the North Pole, with its continents and seas projected on a flat plane. As a result, the North Pole is in the center, and instead of a South Pole, the Antarctic regions are indicated by a white ring about this outer circumference of the circle. This ring, according to Voliva, is the ice barrier which keeps mariners from falling off the edge of his flat world. I guess I'll read the rest of it since I'm okay. The Christopher projection was made 30 years ago, prior to discovery of the South Pole and before much was known about the Antarctic regions, so only bear an outline of proportions of the southern ice is shown. I was trying to look up what this Christopher projection is, but because that's what they keep relating it to. And then this says, Miss Thompson's view. Miss Mary Thompson, principal of the Zion school system and an ardent believer in the Voliva theories, has propounded a question which she believes will trip scientists and navigators, showing on her flat map that the Tropic of Cancer, 43 degrees from the North Pole, was a much smaller circle than the Tropic of Capricorn, 47 degrees further away. Miss Thompson says, navigators on a globular Earth would find if they were to sail completely around either of these tropics that they would be identically the same length. On a flat Earth, however, the Tropic of Capricorn would be much larger than the Tropic of Cancer. It would take much longer to sail around. Because on a flat Earth, Cancer would be nearer to the center or North Pole. Why don't some of the globular Earth believers try sailing around the two tropics and find out whether they or we are correct? The globular people certainly can't prove curvature of the Earth. Miss Eva Baker, a teacher of geography, demonstrates to her classes that the sun is only a tiny orb a few thousand miles away instead of an orb millions of miles in diameter and 91 million miles from the Earth. If the sun was so large, she says, it would light up all the world, instead of confining its hottest rays to a 3,000-mile wide belt between the two tropics. Voliva himself, in a recent sermon at Shiloh Tabernacle, said God certainly would have not made the sun to light the world and then placed it so far away. A man would be a fool, the overseer added, to build a house in Zion and place his parlor light in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
I know where that is. I live in Wisconsin.
Just wanted a couple of things. First of all, I noticed you were saying mariners. I don't know if that's a pronunciation, but in England we say mariners. I don't know if that's different.
I should have said mariner. Yeah, I don't know why I read it like that. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just like it because it reminded me of something else. Like there seems to be a debate on how to say Newton's Principia, right? Apparently everyone's asserting that you have to say Principia, but Principia comes from the word principle, which is Latin. Yeah, it's the Latin version of principle. So in English, you say it as an S sound. So I don't know why you would say Principia. I don't know if there's a specific reason for that, but it doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Yeah, I've always said Principia, but I have heard people say it Principia or Principia. Yeah. Well, yeah, the translation of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I don't care in the sense that, like, you know, it doesn't matter to me really how people say it, but I'm interested to know what the quote unquote correct way of saying it is. Just my knowledge, I guess.
I'll just read this last little paragraph.
With an SH, it's Principia.
Principia, yeah, that is kind of more, yeah.
Ben Shapiro.
I'll just read this last little paragraph of this article, of the relevant part, because the rest of it looks like it's a little bit of non-relevant stuff. Okay, students grasp theory. The students in Zion schools she says, grasp the theory of the flat earth readily because their minds are not full of globular earth teaching, such as older folks that have that drilled into them. Therefore, they accept the flat earth teaching without questioning, not because they have to, but because it appeals to them as rational. I don't believe there is one student in the grades who has questioned it. The flat earth seems more reasonable to them, the globular unreal.
Wait, we're spinning? And also being hurtled through space being pulled with the sun while the sun's being expanding outward from this Big Bang. What?
Well, if you're really honest with yourself, if you weren't kind of inundated with globe propaganda, it would seem completely ridiculous. But surely even the Globers must admit that. Like,
the only thing that's spinning is their heads mentally.
Yeah, if you raise children not to believe in the globe, and then once they reach 18 or whatever coming of age, and started trying to tell them it was a globe, you'd probably be impossible to convince them.
Yeah,
or it'd be very difficult. Which is like the reverse for some of these guys. Like these guys are so on the globe that there's nothing that'll get them off it. But it's like it would be reversed if they were brought up differently.
But these guys
get them off the drug.
These guys are also massive adherents to the mainstream narrative, like whatever it is. So, and actually, I don't necessarily include Matthew in that. It's like they are literally current thing NPCs. A lot of them.
Everyone's got to watch Star Wars or fucking, I don't know. They got to have their balls.
Like they're all on the trans thing and they're all on the COVID thing. Like they're on every single. There's no deviation at all from mainstream narratives for a lot of them.
Confused about who you really are, your gender? Take these pills. Cut your dick off. Or get one put in.
I also did a bit of that article I found, but I also did a bit of a deep dive looking at other maps from that were being published in the 20s and in the 19 teens. It's pretty interesting. Like some of these maps they're published by some, like back then, obviously you can't just go on the internet and get a picture of the map or whatever. So you had to mail order. So you had to send your, order form with your, nickel or whatever the cost was, into this place, and then they would ship you the map. But it's interesting, like the actual writings they have on them, like they have these paragraphs on them, and that are saying a lot of the similar arguments that we've been saying for years, about the Earth. It's pretty interesting how a lot of the arguments that they're laying out in there are a lot of the same ones we're talking about now, and they were just that the globe is absolutely false, and so it's just interesting that you had World War I, which was pretty crazy, but then even in the 1920s, there were all these map publishers and that school district I was just describing. Obviously, the wording of that article makes it sound a little bit like, oh, they're believing in the flat Earth theory. So it's obviously written in a way that makes it sound like it's like, oh, this one principle just kind of thinks this thing. But it is interesting how much was more was going on in the 20s with it in terms of versus after the Great Depression and then into World War II. It seems like they really stomped it out through that. And then, of course, NASA and everything that came out after World War II, it's like they suppressed it to a pretty extreme degree. From after World War II up until about 2015, it seems like they had it pretty eliminated, and all the propaganda and then all the globe stuff that was being pushed.
You know what it was? It was religion. Everyone was thinking that the Bible was literal, so then they adopted a new religion. Science, atheism, and went to
Might have been easier to sell as
Paul.
well. Sorry.
You're good.
Here you go. Okay. Did you want to finish? Sorry, I didn't mean.
No, I was finished.
Might have been easier to sell during good times than bad times because, let's just say that you've got like, let's just say that you're in America, but like everyone's starving and everyone's having a really bad time and it's really awful. But then the government comes out and says, "By the way, we landed on the moon." A lot of people would be like, why are you landing on the moon whenever everything sucks?" Right. So it might have been an easier thing to sell during good times. So people were like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, times are great. You know, everyone's doing really well, and we landed on the moon. What a wonderful place to live." You know. And so it was. People didn't really question it until times got harder again. You know.
Elon Musk. We're gonna go to Mars. For fucking what? Oh, we gotta leave. We gotta leave Earth. It sucks too bad here, so we gotta terraform a different planet.
Yeah, but if Earth sucks, it's because of
The people.
Well, not all of the people. So, you know, the people at the top, right?
Yeah, mainly the top people.
I didn't make
but
Earth
yeah,
suck. I didn't do anything.
the public can suck too.
Nah, there's a few people at the top who suck. Everyone else is trying to live their life.
That is interesting, though. Yeah, like how the kind of economics and the kind of the general milieu within the culture, would allow people to be more convinced of it, versus questioning things more. Is that what you were alluding to? Like,
Yeah. Well, you've noticed that, like let's just say that what's said about North Korea is correct, right? Those sorts of regimes generally need to be enforced by more brutal methods, like, and to be honest, I don't know if you guys know, but there's a stat that came out, and I can't remember which year it was, but 10 times as many people were arrested in the UK than in Russia for things they said online, and I think it was like 2021 or so. And so, it's like, obviously that gets into a free speech thing, which is kind of off topic, but trying to think exactly where I was going with this. Yeah, so the idea is that, like, when you've got ideas that are quite far from reality, you have to enforce them more strictly and more severely.
It's not like how from their YouTube videos or anything. It's those if it's flat Earth based video, Wikipedia, flat Earth is an archaic model that was debunked.
Scientifically disproven, they say. Yeah, when we come into these forums, science doesn't prove anything. So I don't know how it could be scientifically disproven if science doesn't prove anything. But there's no campaign against flat Earth either, right? Of course, all of these things
We're doing it for the money, guys. Big flat Earth dollars. Those people at NASA, they get like 70 million a day from our taxes. Flat Earth, and we make way hella more.
I think it's 52 million.
I think you might be out of date with that one. It was 52 million a day a couple of years back.
It was a couple of years ago. It's more now, I'm pretty sure. I think it was up to 70, or around 70, or below, like 60 something.
Whatever it is, it's a shit
High
load of money.
60s.
No, it's not that much money compared to the military. Oh, right, brilliant. Yeah, good argument.
Oh, you're right, because everything went up over the COVID. Gas, butter, food, and now NASA went up too. Damn it.
Propaganda. Unfortunately, the problem with propaganda inflation is that it costs more and then you get to hear more of it. So it's like a double whammy. So Matthew, you still here? Okay. No.
Yeah, I don't think he's still in the VC. I don't see him. Yeah, what you just said that was interesting. Yeah, so they try to say that like flat Earth is like scientifically disproven, yet they also say science doesn't prove things. So how do you have a system that can only disprove things but can't prove things? And how could you disprove? How could you know how to disprove something if you don't even know how to prove something?
Just use the word science, and you got it.
Seems like a complete contradiction.
Well, I mean, like I think in a way you can disprove things without proving things. So, for instance, if I know for a fact that Lamborghinis are only made in red, yellow, and blue, and there's a car that's green, well, I know it's not a Lamborghini, but I don't know what it is. So, in that sense, I guess I understand that that's possible, but at the same time, it's like, well, they're very heavily implying that they've proven it's a globe scientifically. With that, they're very careful with that wording. Yeah, it's very sneaky wording.
Like right on the Wikipedia for flat Earth, it says an archaic and scientifically disproven. So it's scientifically disproven.
But what they're implying is that the globe was proven scientifically. But they're not saying that. But they are very, very heavily implying that. Right?
Yeah, because they can't be liars, right?
Well, it's like when in the UK, I think McDonald's got in trouble for wording of specific, and I can't remember exactly what it was. Something like all of the meat in our burgers is beef, right? Something like that. But the patty wasn't entirely meat; it was like 30% meat or something. So
is this all this legal? Like they have to be careful with their words. Is this all just them making sure that they don't break any laws under the maritime admiralty law of the ocean or the seas?
I don't know, but all I'm saying is that like when it comes to like advertising and propaganda, which these people are very good at, you just have to be very, very careful with it. Don't assume that something is a mistake. Like this wording is chosen very carefully. You know.
I wonder if maritime admiralty is kind of, it benefits us in a certain way. That gives us certain protections, and other ways it actually fucks us at the same time too. Like part of it is almost God-given, and other times it is the people that rule over us, their law. Because what just makes them like not just fucking just wipe us out, kill us, or just I don't know.
What's the point of ruling over nobody?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe they need slaves.
Oh, they like slaves.
Love it. Either that or they're like harvesting like us.
It's no fun being the leader of nobody, is it?
I wonder what's beyond the icefall. I wonder if we will ever figure that out. Proven that like everyone comes to consensus that yes, that is beyond the ice wall, and it's everyone It's proven. Flat Earthers use it. Everyone uses it, except for the Globers, who just say, "Oh, Antarctica has some hidden land on it."
Mm, mm, mm.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Shadow?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, we were talking about some stuff, but it went a little quiet for a few minutes. You got anything on your mind?
No. Oh, actually, maybe I do. I went to Los Angeles. No, not Los Angeles. I went out of town and I drove in the LA area. It was pretty horrific, actually. I made it alive. That's good. Have you guys driven in LA before?
Yes. There's nothing quite like having 11 lanes and still bumper-to-bumper traffic.
Yeah.
Hey, lots of tacos everywhere, though.
I was terrified driving there. And it was like at 1:40 fucking a.m. and I wasn't even in LA. I was in the Barstow or whatever the fuck that area is. It was a nice area, but it was I wanted to get the fuck out of there.
The only thing that's good for going down to LA is if you get behind one of those Star Tour buses and you just follow those Star Tour buses all up in the hills. That's about as fun as you can get going down there.
I'm gonna do that if I ever can. I'm not gonna go out of town anymore. I'm not gonna drive that far away anymore. That was my last trip.
Why would you pay for a map when you could just follow one of the Star Tour buses?
Yeah. Well, LA wasn't my destination though. I was driving through it. But yeah, next time maybe I'll consider taking a tour bus or something.
Not a tour bus. You
Sounds like
follow
fun.
behind the tour bus. No. You follow behind. You take your own car, but you follow the Star bus, so you can just go on the tour with the Star bus and go see all the houses. For some gas money, right? Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea, but okay.
What else is there to do in LA besides go to the Hollywood sign up the mountain, go to Universal Studios, or go to Rio Drive? Like, really, what is there to do in LA? Visit.
Go to Beverly Hills. Go to a mansion
I mean.
and
That's all it is.
ask rich people for money.
Good luck with that. I don't even think they see people like me and you. Like, literally, when you walk down Rio Drive, they don't even see you. It's like
Probably not.
It's like the reverse They Live movie, right? They don't actually see themselves. They see like cockroaches, right? It's not a Universal. What's the amusement park in LA there? Is it? It's not Universal, is it? Because I know Universal's in California and in Florida, but what is the one in LA there that's big? Hollywood Studios, or what's the Planet Hollywood, isn't it?
I'm
What's
worse
the
to
one that?
ask. I don't go to LA that often.
Oh, okay.
In fact, that was my last trip. I ain't doing that shit again. Cause
Pretty sure it's
'cause
Universal.
It's not Planet
Universal's-
Hollywood. Because I know Universal Studios is in California and in Florida, but I can't remember which one is in LA. If it is Universal, then it must be.
Universal's in LA.
Well, you've got Universal in California, which is in LA, and then you've got Universal Studios in Florida, right?
Yeah, I think.
So then what's Planet Hollywood? Because I think LA's got that big orb. A big, I think it was called Planet Hollywood.
I think Universal's got that big orb.
It's been like 10 years since I've been there. So
One time I was in LA, my GPS map got very fucked up, and I don't know where I was going. I ended up getting in the fucking ghetto in the middle of the night where this is a true story, where four gangsters was walking in my direction, and I freaked out and I left.
did you at least go? Did you
It was in the ghetto too.
the Wax Museum and all that stuff? Did you go
Also,
see the
anyone who lives
tallest
in the ghetto is
man?
a gangster.
What's that theater called? The Chinese theater there, right on the main drag in LA there, Sunset Boulevard. You got that that theater. Like it's been in like every movie under the sun.
Madame Tussauds?
I don't know. It's like the
Is
Wax
that-
Museum, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's. I don't know if it's Madame Tussauds that's in LA, but yeah, that's the one, famous one.
It's got the
Madame Tussauds
wax
Museum.
right, and the tallest man sitting in there, apparently. And you got some Hugh Hefner and Arnold, all those guys, idolizing all these stars.
Hey, there's a lot of talented people in LA. If you want to slave your way to Hollywood, you can do that. Technically, I wouldn't mind working there, but it is kind of slavery. To work in the movie industry, but you do always have that option, I guess, to go to
In my
LA.
line of work, the average age expectancy was 52 years of age. And I'm not doing that work anymore.
Yeah. But I also heard there's a lot of shit going on in LA, like behind closed doors that people are not aware about. Like a lot of blackmailing and sex trafficking and shit that goes on. It's a common thing over there.
Oh yeah, dude, the Nexium, the actor from Smallville. Yeah, she was like recruiting girls and everything. Nexium, I think it's called Nexium. And apparently Larry Page. Have you guys heard the latest on Larry Page, the Google CEO? Have you heard what's going on with him?
No, but I'm not surprised. Go.
So apparently there's a warrant out for his arrest and he's missing. And the warrant out for his arrest is child trafficking at Epstein's Island. That's the rumor.
Be careful when you say stuff like that because, I know this is a flat earth server, but I want to be truthful here. When somebody is being charged, don't believe that they're guilty unless they're actually convicted.
That's what I said. That's why I prefaced it by saying rumor.
Rumor? Okay. Yeah. No, I take that seriously because I don't want people to be falsely convicted, and we none of us want that, and we don't want to like. What?
Have you guys heard of Cyrus Parsas?
No.
Or Cyrus Parsa? You guys haven't heard of AI Incorporated or AI something AI, but Cyrus Parsa. He used to work for like Homeland Security, all this stuff apparently. Oh shit, what is going on? Anyway, he filed a lawsuit against Google, Alphabet, all that stuff, December 19th, 2000, or so December 16th, 2019, and it implicates Elon Musk's Neuralink, Google because Google, Google Phone, and they have all the text messages, all the locations, right? So they have all that data just sitting there.
I don't think they're that smart enough to be able to put that neural link in your brain.
No, but
No way.
the process of developing technology, of course, and I think even in the lawsuit, the lawsuit got tossed out, but it went to California. It was in California. It had its reading, and then it got. I shouldn't say tossed out. I'm not familiar with the court language, but
What's
tossed
the
out
lawsuit?
nonetheless. So if you type in Cyrus Parsa, so Cyrus CYRUS Parsa PARSA, and you type in versus Google LLC, you'll see the California document that's been filed, or you see the court document filed in California. Just so you know, it's all going to come to a head 2030. So apparently, this is not the only guy, but like I said, all the phone records, all the GPS locations, they have all the phones tracked. They have NSA has all that information, so they can arrest all these traffickers, if you will.
Yeah. I know they're trying to move us into this technological era. I mean, that is a thing they're trying to do. But whether they succeed or not, that's a different story.
It's pretty quiet in here tonight. There's no Globers.
I'm a Glober.
You're on a Glober talking about protecting a flat Earth channel against disinformation. What?
I never talked about the flat Earth. I mean, I rarely talk about that subject, but we can talk about it if you want.
So wait a sec. You're on a flat Earth server, but you rarely talk about flat Earth.
Yeah. I've been
All
here
right.
for a while, so some of these people know me. I just don't talk. I just rarely talk. I just come here, listen, and chill. And
What do you like? Physics and math and geometry, or like what's your kill
yeah, I
switch there?
do.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. There's nothing else that really debates it, is it?
Well, I'm my own individual, I guess. I'm an electric universe person, I guess. I don't believe in Einstein's relativity. I believe that the Earth is a globe, but I also believe that gravity is caused by some form of electricity, one way or the other. And I have my own model of the way the universe works, too.
So you don't find that there's an interesting paradox with the way the world presents itself versus what you perceive it to be outside of your senses?
What do you mean paradox?
Well, if the Earth's a ball, but everything around you is horizontal, planar, and stationary, there's going to be a paradox in there, buddy.
Well, you can call me stubborn or biased, but I believe the star trails make sense on a globe. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
But that would be a reification on your part as far as what you would assume was happening above would be what would you require on the surface. Again, the paradox would be that if the Earth isn't flat, it would contradict itself, right? And the idea the Earth is flat and doesn't contradict itself, but yet you have these opposing rotations.
Yeah.
So it's a paradox, buddy. How do you get horizontal flat everywhere with opposing rotations? How does it work?
Because it looks flat, because it's big. Live on a big planet.
Sure enough. Hey, but they don't tell you that for a local observer.
You just cut off.
Yeah, but you're not really rigid on that, right? Like, isn't your perspective that, I mean, it could be something other than a globe, but you're kind of going with the globe for now?
No, I believe it's a globe. I'm sticking to that. Is anybody talking?
No, I think data might have cut out.
I mean,
but in your mind, it could be something other than a globe, though, right?
No, in my mind, it's a globe. I might joke about it, but I personally, realistically, I believe it's a globe. I mean, if you're talking about refraction, I mean, there's a thing called atmospheric refraction, so you wouldn't expect to have precise measurements.
But that makes a globe look flat.
No, it just makes it hard to calculate the curvature, I guess. But that's about it. It doesn't really prove anything one way or the other. But you do see a drop. I mean, when you do see ships sinking over the horizon, I guess. I mean, that could be evidence of a globe. I'm hoping somebody would step in here and start talking.
Do you think if someone has a definitive test or measurement that's like absolute in terms of the Earth not being a globe, do you think they could get it out to the world and that it would be accepted or received, by the rest of the world if they have something that absolutely is definitive?
Um, personally not, but I would have to study that.
Why would they not be able to get it out there? Because you think it'd be suppressed or shut down or just not accepted, just for other bias?
It would just contradict, I guess.
I'm just saying, if you had absolute, validatable, verifiable proof, 100%, would you be able to even get the world to even look at it? Is the kind of
Yeah, that would be a different story. But you know, it's hard to say this. No offense, but I'm the worst person to talk to when trying to convince that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not. That's fine. I'm just throwing out the question. Like, if there was undeniable, validatable proof, would it be able to get out to the world to where enough would be able to overlook their bias and actually look at it, and the huge hurdles that come in the way of, people, their careers, their quote unquote reputation, for them to actually look at something that is fully there,
I agree with you that if there's undeniable data, sure, but I don't believe there is. But regardless, I do agree with flat earthers, and it's not a flat earth thing. It's not even a flat earth topic anymore. But but this world is a mess. The education is all screwed up. If we had proper education, we would be much better off, but we don't. So I can't blame people for believing the Earth is flat. I really can't. That's where I stand. And a lot of globe earthers will probably don't generally believe in conspiracy, but and yes, a lot of people do parrot science because I've seen that in my college. But luckily, there is individual freedom still.
Were you trying to allude that people that are uneducated think that the Earth is not a globe? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that kind of implied there. I didn't mean it like that, but yeah.
What about people that have like college degrees, graduate degrees, etc., who think the Earth is?
They're no better. They're no better. I've seen a lot of weird people out there at the school, so the school structure is all screwed up.
Right, but if they're teaching a lie in school that people are believing because they're quote unquote well educated, but that's wrong information, then are they really educated, or are they just indoctrinated and believing something that's false?
I believe that. I think they're just indoctrinated more than anything else. Whether it's true or false, I think they're just told to parrot things, but we rarely observe, or we're taught to observe the things of reality as much. I mean, you can't sit on a classroom all day for like 6 hours and then sit on a desk. There's no learning involved that process, but that's what the school is ultimately. I'll give you an example. Einstein's relativity, right? I don't believe in Einstein's relativity, but I do see people parroting it like it's some kind of fact when it isn't. And I know this because I see ChatGPT. All you have to do is ask it, and then it'll send you an answer. And when you talk to people in here, it will give you the exact same answer. So it's like people are just parroting off stuff on the internet. Because I don't think Einstein's relativity can be proven or is proven. To be honest, I mean, and when I ask a global observer about that, they mention about time dilation or something like that. But that doesn't really make sense to me, or maybe I just don't understand it. But there could be
One of the proofs for relativity is astronauts slowing the aging process. If you go look up the 4 simple ways to prove relativity, one of them is an astronaut aging.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what it is. If you look up National Geographic, it says 4 simple ways to prove relativity is true. One of the first example to prove relativity is true is how astronauts age slower. Let me clarify. Astronauts in low Earth orbit age slower than people on the Earth at the surface.
Yeah, you don't need to clarify. It's already confusing enough as it is.
Well, do you actually want to know what the study is with low Earth orbit and what happens to the human body? Did you know?
I consider that separate from relativity.
So do you know what happens to their body at low Earth orbit for 6 months?
At zero gravity? No. What happens?
They age anywhere from 17% to 30%. So, for instance, if you're 40, you're going to age, turn to be 50 and 60. It's 30%. So you age 10 years to 20 some years, 30 years in 6 months. It's gonna kind of suck if you want to go to Mars. You better leave in your fucking when you're 15, because when you get there, you'll have the arteries of a 50-year-old.
Yeah, we're not gonna go to Mars anyways. We're long overdue for that.
Well, you see, there's nothing written after Elon, according to Werner von Braun, page 117 of his Project Mars book. I believe it's 117 on the PDF. It may be 57 on the actual physical book. But that particular book states that Elon is going to save humanity, mankind, by getting us to Mars. Here's what I'd like to know. What is going to be next for conspiracy? Percentage, you're not there, you don't got an idea.
No, I don't think percentage is in the VC. Did you mean like things that conspirators are going to do, or understandings that we're figuring out of conspiracies that are going on that we don't currently know about yet? Which one did you mean?
Well, that's 2 great scenarios. Why don't we start our conversation? Why don't we start out with the implications of? So, are you implying that conspiracy theorists will act in a manner because of said conspiracy? What were you implying by that question?
No, I think I was meaning like, okay, so if there's conspiracies going on that we don't know about, I'm saying that could be one angle that we learn about something. Or I was saying the other side of it. Did you mean that like people that are doing conspiracies are going to do another one, basically, like some new one or whatever? If one of those is what you were alluding to, I was just wondering if it was one of those. Because didn't you say what's coming next for a conspiracy? Is that what you said?
Well, for the life of me, you have aliens, you have flat Earth, you have the globe 666, you have pharma, you have money, you have health, like the food industry. Like, where else could it go? It's essentially what I'm saying is that every field of our known, every occupation or field of business has some sort of conspiratorial, connotation to it. Especially the bigger, the more unfalsifiable claim, it seems like, the bigger the conspiracy. That wasn't clear enough to you, or did I just said something that you didn't hear me?
No, I'm actually just eating food, so I'm trying not to chomp in everyone's ears when I'm eating. So sorry, I'm just
very polite, very polite of you.
In the middle of chewing bites.
See, I think I've grown a pattern of smoking a joint and coming here, and sometimes it could be entertaining, maybe perhaps slightly fruitful. But it's funny how you get organized a certain way or disorganized a certain way, depending on how you look at it. Do you ever analyze one's behavior and your pattern?
Yeah, I find that cannabis makes me a lot more like creative. Like my brain wants to think about like new ideas and, kind of creativity. Whereas trying to like, do like math or something where I'm really like crunching numbers or something, it's like it doesn't seem to flow. And I'm saying in the cannabis state, it seems like the creativity mind flows more than the technical rational mind.
Funny, maybe that's why I went through so many different formulas, because I had the opposite effect. In fact, when I used to partake in it, I couldn't read or do anything of that intense focus. But for some reason, when I came across light, and I don't know the half of the I still couldn't write all the equations out or whatever, but I do know the Rayleigh criterion formula in and out. I know optics to a certain degree, and that was all done under the influence and the inspiration of smoking a joint. I was like, what the fuck formula now? Let's take like all the geometry, so could tell all that stuff, right? Fucking around with numbers all day long, calculators. Like, it was just, of course, watching, tutorial after fucking tutorial, right? Trying to learn field equations, Einstein's field equations. So I kind of had the reverse effect. I was like a sponge. Give it to me.
Yeah.
But it'll probably take me honestly, if I keep studying it, it'll probably take me at least another 10 years before I could probably at least come up with a concrete formula. But again, I realized that I'm not God. And why the hell do I want to be God here? Crazy. It's going to be a weird breakup, Geo.
Breaking up with the globe?
No, just the see. There's definitely a skeptic frame of reference that you can go in that frame of reference. You can be in that reference frame. I think it's about choosing reference frames, and if you want to be in one reference frame your whole life, well, then you're going to probably end up doing the same things your whole life. Well, I'm not that kind of person. I've never stayed in one reference frame.
I got you, but what do you mean by a breakup?
Well, it's kind of like if you say you married a woman 35 years and built this little thing together, this image, this ideal. And you don't really get to enjoy the ideal because you're still trying to build it. And so if I'm going to be like wandering what the earth is, the shape and size and dimensions, I guess it's kind of like if I want to enjoy it, I should enjoy it. Instead, I try to work hard to build something. And in that regard, the consequence would be is that you're trying to have a partner, or you work hard to build something, you grow apart from it. You don't end up enjoying it. Does that make sense, or I'm just sounding like crazy to you or something?
No, I'm following you. I'm just like I was just like
You're eating, yeah. Being polite, that's good. Stanic's on a little vacation, huh? He hasn't been around in a while.
Yeah, I think he was timed out, but I think it's probably up by now, so he'll probably be back. But it's been kind of a nice break, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I apologize for all the shit that I've done, man, as the hot-headed character. Like I said, you smoke a joint and you it's fucking hilarious. Because how do you know at the end of the day anything? But when you're only engaging in a battle between words, how fast you can say them, how concisely, to rebuke or it's just it's an interesting training, right? It's just interesting training, dude. Because there's people that actually do this for a living, negotiation or interrogation, right? And in ways like that, right? So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like intellectually sparring on a very high level. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of show up for the obviously the relativity because it's the like when I read, but Eddington and this expansion, claiming that the expansion and the rate of expansion creates these perturbations, and you have these fields that are either dark energy and dark matter, and they're competing for speed, right? It's like how do you quantify deep space? It's definitely vacuum energy. I could totally see vacuum energy in the essence that that's creating magnetic flux lines, which is the geometry of space essentially, right? But to write a formula about that, like you'd have to, like somebody would have to go down to the labs and use the equipment and observe it independently of the status quo. I mean, Geo, what does it mean to be 20 to the 50th order of magnitude greater than observation? What does that mean to you?
Trying to quantify the unquantifiable. Like, can you quantify something that's never been quantified?
Do you think potentially just it's a training course into the idea of understanding the paradox? if you truly are smart enough to understand the dilemma, which is if there is opposing rotations, how do you have it on an extended plane?
You're talking about the star trails?
Well, it would be pretty good proof if there was a 24-hour sun, right? And all I can find is 22 hours, but you know, it's really just what's holding it back, isn't it, from accepting a model that has a paradox in it? Would that be a better understanding of a model? Is to admit that the Earth is planar everywhere you go, but there's a paradox because of the opposite rotation, and therefore people could be at least in that paradox.
Well, what do you mean the opposite rotation? Do you mean the star trails over a plane, or is that what you're referring to?
Well, yeah, we know them as opposite rotations, right? Clockwise and anti-clockwise. It appears, right? You can explain it by being inside a circle and outside of a circle, sure. But wouldn't it be true to state that that would be still a paradox? Because yes, you're small, and of course on a small plane and these small, polynomial size triangles, you can create the sphere, right? And that's essentially the rationale and some of the driving methodologies behind the mathematics for creating the model, right?
Yeah, but if you had like over a planar surface, like the North Pole with all the stars going around it, it would look like that. What if there's just another one of those in the south? Meaning that it's just another pole location over a planar surface.
There's a map in the 1500s, late 1500s, I think, that looks like two boobs, right? Have you seen that map?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Maybe a version of it, yeah.
But I mean, it strikes me that the stars have that kind of like vortex quality, like they're one's going one way, one the other. So I mean, that happening over a planar surface, I don't think there's any contradiction in that. Just to be able to have like rotations like that above a plane. Like a swirling effect. Like you could have a flat floor and you could take, grains of sand or whatever, and you could spin some of those grains one way and some another way, and it would all just be on a flat floor.
The only way that I could get it to appear to work would be to infer the dome over the observer. So what I did in Blender is take a real piece of land and then measure out a 3-mile radius, and then draw a circle, and then create a glass dome, if you will, over the observer. Now, if I angled the body of sun above it and angled it a certain way, it would appear to rise and fall counterclockwise and anti-clockwise, right? Only appearing so just due to the, let's say, the body of the sun moving in a straight path over that spherical dome. That's the only way that I could create the illusion. But having a equator with one directional stars all around in a circle, it's kind of hard to find that as with two boobs, right? Like the map, the 1500 map that's got the two boobs, you don't have a equator lining up with straight line stars there. You'd have to have multiple poles all around or something.
Yeah, but there is that like meeting point, like in an electric field, like the center of it. Like you've seen those like ferrocell toroidal fields that have like the sort of like the two circles on either side, and then in the middle they meet like a flat line. So like that is the way magnetic fields are.
You still have to imply an antipodal position, though.
I mean, I think there's 4 southern pole regions that all look the same. So, like, if you're in South America, you're looking at one of them. If you're in South Africa, you're looking at another one of them. So it's sort of like each, like the 4 corners of the earth, the four rivers at the North Pole, the 4 land masses that are talked about. There's like 4 main stretches of continents. You have the North America, South America one. You have the, like, Europe, Africa one. You've got the, Asia. It's, Australia. Then there's like the South Pacific one. So like I almost see each of those 4 as almost like a tunnel from the north to the south. I don't mean an actual tunnel, but I mean like sets of longitude and latitude lines that are, sort of like across, basically like 4 corners, like across. So whichever one of the legs you're going on from the North Pole, up to like the 12 o'clock position, or if you're going, to the 3 o'clock position, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you're sort of going to be in one of those like tunnels. I'm just kind of calling it a tunnel, meaning it's like a stretch from the North Pole to the center region to the South Pole. So like within like the magnetic, I think it's like a quadrupole system. So within like the magnetic flux lines of all of those, you're getting like a conduit basically, or kind of like a connection between the North and the South to kind of have that like vortex of the magnetic field that's basically tracking in the sky from the center outward.
Yeah, I'd have to see an image of it to best understand it. I've tried modeling it several times over. Even if I take the sphere model, there's still going to be issues with that when it comes to star positions and of course rotation. So it's interesting, man. It's a paradox for me because when I have flown at the minuscule amount I have done, it's a greater distance, much greater distance than, of course, 16,000 feet. So my piqued interest was, hey, they didn't have to go out and make these videos like Bill Nye, the science guy, creating the curvature model of the Earth, right? And then showing you the boat going over the horizon, right? This is like gone out of the way to show you this. That's easy. If you take some time, it's pretty easy to prove that incorrect as far as when it comes to years of this debate being the years of this debate highlighting the response to being asked about the distance and what the horizon is and so forth, and boats going over it, right? So Bill Nye's curvature Earth model, was one of those videos where he'd come out and he says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and it's just whisked away. Years later, you've got somebody like Michelle Feller, who's saying, why are we questioning flat Earth? Oh, here's a proof. I mean, there's many, but I'm just going to give you this one. Take a pair of binoculars and go to the beach and stare at a boat. You see it disappear. Hull first, then the mast, and then disappear, right? What's really funny is I've actually taken that scenario and not had anybody know the reasoning behind the questioning, but I said, is that boat going over the curve of the Earth? And it's like 3 miles away. And Buddy goes, no, that's just a wave. He's thinking, naturally he's thinking the Earth is way bigger. The curve's not 3 miles away. So would that pique your interest, Gio, if you came across that? Like, why are they showing us these models that are, easily falsifiable? You can falsify the curvature model, Bill Nye's curvature model.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy how easily curvature can be falsified, and how few people, when you look at the overall population, have even gone out to try to see if they could do it.
At the rate that they're claiming, I mean, I've heard QE and I think even Nathan say this, and I'm like, and then other people too. They claim that the curvature calculator, which is the height above the surface, square root the observer's height multiplied by 1.22, right? That will give you, my apologies. That's the I'm talking about the Earth curvature calculator as far as what the hidden drop is. They say it was accurate up to is it 1,000 miles? Do you remember Kiwi saying that?
Yeah, the 8 inches. You mean?
Yeah. So the formula for that. My apologies. I was thinking about the other calculation there. Very quiet. What day is it today? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah, it is a quiet evening at the moment.
I heard a joke yesterday. Was this black guy told this joke? He said this little kid, it was his birthday. And he got this big chocolate cake. Eh? He rubs it all over his face, and he goes to his mom and dad. His grandma's like, "Hey guys, look, I'm black." Mom comes up, smacks him in the face. The dad comes up, smacks him in the face. Grandma comes up, smacks him in the face. The little boy goes, "I've only been black for a minute, and I already hate you, white people."
I don't know whether to laugh or say that that's racially offensive. I don't know.
The funny thing is that I've told it to a few brown guys, and they really like it. I don't know why. That's another bad joke. Is like joking about racism bad? Is that like you can't joke about racism? I watched these. It's called Bad Friends. Have you seen this little podcast called Bad Friends? A couple of comedians in it. I think Bobby Lee is one of the comedians. He's like he looks like a Down syndrome Asian kid. Have you seen what I'm talking about?
I don't think I've seen the podcast, but I know who that guy is, and I may have seen like a YouTube short of something that had their thing on it.
Well, I was given one video of it, and of course, I watched it. And now I'm getting all the feeds of it, and I mean, it's just absurd, right? I mean, Bobby Lee apparently is pretty wealthy. He would basically like the character of the guy. He would be like driving his car. His car would break down or get a flat or something. He'd just go across the street and buy another one. He wouldn't even get it towed or fixed.
We just leave it there.
He would just leave it there, call a cab, go to a dealer, buy another car, and leave right then and there. 2 hours. Yeah. And then he used to torture his daughter. His daughter lived with him. He'd come in, he'd take boogers, he'd put boogers under a light switch or something. I mean, I don't know why I watch the stuff, but I think I'm just I'm laughing, but I'm like kind of it's a weird laugh, but unusual stuff like that, right? He says one time his dad told him a story. His dad's Korean. Told him a war story what the Japanese used to do to the Koreans. And so Bobby Lee says to his dad, "Hey dad, you never tell me a bedtime story. All my friends, their parents tell them bedtime stories. Can you tell me a bedtime story?" He goes, "Okay." He goes, "Japanese get a big pot of water, they boil it. They take Korean guy, they dunk him, dunk, 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 dunk. He comes out, part of his skin comes off. Then he goes back in, dunk, dunk, dunk. Okay, good night." Awesome. Because you don't know if it's true or not, right? You don't know if it's true, but it's true. It's funny in a morbid, macabre way.
Yeah. That was what he said his dad really told him that?
Well, that's the part of the skit on the Bad Friends podcast. That's basically the premise. I mean, obviously these guys are professional comedians, and it's pretty funny. I mean, if you're, I suppose, wasting time scrolling.
Back to the boats over the curve thing. If you had to give like an elevator pitch to someone, if someone says, "Oh yeah, it's proof the Earth's a globe," and if you were to give another viewpoint on it, like what would your like elevator pitch response be as an explanation for it if it's not having to do with the globe?
Well, the more I've thought about it, I probably would try to say that it would be more leaning towards an optical illusion rather than a point of position where you could classify it as a boundary based on sphericity. It would be based on an optical angular limit. That's what I'd say. And the optical angular limit would cause an optical illusion. Not that I would then still conclude that the idea that it still doesn't disprove that it's not a sphere, but the way that you can proceed to understand how it sets is would probably be a little bit because most people ask when you just ask general people, when you ask how far away the horizon is, they'll say 30, 40 miles, right? Maybe even 50 miles, some of them. But when you look at the map, of course, it's confined to a much smaller position, which would remind me of just being a Greek guy with no technology and looking at the horizon and having a presupposition, right? And then when you look at modern times, we have technology, and I think technology has now made the Earth flat, and therefore there's a different radius. I mean, at the end of the day, if it requires flattening, and you need refraction for that, then apparently you can have an Earth that's 260,000 miles in radius for the 10-mile horizon line, right? So in a simple pitch, it's an optical illusion, and it would be the sun moving away from you at that position as opposed to the Earth rotating.
Yeah.
But again, it wouldn't prove that the Earth's not a sphere. It just would prove that the Earth is stationary and the sun is moving away. In my opinion, because the way that it moves is independent of the rotation anyway. And so it would make sense that the Earth would be stationary and all the bodies would move for simplicity.
Yeah. I think about it too, like if everything's going to converge at that convergence point, you have like only so far you can see of the ground level, depending on that day. So like if you could see really, really far, then yeah, the sun would, something like you can in the desert when it's really dry, to where you can see the sun like shrink all the way to a tiny little dot. It doesn't really have that dramatic cutting off effect, because in that case you can see so much more of the ground, that the meeting place of the ground and the sky is so much further that you're going to be able to see the sun. It's not going to have that same, that optical angular. What was the word I was trying to use the word you used. What were you saying? The optical convergence point. Well, because of the angle, the angular, the point at which, like, yeah, the angles that's getting smaller and smaller, reducing more and more as you go away, as the item reduces in angular size. And if that reduction process becomes limited by the fact that you can't see as far on the ground as you can in the sky, then an object above the ground is going to melt into the ground layer that you can see. It's going to cut off like that.
Yeah, appear to converge, based on the just based on optics, the perspective effect, right? But you have also refraction is huge, and it plays a large part in it all. I just think the idea that expressing that to somebody would be simpler in saying, getting them to ask how far the horizon is, and say, okay, that's pretty good. But would you know that this is the model? And when I've done that before, there, some people go, nah, NASA's wrong then. That's the guy. Got a couple of landscapers, and they're always on the lake, big lake, 100-mile lake, and I'd be like, hey, well, this is the math, the geometry. They're like, the radius is wrong. That's wrong. but then they'll still think the Earth's a ball. So funny.
Mic check.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
show,
good.
buddy. How are you?
I'm good, man. My
What,
phone's finally working.
what have you conjured up? What have you done for some hacking and programming? What have you done? Tell us.
Just checking in on people's cameras, that kind of sick stuff.
Mostly guys that are changing.
Guys, girls, whatever I can find. I was just gonna say,
If you
in
could do
Canada,
that, if you could deliver that statement again, you should do it with a little giggle at the end of it.
no
Make it
joke.
more It'll make it more believable.
Fair enough. Anyways, I was just saying, in Canada, a landscaper, I don't know what that means, but in America, a landscaper is simply somebody who works on your yard. So I don't know if that's
Yeah, so they build foundation walls. They've got a good sense of geometry and all that stuff, and how to work the land per se. So they know feet and values, right? They know inches, meters, kilometers. You know, they're pretty good with that kind of stuff, especially if they're doing big pieces of land, right? Especially in construction when you're doing, let's say, retaining walls for highways. Anyway, the point is, I just use landscaper as an example because one of my buddies is that, but they're also surveyors, you know. Anyway, the point is that when you present them the simplicity of it, the argument, they just can't believe it, and that's the whole premise of it all. It's not to be you're not attacking anything, you're not making anything sound bad. You're just providing a description of the math based on their model. And if they understand miles, whatever, kilometers, meters, then they'll get the argument.
understandable.
But they still go back to the ball. They'll go back to it.
You got to.
Well, here again, example. If you're on a lake with Buddy, and Buddy understands the radius and understands math and the model, but he doesn't understand the story. He doesn't understand what Michelle Thaler said about binoculars. And there's other guys, on the other hand, will agree with Thaler. But if you talk about the math and they actually know, like the distance, you know, the arc minute, arc second, all that stuff, they have a grasp of it. Will say, well, no, that boat's not disappearing 3 miles over. It's the fucking wave in front of it. They will. Some of them will know that, and say that it's impossible if it's that short away, because they're like, no, Earth is massive, so they get the size.
You show them a picture of Michelle Thaler when you bring this up.
Oh, imagine that. That would just add to the story, wouldn't it?
It would. I think people would be less reluctant to agree with you, perhaps. They may.
I'm not looking for them to agree. That's the best part about it. I don't care. You want to think there's a ball? Go ahead. Don't care. You want to think it's flat?
Right.
Go ahead. Don't care.
Because you do ask those questions impartially, like you're sort of just trying to see what they're
if I don't ask it impartially, I don't get a response that's genuine. So what's the point of asking?
I see. Yeah. I think those are interesting questions now. The question about like how far is the horizon? It's kind of like one of those like Jay Leno questions. Like he goes out in the streets and asks, ordinary people that question.
No, I would ask an optometrist, bro, just as well. Like I would go in and I'd be like, I would ask an optometrist. I've done 3 optometrists. They're one guy hung up on me, but for the most part, they will entertain a few questions, and I try to push them on the optical illusion of convergence and get them to acknowledge what I'm saying. Maybe that's an optical illusion of convergence. It's not happening. But then when I get them to apply it to the horizon, they go, that's Earth sphere. They will not break. The optometrist won't break that. I haven't gotten, and they get upset. So I haven't gotten past that point yet, because I actually haven't tried since I've done it, because it's like, what's the point? If you want to think there's a ball, it's great. But I actually went out and just asked to see what I could get for responses. And it was entertaining. I now know that it doesn't matter what you show people or how you converse with them, they're still going to have their ideals and their beliefs, right? So Leave it alone. Let them live.
Yeah, but I mean that question, like, how far is the horizon? I think is like a malformed question because there isn't any one distance that it is. I mean, the way I think about it, like, the ground layer, how far you can see on the ground layer is basically just going to meet with the sky. You can definitely see much further the sky, obviously, because it's much more expansive and goes on as far as we are able to perceive in our local area. Obviously, the Earth is bigger than just our local area we can see. We know that. So the sky is going to be much more expansive, but the ground layer is going to have a limit. So in one case, if the ground limit is 2 miles, then that's where the horizon will be. The conditions are different and you can see 5 miles and that's where it is. If it's 10 miles, that's where it is. And it can change, throughout the day and throughout the minute by minute. Just basically just the constellation of how far you can see on the ground and then the rest is sky. And then if there's something on the water or something beyond that, then if you can't see as far on the ground layer as something is physically beyond that, like if the ground layer you can only see is 2 miles and the legs of the oil rig or whatever are 4 miles, then yeah, the bottom's going to be cut off of the oil rig.
See, the funny thing is you have to remind yourself that both coordinate systems are equal, whether it's Ptolemaic or Copernican, meaning the way that the sun is analyzed on a geocentric stationary Earth versus a rotating body. The effects are the same. Do you know what the armillary sphere is, Geo?
Yeah.
So this is the one of the driving forces, if you will, behind creating the model, right? Was the armillary sphere, because that was before Ptolemy.
Yeah, but isn't that originally like meant to be the celestial sphere, represent the celestial sphere?
Well, ideally, you are at the center of that sphere, that the armillary sphere, as far as I understand, because what it does is it highlights opposite rotations. It's the key, the way the shadows move in opposite directions when you use it. It's made differently. Like you have to reverse it to match the shadow angle. Meaning you can be inside the circle or outside the circle to detect it, right? But it's pretty ingenious as far as having a metaphysical idea of where what the Earth could be shaped as back then. It's a great tool, very impressive.
Yeah, I don't want to knock the globe, but it's almost like the globe is like the easy answer, right? It's like the quick answer, like the answer you
Well,
get.
I don't see.
You
I
don't think about
wasn't.
it too hard.
Well, here's the thing is that when I look at Greek literature, I haven't come across the convergence word. I mean, there's Euclid, which I mean, he talked about there. Well, obviously, two parallel lines will never converge or never touch. There's also maybe I'll ask a question for you, Kosho, instead. Was there any talk about, because the only reference I've got was from Ptolemy, his writings when he's doing the Alchemist, or called the Alchemist, is that how you say it? His globe model. He said that he had to use a presupposition of what the horizon is. what H.G. Wells says in a world history book about the Chinese and the Chaldeans and the Babylonians, they were all flat Earth, right? And he says, before then, the Greek mind comes along and says, hey, the Greek mind is looking at reality and says reality is this way. Of course, he attributes to Pythagoras and so forth, and of course, obviously, the spinning globe Earth. My question, I guess, to you is, was there any of that optical convergence as illusions when it comes to like any Greek literature? There's lots of geodesic conversations, but not the optical illusion of convergence perspective.
Yeah, they didn't know very much.
Well, they must have, because they must have known something, because Ptolemy says that he chose the horizon as a presupposition. Now, why would he do that? If he thought it was a sphere, he wouldn't have said it was a presupposition. So there
How do
must
you
have been
define that word?
presupposition.
Presupposition.
Well, you're presupposing it's a sphere or caused by a sphere, right? So your supposition is one to think, but you don't know. Presupposition is to claim to know what it is and then go prove it, right? So he's presupposing the horizon is due to a sphere. He says that without the opportunity to use a presupposition, he wouldn't have had a foundation to build his model. And wouldn't you think as a person of scientific integrity or whatever, you would admit that you would have, first of all, my logic says that I would have to know that the Earth is planar, then admit the horizon could be something else. Because why would you create a presupposition if that wasn't true?
I see. Like making like a almost, a truth as to use for a premise, just to see where the argument leads, not necessarily truth in itself. Sort of just like presupposing, be like kind of assuming to be true, so that you could, follow the logic through and see where it leads.
Well, it would be an admission that you would have to have an alternative thought to then apply a presupposition. Because if you did not have an alternative thought, you would have not needed a presupposition. And in this case, what the alternative thought is that the Earth is planar, but I'm going to assume that the horizon I see is spherical. So would that lead to Ptolemy understanding perspective being an optical convergence point? Like there had to be something because I haven't come across anything that struck me as that paradox of Earth curve or an optical illusion, right? Earth curve or an optical illusion.
I mean, like Coach, like to me, it makes sense that the Earth can be a planar surface, and like because of things that can be visually obscured, that one could like somehow like almost like cherry pick and kind of meaning cherry pick like one particular observation like that, and then say, hey, look, these are things going over a curve. But it seems like a secondary ad hoc way to describe the phenomenon, because like when you look at the whole range of phenomenon, like the actual planar geometry is what's foundational. It's like the horizon is changing upon the planar foundation rather than, I guess on the globe idea, it's like that the Earth is like essentially like the light has to bend to like actually flatten out the surface, rather than just visual obscuration due to the effects of the way the horizon works and the way that things appear over distance with due to perspective and all of those factors.
See, the nature of water is spherical in a sense. At the heart of it does have a sphericity to it, I think, due to surface tension. And then, of course, you have frequency of waves, atmospheric conditions. So there's like so many, issues with saying that it's one cause, and in this case, a sagitta of a spherical body when it should be at least classified that water is spherical in nature, and that if it does rise and fall due to frequency or weather conditions, that's water and what it does in the elements. I know my thumb can block out the building, so if that thumb was miles away, it still would be information that wouldn't pass through. So if, like, for instance, if there was like a million line thumbs up 2 or 3 miles away, eventually there would be a cutoff point that would converge, and anything beyond it would be cut off at the bottom of it. Even if it was like lower to the eye, because light is refracting it upward into a convergence. So you have to, like, it's such what an interesting conversation to look at foreshortening, diffraction, refraction, Snell's law. The thing is, 100 years ago, they were talking about all this stuff again. And you know what I found out today? In 1922, there was a Russian bank that already had digital ID, well, a form of digital ID, and their own one currency that I'll get you the name.
What was the currency?
I said digital. That was misspoke. But it was 1922. Is in the form of CBDCs. Is what I meant. Not digital. I meant the word CBDC, which is digital, but in the principle of how CBDC works. Get to the bank 1 second. I'm going to put the link in the chat for you. It's this guy named Greg Mammon. He's pretty on the pulse here when it comes to world events.
All right, cool.
Hey there.
Kosho, you don't want to engage with me. You just want me to ramble. Why is that?
So what's he saying about CBDCs?
So apparently in 1922, it's sort of the same concept as CBDCs was already implemented. Now, what the protocols for that are, I put the link in the chat. I can't remember exactly what they all are, but it was
Right.
in Russia in 1922. So check it out.
Invented in Russia after the revolution when the communists took power. Well, I think Russia was on the verge of economic collapse in that era.
Exactly. And
So
the
they
bank
had
was set up.
no choice but to implement a new system.
Exactly. So the bank could never collapse. Yeah.
Yeah. Because initially they wanted to run off the gold standard, but the communists stole all the gold, so the economy collapsed.
Funny, Canada apparently had $20 million worth of gold stolen.
What era?
This is like 2 weeks ago, a month ago or something.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't steel gold. That's only 200,000, 300,000. That's 30 gold bars. So it's not, wouldn't be hard to steal.
Hey, Kosho,
Put on trolley and walked out.
what bait am I setting out here? I'm curious. Kosho's got a conspiracy going on. He just wants me to ramble.
But I'm seeing like a recurring pattern between what happened in the 20th century to what's happening now. And what happened in the 1920s when these people took over the banking system? They created a roaring 20s, and within 8 years there was a total worldwide economic collapse. So be careful what you wish for. Those who bear gifts and money always demand more than what they're giving.
I'm really curious to know what bait Kosho's talking about.
Oh, I think that's just extremists doing what he does, always just trying to kind of start some random tension. It's kind of all he does, mostly what he does. I think he just made that up. He posted that, kind of a troll thing.
Oh, my bad. It was
But I think that's kind of his way of saying that maybe, let's just say because of your intense style, maybe he's saying don't start debating with you.
Well, I'm pretty chill.
You're chill right now.
I'm going to be chill from now on, Gio.
Well, I think it's one of the hardest things to do in like what you were saying before, like in a very heated discussion like that, where it's like, yeah, it's almost like at the level of a sport where like your intellect is being brought to bear to like the highest degree. At least it feels that way. It can feel that way. And, you know, every point has to count and every word that's said. But I think it's one of the hardest things in that situation to also like completely let the other person say their thing, because there's always the tendency to want to just overwhelm them with one's thoughts rather than actually letting the back and forth fully happen.
Did you ever do debate groups or something in college or something like that? Did you engage in sort of that fraternizing?
It's funny you say that. Not really. No, I wouldn't really. I never did like a debate club or anything. But I mean, I've been involved in things involving oration and speaking and presentations and all of that, and I've seen a lot and been involved in a lot of like those. So, but yeah, never really necessarily like a debate club type thing.
Would it be true, Gio, to say that they didn't make the whole discussion of globe versus flat seem debatey? They made it seem more of a conspiracy, one world order, end times 666 kind of thing, right? Sort of like Masons, Illuminati, right? So there's a lot of connotation behind the
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of see it's like they're like a gang, so they do kind of have their own thing. Yeah, this sort of does seem like the Luciferianism. I mean, they just basically have a whole cult. It's just a massive cult, just a nasty, at this point, yeah, just a nasty, deeply demonic, evil cult group that is also very criminal. But, well, I think the discussion of the Earth has always had a lot of these different kind of truth topics involved, and who's perpetrating the globe, obviously, because once you realize it's not a globe, then the obvious resultant conclusion to that is, okay, then who's telling us it is a globe when it's not? And then look at who's behind that, and look at how wrapped in the globe is to the government, the intelligence agencies, the financial system, the like industry, obviously the space industry, and many other industries as well, satellite and communication. Yeah, there's so many layers that it connects into.
You know, we did start out by me asking what's the next conspiracy. Let's go full.
Oh yeah, and I was still trying to clarify what you meant by that. Yeah, what like, yeah, we can pick up from there. I'm kind of a little bit more back in the discussion now. Earlier, I was not really fully at my mic.
Well, I mean, if you look at media, social engineering, programming, I mean, you've got obviously skepticism, which is good. A healthy amount's good when it holding people responsible for malpractice, fraud, whatever, right? In the sense that we're believing all of these things to have conspiracy behind them, whether it's the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, government, bureaucrats, whatever. There seems to be in every department there's an angle for or reason for skepticism, which is fine. It's healthy. But at what point do you think that the whole government power structure is against you? And I mean, because there obviously is a point in history that governments do eventually turn on their citizens at some point. So, what's the next conspiracy? Where is it going to lead us? What's the point of the skepticism if it always leads up to that final end game? Then what is the use of skepticism?
You mean that everybody will know what's going on eventually? You mean?
Well, you've got the Great Awakening or the Great Reset. That's basically what's happening right now. It's definitely a change of order, change of power that they want, right? So the conspiracy would be what's next. I mean, if that's what's coming, then what's going to be the next one? You understand? So the idea is that we have access to the black mirror, the TV, the tablet, whatever, and we can watch whatever conspiracy we want, endless amounts of conspiracies. So is that like the next conspiracy would be that our life is to be in the rabbit hole always now? Is that the next conspiracy?
Well, that's why I was asking those two kind of directions to think about that. Meaning, like, if the idea of conspirators, like, what is their next plan of what they want to do? And there's many speculations or possibilities because, yeah, it does seem like things are a little bit quiet right now. There's a couple things rumbling, but it doesn't seem like there's any like major event right now. So yeah, like there's that angle to look at it. Like, is there going to be a next event type thing or some kind of rollout? of something. So there's that question. And then there's also the question, like, will we, the people, as it were, come to some additional new awareness of some additional truths or potentials or other ways that some of these things are being orchestrated outside of our immediate awareness?
Not talking about necessarily the orchestration, or what I mean is it seems like we've exhausted all of conspiracies, because if it's government, if it's money, if it's health, if it's the skies, the soil, there's no creator, there's a creator. It seems like it's what I'm saying is, when you read history, you can see obviously sections of people and culture come together and create like societies, and successful ones and unsuccessful ones. And then you can see what they adopt for ideologies as they become successful, and what ones do become successful when they adopt or implement order and rule of law and things like that. When, if a society starts to, if a society has a whole bunch of DAs that are now releasing violent criminals and not upholding the law, and the guy's been in jail for 40 times, well, that that's usually a sign of other civilizations that have gone, are near collapse, right? That's what they do, right? So the conspiracy, the next one, like I said, it's not necessarily the event. It's just that it seems like everything's exhausted. There's aliens, there's gods. Where do we go? What's the next one? I mean, you're talking about like Grandma Killer. She's not the killer. It was Bob, their cousin. They got together with Jessica. I'm not talking about that kind of conspiracy. I'm just talking about the big ones, the aliens, the UFOs, other planets, other galaxies. I suppose the last one is truly the aliens, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if they did, yeah, well, they could do like a fake alien invasion type thing. If they did that, then yeah, that would be a thing. That could be a possible event where they roll that out, and then there could be like all this conspiracy around what really is going on and who the real aliens are, and are the aliens, like, have they already infiltrated the government, and that's who's actually like is our government aliens now? There's like that avenue. There's like obviously the idea that it's just these people currently under control that are just orchestrating the whole event. So there'd be that whole side to it. And then there'd even be kind of a lot of like mainstream people that would probably be on the fence, or who knows? I mean, that's just total like sci-fi movie writing script type thing.
Yeah. So okay. So let's say that's the last one, and we've done it. We've done it. We've already done it. We're here. We know aliens are real. What's the next one? Like, there's the Nephilim come out. There's like Nephilim giants walking around. I mean, that's already conspiracy anyway, right? Isn't there like Nephilims in Antarctica right now?
There might as well be. That's funny. Nephilim's in Antarctica right now, just making plans. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, I'm sure every idea has been thought about, but yeah, which ones are true and which ones are just kind of like I say fantasy, but I don't really mean in a negative way necessarily, but just kind of like a fabricated sort of potential, like more like a movie script rather than something that, is actually in this world.
Have you heard much of the Gaia, the Greek god Gaia?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Mother Earth.
Well, apparently there's a hollow earthers with lizard people type people living in it, right? Something like that.
Well, there's also the many different concepts of the reptilian beings that live at the North Pole as well. And that's where they're actually controlling everything from.
Reptiles.
That's what Gaia says. Gaia talks about that.
And that they have a city, that they have a city like essentially at the top of Mount Meru. They have a city up there.
There's some outer ponder talk going on in here.
Inner ponders, bro. We're going inner ponder.
Upper ponders.
Outers and inners. Are you an outie or an innie? Which way do you want to go?
Do you think the outer ponders are in our pond, or do you think they're out of our pond?
Are they in their own pond, or are they even in another pond? Like you get there and it's like, sorry, the outer ponders are in another pond, and then you get to that one and there's a note that's like, sorry, the outer ponders are in another pond, and you just keep going forever.
Mm-hmm. Who's to say that it's not all one pond, really, when it comes down to it? It's interconnected, you know.
Yeah. So we're all one big pond.
Could be.
An ocean of consciousness.
Right. Exactly. It's
That's
both and
also
neither.
that thing I just said is definitely the Neptune archetype as well. The ocean of consciousness that fits it perfectly.
Makes sense. It's like it's all a matter of how you look at it. You want to talk about reference frames? This is where it really applies. You know, it's like they've taken some of these concepts and made it fit their paradigm, as they always do, of course. But, you know, you can look at it as you are just a part of the whole. You know, but if you're a part of the whole, then the whole is a part of you.
Yep. The part and the whole duality.
Yep.
Imagine if Ripple became that bank, like in Russia. Like if all the banks collapsed and then Ripple had to be that bank.
What? I didn't get that.
I put a video in the chat. It was about this bank in Russia in 1922. Basically, everything collapsed, but this bank basically created its own currency, whatever, and it was uncollapsible. And it was essentially the first form of like CBDC, right? Because it's not based on anything. You can't collapse it, you know. Just anyway, the video's in the chat. Check it out. In 1922.
Is that what crypto kind of is based on? The whole idea of crypto in general?
I don't know. I haven't actually thought that deeply about it. I just was introduced to the concept of this bank, or the history of this bank, and the concept that that he's talking about, as far as being what do you call it, uncollapsible.
Well, what made it uncollapsible? What was the key element?
They could make whatever they want.
But the value of their currency was based on what?
Didn't have any value. I don't think. I'd have to go read the statement better, but as far as I understand, there's no value to it. That's why they could print whatever they want, right? There's no unlimited.
Well, yeah, but it has to be value to have to work. It has to be some kind of created idea of the value.
If you are the institution in that city, town, or village that's putting out the money to trade merch, then that's what you would do to trade merch. As far as it would work in exchange with other institutions, I haven't gone that far. I think it was just instituted for for Russia, the whole state, so everybody could interchange.
Because everything collapsed, it's possible. Maybe that was the reason. Because there was no value in any other currency that they were able to do that or something.
Maybe I could read it. I could get you the bank and maybe read it. Just give me a second.
No, I mean, if you want to try to explain it better, but I can just watch the video.
Dude, it just came. I didn't even like get into the details of it. Obviously, I just watched.
Well, there's been like talk of that, like the greenbacks. They talked about like the president Kennedy supposedly, as well as Lincoln was trying to put out like a greenback currency based on that would be independent of the Federal Reserve. And then Lincoln, same thing, I guess. At least that's the story we're given, or part of the story we're given, why they were supposedly taken out.
Yeah, it would have created a free market economy.
Who knows if that's just part of the narrative, like, part of the reason that, part of the lesson from the whole Kennedy thing was that, he made this speech about secret societies and stuff, and then he was taken out. So you can, basically the lesson is look what happens to people that try to tell the truth. Even though he probably became president again as Carter. So it's just a narrative.
The bank is called
Yeah,
God.
no, I think even if he wasn't actually shot, then it still would be part of the psyop that the president, like he was talking out, he was trying. Yeah,
he was trying to create his own currency. He was trying to make, save the economy from the Federal Reserve, and here's what happens to people that try to do that or try to talk out of it against the powers that be. Here's what happens to them. We're going to put it on display for the world.
Yeah, almost like a scare tactic, the way like a gang works, like some gang scare tactic thing. Yeah.
We were talking about this same thing, but blowing up the Challenger, like they get people to stop wanting to be president and astronauts. They had too many kids. Like 90% of the kids in every class wanted to be either president or an astronaut, and those are games they're not allowed to play. So might as well just like squelch their desires for that at least.
Right. That's sad that they operate that way, but it is true as well. Yeah, they got everyone to want to be astronauts. And then they had to somehow figure out, like, all right, well, no one's actually going to become one, so now what do we do?
Right. There's too many kids lining up for this. It makes it harder to cover up.
We'll make it hard. Yeah, we'll do the Challenger thing. It'll make it look like it's dangerous, and every parent's gonna be like, "Whoa, I don't want my kid doing that." My gosh,
right?
Just blowing up in a rocket. That's not a way to go.
Yeah. What kid would want to do that after seeing that? And they took us into the library or wherever and wheeled in the VCR, little AV monitor.
I know, what a psyop. What a just total. Oh my gosh. That's what people talk about. Like, sometimes like, it's like like talking about the, the sort of, some of this evil stuff, but at the same time, it's so real. And meaning that like these like that is something that really happened across all of America, is that they rolled the TVs into every single classroom and showed all of the kids a video of just humans blowing up in a rocket in the sky.
And it wasn't live. It was just it was like a recording of the explosion. No, they didn't show it was live. It wasn't like, we got to go at this time and the news is going to show us.
At least the way I remember, it was like, okay, the event's coming, and it was like, and then I thought it was live as far as I remember, but
either way, it was planned, right, to show us.
Or at least it was somewhat live, but you're right. Maybe it was delayed like an hour or something, but yeah, you're right. It might have only been somewhat live. Because back then, like, yeah, it was just whatever was on TV. You just got what you got.
It'd be kind of cool if Discord would do this. It would be like setting up a debate forum, channel versus channel. So like your channel with all your patrons versus another channel with another patron. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty interesting. Because then you could totally have like like matches per channel, right? And then like moderator to vote what channel won, what group of what channel. Kosho's listen, he could do like a little
like a little side bot 3-on-3, and like you'd have to like push a button to speak, and you have like 30 seconds to speak, and then you'd get cut off. And then it'd be your opponent's turn. 30 seconds to speak, you get cut off, and then the audience would vote. That's where this is all going anyway, right? We're just increasing in debate anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much history to cosmology and the situation we're in today. It's incredible how much information and history and just documentation and the complexity is very deep. It's also unique because it's like the professional field within cosmology is very synthetically created. And then most people don't really know much about the topic. So it's a unique topic in that way. Like most people know almost nothing about it. The ones that do seem to know about it are in an entire model that is financed by so many other forces like space agencies and governments and all of that. That's like getting all that data that they think is the cosmology. And I guess you could say if that data is legit and it really is what they're saying it is, then yeah, I guess they would, feel like they're on the cutting edge of everything. But obviously, relativity having problems and the heliocentric and globe model being from the perspective that's false, then yeah, they're just basically being kept in the dark while doing a little bit of data mining, but ultimately just being like the front men for other people thinking that there's professionals in the field, even though those professionals are just going off of a bunch of information that they don't actually have direct access to.
Well, why would they want to be 20 to the 50 times the order of magnitude greater than observation? The largest separation between experiment and equation. Why would they want to be that be such a large discrepancy?
Yeah, well, I think they want to keep it vague and always a little bit broken while they're just putting funding into convincing people to think that they're trying to fix it, but they're really not fixing anything or making any actual advancements. They're just advancing the narrative.
Well, how many people are actually astrophysicists these days?
Well, like that guy, Chronic. Oh, he's in here. Did he just join, or have you been in here? I just looked over at the list. Like I was about to say, "What's up? We have an astrophysicist right here in our presence. Look at that, dude. The ether brought you to us right when we got right to this topic.
Did it?
That's too fun.
That's.
Well, how's it going? What's the topic?
No, we literally just we were talking about various things, but it was just in astrophysics, and then we're talking about like what they actually are doing, what they know, etc. And then I was about to say, well, Chronic is an astrophysicist, and then I looked in the list, and there you were.
It's a sign. It must be divine.
Well, so where were we at in the thing? I guess it was like, okay, How much?
Well, I
how much
said
is-
I,
how much
My
is-
microphone's having some issues. You gotta give me like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So
it
I'm
is
working with a
kinda-
new microphone. Yeah, sorry about that. Give me a minute.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, except there was a little bit of wind noise. Yeah, maybe try turning on the noise suppression thing. It works pretty good usually. But what were we talking about, Data? At what point were we on? Just what they actually know about cosmology. Yeah, like what
I was just wanting to ask what was the reasoning to keep going on if the methodology was to be 20 to 50 times the order of magnitude from observation. In other words, why would you position yourself to have experiment really far away from the equation? So your equation doesn't come close to the experiment, or
Yeah, just not even close. Yeah. You're saying why even continue if that's where you're at in the project? Or not necessarily why continue, but you're
not
saying
why
like,
continue, but why have the premise be such 20 to 50 times the order of magnitude greater than the observation? I mean, what is the reasoning for that? I know that you want to work backwards, and you kind of want to. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Hey, hello. Is this better?
Yep.
Sweet. Yeah, sorry. I got a new headset and its microphone on it seems a bit kind of crappy.
I mean, it sounds okay. I would give it so far maybe a 7 out of 10.
Well, I'm back on my I'm back on the old pair of headsets. But
all right.
Anyway, yeah. What was the conversation or the question?
Well, I was on one thing, and then Data had a separate thing as well. So
sure, I'm down to.
I'd like to ask you one thing. So when it claims there's a crisis there's a cosmological crisis, which would be the 20 to 50 times the order of magnitude off than what we observe, right? And they say that experimentation for the equation, it's the farthest you've ever been between the two of them. What would be the reasoning in approaching science that way?
Sorry, I need a little more. I need some more detail. You just kind of said numbers and then off. I need.
So the crisis, the cosmological crisis, as it's called, and so apparently the methodology or the understanding or the practice is to be 20 to 50 times the order of magnitude off from what's observed. And
But what do you mean when you
that,
say that, though?
Well, if you have experimentation and you have an equation, your equation and experimentation are not even close. You're 20 to 50 times the magnitude order off the observation. So your calculation is 50 times the order off than what you're observing. This is the cosmological crisis. Here, I'll read it for you.
Sure. What's the observation, though, in that crisis?
This would be obviously the velocity changes of the galaxies, the speed in which they're going. And you have two types of measurements that show the megaparsecs are different. The way that they are pulsing, there's two different positions you can look at them, and they're not matching. So in other words, there's no unification. And then I think the issue with the Hubble as well, you also have two different calculations mathematically for that don't match observation, or you can interplay between the two of them. So here, just let me just better read.
As far as I know, the rotation rate of galaxies is not off by 50 orders, 100 orders of magnitude. But
your experimentation to your mathematical equation is. So whatever your experiment.
You mean the empirical observations of the rotation rates?
Right. So what I'm saying, your experimentation versus the calculation is off by the order of 20 to 50 times the order of magnitude. That's what
not,
is
for a rotation rate of galaxies. Not that I'm aware of, but it's not that large. But I digress. We can, for the sake of the conversation, we can continue.
So I may be incorrect when it's applied to specifics like the galaxies, but I just know there is a problem with measuring velocity and speed. There's two equations that are in conflict with each other, and they call it the crisis of cosmology.
Okay.
And so you're not familiar with that then?
No, I am. I just want to hear more details from you, sort of just to get your vibe on it.
My first question was to you was, why would they want to be off so far from experimentation versus observation? What's the approach and the methodology behind that? And then I'm open ears to learn, man. So
why would they want to be off? I'm not.
Well, okay, so Michio Kaku is saying is that a lot of the theorists don't use the scientific method, right, in applying a lot of the equations to observations. So if you're going to be applying these experiments to these observations, and whatever experiments you're doing to prove your observations, your formulations to them are magnitudes off than what meets the observation. Now, what that's applied to 100%, I can't tell you everything because I don't know the whole process and every stage that they go through. But I do know there is a discrepancy in speed and the way they calculate the speed between the way they measure them. So there's two forms of measuring them, apparently, even with the Hubble. There's two ways to look at it.
What is being measured? The rotation rate of galaxies, or what?
You've got the expansion rate. You've got you've got the angular velocity of the galaxies. You've got the effects of all of that combined with redshift, blue shift. You've got all of this stuff that's going on. Obviously, you have to you have all these equations that in the cosmological constant equation or whatever.
Yeah.
Or the
so as far as I know, every single one of those examples, those anecdotes that you stated are not 50 to 100 orders of magnitude larger or beyond what you can calculate with first principle equations. I think it sounds like you're going off kind of some talking points about maybe Michio Kaku, who's not a very good science communicator, on some remaining questions in the standard model. So things like dark matter or dark energy need to be, invoked to account for things like that, which are still open questions in cosmology that
so
I'm
I
not going to have the answer to.
Well, here's what I understand. You have an expansion rate. During the expansion, you have this perturbation of energy and matter that creates a geometry in space. But the idea is that the velocity changes are not consistent in how you're measuring them. They present two different speeds. Now, what they are, I'd have to go back and read specifically, but it's basically how the stars and galaxies are pulsating
I'm gonna need a little more detail though. I'm listening to every. Okay, I'm listening to. I understand every single word you're saying. Trust me, I'm not confused. There's just it feels a bit empty or light, like not substantive enough to, you know.
Okay, so I'll get you a little more specific.
All right, I appreciate
regarding the actual issue. Then it's
appreciate
just
it.
I don't. One second.
Yeah, because I think a lot of us we've discussed this a bunch of times, that things like the rotation rate of galaxies is not consistent with our standard and our current understanding of relativity, of how galaxies should rotate under classical our understanding of gravity. Excuse me, sorry. So things like dark matter or something may account for this this inconsistent empirical observation as it compares to models.
Well, you have what's called dark fluid, which is the combination of dark matter and dark energy, apparently. And that's the next. Well, they've gone back to the MUN. They're not using dark fluid. They're going to the MUN now, right? And I don't know how all that applies because I haven't practiced it or whatever. But I just
Are you saying MOND, M-O-N-D?
MUNs, yeah, MONs.
MON's been around for a long time, yeah.
Well, the 80s, right? I think that's when it came out. Or before then.
That sounds about right. But very important thing about MOND and any other alternative theory is that although it can explain the rotation rate of galaxies, that is only one tiny little needle in this mountain of a haystack that's, general, our current cosmology and models. So if it can only explain one little needle and it breaks when trying to explain the other 8,000 components, then in my opinion, it's not a sufficient replacement to, relativity and cosmology currently.
So you're not familiar with the issue of the two different speeds that they're called the cosmological or the crisis in cosmology?
No, I know what the crisis in cosmology is.
Well, it's basically the two different speeds, right? That's what they say. I'm just trying to get more specific here because it's been a while since I had to refresh my memory here.
Well, this is a good exercise for us then.
Well, it's you're already there, ready to go. So, yeah, it says here. Oh no, hold on.
It's all good.
Where the fuck is it? Believe it or not, I wasn't queued up for it. Okay, here it says, yeah, it's the Hubble constant. The problem enters what's known as the Hubble constant, named for the American astronomer, whatever. The universe is expanding at different distances from the Earth. Using the data from the ESA Planck satellite, scientists estimate that the rate is 46,200 miles per million light years. But the calculations using pulsating stars, that's what I was called, the Cepheids, suggest that it's 50,400 miles per hour. So again, it's just the two ways they're measuring it, the expansion rate, and one's through the pulse of the stars, and one's through the Hubble constant.
Yep.
And so they don't match. So that's what I mean. And then here's the thing with the Hubble. I think with the Hubble as well, there's a local observation, and then there's I don't know the other one, but there's apparently
large
a local
scale.
one.
Yep.
Was that what it? Yeah. Okay.
Local and large scale. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's two calculations that don't match there either. So anyway, I just
so
know
it's two different methods of trying to measure or achieve a measurement of H naught, the Hubble's constant. They're off currently.
But can't he?
But they're off by less than 2 sigma. So I mean, if you ask someone like me, a difference of 2 sigma is not. I would never use the word crisis for that. It's
but
just
you're talking about physics though. At this point, you're talking about having a perturbation of energy influence bodies. That's a big deal. And if it's expanding, but it's not expanding at the right rate, then your geometry is not going to be correct. It can't be.
Well,
So
what do you
how
mean?
Well,
why can't it be though? If you have two
because
two
you
different
have
no
two
no
rates of you have two rates of expansion simultaneously happening.
yes, but they're less than 2 sigma different. They're
Yeah,
consistent.
that doesn't listen. Your whole model is negligible. Your whole model gives
Okay,
Let me
that's a little
finish.
extreme. Go ahead.
It is, dude. Honestly, I hear it with relativity or time dilation. Oh, it's
Go ahead.
negligible. It's negligible. I hear it with rotation. You can't detect it. It's negligible. I hear it with Coriolis. It's negligible. Now you do the same thing. It's only 2 sigma.
Yeah.
The point is I'm not the one saying that there's a crisis. It's other physicists, other theoretical.
Yeah, it's the mainstream like articles like Michio Kaku. Yeah, I understand.
It's not just that. You got Lawrence Krauss coming out and saying, well,
Another horrible example of a science communicator. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's fine. You can think but this is what they're educating people with. So when I hear this stuff, I go read it, I look it up. I'm like, this is not making much sense. And then when I present it to you, I'm still learning about it. I'm fascinated with vacuum energy. I'm fascinated with it. It's maybe my new hobby now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where I'm at with it. It's like, why would you want to approach it so ambiguously like that? I mean, when I look at
it's not ambiguous.
No, you have to. So you have to remove things from space. Call it a vacuum first, and give it a.
You got to give me some time to rebut.
My apologies.
So this crisis you're referring to has been actively worked on for.
It's not my crisis. It's no. Listen.
Well, you're referring to it as a crisis. I said this crisis that you were referring.
No. Listen.
Yeah, you got to let him get his whole thought out.
I know, but he can't project it onto me because I'm biased here. I don't care if there's a crisis or not. I'm saying that your model states there's a crisis. And
sure, okay.
Not. So don't project it onto me because it's not my claim. I'm only learning about your model and having trying to understand how you got there.
Sure. So historically, this work that you're referring to has been actively, worked on for decades now. And you can see I can do a little research myself and show you the sort of the historical timeline of the different projects and different measurements that were made and how they fluctuate, sometimes closer, sometimes a little further from each other, sometimes closer, further. But always if you're talking to me specifically, only me, not Michio Kaku, not Lawrence Krauss, not only me, Chronic, this person, then over the course of those 30 years of these different methods trying to achieve this measurement, it's always been the measurements are consistent up to 2 sigma, a little bit less than 2 sigma. So if me again personally would never call something a crisis that's less than 2 sigma different. And the cool part is that in the most recent years, one of the most recent projects is called Shoes, just like a shoe you wear, plural, are seeing actually even closer, even more consistent results with the supernova studies. So it's who knows in 5 years or less, in a very, very short timeline, this crisis might be formally ended as the mainstream likes to sort of light that little fire.
And so what's your ideas on because Hubble and the axis of evils kind of come back to kind of like say, hey, wait a second, there's some sort of uniqueness to our position if everything's on cylindrical shelves pointing towards us, and then we have this redshift moving away from us in a 360-degree circle, it would give us location, right? So what do you think of the axis of the evil concept?
I think it's a little silly, but there's never going to be, and feel free to correct me, as far as I understand, you're the idea of universally centric measurement that can be made is, as far as I know, is practically impossible. You won't. You can point out these. Hold on one sec. Hey. Okay. You can point out these mainstream articles or whatever that may refer to some recent I don't know, some recent thing that was seen or studied or whatever, a great attractor or whatever, any of these talking points that you want to mention. I think fundamentally it's pretty darn hard to that's a observation that's, a conclusion that's going to be pretty darn hard to come to definitively. So
you're pretty confident they'll come up with a new theory to replace this, and as of now, you don't find there's no crisis in it. It's just the mainstream physicists that are saying that.
No, it's almost certain, in my opinion, it's almost certainly there. So if you're asking me again, it's not. I don't think there will be some new. I forgot how you just referred to it, a new replacement theory or whatever. I think that that one of the two different measurements, there'll be these newer and newer projects that are coming online, these new programs with the most sophisticated, highest next generation high precision instruments and measurements are going to be reducing the amount of systematic error and measurement error that they're making with their instruments. And these discrepant measurements that you were referring to that are not 100% consistent with each other will edge closer and closer to each other until they become consistent within 1 sigma. Then crisis over. Nothing new needed to be invented, just better instruments and better measurements.
And when you mean by better instruments and better measurements, one of the ideas is the satellite going out there. And what I understand is a lot of these ground stations are all over the world, pointing up to the star. They look like you ever remember those 1980s arcade tables where you sit down, you got the flat table, and you play arcade games on them.
Mm-hmm.
Larger versions of that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the ones that are mainly used, right, for most of the information. And occasionally you've got a deep space satellite like the Planck satellite to get the rest. So most of what I understand the CMB stuff to be taken from is those ground stations, not the actual plane.
I don't think that's. I'll do some research now to show you the sort of history of it. But I think in this historical timeline,
you have to think the first ontologicals, buddy. They're not sending satellites up at this point because the technology.
Let me finish my sentence at least. Hold on.
Well, no, but you know what I'm saying. So, not a lot of people know of those stations. Like even if I talk to a Glober, they think they're getting this information from satellites, and that's not true. The CMB stuff is actually done locally first on the ground with these little arcade flat square big like. Do you know what the name is?
No, I'm trying to find this cool timeline that I saw recently.
So, Chronic, one of the questions that we were talking a little bit about as well, which, would you call yourself a cosmology expert?
No. Is my mic on? No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, but how much more do you think than like the average person do you know about cosmology?
I don't know. How do you want me to quantify that? What do you mean? How much more do I know about cosmology than the average person?
Well, you have a PhD, right, in a field, so...
Hold on, my laundry's going off. Hold on.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Those they got them all over, spread out, pointed up to space. That's how they get all that white noise, if you will, that your TV picks up, the microwave radiation background, right? They do it. Most of the information is from those I don't know what are they called? Chronic.
I'm back. My bad.
They're basically large. They look like they got solar panels on the top of them, but they're not, and they just absorb all of that the radiation background information. And they just look like little large those old 80s video game tables you used to sit at, and they're just really big.
I don't. It's not coming to me with that description. I'm sorry.
Well, they're basically absorbing the microwave radiation background in these devices before they're sending up satellites. It's more practical to constantly set up these devices to receive the signal on the body of Earth than it is to keep throwing things up there, right?
I suppose, but I mean, I just don't know specifically the things you're referring to.
Okay, so when you get okay, so they claim when we turn on our black or TVs, well, the old school TVs, the tube TVs, you could get microwave radiation background noise, right? And
Yeah.
so you guys have these solar panel type things. I don't know what they're called. They're not solar panels though, but they got like that.
Sure, just like a microwave, like a receiver or something.
It's a receiver essentially. That's fundamentally
Okay.
it is. But it's receiving this microwave radiation background, and this is where you get the CMB stuff, the Planck satellite stuff. How did you get any of that stuff before? It was done with these. I just don't know what they're called, man.
I don't know. I don't know either, man. I'm sorry.
So wait a second. So where do you get your information from where are you getting your microwave radiation background information from then?
Kobe Planck WMAP? I don't know.
Yeah, but
me
that's not
personally, I haven't worked with CMB data, but
okay.
As far as I know, Kobe Planck WMAP might be the most recent.
But then you're invoking satellite all the time. And
all the time. I mean, for my understanding and knowledge of this cosmic microwave background, sure, yeah. But all the time with anything else I talk about, no, sir.
Fair enough. What kind of equipment do you get your hands on to use to
optical telescopes on the ground and in space?
What do you mean in space?
Optical telescopes that are on the ground at the top of really tall mountains, and also telescopes that are orbiting Earth in low Earth orbit.
So
or at L2.
Sure. So these low Earth orbit satellites have optical lenses on them?
Optical lenses is not the right terminology. I know what you're saying though, but
so they got like a camera essentially.
Detector, yeah.
No, would they have a sensor, or do they have? Is it operating with like a focal length and
It's
a
a
lens, or is it just?
It's reflecting telescope with a mirror that reflects the light, and the light falls on a detector.
Yeah, so it's not actually a lens though, like a camera, right?
Not in this consumer census way, no.
Exactly. And so,
but it still uses the sensor, the detector it uses is very similar to consumer detectors, like in your smartphone.
Sure.
But the overall like infrastructure of the system, yeah, it's way more, way bigger. And
is it 8-bit?
Is what 8-bit?
The information you're capturing from the satellite.
No, I think it's much larger than 8-bit.
Is it?
Pretty sure.
So when you have this optical the sensor to get, because you said that was optical here on Earth and optical in space, right?
And near infrared, but
it's infrared, right? Or invisible light. Is it capturing the full spectrum up in low Earth orbit, or is it capturing just invisible light and infrared?
Well, no, of course it's not capturing the full spectrum.
Yeah, exactly.
We use filters, and there's a bunch of stuff that's in use.
Well, wait, you use filters. What kind of filters do you use?
It depends what science case.
It depends. Give me a scenario.
Stars orbiting the galactic center.
So you so now you're pointed away from Earth. You're not over Earth. You're pointing up in space now. I thought you were talking about a satellite pointing at Earth.
Oh no, sorry. There was a miscommunication there. Yeah, always pointing away from Earth. Yeah.
Oh, that's the one you're using. Is always pointing away from Earth.
Yeah.
So you have a satellite that's always pointing away from Earth, but not one pointing towards Earth.
The ones I use, always away from Earth. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And these are synchronized to the rotation of the Earth, or are they traveling at a velocity of orbit of 17,500 miles?
They are. Yeah. You're the latter. They are not in a geostationary orbit.
They're not.
The ones that I use are not.
They're not in a geostationary synchronous.
Correct. Correct. Any other?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
But
Geo, to back to your question while Data thinks a little bit about his next line of questioning. I don't know. I don't want to turn the question back on you, Geo, actually, because I know you're educated a bit in it. What would your answer to that be? How much more do you know about cosmology than the average person?
Well, I mean, okay, so that was part of. I mean, I couldn't answer that, but actually, I didn't even actually fully get to it because that was like the setup, like the pre-setup, basically. Just
okay. Sorry, I had to get my laundry. My bad, but I'm here now.
Okay, so if you have like more knowledge and expertise than the average person
on on some niche specific topics, sure, yes, but that's the case with any human being that cares to learn about any specific thing, I would say. But anyways, we can continue.
Yeah, so I guess just the kind of thought that which is. And by the way, it was kind of partly what was on my mind when you joined. That's all. So it's not like this was some huge crafted question just for you or something. It was just sort of like this was partly where it was at. And then I was mentioning astrophysics and so on. And then you popped in and here we are. Sure. But so the main thing of it is, okay, with what you're doing and your knowledge, etc., or even take someone else in the field of cosmology or astrophysics or other related fields, how much actual firsthand validatable data do they have about what the Earth actually is? And how much of it is all sort of like remote, if you will, meaning something they can't really validate, getting it on a computer, data, etc.
In terms of what, though? When it comes to what, the shape of the Earth?
Well, sure, it could be the shape of it, the nature of it, the extent of it, like.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Someone who like an astronomer who travels to different telescopes around the world and uses those telescopes firsthand can see the difference in. I'll just pick a random thing, for example, the declination of maybe Polaris from these different observatories. That's just one quick example that comes off the top of the head.
You told me that your satellite's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, right?
Did I say that specifically? I think I said not in geostationary orbit. But this is a very interesting line of questioning with Geo that I wanted to.
You said it's not. You said it was not geosynchronous, and I said it. So it must be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, and you said yes.
Okay.
And it's a low Earth orbit satellite. You said right.
Sure. Maybe some of them are.
Well, we're just talking about the one that we're referring to, not many other ones. We're just referring to the one you said you had optical camera on the mountain, and then you had optics of a satellite pointing towards space, and you said it was traveling at 17,500 miles an hour once I questioned you. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. I said it's not in geostationary orbit. It's in low Earth orbit. So if you want to look up whatever the speed of satellites in low Earth orbit is, you can. I'm not giving you an exact number. If you want me to do the research, I can. But
well, I've asked you, right, and you told me that it was 17,500. So
I don't think I ever said a single velocity. You keep invoking a velocity and trying to project it onto me or something.
I asked you. If it's not locked to the rotation of the Earth, it's independent. And if it's in orbit, it has to be traveling at 17,500.
Well, I don't know. I would have to look it up. I don't know. It's in low. Some of them are in low Earth orbit. Do you want me to Google? Do you want me to research what low Earth orbit satellites speeds are?
Do you think traveling at that velocity is a good way to capture space data?
Things that are like infinite, at infinite distances away. Yeah, definitely.
Is that an assumption that it's infinitely distant away?
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So it'd still interfere with your information, right?
No, not at all.
So you don't have a shutter on this thing.
Yeah,
So
the pointing stability is pretty darn good.
So when you capture light and it's moving to a sensor with no shutter, or where to capture it's just direct light, you're not going to get any phasing issues with moving light.
No, not if those heavenly lights in the heavenly sky or the heavenly bodies are really far away and are effectively,
So when you analyze the footage, is it colored or grayscale?
No, it's filter by filter. So it's a one, raw image
Grayscale?
is a
It's raw image. Is it got color in it?
No, it's through either a narrowband or a wideband filter.
Sure. So it's a monotone or grayscale, right?
Yeah, if I wanted to make a color image, I could just combine a red, blue, and green filter, for example.
Sure. But essentially, when you capture the footage, you don't want color, right?
I would not necessarily agree with that. Sometimes color information is important.
Well, if you're going to look at the element, perhaps, but when it comes to actual distance and clarity, you don't want to have any color information. You want no chrome, none of that stuff, right? That's why you use that's why you have to use the multi-layered sensors and have infrared and invisible, because you want layers of the information, right?
I mean, you can use a clear filter that lets through white light, and you can still make a pretty reasonable measurement.
So you have a clear filter on an object traveling 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And you can change this filter. Obviously, with the click of a button, the filter changes over the sensor as it's traveling 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah, sure.
What helps this device propel itself? What motion what energy does it use to propel itself over and over? What energy does it?
Well, if you're asking about like a fine guiding, very fine detail guiding, it has some reaction wheels on that bad boy.
So
those reaction wheels can cause an impulse. That impulse can slowly, very, very precisely, point things like that.
So it's interacting with the medium up there, 250 miles.
I don't think so, but could be. I maybe lose my train of thought with Geo. That conversation was going somewhere.
Well,
it was going somewhere, but now we both forget. We both don't remember.
Yeah, it was like that could be definitely considered a derail, but data that was a topic you guys were on before, so I mean,
yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, we were not really even completed talking about what we were saying, just to at least get to the end of the one point. But
an astronomer could go firsthand to a bunch of different telescopes around the world, and make a measurement firsthand and see kind of the changing altitude or declination of any star, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this then. How about this? How many people that are professionals in any field, and any field out there, the top ones in the fields, do you think they have sufficient access to information in which they actually could verify that the Earth is a sphere?
I don't see why not. I mean, you're just asking generally about professionals in the entire world who are experts in anything.
Yeah. You can pull on any expert from any field. Like, for example, if I want to know, like, there are like, certain, just to use one example, let's say like the side effects of a pharmaceutical. a doctor probably is going to have the ability to verify what the side effects of are to a particular pharmaceutical, based upon maybe that's kind of a bad topic to bring up because there's probably various contentions in the field. And that's a whole thing in and of itself. I guess my point is, okay, if I go to a car mechanic, that's fine. We'll just use someone. And he's an expert on transmissions and he knows every part, the whole thing. He can rebuild a transmission. It's like he can absolutely verify for me that my transition, or my transmission, the condition of it, or he could build one or whatever it may be. He could validate, verify for sure. He could fix it if it's a problem, etc. So I guess just relating that to cosmology, any best expert in any best field, do you think they actually have access to themselves or the ability to either get the I'm saying firsthand validatable though, not just some third party thing, to actually validate that the Earth is a globe?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I could think of like half a dozen in the next like 10 seconds. You can go to a geodetic survey, go to a surveyor. I could go talk face to face with a professional astronaut. I could go talk with a professional astronomer, like that example, going to different observatories. I can architects that build, I don't know, large bridge. I could go to a professional pilot. I could go on for quite a while, I think, but.
Yeah, but any of those people you think could actually give you like firsthand validatable, absolute validation of it being the case?
I surely think so, yeah.
So you think it's as solid as a car mechanic that knows exactly how to fix a transmission? Like you think these guys, the experts, as it were, and that's just a broad term because we're just talking general. Not that they believe it is or the data points to it or the evidence seems to kind of point that way. I'm talking actual, like absolute.
Yes.
Like if their head was on the chopping block and someone said, prove this to me right now or else, send you to the gulags, and then they have to do it right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think every professional I mentioned plus more, yeah.
And what would be like one or two examples of what that would be? That would be what would that be that would validate the sphere? Like just an example of one of those, if there's a lot of them. Something that they would have access to, or that they'd be able to, first
their own body. In the example of a professional astronaut, their own lived experience. How about maybe like a traveler who, or someone scientist or whatever, adventurer person that goes to Antarctica and sees 24-hour sun with their own lived experience inside their body. I don't know. These are just random examples coming to my head.
Okay, but astronauts work for the government, right?
Not all of them.
Are there? Okay, which astronauts don't work for the government?
I don't know. Wasn't there that first? There was like a video game developer in the 90s or 2000s. He was the first one.
Yeah, but he has his wings. Like he is an astronaut, or he's whatever they. Yeah, there's like the wings.
Well, I mean, if you become an astronaut and you get the wings, then that. What do you mean? Like
Right. Well, the question was works for the government. So yeah, that guy arguably didn't work for the government, I guess, because I do know who you're talking about. I don't know though. Like, yeah, because you're right. He wasn't necessarily like claimed to be like a.
I think he just developed video games or something. He was just some rich like billionaire dude.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's quite that simple, but yeah, he definitely has connections in with whoever going on there. But yeah,
that was just one random example. There were like more recent ones, right? There was that one cancer survivor girl, and I forget, like some other people.
Wait, a cancer survivor girl's been to space?
Yeah, I forget. It's like pretty recent in the last like couple years.
And what does space mean in that case?
She went in a capsule and orbited the globe Earth like for a bunch of days. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
You'll remember when I.
So I gotta get cancer to take one of these rides?
Let me.
Maybe
you know who I'm. You just forgot who I'm talking about. But
that's probably a bad joke, but still kind of funny because but we can't do this, but she can.
I forget her name.
All right,
She's
but
on
no,
the-
we're on to personal experience. And then I brought up the astronauts work for the government. All right, so you were saying to validate this globe, you have talking to another man who claims he went to space, and then you have, or you said that, and then what was the other one? Oh, people that have. What was the other one? People that have
I mean, you were just so your original question was name professionals who I think have first-hand experience of the globe Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I named like 6 or more.
Okay, so astronauts, I can see why it would fit in that category. But then I felt like there was a second one, no?
Surveyors.
Oh, surveyors. Okay.
Yeah. Surveyors, astronomers, like the first thing I mentioned, that go to different telescopes around the world. They can see the changing, declination of stars. I don't know, professional. Professional pilots, maybe professional. I don't know, architects who build like really big bridges. I don't know. I'm just going off the cuff here.
Okay. And so you think that so if you think that's the case, then in your mind, are you saying that this globe Earth is like 100% absolute? Like these guys have firsthand validatable, 100%? And you're going like, is that where you're saying it's at? Meaning like, if there's like a certain a fix for a transmission, like there is the right fix. Like, yep, that's the one, that's the part, that's the lube it up and the way they put it back together. There is a way to do it right. So you're saying that that these guys have absolute validatable firsthand information of the truth of a globe Earth, you're saying. And so in your mind, do you think this is 100% validated, proven, the whole deal?
Well, you use the P word there, so yeah, of course not. But
yeah, but proven means to establish something as true. So just using it in that sense, to establish something as true, to prove it.
Sure, it's I could say pretty much beyond any doubt true, but yeah, it could obviously there's a non-zero probability that every professional astronaut was actually on shrooms or brain whatever brain under brain control and just thought they went to space, and they at the same time duped all the engineers and people who also thought they were launching people to I mean, we'd go down that huge chain of discussion topics. Where'd Data go though? I thought he was interrogating me. He must have got bored.
He sounded pretty tired.
Okay. Gotcha. Anyway, last thing I said
well,
was,
if you think that they have absolute validatable, like for example, my mom, for example, I'm not trying to totally call out my mom, but I will just say, like, because she said this to me, that like she does believe that like the professionals, the experts, as it were, they know this, or that they have validatable proof, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
That the Earth definitely is a sphere. Like that's her general, like, oh, the experts, the professionals. So that's why I'm asking you, like, okay, the experts, the professionals, do they really have this? That's why I'm asking you. Do they actually?
I believe so. Yeah, I think so. You have to be realistic, Gio, when you talk about something like this, or experts or professionals in different fields. It's like, it's a little silly to, to have the mindset that, in order for you yourself only to have enough confidence in something likely being true in reality, you must be the first hand expert on. You must have that that undeniable 100% truth in the full sense of the word, proof and truth and all that yourself. In my opinion, that's a little silly. Every single person in existence cannot be an expert, and a professional expert in every single field in existence. That's just silly. So there's some level of, whatever you call it, some level of reliability or trust or believability or whatever that you put into, you know, established professionals or experts, stuff like that. I'm sure you can agree with that.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and I don't think it makes sense for everyone to be professional at everything, for sure. Yeah, like I'm not an expert car mechanic, so I definitely take my car to have it, maintained and stuff. Because even though I have worked on cars and I do have some knowledge with it, at the same time, like I'm not really into it to the point of all the technical parts of it. So yeah, I'm happy to take it to a professional and have them, help me with it. So assist in that process. And so it could make sense that cosmology could be regulated to that, or even to like government space agencies like NASA. I
have an interesting question for you.
With it, though, the risk, I suppose, or the concern is that if it's untrue or if there's deception involved, then now we have no way to check it.
I don't agree, because you can use your mechanic analogy against that claim you just made, right? If you take your car, if you take your car to a mechanic and he or she inspects your vehicle and says that you need to fix some part in the transmission, some very specific part in the transmission that only an expert would know about, and you also actually, upon inspection, there's an issue with this one timing belt thing and this other part of the engine of the car that you also need to fix right away, or it's going to be an issue. And you get a second or third opinion. You say thank you to that mechanic, and you get a second or third opinion or whatever from different professional mechanics, and the other professional mechanics look at that timing belt thing or whatever, and they say, "Oh, no way, that's in perfect condition. You were the original mechanic was trying to deceive you, dupe you, and get more money out of you." That's that follows exactly the same scenario that you're trying to claim cosmology experts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're saying if one doesn't have it, go to another, get another opinion?
No, that's just an analogy. No, it's just a simple analogy to stick with the deceiving part that you mentioned with cosmology, for example, just to keep it with a simple mechanic example.
Yeah.
But if 98% of all the mechanics you go to agree that there's nothing wrong with that timing belt, and and even higher than 98, let me just say 99 point whatever percent, then in my opinion you can be pretty confident that extra timing belt issue or whatever that the first mechanic claimed was a problem probably isn't a problem. It's not 0% chance that it's not a problem, but it's a good likelihood that it's fine and it's not an issue.
All right, what about this? What about if all of the car mechanic companies are all owned by one group, and it's the group that also makes timing belts? And so every time you bring your car in, they're like, you need a new timing belt, buddy. Sorry, your old one shot. And it's really a conspiracy to just sell their timing belts to everyone.
Sure, I get it. But thankfully, going back to cosmology and NASA, for example, thankfully NASA doesn't own everything.
So we can trust the government.
Well, I never said that.
When it comes to space, that they're really going.
Well, in my opinion, yeah, it's a pretty good bet to make. But I
you do have to admit, though, there is very little like outside of, you know what I mean? Because like the Blue Origin, I mean, who knows? Those are like billionaires, and they do look like they go up pretty high altitude, but they might just be going up there and that's it, just up and down.
But I had an interesting question for you. An interesting like example or experience is that let's say I have access to a nice telescope myself. It's pretty expensive, pretty large, but I own it, right? I understand all the mechanics that are going into it. I've built it, the damn thing. Let's just say,
Okay. Yeah, you formed all the lenses with glass yourself, so you know there's no biometric lens material that can create images within the material.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay.
Like they actually have in telescopes that they admit that they spray on the lenses that create a film which creates a screen.
Sure.
But carry on. Yes. But I'm just.
Yep. And so I make observations with this this home built telescope.
Yeah. Okay.
And and I see
of the sky.
Yep. Of these these heavenly luminaries in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And and I only have I save that I have a detector, like a little sensor that I put on my my telescope. So I save save the images to my computer and stuff. And then let's just say in the future, whatever, like 6 months later, I'm lucky enough to have the opportunity to use a NASA telescope, like the Hubble telescope or something. And so but these NASA folks don't know about my private images, that are on my own computer. And with the Hubble telescope, I tell them that I want them to, to point the telescope at this same part of the sky,
right?
And take images, and then downlink those images to their servers, and then give me the the passcode to access those images, for example.
All right. Which I know you have access to a bunch of these, right?
Yeah, and those images turn out to be strikingly similar, like basically identical to the original, not basically identical, actually much nicer clarity and higher resolution, but it's the exact same stars. They're in the positions that I see them in that my own home built telescope. So that gives me pretty good confidence that what Hubble is delivering to me is pretty reliable.
Wait, Chronic, have you not ever watched the video where the dude calls and he talks to the
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah.
You say it's hilarious, but so he talks to the head. He says he's never seen it. He just looks at data, and then he goes and talks to the other person from Sophia. Well, you can say it's hilarious, but it was clearly you're coping, right? Because in reality,
it's a funny video to me. I'm not.
This dude wrote an algorithm that NASA was ecstatic about, right? It was like, oh my god, this is such an awesome algorithm to interpret our data, right? This is a Stanford grad, and he was going through trying to build a new algorithm, and then he ended up finding that a ground telescope, Sophia, and Hubble all released the same exact image on the same day. Then he went to the international database, and they had no record of the supposed launch of Hubble into space, but they have a record of like all these other claims.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of any of that, but it sounds like some crazy nutty stuff that could be true. I was so close to finishing my thing with Geo, but I'm happy to continue with you. What's it after? So that entire experience, Geo, that gives me some pretty decent confidence that what Hubble delivered is somewhat reliable. Maybe not 100% reliable, but
yeah. But Witz it was totally on topic because he was talking about Hubble and this whole because the next question. So it's on topic, but the next question I was going to ask is like, how do you know that they're not they do have an actual good telescope that has a really good zoom and stuff. They definitely have high technology, that they're not just taking that and then adding CGI to it.
Well, what do you mean? How do I know it's not that?
Because you're trying to say it looks like your backyard telescope. So,
I'm able to match the same stars and same things that I took with my private, telescope.
Right. So I'm saying, what if they're using?
I don't get.
What?
Huh?
Why would there be evidence that it went to space, though? That's what I don't understand.
No, that's not what's in contention or what's being discussed.
Well, because the images you're getting from the Hubble database, wherever you're looking at those, what I'm saying is that what if those are actually zoomed in parts of the sky with a really good telescope, really, and then they're just tweaked and modified,
like a telescope from the ground or what?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ton of
it's a big.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's several important distinctions or differences that can be made, but they're pretty subtle if you're not an expert. And I say that with like all due respect. They're pretty subtle. It's very specific things like the stability of the point spread function, how it doesn't change from image to image, which you very much would expect to happen if that telescope taking those images were on the ground.
What if it's in a plane?
Same thing. A plane can only go so high. There's still atmosphere above the plane. The stability.
Pictures from Sophia have this same problem that you're talking about. But
yes, it does. Yes, the stability of the point spread function on Hubble images is out of this world good. So of course, yes, I am already expecting the CGI argument. Yes, of course. There is a non-zero chance that all of the images they deliver and they claim that Hubble is taking are just CGI created to be nearly perfect, such that they look like they're coming from space. Of course, that's a non-zero chance. In my mind, it's an exceedingly small chance, but because I can look at these little subtle.
Whether it's being taken from a high altitude device or from the ground, what I'm just saying is that if what you're seeing is, like you said, something similar to what you get with your backyard telescope, I mean, the stars are in a similar position, similar luminosity, you're getting something that does represent what you can get in your backyard. But how is it also modified in some way? And can you validate what that modification is? Or can you only just trust that their equipment is doing what they claim it's doing?
What? Yeah, let me process that. How can I validate what the modification is? I need a little more detail on what you're asking for. I gave one very noticeable, very obvious, very clear, with no pun intended, very clear evidence that
All right, I've got the analogy.
Sure.
All right. I've got the purple elephant in my bedroom, right? Huge purple elephant. Okay. And I tell you, dude, I have this elephant, this huge, massive purple elephant in my bedroom. And you're like, dude, I don't believe you. And I'm like, yeah, I really do. And the closest you can get to my house is like 2 miles away. And you got like a zoom camera. So the best you can see is like a little bit of purple through the window. That's all you can really see, a little bit of purple. And you're like, I don't know. It's not really, can I really tell? Meanwhile, I'm like, oh, no problem, dude. I'll just send you a picture of it. I'll just send you the picture. And I send you this picture of this perfectly detailed, perfect, you can't really tell if it's CGI or not, but it looks like an elephant. Like, oh my gosh, wow, it's a purple elephant.
That's I understand your analogy. It's pretty. It's bordering on the. I don't know if it's a fallacy, but it's a pretty false analogy in my opinion. Like it's not that extreme of a difference. It's not that a telescope on the ground just sees a fuzzy purple thing, but Hubble can deliver.
It extreme. I know. I made it extreme.
Yeah, it's so I can't follow that. Such an extreme
I mean,
analogy.
a lot of this stuff you're getting, you can't get from your own telescope. So it's like you are limited as, if you want to call it a civilian or whatever term, with your level of expertise and education and all of that, you're still are in a position where you can only do what you can with your backyard telescope, which is limited. And, and then all this other information that is also seems to be reinforcing the heliocentrism is coming from these sources that perhaps you can't validate fully what those are.
I don't think it's as extreme of a difference as you're thinking. Maybe there's some pretty good, pretty powerful telescopes that are on the ground, that kind of rival the kind of the resolution and clarity that Hubble gets. Not as good. It's subtle differences because Hubble doesn't have the issue of a ton of atmosphere to look through. So if you're well versed and can understand these subtle differences, then they're pretty noticeable. All right,
let me ask you this: if you just had your backyard telescope, do you think you'd be able to decipher versus a stationary geocentric planar Earth with the sky moving above in whatever way it works, but with it moving exactly like it looks like it moves? Like a planetarium where you can have a flat level floor and then you can have like a dome ceiling and you can, recreate the star field. So just that extended versus the idea of the heliocentric, the globe Earth, etc. With your backyard telescope, Do you think you can decipher the difference between those?
Yeah. Can I?
And then furthermore, do you think that these telescope images you're getting from Hubble and NASA and these other agencies and so on, are those somehow giving you something that is now somehow validating this heliocentric thing through, the gravity, microlensing, and all these different things that are claimed?
Can I bring my homemade telescope to different latitudes around Earth, different places? If I can, then certainly, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's go anywhere. You can warp anywhere you need to instantly.
Yeah, then yeah, certainly.
That you could decipher the Earth's globe with your
you measuring. Yeah, if I can measure the differing altitudes or the elevation of Polaris, for example, at different latitudes.
And
it's only consistent with a globe where the elevation of Polaris changes 1 degree every 60 miles or something.
But that would also
pretty strong evidence, though. I'm not saying it's 100% proof. Never claimed that.
So because Polaris drops by declination?
Other stars too, yeah.
How do you know
southern stars seem to be southern stars seem to be rotating around a single point, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But the original question was, how can you decipher between the two? Because if you have a celestial sphere above a planar Earth, that will function in the way that like a planetarium is, where you have essentially a dome above you, or like the azimuthal grid layout, for example.
Well, I mean, I gave you the two like quintessential classical examples that aren't consistent with just if you're in a planetarium. Southern stars rotating around a what appears to be a southern celestial pole, and the changing 1 degree every 60 miles of elevation of Polaris or any other star in the northern hemisphere or any hemisphere.
The southern star rotation actually doesn't match the globe, though, because you have to look southwest at different elevation angles. And if you actually map it out on the globe, it doesn't intersect on the southern pole star.
That's because the southern pole star that humans typically use, that's visually that can be visually detected, is not actually at the exact southern celestial pole.
That doesn't matter, though. Like if we all look at just say the Southern Cross, we look at the same stars. If we take the actual direction from each observation, we should intersect, right? Like they should all be looking at the same stars. Therefore, they should intersect.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're arguing, but
like if I have a person in different southern continents and they're all looking south and they look at the Southern Cross, you get the exact direction that they're looking.
Are they all seeing night? So it's night for them all at the same time, or what?
Yeah. And they're all
don't you mean it's dusk or night? Like it's dusk somewhere and it might be midnight at a different location.
Sure. Yeah. They can all see the star at the same time.
Yeah.
And if you take their directions from their locations from each different person, you you draw a line out to that direction. All the lines should intersect at the Southern Cross, right? Because they're all on the bottom of a ball looking at the same star. But the actual directions that are recorded don't intersect on the Southern Cross.
I don't know. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
I guess so, but they all the stars appear to rotate around a central celestial point, which is
the
also kind of
Cross
weird.
the Southern Cross is not on the actual pole. It's like it's outside.
Yeah,
of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't.
No. Whitson knows that. He's not saying it.
I think maybe he's talking about the magnetic.
No. What?
Yeah, I'm not. You can claim that's weird, but you have to acknowledge other weird things, like all the other stars appear to, including the Southern Cross stars, appear to rotate around a singular celestial pole.
Yeah, so looking for a Bible explanation for that, and obviously being on the bottom of a ball and my lines not intersecting isn't one. So I definitely do have one, but that's not it.
Well, okay, that map I just posted, which is called the Pierce-Quincuncial projection. So those latitude lines, they all, and the longitude, they all like fixate on 4 southern corners, basically. So would you say that that southern pole rotation, which they say sigma octantis is there, and then the southern crux is kind of close to it and it circles around it, would those be at those 4 corners, or would they be visually observed in those regions like that? And would it be centered like that, or are you saying it's off center?
It's off center, right? Like for one, like obviously not all 4 regions can see it, but like it's not center. It's like southwest. So it's just west of south, and then it's further southwest, and it's different elevation angles when they all look.
So are you talking about elevation angles and azimuthal angles as well, both being off and not pointing to a common point?
Just the direction that they have to look to see the same star. If you map each direction,
how do you detect that direction?
You just map it on the globe.
No, how do you detect the measurement of the direction, the elevation and the direction?
I just use Stellarium, so I guess if Stellarium's data is wrong, then.
Oh. Well, how do you think they get the direction?
Well, supposedly from observations, yeah.
Okay, so if you were to make an observation, how would you do it? If you wanted to get an elevation angle to the southern cross, for example.
Are you implying that we can determine our direction when we look at stars?
I'm asking how you would do that.
I don't know. There's a million.
Would you use a compass? Would you use a reference point in the sky?
Because you can't really seemingly use a compass on the globe. Magnetic declination falls apart in the south.
That's why I'm asking you. So if you're going to go through this, and because you had you're curious as to how come this doesn't work, and I'm asking you, how would you do it so that it would work? How should it work? How would you be able to measure the elevation to a star? What would you use? What would you use?
We're not talking about elevation.
Well, that you're trying to get a position in the star. You said it's lines that should go to these stars should be common and intersect from all points that this star is visible from. So I'm asking you, if you did that, for example, if we're in the northern hemisphere, we looked at North Star.
No, we're looking
everybody on the same latitude would have a value that would correspond with an intersection of those lines at the North Star. You would agree, right?
Yeah.
But do we? I mean, have you seen some of the errors on those measurements? Because there are errors.
No, it's the south.
No?
It doesn't work.
Well, I think the sky.
So it does work in the north, but it doesn't work in the south.
Those latitude and longitude lines. I think those latitude and longitude lines are similar to the flux line patterns of the stars.
This just debunks the right. Like
a tunnel. We see like a tunnel of stars from the north going out to any of the southern areas.
Gio, would you say there's some sort of toroidal action that could be going on, Gio?
Toroidal field.
Yeah, it's a toroidal.
That doesn't happen in the north, but it does happen in the south.
Hold on, Zanuck.
Hold on, I was going to say a toroidal quadrupole.
Nice.
You know, it's super funny though, man. Like think about this, right? So like we see what looks like a southern star rotation around the point. If I'm on the bottom of the ball, it's like, okay, I'm spinning. It makes it look like it's going around a single point. It makes sense. Like if I take the directions of all the people and they don't intersect on the star, well, then it can't be that I'm like physically on a ball looking at it, and that's why it happens. But if it's an optical effect, it makes perfect sense that they would be in different positions for different people in the sky and that they don't intersect because it's relative to that observer position. So if it's actually a perspective effect, it makes sense that they don't intersect. And now we can go look at actual evidence and see, wait, such a perspective effect exists? Why, yes, it does, actually. We have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays that converge 180 degrees away from the point source. And if it was to be rotating, say clockwise, and you turned around, it looked like it's going counterclockwise around a central point that's not there. So perspective does, in fact, cause things to look like they're converging on a singular point that's not there. Oh, man. So now we have one viable option on the table to explain the phenomena, which is perspective. I guess we just have to wait for the globe to step up and see if it can put something on the table. As of now, we really don't have anything from them. So
crepuscular rays can be shown to be proven to show that these are parallel lines, because you can actually look at through a telescope, 4 or 5 people in areas where the corpuscular rays are lighting up spots on a lake or something, and have every one of those people pointing up to the sun, and all those arms will be parallel from the perspective of the observer with the telescope. Yet all those corpuscular rays will look like from the observer with the telescope that they are angled and converging upon the sun. So that is kind of in contrast to what you're saying.
3 consecutive times, you just completely avoided my actual point. But
yeah, you don't have proof of that, Zanuck, by the way.
Chronic, I was
Really?
wondering, man.
Was that Chronic?
Like,
Yeah, you have no proof of that. You're just claiming.
Darren's just diverting.
Yeah,
He is obfuscating. Like, I'm talking about the Southern Star Trails, and he's like, let's go to the north. What about elevation angles?
Well, no, I was setting a platform
Have you ever
for
been
a
late?
reason.
Like, shut up. Hey, Chronic, like, if I showed you all these pictures of the space I dropped in here, and I mixed a bunch of Sophia and Hubble pictures up, you're saying that you'd be able to look, and based on the clarity of the pictures, you'd be able to tell the difference?
Sorry, I haven't been following the chat. What?
No, you don't have to look right now. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if I mixed up a bunch of Hubble and Sophia pictures, you're saying you'd be able to tell, like, a noticeable difference between which is which?
If there is I mean, I like quizzes like this, but I would think
if you get it right, you get a $10,000 bonus.
I would be pretty confident, especially if there's at least one singular bright star in all of the images. Then yes, as one of the telltale signs is the diffraction pattern for different telescopes. But yeah,
wait, different telescopes. But did you know that the specs?
Yeah, if you're
identical,
if your diffraction spikes look different. Let's Sophia versus Hubble, and you have bright stars in both of those different images. And if their diffraction spikes on those bright stars look identical, like indistinguishable, then yeah, maybe maybe the telescope, the architecture is very similar or the same. But
so wait, are you saying, like, if they have the same telescope and they looked the same?
No, I'm just giving one example of a pretty quick, easy way to tell.
I'm just clarifying, though, like, obviously in order to tell that way, it would be like they'd have to have the same telescope, right? I mean,
what do you mean the same telescope?
Yeah, the same specs on the telescope, because like different telescopes see the sky differently.
Sure, but yeah, but diffraction spikes are dependent, are highly correlated with the instrument design, the type of mirror, the shape, the struts that hold up a secondary mirror, the spiders. There's a bunch of different stuff that goes into what your output shape of your diffraction spikes look like.
I guess I'm just kind of confused. Like, I thought I was thinking you were saying.
I mean, I'm in the chat now. Do you want to? We could just go through them and see what. If you want to quiz me, I'm happy to do it.
Sure, but just a sec. Like I'm just trying to understand here. Like these diffraction spikes, you're not saying that it's because one's out in deep space and there's no like.
No.
It's just the specs of the telescope itself.
Basically, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and so like there's a telescope that's exclusive to Hubble or something. Like they couldn't just put that one on a plane.
No, I'm not saying that. There's some chance. Yeah, there's a probability they could. I mean, there's a chance that different telescopes can have very similar specs. Yes, yeah, definitely.
You gotta admit, it's kind of fascinating if a Stanford grad who's like a NASA fanboy is just like going through everything and ends up reluctantly coming to the conclusion that he doesn't actually think Hubble's up there, and that we just have like platforms in the sky that.
Sure. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, sure. A person thinks that there's platforms floating. That's fine. I'm not arguing.
Conversations with like the heads of the team. Like the dude had a conversation with the head of the team, Hubble team, a head of the Sophia team.
Okay.
And then it's their information. Like that's what's weird. I mean, like to find the same image on the same day from both Hubble and Sophia is super weird. And then he went and looked at the specs of the telescopes, and they're like damn near identical.
Okay. Do you want to go through? I'm on the chat. I'm on the first after your Sophia, after the airplane, the 747. You want to start there?
I feel like in the tone of your voice, Chronic, I feel like in your mind you were like, oh, okay, this could be true. Well, you got more information?
No, it's just I mean, I seriously consider like anecdotes of, you know, a Stanford someone with credentials says something that's interesting, that sounds interesting. I mean, that's cool. I don't really have much more to go on, but
brought up his credentials just because I was saying he was like a NASA fanboy. It's not like a flat earther did it or something, you know. But like one of these questions I have for you, like are you like already familiar with a bunch of the images from Hubble? Because this kind of like a stacked bet.
wait, are you nervous? I'm gonna ace it now.
I have fully mixed them up. I'm just saying, like before I go grab.
No, I can tell you right off the bat. All the ones I see, I'm scrolling here that you posted are not immediately familiar with. I couldn't tell you what any of these like nebulae are. Maybe one of them is the Crab Nebula. That'd be a guess, but no, I'm not like extremely familiar with any of them. But
I mean, if you just want
to, I am clicking on the first one. Yeah, the very first one, right under the 747 Sophia. The diffraction spikes on those bright stars is not consistent with Hubble. So I don't know. I'm not extremely familiar with Sophia, but I can say pretty confidently it's not consistent with Hubble's diffraction spikes. So that first image is not from Hubble. I'm not claiming what it is from. It's not from Hubble. The second image, those diffraction spikes look very similar to Hubble. So I'm going to guess Hubble for the second. Looks like Hubble for the third. The fourth, I can't tell. There's not bright stars. It looks pretty low resolution, but it is just it's just a JPEG. I'm gonna go not Hubble on the fourth one that's purple and yellow in the center. The one after that has the spectrum on it overlaid, the red and the green spectrum over top of it. That looks like try to find a bright star. Ooh, that one's kind of hard. It's like a superposition. It's like Hubble plus something else. So I'm not sure on that one actually. I'm not going to answer that one. The one under that is definitely not Hubble. Then there's a Earth is Life posted telescope link. Then your last one is of a galaxy. It looks like it could be Hubble based off the diffraction spikes. Did I pass or fail?
I was trying to. I didn't think about like writing down your answers fast enough. Plus, I was just spamming pictures, but I was paying attention. So let me.
You can just read them in order, and I remember what my answers were. If you want.
Let me just make sure. Let me come over to the thing again. I gotta find it. So I think you may have got a couple of them wrong, but you didn't do terrible. So let's see. First one is Sophia.
Okay.
Second one is on NASA's page for Sophia.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But it looks almost identical to the Hubble one. So I myself am confused at this point.
Interesting. Okay. Might require further research. Moving on.
Okay, let me move to the next one.
The third one.
Third one is also Sophia. It's on NASA's Sophia page.
Okay.
And now we're where the little graph is, right?
With the spectrum.
Yeah, also Sophia.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then
the one after that is definitely not Hubble.
Definitely Sophia also. So
how about the galaxy one at the end?
Sophia. I thought. But
how about the galaxy one at the end?
Let me find it.
It's like I don't know. It could be the Whirlpool Galaxy, Pinwheel Galaxy, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's also Sophia.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's on Sophia's page. So like I'm now gonna make sure.
But you don't know the source of the raw, like where the real source of the.
Right. I mean, this says Sophia Images, right? I don't know why it would be.
Yeah, it's understandable. You would think Sophia. So they're almost all Sophia then. Okay.
It says Sophia delivers first complete map of ionized carbon in the fireworks galaxy. For that.
Oh, that's the one with the galaxy picture?
Yeah. But what's so crazy, bro? This one looks just like the one on Hubble's page, the like the turquoise-ish picture.
Are you sure they're not composites of Hubble plus Sophia?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay.
Like I just read like this one. I don't know. View image feature. I don't know. Is this why do we pay these people so much money? Like their website.
I don't know. I've heard some people trashing your website, not to bring up a sore subject, but
yeah, but they're just salty because it's better than anything they have. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I go to the images, I try to go to the information, and it's just like a dead article. It's goofy. I'll just drop the link.
okay. Yeah, if you gave me like a raw, like non-composite, so in just single filtered like image between the two, it'd be extremely easy. These are kind of like colorized, maybe composited type of.
Yeah, that's why. Like I wasn't really ready to give you the test, I guess, because I'm trying to find some from Sophia that are like not colorized, that are just stars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when I'm looking at Hubble's page, they have a bunch of pictures that are just like so many damn stars. It's like insane.
I mean, if you're interested, the raw, like the most raw form of the data is publicly available. I'm not sure about Sophia, but definitely on Hubble. I don't know if you've ever browsed it. It's very actually they've updated their archive in recent years, so it's a little bit more user friendly.
No, I've never done that.
Here, I'll give you an example just to see, and I mean, and to hear you scrutinize it, because I'm kind of looking forward to that. But hold on, I'll give you a link in a second.
It says this is a picture of Venus from Sophia, dude. Jeez Louise. Yeah, Nate, that one's admittedly animation. I saw that.
Nate, you think we're seeing that with our telescopes? I know you're joking, but all right, let me
So, Chronic, your initial response to my thing is that with your backyard telescope, you think that you'd be able to decipher it's a globe versus a geocentric, planar Earth system by basically taking a telescope to different altitudes, you said, and then looking at Polaris and then
different latitudes.
Yeah.
That's how we made the latitude system, right? So
different latitudes and then the southern hemisphere.
How would you be able to decipher between a planar Earth with essentially a sky that functions as a celestial sphere, meaning no matter where you view it, you're always seeing a hemispherical dome of stars, essentially, and that dome of stars, your field of view is always, it has that spherical nature to it. So
well, how am I observing southern stars rotating around a celestial point on a planar Earth without invoking magical azimuthal projection perspective stuff?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think people have different viewpoints on it.
And I respect all the viewpoints. It's just an interesting question.
What about just like from the most basic level, if you have a planar surface and then you have the sky above, if all the stars are like in their own little like tracks up there, like a train track,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all just moving in their train track flow above.
Sorry, I'm looking up this. I'm looking up the archive disk and what's it? My bad. I missed that last question. Something about train tracks. Sorry. Did I hear the word train tracks? I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you were saying like, how do these rotations work over a planar surface, right?
A southern star, southern star is rotating around a southern celestial point. Yeah. Like,
Right.
are you on the underside of the plane, and you're looking at because you said imagine a planar Earth with a celestial sphere all around it, including under it. So are you on like are you in the upside down in that one Netflix show?
No, man, I'm not talking about.
They're just taking pictures of the sky with a plane, dude.
Well, that platform thing was interesting. Yeah, like the idea that they have. I'm sure they do have big platforms up there with equipment on them.
I mean, that'd be super cool. Well, how are they? Are they at higher altitude than like the top of some of the mountains?
Well, they fly at like 50K.
Yeah, they're at a level where we can't even see it from down here.
Oh,
it's totally hazed out. Yeah, it's beyond the haze level. They have all kinds of stuff up there.
That's what the dude told him, is that they fly like 50K. And then he asked him, like, can I go on there? Because, like, I'll admit that even from my position, like, it would be dope. But he's like, no. You got to go through the proper channels, and it's not really open to the public. And then he said they have, like, 7 different types of optics on there at a time.
Dang.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, I wasn't talking about anything going under anything. What I was just saying is that if you're on a planar surface, you always are going to see within. That's why, like, you know how a planetarium is like a dome shape?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because that's how the stars are displayed to us as we view them from Earth. It's not about going underneath anything. It's just how.
But does a planetarium have a southern celestial pole?
Yes, you could. Yes.
Like it has 2 poles. A planetarium has 2 poles?
Yeah, like you could sit on a flat floor of a planetarium looking up at a hemispherical, dome-shaped structure with the stars on it, and you could pull up the latitude and longitude one for like somewhere in the north where you can see Polaris, and you could see that rotation, and then you could pull up a southern latitude one where you're looking at, the southern rotation, if you want to call it that, and you could flip between them. So yes, and that's all over a flat floor.
I mean, flip between them like digitally, just on the projection.
Well, have you seen those planetariums that the new, really advanced ones? That it's like a LCD screen. You know what I mean? The whole thing is a screen, and it's all planetarium. So you can it's like a computer screen basically, but you can pull up anywhere you want, latitude and longitude, just like with Stellarium, but it's on the actual ceiling of this screen. That's a massive screen of the planetarium. So I'm saying you could dial it in and just be like, boom, boom, and do like Northern Canada. Okay, there it is, Polaris, there's the rotation. Then you could just go boom, boom, and just type in, southern tip of Australia, or wherever South America or etc. And then you could see the southern one, and you could flip back and forth. You're just chilling on a flat floor in the planetarium, and you're just switching between them. And those are both happening over the planar surface of the floor.
Sure, yeah. That's just cool, like cool planetarium technology.
So you agree it can work geometrically over a plane?
No.
I just mapped out how it's working geometrically over a plane.
No,
it's
digitally on a. You're like
seeing both of them.
No.
How are you not there with me now? We just went through it.
You're talking about digitally.
My gosh.
You're digitally flying around to different parts of this. Yeah, come on. You're stretching there. You're stretching too far.
Better luck to me next time for someone. You getting that. It's pretty straightforward, man. Flat floor of the planetarium. You can pull up the 2 rotation locations at any time. Simultaneously, you're still on a flat floor. It works over a planar surface.
Are they 180 degrees opposing?
You could pull up any spectrum within it. You could.
Are they 180 degrees opposing each other? These 2 poles in your planetarium digital?
Yeah, you could have 2 planetariums, one on
each,
each, all over a flat floor.
How though? How?
That's what we should build, dude. 2 huge planetariums that are like outdoor planetariums, and then we can put the 2 rotations on them over the flat ground, and we can just show everyone like, yeah, there it is.
No, there should be a
It happens over a planar surface. Like how exactly it is? Well, clearly the stars look like vortices. They're vortexes.
There should be a a theme park ride where you get strapped in onto this onto the floor inside a planetarium, and you get strapped in. So then the planetarium, the lights come on, the sky comes on above you digitally, and then you can and then the entire floor it rotates, the floor does, so you can go inverted upside down and see the southern, and under you is another hemisphere that's so that's a planar pizza dish that you're strapped in on, and then there's people strapped in on the upside down part too. So when you get inverted, they get right side. They come to the right side up. That'd be sick. I'd ride that.
Yeah, this is tripping me out, Gio. Have you ever looked at this stuff, dude? Like that Northern Light picture, that's from Sophia. That's how high it is. That galaxy picture right there, Sophia. This big bright picture here, Sophia. Dude, they're like, just tell them we're retiring Sophia. Wait a few years, and then we're gonna roll out the James Webb story. For real, they said they.
Well, how's Hubble still delivering images if Sophia got retired?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's weird.
If they're putting something like Sophia in the sky, is it actually just out of the realm of possibilities they have other planes in the sky taking pictures of the sky? Because
sure, you can claim that, but
for them not to, like.
So then Hubble images aren't from Sophia then?
No, it's just.
Are they?
I don't know. What I think is
okay.
that it just shows that you get the exact same images from a plane.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Show me 2 raw images, one from Hubble, one from Sophia. I'm pretty sure they're gonna look different.
I think Rob Park says he has no fucking idea how that would work. Pretty sure that's what he said.
How what would work?
A telescope from a moving airplane.
Yeah. Well.
Huh?
They do it. So.
He runs an observatory and has no idea how they do long open exposures and stuff.
Okay.
So that's a pretty cool quote you could probably get off of him.
I think we're gonna have a combo on my channel later this week, but yeah, I think it's just so goofy, bro. Like I don't know how many people in the public do you think know about Sophia? Like 0.0000001%, something like that.
Definitely.
I have no idea.
Because like a lot of people, like in this realm, don't know about it. So
it's in a slightly different range. Why they claim to get clearer pictures, I have no idea.
Well, it makes sense that you just get up above a lot of the turbulence in the atmos.
Are you familiar with pixel scale, Dan?
No, but they get clearer pictures than Hubble.
Yeah, if you're familiar with pixel scale, it might make a little more sense.
No, I'm not.
That's another way you can pretty easily tell the difference between a raw Hubble image and a raw Sophia image.
What's freaking me out is I'm looking at the difference between Webb and Hubble, and I know that they touch up certain stuff, or maybe they don't, whatever you want to say in terms of enhancement, but they leave the fucking camera artifact in the middle of the goddamn screen. And that's so stupid because you
wait. Can you show what you're talking about?
Yeah, open up any Hubble or any Webb, and I'll tell you which camera took it. By the way, the refraction pattern with spires, whatever you call it.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier with it. They're called diffraction spikes.
Yeah, and they're absolutely an indicator of the lens aperture and the way it's held on. And
there you go. You got some knowledge there, Dan.
So it's fucking ridiculous that they don't fucking get rid of it in shots that they say they've created. Like, in other words, artist renderings, they leave them in there. In real shots, they put them in there, and it's like,
goto make you think it's real, man.
Yeah. Well, why do you want them removed?
Because they're not there. It's a camera artifact.
And
And it's proven by the difference between Hubble and Webb having a different shaped artifact.
Sure, but again, why do you want them
Why,
removed?
with all of your skill sets, do I need to see that shit?
I don't know.
Okay, well, there's your answer.
In scientific
Well,
application,
$58 million a day. I
Dan,
think you should fucking know.
In scientific applications, it's actually extremely important to subtract them out and remove them. But maybe for like mainstream, pop sci articles, it's
maybe you have
it's
a
no big
reason.
deal to just show them.
Maybe,
to
maybe
just keep them.
you have a reason that you think there's a reason.
Dude, why did everyone act like the James Webb picture was so amazing? Because these all just look the same. Why didn't they pump Sophia all over the news? We now have a plane. Look at these pictures from the plane.
Oh, you're right, huh? Zero. Wow, that's interesting. Wow.
Yeah, no, I remember when the James Webb thing, they did like that first big it was like during the whole scamdemic thing, and then it was like Joe Biden, they were all wearing their masks and they were all like in front of this huge screen and they were like, "Oh, this is the first images from James Webb." And once they released it, it literally looked like maybe a little bit better than Hubble, but not even much better.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's like it's just like normies, bro. They're like, "Oh, the news said this is cool."
Okay,
I'm sure Chronic would claim that it is better, and I know they do claim other data retrieval systems with it, but the imagery itself, I mean, for how many billions did they claim the James Webb was?
So many billions that could be
So
be
many.
used to feed starving children or something better.
Wow, now you're talking. We could really help.
Yeah.
10 billion.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10 or 20, but yeah, is it 10? But you add all the media costs and everything else, it probably is more like double that.
It wouldn't match it.
That's right. They put nicer telescopes on the plane, bro. That's right. It's better nowadays. They upgraded the plane telescope.
Hey, what's it? Do you think these things that they're taking pictures of? I mean, you got to admit they're pretty amazing. They're beautiful. How far do you think?
Color corrected. What?
Okay, what? I've seen some of these things in live, even larger observatories. Why? But don't you think like they're amazing pictures? And these little dots that you see that are way up there, how far do you think those dots are? They're just lights in the sky. How far away do you think?
First of all, these are cartoons for adults. But yeah, I do think they look kind of cool. Like so does a PS5 video game. But no, like
when you see it yourself, you see it like from a telescope.
Incredible. I think the sky's incredible. I don't believe your fairy tales about how most of these aren't there, or a lot of these aren't there, or I'm looking back in time, and all that's really weird.
How far away do you think they are?
I don't know, man.
Take a guess.
A few thousand miles.
How many?
A few thousand miles.
2,000 miles?
Few.
Are you serious?
He said a few.
I'm not talking light years. I'm talking 2,000.
No,
like some we can actually
I don't
measure.
say light years out loud. I'm not.
I know. No, I know you don't believe in a light year. I don't know. I know you think there's all this visuals, whatever. But I want to just get a feel for what you think. Talk about it a lot. You think these objects, lights, wherever they're reflecting from or wherever they are, you're saying they're 2,000 miles away?
I said a few. I think they're in a much more dense medium.
Okay.
They're not nearly as far away as people think they are. It's in a dense medium.
Okay, so we see the sun.
If you take the proportions, like if you take like a Gleason's or an AE type map layout, or just any planar surface like that, it's that large. You're only going to see, like, using that few thousand miles for that, just to keep it very general for the moment. Like, yeah, you're only going to see in that range. I mean, that's we all. Even just look at like a planisphere; it shows you the amount of sky you can see. It's only a portion of the circle of the disk.
Right. Well, let's say we're looking at this, and you call one of your buddies. And he says, like, it's, starting to set, and you're looking at it up in the sky. If it's 2,000 or 3,000 miles away, and you're calling someone who's 2,000 or 3,000 miles,
You're breaking out.
We lost Zanuck.
Just not feeling it, man.
What's it? Were you here? I think you were around when I was saying there are subtle ways to tell. Oh, Zanuck cut back in. So comparing something like Sophia and Hubble or something, there are pretty subtle ways to tell the difference, especially if you are comparing the raw data, the raw images coming from both observatories. There's pretty subtle ways, but these differences are obvious for people who are experts in analyzing and reducing this and looking at this type of raw data. So things like the difference in pixel scale, the size of the point spread functions, the stability of the point spread function across multiple images that you take. So stuff like that sounds like mumbo jumbo jargon that who cares about, but experts who do this for a living can very obviously, tell a difference.
Yeah.
So at that point, you have to invoke that it's just it's they're faking all the better clarity, and they're faking it's CGI is the reason for the difference in
I never said that. I just think they have really nice telescopes. If they told you about Sophia, they have something 10 times better than Sophia.
So then Hubble images are from Hubble and not Sophia then.
It's not nothing
based on that argument.
Space vacuum, like it's they may have used some pictures from Sophia. I think that they just have fleets of planes. They told you a story about a satellite.
That's fine. It's fine to think that's fine. I'm not arguing against that. But my point kind of still stands though, that there are obvious ways to tell if you're an expert in analyzing the raw data, that there's a very clear, instrumental differences. Whether it's differences between telescopes on different floating platforms or a telescope in space versus on the ground or something, there's very clear ways. But they're very subtle and they're not so clear for a non-expert.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe you. Well, why would I have any contention with that though? Like, yeah, there are different telescopes. Some are better than other ones.
Well, I mean, that's just one sentence that I can that it just makes the whole comparison between people thinking Hubble is really Sophia just a silly kind of argument.
Not really. You just have a plane with a little bit of a better telescope. It doesn't seem complicated.
Sure. If you invoke the floating platforms, yeah.
Do you mean what NASA says they use? Like I don't know.
Sure. I mean, floating platforms still have some atmosphere to look through, right?
Yeah.
Or do they not?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess at 50,000 feet, I mean, you're not really going to have much to look through, huh?
You still have a bit of atmosphere, which is
still
going to
something though. Yeah.
Have you ever been up there and looked at it?
No, but a friend of mine has. He actually rode on Sophia.
Your air pressure is what, 1 psi? Half a psi? Something very little, very little.
On Sophia too. She had thought.
I know you missed.
They offer that you could take rides on it, just like a carnival.
No.
I'm kidding.
Provide your ticket.
I'm kidding on that, but
you got to be
Speaking of train tracks, Gio, you're running train.
Ticket.
Yeah, he was awarded time on Sophia. So as far as I know, Sophia doesn't have adaptive optics. So yeah, you definitely see it in the point spread function.
Whitson, I know you missed me, but did you answer my question on that? I just had a quick.
What if we just had a plane with different optics though? That's what I don't understand.
Again, subtle, small things that may not appear like big differences, but they are really big differences if you're an expert in analyzing and understand how to notice these differences, like pixel scale, point spread function, etc.
Why do I have to keep repeating myself though? Like, what if it was just a different plane with a better telescope?
Sure, you can invoke that. That's fine.
So you agree that would just completely address?
There's still atmosphere you need to. No, not at all. There's still atmosphere you need to look through.
You have no standard of comparison. Even in space, there's stuff you're looking through. Like you have no standard of comparison. They tell me
again the stability of the point spread function across many images back to back that something like Hubble delivers is unobtainable even at 50,000 altitude. It's exquisite. It's unchanging. There's nothing perturbing it.
That's up in the sky, but it's not in a vacuum going millions of miles away.
Well, you're still stuck at the PSF stability issue.
Like I just can't even imagine thinking that Hubble has been up in space that long. Like what?
Why?
Because it's just goofy. It's like you guys.
Satellite.
You guys
Wait,
think that
never
satellite
photo.
has
Not
a
one
car
photo
battery?
since the repair.
The satellite with a car battery from the 70s is just floating around millions of miles away, sending us transmissions.
Not one image
With,
of it.
with solar
I
panels,
don't think it's
giving it
millions
power.
of miles, but sorry, 4 people were talking at the same time.
Just not one image of it since the repairs. Not one.
It is millions of miles.
How would they take a picture of it from the ground? It's kind of small, don't you think?
Your claim of millions of miles, I think the
Hubble is in the millions of miles
NASA
away.
claims it's only 300 something miles.
Yeah, JWST is millions of miles away. Hubble is not.
Telescope. Yeah, Hubble's like 350 or something. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying just satellites in general. They claim that there's a satellite. I forgot the name of it. They shot it off like in the 70s or 80s with a little car battery on it, and it's sending us signals back. Still.
Oh, you're talking about Voyager 2.
Yeah, you guys believe that, bro? You guys believe that there's some car battery powered satellite out in space millions of miles away?
Sure. What's stopping the signal? Yeah. Is it getting tired on its travel back to Earth?
It's less than a watt. It's less than a watt, and through all of the noise, through all of that time, it doesn't get diffused, diffracted, or anything.
Oh, there's tons of attenuation. There's tons of it, but it's still a strong enough. It's still a high enough signal to be detectable.
At what wattage? It's like a jillion.
Why wouldn't they just put whatever they're using inside a freaking car at this point?
Huh?
I like the way you question everything, though, but you haven't really. You're trying to give me the answers. A lot of us don't even have the answers.
But solar power.
So Pioneer 9, 10, and 11 don't exist. Voyager 1 and 2 they don't exist. The Hubble telescope is not really orbiting. It's just hanging from a balloon somewhere. I mean, these are pretty grandiose claims.
Just believe whatever the government tells you about space. To me, that's super weird. I just now found that this is the client of a performance company that specializes in aerial performances to make people look they're floating and flying, and they're famous for their harness designs being undetectable. And on their client list is NASA. I just found NASA having millions of dollars in contracts with virtual and augmented reality companies. So, you can believe it if you want to, my dude, but I don't really believe that NASA is the one.
Cars on freeways that are.
I said it looks like it is going that fast. Simply, you could do that by ground position. That has nothing to do with how far away it is.
Well, that's part of the equation, right? So, saying it aside, you're saying it's
no.
Yes, if you have something that's really far away and is buzzing across the sky. It'll all be a combination of things. Some things that are larger, that are farther away, will look the same as something that is smaller, that is closer.
Here you go. You're figuring it out, but they could still be going. They both, but you can figure out
right.
But they're going based on
that's why
the ground that's covered.
Right, but that's why we have it from two positions, so we can then figure out how far, using triangulation, figure out how far away the item actually is. It's like the picture of the jet that's transiting the moon, and then you have the Hubble transiting the moon. They look like they're about the same size because they are roughly about the same size, and they are roughly about the same distance.
But you think
the Hubble is supposed to be, hold on, it's supposed to be 250 miles high, and then we see this airplane that's only supposed to be 30,000 feet high.
No,
well, then, wait a minute, it's at the sunset, or it's at the moon set, where the moon is actually that far, that angle, so that the distance between the jet, you and the moon, is roughly the same. That's why you see a transit that looks similar like it.
I'm about to go. Let me just help you out here, okay? So,
first
of all, it's 50,000 feet. Secondly, I do not at all think that Sophia is all they have. If they come tell you a public story about Sophia, that means that's some baby back bullshit plane compared to what they have. Okay. Now you think that's a crazy conspiracy theory. I think you're crazy for thinking that the government always lies to you except for with NASA. Okay. So we just have a fundamental disagreement here. Sophia is a PR stunt. So if they come out and tell everyone about it, that's not the best that they have. It's 50,000 feet. We know planes can go higher than that. I think you can have electrokinetic propulsion devices that go higher than that. I think that you can. I've already found patents where you can keep basically geostationary satellites. You can attain that with all kinds of different things, just like electrokinetic propulsion, all kinds of different electronic thrusters, like electrostatic thrusters. This stuff's existed for 20 years. So
PSF stability.
So I want. So this is something I really want to get into when we have a conversation. But as an astronomer, I can tell you, and I've told this to Dan, is that astronomy has been around for a really long time before NASA was even a twinkle in Uncle Sam's balls. And so I don't know why this whole argument that NASA lies and so therefore all of astronomy is wrong. I don't quite get that, but like I said, I really want to kind of have that conversation on Friday. And again, I've known a friend of mine, Noel, has ridden in Sophia. He's taken observations. A number of my friends have done PhD thesis using Hubble data. It boggles my mind to think. It is difficult for me to imagine that all of that is fake. The sheer scale of that would be intense.
Oh, okay. Well,
Professor.
Well, the
Professor.
people that are the heads of the teams, they say that they never saw Hubble ever in their entire life. He's been working there for 15 years. He just gets the data. So.
Well, that might be the director of STI, and that might be the second director. I've heard that quote, but I've never really followed up on it. Other people have seen Hubble. Other people have seen other telescopes that go up.
Why does looking up at something prove anything?
Let me just say, first part, I gotta get out of here. I'm looking forward to our conversation Friday. I was
gonna send you the archive to raw data. What's it? I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, just DM it to me, Professor. Okay. We'll just talk cordial. Nice talking, Chronic. You're cordial. Nice. Zanuck kind of drained me instantly. So.
Zanuck always does that. All right, see you, man.
All right, later.
So Chronic, are you talking about the Fitz files?
Wait, why do I drain his energy? I asked a simple question, Chronic.
It's because you're simply Zanuck. That's why. I'm just kidding, man.
I've got something for you guys to look into. Just look into your Open Skies Treaty that's been there for like 30-something thousand, for over 30 years. That they've admitted to. Over 100-something nations.
Does sound like Xanax, so I don't know if that's related.
Sure thing. We'll look into it. IGZ. We'll look into it. Thank you for that.
They've been like mapping these plays for a very long time, and everybody's been involved. And they just sort of closed it last year. I think the US sort of dropped out and whatnot. It's there. It's all on paper. At least
sounds good.
The little bit that they tell us, I think there's much more than that. But everybody's at war, but we can fly over one another and take photos of everything, and anybody can do it.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I was gonna Parks. I was gonna send him a link to the MAST archive that has it hosts all the raw data publicly.
I wonder if those are. I didn't know NASA hosted Fitz files, but all right, cool.
Yep. I actually don't. I don't know if you recall. I actually, I visited your university for and was at the observatory for a bit, if you recall that.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I apologize. My brain is kind of mush.
I think it was in recent weeks. I was going through a round of faculty, searching for faculty jobs.
Sweet. Wait a minute.
Yep. Yeah, if you do recall, just we'll stick on the anonymity of the.
Yeah.
It was during an observing night. Yeah, we were up.
That's Chronic. You're Chronic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, nice. Well, it was nice meeting you.
Yes, it was indeed.
Yeah. We need to talk, actually. So.
Yeah, I was gonna send Witsit this link in the live stream chat. Just one very simple example, one of thousands, obviously, that hosts the raw data. This is from the Advanced Camera for Surveys ACS. And there's a cool quick look. So on the MAST archive, they have a quick look on this table. I guess you have to scroll down some on the page, but there's links on the left side of this table, and if you you click any of the links, it'll give you a quick look image of showing the raw data, basically. But you can download all the raw FITS data.
Nice. Huh. Cool. I'll have to check that out later.
Rob, I spent 3 hours face to face with a guy that was an early satellite developer.
Yep.
And he was terrific to talk to. And he talked about how they had to realize that there was precession. You know, and he was really into the math and the calculations of the, orbits and stuff. And then once they found that precession wouldn't keep their spy stuff on target, they had to figure out how to compensate for it. So they had to mark a spot on the Earth as a reference point to calibrate each time they went around. And so I don't know if they were, if it was because they were using spinning satellites back then that they were getting precession from that. But his job was like stuff like that, figuring out how to adjust orbits for things like that. So it was pretty fascinating, and it made me want to think about extending my impressions of space going out to it, at least 22,000 miles, making the moon further away than the 3,500 miles we mumble about. We must have triangulated the moon wrong to think that. And at the same time, if what I used to think really, really far away is these long orbits of 22,000 miles, it's kind of right there. That means all the satellites and all the junk and everything that we got mostly should be in a visual range and cluttered between us and the moon, or certainly an amateur should have picked up. There should be lots of pictures of Hubble for one reason or another. You're qualified to tell us, is it really too fast or too small? It's probably neither. I'm not stupid. Nobody's interested in shooting it.
Yeah, it's primarily. But actually, Dan, I thought about you recently. I'm going to be I just watched a talk on the Perseverance rover, and I'm going to be posting it onto my channel. But what made me think of you was she made it a point to basically say one of the things that Perseverance did that she was really impressed with is they put cameras on it so that you can literally see the rover dropping from the launch, or I guess the landing vehicle. I can't remember the name of it, but you can watch the rover actually deploying, and they thought to put cameras on it. So it's like, hey, there you go, Dan.
I'll be waiting. So yeah, I was talking about having like banks of early computer stuff, and that he called a block system, and it was modular, and it plugged together like an old-fashioned phone switchboard. And they literally plugged in an equation because there was no other way to give any machine a command. So they literally, each box contained an equation. And they would plug one into the next, into the next. It was really interesting to hear him talk about it. And there's no way that I can discount the guy's entire life. And he was hands-on. He wasn't just like... He was hands-on. You could tell, you could tell by the way he described it. He had gone to work for aerospace. His dad was a plumber. He got an engineering degree. And when he was in the midst of Skunk Works and all that kind of stuff, they had to send him back to school for aeronautics, like more aviation stuff. He didn't know aerodynamics well enough. And that was humbling for me. He wasn't ridiculing me, in any way. And I showed him a couple of things, and he was surprised. And the only gotcha I could get out of it was when we talked about Coriolis and how he had been taught about it a little bit, remembered, but it had never been applied in his career whatsoever. Like he never used it for anything. So, but that's the best I could get out of him. Other than that, he was destroying me bit by bit with the joy in his eyes that we were able to talk shop, because it used to be classified. He couldn't talk to anyone. And then like I knew distances and speeds, so he was like, "Ooh, I knew program names and stuff." He was all excited. It was funny. But it chipped away at my faith. I'll have to admit, I had to widen my scope of space. So now I'm thinking, okay, well, all that stuff is still certainly closer to the moon. I can see the moon, so all this stuff has got to be out there, visible at some point. And this stuff was supposedly, he was seeing orbits around what could be a stationary Earth. And it could. His mapping may have been 2D, for all I know. So I don't want to call him a fibber. That's for sure. He was a great guy. And I don't think it's fair to do so. But I do think the flat earthers do have to smarten up. And your hunches are sharp. If we're shitting on something across the board, we're just smearing shit. You're right. So everything isn't, you can't blanket statement stuff like that. And say, oh, it's everything is not there. Everything is bad. But Austin made a good point about why there's never any fanfare with Sophia. And I'm thinking if it's the same equipment roughly as Hubble, which is roughly the K-series satellite stuff as well, giant telescopes, the K-series points to the Earth. If they wanted better resolution, they might flip Sophia around and use it for other reconnaissance. So that might be why there's never any fanfare from it.
Can I ask you? I was watching the Senate hearings, and I think the dude's from Texas, old guy. He was asking. One of the dudes from NASA was asking for like $100 million for something, so they could appropriate money from appropriation means to take money that is meant from one place to put to another. And the $100 million to fix this place that was all flooded and barely is like surviving now. And this other Indian dude, they were meant to make, I don't know, some chips or something for NASA and blah, 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 blah. And they haven't done it in 40 years. And the dude's asking for another like $100 million. The dude from Texas is like, why hasn't anything been done? Oh, we're doing it and it's almost done and we're the best and da, da, da. Nothing's been done. They can't provide anything, these people. And this was on, like, I don't know, a week ago. I mean, the airplanes that they use for the open sky treaties, just have a look at them. Just have a look at the legal documentation that was signed from over, 100 nations. USA, China, Russia, Germany, everybody.
Got a quick question for everyone. You're talking about fanfare for Sophia. Have any of you heard of any of you heard of the Spitzer satellite?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
What is it?
I don't know. Don't remember.
Huh. A lot of those images that you see compared to the JWST comparison, those are to Spitzer. So I don't know if you can really take lack of fanfare as really evidence of anything, because I would say that most people haven't heard of Spitzer either. And Spitzer was a groundbreaking instrument. Before Spitzer, we had the field of, for example, YSOs was not nearly as robust. So just putting that out there.
I was just reading today about the junk zone. What do they call it? The junk zone, when they push satellites into a deeper orbit when they're done with them.
Typically, they'll de-orbit them.
Oh God.
like Starlink deorbits is planning on deorbiting their satellites, or SpaceX is planning on deorbiting their Starlink satellites.
Well, this was different than deorbiting. This was it's called like a junk zone, something like that. What it's further out than the 22,000 miles. So it won't, so the stuff won't crash into other stuff. Let's see.
Familiar with it.
No, the stuff should just like disintegrate because of that, Van Allen belt.
Well, I don't know why that they explained that there's a big crowded area and that they do it particularly for that.
Yeah, but if you're going to think about it logically, if you have like some semblance of thought, they have this area where nothing can go further out of, and if you can't go further out than that, and everything seems to just disintegrate, why would you have floating junk everywhere where you could just pulverize everything? It literally disappears.
What are you saying? There's no such thing as space debris? It all should have fallen to the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, as in you guys are talking about deorbiting this, that. Why not just deorbit it and smash it right into that Van Allen belt and make everything just like dust? Not have space junk. There shouldn't be nothing there. Even though we can't see
I don't
it.
think the Van Allen belt vaporizes things. I could be wrong though.
Or what does it do if you can't go past it? What would it do? Does it what? Is it like a tennis like net? Does stuff bounce off or?
I think it's just I could be wrong. I think it's just a higher density region of kind of energized particles that are not going to vaporize things.
Which is heat.
Correct.
Or radiation. Sure. Radiation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it instantly vaporizes things. I mean, I could be wrong though, but it doesn't sound right to me.
No, it doesn't.
What do you do when you blast a whole lot of radiation onto something? Have you guys ever seen experiments like?
Well, it depends
anything
on
like
how
that
much
happen?
radiation. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, nothing will be there.
Well, I don't. It depends on how much radiation.
Yeah, why are you just blatting out things that you maybe don't really quite understand?
Well, that's a little rude. Typical Xenic.
That's my typical Xenic approach. But yeah, just because we have radiation, radiation equals death. Radiation equals destruction. Is that what you're saying?
The new prototype sun and this is like out there that the Chinese have built. It's like 50,000 amps and 100 million watts. Have you seen that thing? Do you know about it?
50,000 amps and 100,000 watts.
100 million.
100 million
100
watts.
million.
So 100 million watts. Let's see. Let's figure how much power it is. No, that's a big number.
Yeah, it is. It's a very big number.
Yeah, I had it wrong, Rob. It's graveyard, not junkyard.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you for putting that up there.
I couldn't believe I read the word. I'm like, graveyard.
34. So it has 134,000 horsepower. It's a lot of power. What is this? What is this on a satellite? Does this? Where does it get that power from?
Are you speaking to me? No, this is something that they've done an experiment in an actual lab.
It's in a lab.
So it's so they're about to put it up there. So it's like harnessing energy. The sort of they've got patents for these suns.
Are you talking about fusion? Are you talking about nuclear?
Nuclear fusion. Yeah, fusion. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was done in a lab. I'd say it's an understatement, but yeah, a lab, and they bombarded this particle with, tremendous amounts, unimaginable amounts of energy concentrated in one point, to annihilate it, and it caused a fusion reaction, which was a net gain of power they put into it. I don't think they're not putting this on satellites yet.
No. They want to apply this up in the air, so they've already got instruments that are sort of acting like energy projectors, aka like the sun, and they're trying to make this so I don't know, to harness energy, electricity.
Well, we know how much energy we can harness from the sun. It's a pretty known and accepted value per square meter. It's nowhere near that value. So I don't know where you think that energy is going to come from, but I think what you're talking about is something where they use that amount of energy to create a fusion reaction, which took, like I said, an imaginable amount of energy concentrated in a small point. But that's nowhere near being thought of to be able to be put in space on any kind of device.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is, the point is not to put it in space. The point is to put it near the ground so you can harness that energy. There's no point of doing that and having energy going all over the shop, and it's useless. The point is to harness the output of it.
Of course.
So if you can't use it, then it's like blowing stuff up. If you don't have an enemy, then you're just sort of blowing stuff up for the sake of blowing stuff up.
You can do well. They've already done this. Nuclear fission works that way now. Today, we have fission reactions, and we boil water, we turn turbines, and we create electrical energy from this type of these kind of electromechanical devices, magnetic devices. We would do the same thing with nuclear fission, but we wouldn't have the byproducts of the radioactivity of the waste with nuclear fission.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's an electromagnetic thing. It's not a hydrogen, nonsense thing. You're talking about an applied and you're talking about applied science, bro. You're not talking about hypothetical.
It's not like a hydrogen, nonsense thing. There's fission
but you're
and
talking
there's
about
fusion.
This wall of. You're talking about this,
whatever reaction we have, the energy
somewhere.
whatever reaction we have, we're gonna harness it. Changing states of water, or some other methodology of being able to harness water, store the energy in batteries or what have you. But usually, the most easiest way to do this is when the reaction results in heat, is to thermally take advantage of that energy and then store it, and it's changing a form. Changing a state, rather, like boiling water. I mean, you know how a fission reactor works, right?
Yeah, but the point is to capture it. That's the point.
How do they capture energy from the? How do they capture energy in a fission reaction?
Or my point is to be able to pinpoint it somewhere where it's necessary.
Are you talking about transferring, like sending it somewhere? Like
microwave?
So they send microwave energy across line of sight. They do that today. They send energy from point to point using microwaves.
Yep, but imagine a lot more. Imagine that much energy.
Yeah.
What could you do with that, bro? Like,
same thing you did today.
What do you think that is?
You can store it in numerous ways. You could have it hit some kind of target that would have the same kind of reaction.
So the point is to store it and to use it, hopefully. Yeah. So no, I get it. So the point is, obviously, if you're good person, you aim it, store it, and then you can distribute it, or you can do some other things with it.
Well, right now we are so far away from being able to harness and do anything nuclear fusion that it's probably not even worth talking about. We're not even anywhere near a situation where we don't have anything less than a building full of equipment to be able to produce just a slight amount of energy, what it takes to put into it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they've done these kinds of things a while ago. Whether you call it nuclear, some people call it cold fusion.
No, these are unrelated. Unrelated. Nuclear fusion is known. It's only had recent successes in the last year.
How do you define nuclear fusion? What is it to you?
It's a when you combine two hydrogen molecules, that gives you that's a fusion reaction. That releases a tremendous amount of energy by doing so. Similarly, if you have helium and you split it into two hydrogen atoms, that will also release a tremendous amount of energy if you can do that.
Okay, do you classify that as heat, or how would you describe it?
Heat, tremendous amount of heat, and other types of radiation. The full spectrum of radiation. Ungodly amount of energy is released by.
Yeah, I agree. What I need to find them again, but the stuff that I've read, and there's a few patents out there that when they go into it, they actually say that even though it's described as heat or whatnot, it's really not. It's really not heat. It's actually cold
heat?
for whatever reason.
What's it called?
I need to find it. I don't have it.
Well, think about how energy is.
Yeah.
What forms does energy take? What types of forms does it take?
Stop being a professor.
I'm not being a professor. He just said it's taking certain.
No, I said usually when you speak about it as in hot, but
What
other people are saying
what is energy, right?
The one that starts with a K.
Not, yeah,
starts with a K.
That is
K, like chronic. Like chronic.
A chronic.
A K.
Energy doesn't take any forms because
looking for a K word. Can I get a K?
Why does an energy?
Can I buy a vowel? Can I buy a vowel?
Energy doesn't exist, just like time doesn't exist, just like space doesn't exist. They're all metaphysical concepts that are just represented by physical things. Energy is represented by actual electricity or whatever, pressure mediation, depending on whatever you're talking about.
I love trying. You gotta love these new terms that they've developed. I mean, I get every time you say it, I smile.
Represented by the physical movement of matter. Without that, you wouldn't have time. This concept of
pressure
time. And space
percentage. Where did you get that term?
By volume, physical volume.
Where'd you get that word?
You gotta Google it. Google it, Zanuck. You'll find it.
No, he's 100% correct. It's just the way that we
pressure
have.
Mediation?
It's just ways we share ideas and
Can you give me the definition of pressure mediation?
Anything that has a unit of measurement that has been agreed upon and made up is a metaphysical thing that doesn't actually exist.
Correct. Yeah, which science even says, there's this thing that's got this much atoms and this much but it's 99.99999% empty.
So, am I getting this right? Anything that is any unit that is defined, or anything that has a unit that is defined by humanity doesn't exist?
Yes.
That we've agreed upon. Yeah. We've just agreed upon a certain value for whatever.
For instance, you can't show me an inch, right? An inch isn't a physical thing that I can play with, that'll jump, that'll stretch, whatever. Time doesn't dilate, Space doesn't bend or warp. All these units of measurement, all these things are measured by units of measurement which we've defined and aren't actual real things.
So a ruler
ruler is the matter that you're using. If a ruler without the wood is
The
nothing.
device. Yeah.
But that distance you see on the ruler of an inch,
That's not an
real?
inch. That's an inch of wood, or whatever. I'm saying an inch alone is metaphysical.
It's a concept.
It's a
so
concept,
you
exactly.
call it an inch? Yeah, we'll call it here in Australia 2.5 centimeters.
Without the volume of the wood, you have no space. You have no distance measurement. You have no nothing.
Yeah, but that amount of distance of an inch is a real thing. Like the actual, if you want to call it the space it takes up, that amount of distance on whatever it is, a piece of matter or the ground, or so that is a real thing. But
no, it's not.
But you can't hand someone an inch.
The distance itself isn't real. Distance is a concept. Between
no, I would say distance is very real.
Okay, so you say you have nothing, and now I'm saying you have distance. What do you have?
Well, you can't have distance and nothing. You'd have to have
exactly. It's a metaphysical thing that's pegged to a physical representation.
Well, I would say you have to have a medium. So if you have a medium like ether, an inch is basically a transduction unit of ether.
Sure, but the point is you have to have something, ether or ground or whatever. You have to have a physical manifestation.
But I would say that physical manifestation is that actual distance of ether, if you want to use that term.
So if I have ground alone, I have distance without any measurement, without any metaphysical kind of conception. No, I have to conceive of this system to describe the physical reality that we have, right? The physical reality is ground or ether or whatever you want to put in there, right? But we have to conceive, and we actually did. We conceived. Someone did, and then the rest of us agreed, or a group of us agreed, and that's why you have international units, standard units that we all kind of agree on for the sake of convenience and sharing ideas, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's a structural framework that's used to explain a real phenomenon, which is the distance at which an inch, takes up, essentially.
Yeah, and same thing for energy. For energy, energy doesn't exist in and of itself. If I say that my biceps have, that I have energy in my muscles. Without the muscles, there's nothing, right? It's not like the energy stays in that. Like if I just made my arm disappear, it's not like in the outline of my arm there's going to be energy where it was, like a phantom limb or something like that. No, there's no it's basically hinged on its derivative or derived from the physical manifestation of my muscles or whatever the physical thing is, right? It's in the end, it's pressure mediation. That's what the real thing is,
Well, that's my question. What does pressure mediation mean?
It's basically like the amount of force that can be, pushed or what have you from one state to another, whether it's electricity or magnetism or these things that actually exist that are observable.
Right. Something can be pushed from one state to another. Something being pushed from one state to another.
Yeah, it's
pressure,
that's
why
pressure here, I'll say pressure transfer from one state to another.
Pressure transfer. Pressure transfer from one state to another.
Or like the word transduce, which is essentially to convert an energy or to convert something into another form or to another point. And thus transduction is,
transduction. now you're reaching.
Yeah, so if I'm standing still, oh sorry, someone else gonna get in.
No, sorry, bro. I was just going to agree with you. Like transmuting an energy, like just say if you're angry and you put it to good use, you know what I mean? It's yeah.
Yep. Well, like transduction is used. That term is used within like genetic code, like when there's a process of transduction. But it is connected to the words transduce as well, because transduce itself is just essentially to convert something into another form. So I would go as far as to say, like, if I'm standing in the environment, like standing upwards, and if I move my body forward, if I walk forward, I would describe that as ether transduction, meaning that the ether, the physical matter that makes up your body and the air, is going through a metamorphosis process, a transform into another form, which is that what we call that physical matter of your body has to essentially continue to relocate within the coordinate system.
It doesn't have to be. I could Geo, jump, and I would be a transducer because I'm telling you to do something, do it. That's transduction. That's a transducer in simplest form.
Well, if you have the air, and then you're going to move physical matter into that air, that the space that takes up that air has to transduce into another form. It has to become the physical matter of your hand.
That's not kind of what it means. Okay,
well,
so
we're getting off the track because where's the air going though? You're not pushing it away.
Well, you're taking the space of it though.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, like.
That's not really what transducing means. Transducing is like your volume control on your radio or something. That's a transducer. You turn the knob, the volume goes up. How does it do it? Well, it's sending it's through a series of different components, symmetrical signals, and they're amplified using voltage and current, electrical windings, and things happen. That transducer is just the itself, and that one mechanism that is sending the signal somewhere.
Yeah, but
that's why Geo referred to it as the genes.
That's the electronic specific definition for transducer.
Sure was.
Yeah. Your body is electrical and it sends electrical signals and pulses everywhere. So that's why Geo made the reference to it. Like
I said, I could tell you to jump in the transducer if you jumped. No connection, no wires.
No, dude, transduce is to convert something into another form.
Yeah, my voice commands or transformed into some mechanical and physical motion.
You are stretching this.
Oh, bro.
What
True. Maybe if you screamed at like a leaf, and you told it to jump, and then the sound waves from your mouth, your vocal cords actually vibrated the leaf and made it jump.
No, that'd be direct force. That'd be a direct force. Transducer, something a proxy to making it move, something that facilitates by communicating something else to have some effect. Like me telling you to jump, my sound waves hitting out of my mouth, hit your ear, goes to your brain. Your brain tells your body to jump.
Yeah, now you're talking about a transducer, which is different. So there's the word transduce, which has to do with converting something into another form. There's also the word transduction, which is connected to transduce, but also transduction is also a specific term that is used in genetic material that undergoes a process of transformation with viruses and other components within transduction. Then the word transducer is something different that is an electronical device, which is partly what you're talking about, Zanuck.
That was the word we talked about the whole time. Was transducer.
You're all over the boards, bro.
No, it was exactly that. No, the transduction, all of a sudden, that was added afterwards.
He was talking about the electronic transducer like 3 minutes ago too.
Any transducer.
He's just looking for anything it can do to be like, wait, let me get a handle on what you're saying so I can try to teach you something about it instead of actually hearing what someone else is saying.
Okay, so let's see. We got off the topic. So the question was, I've lost the thing with percentage was saying about
bro, they've done that. It's a metaphysical thing. They've done that with prayer and all the rest of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can think of it as Geo said beautifully, genetic material, but if you know how to use your own, call it conductor or your own vessel, you can expand on that. And it's been tested, yeah. You can measure it at least.
Yep.
Getting back to the energy thing, I think we're just energy takes.
They did this they did this in 1888. They had the British, what was it called? The British something Academy, where they were doing these experiments for so-called, if people were psychic, so the transducing of energy, and they did a buttload of experiments, and yeah, it is a point of fact. And then they started doing it again in the 1980s, which they already did in like 1888 or whatever. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Cheers, bro. Yeah, well said. Yeah, it makes me think of like the idea of turning lead into gold. That's like a complete transduction.
It's transmutation.
He's right. That is transmutation. But yeah, I was referring to like more day to day and practical examples, like having an electric pump, and like you have this electricity that's pushing this pressure, so you have these pistons, pumping water and raising the pressure of the water, for instance.
Yeah, so like when we move through the environment, there's pressure mediation happening on all fronts. Like as the air kind of pushes out of the way of our body, and
yeah, everything is pressure mediation.
There's always pressure.
And we just refer to it as energy because it's easier when we have, one unit of measurement to discuss all these different forms of pressure mediation or modality, right? We just say joule or calorie or kilojoule or whatever it is, right? But in reality, it's different forms of pressure.
Well, all those joule specifically means something. Measure of energies.
Yeah, but it's specifically something we defined. It's something we made up. It doesn't actually exist.
But it represents a certain amount of work that can be done.
Absolutely. But we defined that amount of work, and work itself isn't real.
Work isn't real?
Work isn't real. What's the physics definition
No,
of work?
we move something. We live. What is the definition of work? A force over and times a displacement.
9 to 5 job.
The definition of work is something that an object that is moved with a force over a certain distance.
Yes, force over distance, right?
Force over distance, yes.
For Xander,
we just covered how distance itself is a metaphysical concept that's been, agreed upon.
No, I think right? Gio and the rest of us didn't agree with that.
So you can have distance without any physical thing. You can have distance.
Oh God!
Yeah, distance is distance is a change in position.
Of what?
Of anything.
Exactly. You need something.
Well, no, you don't need anything.
It's metaphysical. You need to hinge it on. You have to peg it onto physical things.
Well, yes, it's a measure of something to it.
Yeah, it's a metaphysical measure that we created. We created the measure. We created the yardstick for it.
Mm-hmm.
We
so distance.
Defined the amount of
how is distance metaphysical? When I have
whatever.
So how is the distance of the length of my
distance itself is a concept. It's not real. So when you have
it is real,
which is made up of a concept, it's also a concept.
So it's not real. Work's not real, and
work
distance
is
not
real when its components are not real.
You're in space, and you want to have the distance. You want to know how much work is being done. Hey, IGZ, that's really annoying. Are you hackling in the background?
Oh, bro, come on, bro. You're in space.
You're in space, and you want to measure work. How do you do it?
Space is fake too.
How is space fake?
I'm in matter and volume. I'm in air.
How is space fake?
How is it fake? Because it's
a
fake.
Volume of air, not a space of air.
Yeah. No air.
It's the volume.
Just a volume, an empty volume with nothing in it.
How can it be
space?
Empty?
No, you always have.
Bro, can you conceive of nothing?
There's no perfect vacuum.
Wow.
Zanuck, you can't shoot off the globe in a rocket ship and go forever. That's not a thing.
Who says?
Not in a ship, at least. I mean, maybe with your mind or with your soul, perhaps, but you're not just going to go out light years and light years in a rocket ship.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we haven't. We only gotten out to the edge of the past it. That's beside the point. we do know that it'll never come back. That's for sure.
Yeah, the year of the light, 365 days. Like, bro, like it's just like it's nonsensical, unbelievable. Light years. You just slap on one word to another, and apparently, it's all good. Rock years.
Well, we can also define work other ways. It's not just a force over.
Have they come up with dark years yet?
Well, bro, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're in that state, now where anything could be anything.
You just
And
add dark to anything, and it's the new thing.
Well, they're gonna come with dark
100%.
time and dark space in a second.
Yeah, dark time, light time, purple time. I mean, it's all out there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just making up shit because
to how time, energy, and space are all metaphysical, conceptions, right? They're all things we made up, and they already say dark energy, so it's just a matter of time for them to say dark space and dark time.
So you're telling me that light is bending around the globe via dark refraction?
It must
yeah,
be.
this, bro.
Dark lensing.
I need to find the study that they did here. Like, apparently, space is, what is it? Minus, what is it?
Space
how
is
many
0,
Kelvin?
dark 30.
It's like, it's below zero. Like, I don't know how many Kelvin. And apparently here, like in Australia, they did some study or something, and here on Earth, it's almost as cold as space. Like, it's this ridiculous thing. So, dark matter is equal to like minus how many Kelvin? Like, you should the brain gymnastics that you have to do to lie to yourself to believe this nonsense is just great. So, space vacuum now is apparently frozen, according to them. I need to find that study and show it to you guys. So if you have it like below zero, that means there's no friction. And according to these globe things, how do you get any form of movement when there's no friction if it's below zero? Well, what happens?
Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius.
That's not zero. That's an absolute.
Yeah, it's almost absolute zero. That's what they're saying.
Not even close.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Not even close.
Oh, bro.
No, yeah, it's not.
Not even close. Bro,
0
this
degrees Celsius is far from absolute.
No, it's like.
You must live somewhere hot.
It's like,
doesn't matter where
how
he
many
lives.
Kelvin?
No, because if he lived in somewhere where it's cold, he'd realize that there's 0 degrees Celsius.
He lives somewhere
where minus something is really not. It's livable. Nothing.
He lives somewhere where there's not books.
No, I'm trying to. I said it before. It's like minus, I don't know how many Kelvin. It's ridiculous. It's almost at like
minus Kelvin.
You said Celsius before, not Kelvin.
Now he's going. Now he's minus Kelvin. Dude, you're so lost. Just stop while you're ahead.
Dude, just shut
dude.
You don't have to be condescending, man. But while he's looking for what he's talking about, Zanuck, can you give me an example? Because you're very like physics / mechanically oriented. Can you give me an example, like a really good use case of how pressure is changing its form from like electrical to mechanical to whatever?
Pressure's changing its form. I don't know how to answer.
Describe the concept of how you have pressure mediation from a variety of different modalities, whether it be like electrical or magnetic or mechanical or whatever. Can you think of an example?
Thinking. The easiest one. Well, going for a different modality. So these Ken Wheeler words are just riddling everywhere, and I have a hard time using them. Are you talking about like maybe using, I would say, pressure in a balloon provides thrust, it moves a balloon, or some that equals a reaction, but you want to use it in create an electromagnetic or something, the modality of now.
Can you move closer to your mic? You're cutting out a little bit. I think the input's kind of cutting in and out.
Okay. Somehow equating how does magnetism or something to air pressure or heat or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you have like, for instance, a simple one would be a hot air balloon. The heat from the from the fire causes an upward upward whatever drifts for the upward force on the cloth of the balloon, causing it to go upwards. That's a very, very simple one, but there's no really like there's a mechanical push upwards from a heat force, a source of heat below or what have you. But I'm thinking of something like more kind of more intuitive that uses more different forms. I don't know what kind of system it would entail. Like a really good example that can kind of highlight
like a steam engine. You change the state of the water. His energy, that energy is converted into mechanical energy and drives the steam.
Yeah, I guess you'd have the steam from the pistons causing a mechanical.
So the heat, the heat now is being converted into mechanical force.
But even can we get one that like hits more? Like electrical with
electric motors.
Heat.
Electric motors have a field that is broken, creates electrical energy, which creates magnetism, which creates a force, which then moves the shaft and the rotor, the shaft and to drive something.
Mechanical. Yeah, that's a nice one. Electric motors are nice.
Yeah, they're very. That's probably
you said electrical energy. I would rather just say electricity, because the whole point is to show that energy in and of itself doesn't exist, and these are all
okay. So electrical, So electricity.
Yeah.
So we break the field lines of flux. There's
okay, well, hold up.
Electricity is
induced. Can you use up on these Ken Wheeler words? Flux? Come on, man.
Santa, I think you should.
That's not a Ken Wheeler word.
I think you should go on. I think you should go on a heavy diet of watching Ken Wheeler videos.
I might OD.
No, but I mean it the other way. The diet is watching Ken Wheeler videos. That's what I'm saying. Not taking a diet from them. Going on a diet of watching Ken Wheeler videos, and eventually you'll get all the words.
Right. Yeah, I think the motor. Yeah, it has flux in there. Valid.
Dude, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
We break those magnetic lines of flux. Current is induced into the coil windings. Magnetic fields are generated, which are opposing or attracting
Please say pressure mediation. Please give us at least.
And then we have a pressure. We have a pressure mediation of those conflicting. What's the other word? Use the field.
It wouldn't be complete without a counter space.
Through counter space, these competing lines of flux, field lines of flux, push each other, pressure mediate each other, to then drive the rotor, which is attached to the shaft, to drive the wheel that makes the car move.
Wait, is everything you said sensible though? Does it actually make sense? Like, is it
somewhat?
No, but like, is there magnetic flux from like the coil rings and stuff like that?
I added a few. The general premise made sense because you have, when you break the field lines of flux, that generates electrical current in the windings, and the windings create a magnetic field, and then opposition or attracting into other magnetic flux fields. Then there'll be the attraction or repulsion, and the repulsion and attraction can be used alternately to drive a rotor inside of a motor, an armature.
I like it, actually. I like it.
Yeah.
Dude, flux fields, that was on point. That's what. Next time someone says, well, how did the southern stars rotate on a flat Earth? I'll just be like, yo, flux fields.
Flux fields.
Do you know what it reminded me of? when you just like you said yelled out counter space and then he like included it. It reminded me of like freestyles where they just yell out random words and then they rhyme it with those words. Like pineapple, and they just rhyme a pineapple with something else and stuff like that. He's like counter space.
Counter space. It's a cool term. But incorporated in.
What'll come first, counter space or dark space?
I think counter space was much.
Oh, bro, here it is. I found something for you guys. I can't find the Australian one, but here it is. Here's the dumb shit with the dark space cooling to absolute zero, but it's gonna go to a big bang. Some dumb shit. It's
Oh, so dark space actually exists.
yeah, bro. It's here. It's been here for a while. Dark space, zero.
So
zero Kelvin.
To complete the trifecta, we need
big
dark
bang.
time.
Yeah.
Well, it's dark space. You really don't know it. You don't know it. You can't see or touch it. You just see the effects of it.
Yeah, and like I said, and that dark refraction, which all you have to do is you have to just factor in standard atmospheric deception, and then that gives you dark refraction.
SAD. SAD, sad. We'll call it SAD. SAD.
Sad factor.
Standard atmospheric SAR?
Standard atmospheric deception.
Deception is sad.
I like that. That's good. No, but yeah, that's like I just posted it and I'm done. You read it and it's they've been on this for a while. They've been trying to sort of complete the calculations and the stupidity around it for, I don't know, good 15 years. Now they're trying to solidify it. So we're reaching an absolute zero. This is according to these specialists. And at absolute zero, apparently, I don't know, there's going to be another big bang. I don't know how you have another big bang at zero. No friction. Everything's just frozen.
Well, they talk about, they say way before that, we talk about the heat death of the universe. Where it doesn't get to absolute zero, but it just gets much cooler than it is today, but it never gets to zero. And at that point, all the molecules, everything stop moving.
Yeah, no, but these guys are telling you that they have found places in space already and here on Earth that are 1/100th of a billion to the decimal point of a Kelvin to absolute zero, bro. Like, however way you want to look at it, it's almost absolute zero, yeah? So decimal point,
Close.
a billion away.
Close. Very close, yes.
But we're still going whirling, twirling around and all this stuff is happening. Fuck.
I don't feel any movement.
Sounds like you're in disbelief of the spinning ball.
When I'm moving, I feel it. But when I go outside and I'm standing there, I'm moving at 0 miles per hour.
I think they have a pharmaceutical for that, where it make you feel like you're spinning. If you don't feel like you're spinning, just take this pill, and then you'll feel like you're spinning.
Just drink enough alcohol.
Don't think you're on a globe? Do you have globitis? Well, just take these pills. Yeah, we're definitely not spinning. We're not moving. Like every day when I wake up, I'm solidly foundationally understanding that I'm in the same place I was when I went to sleep.
Yeah, I concur.
That's no fun, Gio. No more wild nights.
Just wake up like upside down on the bed.
Yeah, like even a blind person knows when they're moving. So when you're moving, you're moving. Even a blind person knows when they're in a car, when they're on a bus, when they're on a bike, if they ride bike blind. But even a blind person knows when they're moving, they feel it.
Does a blind person know when they're in a car versus when they're in an SUV versus when they're in a van versus when they're in a truck?
Well, it does seem to me
Probably
like
not. They're gonna have to trust the person.
like the liquid in the inner ear is very sensitive, and there's all those little hairs and that pick up like all the very slight little motions. So I think we can feel like XYZ axes, on all those axes motion. Some probably will be more sensitive than others, but the thing is, I guess on the heliocentric model, they're trying to say that, it's so large and we're moving so fast and then it's all moving together. But then what they then would have to try to assert is that the liquid in your ear, which is level, like when you're standing upright, the water is level in your ear. And since the water levels out, that makes you feel like you're level. That's how you know when you're level. Or if you're sideways or upside down, that partly because of the way the fluid is moving around the inner part of the ear. And when it's level, there's a way in which you're level, like you're standing upright. You have that sensation. So it's so sensitive. So, I mean, on the globe, they would have to somehow say that we're spinning in all those thousands of millions of miles an hour and all these different vectors. And all that very sensitive liquid in your inner ear is perfectly being held absolutely stationary with no other movements, even though we're making elliptical orbits. It's just so outside of
We're
reality.
moving in multiple directions, 800 miles per second. So,
and the gravity just keeps the liquid
I feel it when
in your ear perfectly level.
Yeah, well, they'll just hear it's relative, which means I'm a sophist. It's not relative.
The thing with that motion thing too, like if you're in a car and you're going down the road, yeah, it is kind of like, you can like throw a ball back and forth to someone in the car and it does kind of seem like you're, just not moving a little bit, but there is a difference though. You know how like, well, if you were in a car that was rotating around, you would be flung to the outside of it, of course, but
yeah. Well, they often bring up the car when you're talking about the 1,000 miles per hour speed at the equator, which is a false analogy between the open system of globe Earth and a closed system of a car. So they destroy themselves right there. That's when the car comes up and throwing the ball is when you're talking about rotation or Coriolis, and then they change their argument from the open system, globe Earth, to the closed system of a car, which is shooting themselves in the foot.
Yep. Plus, I mean, for what it's worth, a car going 50 miles an hour is nothing compared to what's the total speed they say, like 2.6 million miles an hour in multiple vectors. 50 miles an hour is nothing to even compare.
Yeah, I have a Discovery Channel screenshot from their video, and it says 800 miles per second in those 4 different directions, just the 4 main ones. 800 miles per second in multiple directions. Born, and you go back to that place you were born, that's the exact same place it's ever been in all of history.
That's
place
that
that you
place.
were born.
Right.
It never moved.
And that's why they say that's why they never launch rockets straight up, because they have some stupid reason, but in reality, if anything went wrong and the rocket had to fall back down in place where it left, and that just wouldn't happen if it was a spinning ball.
They
when
say
it
that
came back down,
we know if they were going to shoot rockets. Good.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, they say we move 1.6 million miles a day. So 600,000 miles.
Yeah, like in my...
Or like 800,000 miles.
Yeah, if you break it down, 800 miles per second, you sleep for 8 hours. So 800 miles time that you would go straight up. You're not going to go up and curve instantly and go out of sight and land in the ocean. And they have their excuses, but obviously to us, it's like, why don't you just go straight up? Just go straight up in your rocket.
Well, yeah, then they made that whole story of escape velocity and that you have to catch the orbit and penetrate your phallic rocket right at the right angle to split the sky and blast off into space for your Jesuit Freemasonic astronauts journey to the netherworlds. And if they don't get the right angle, they just bounce off and come back to Earth. How many times does that happen? Oh, never. Oh, that's strange. Every time they get it right, and it just changes to CGI right when it transitions to space. That's a believable story.
Yeah, the multiple cuts and the clips and they claim it live stream, but it's never really a live stream.
It's always post live, hacked up and cut.
Well, right when they change cameras, it's like cameras, it's edited. Why not have 6 different feeds or 20 different feeds and never cut the feed? Just let the feed run, and then have.
Does anyone know the reason for that time when they had like this soft toy just magically appear and the astronaut grabbed it and it wasn't there before? What was the reason for doing that kind of a magic trick?
Was that the guy where he grabbed like the 4 gems at the hat?
No, there was like a woman astronaut and there was like a stuffed toy and she reached up and then it just suddenly appeared and she grabbed a soft toy that wasn't there before.
And be like, well, they just use CGI that one time at NASA. And I mean, it doesn't mean that they use CGI every time because they used it one time.
And that would have been live, right?
Well, it's impossible for something to appear out of thin air in live time unless it's CGI.
It's just they're showing their ability that in a really basic way of what at least the minimum that they can do while streaming live.
I agree. It's the simple realize. All you can do is hope that somebody on the fence is listening and tunes in at the right time.
But everybody's too preoccupied with wars and racial disputes and the economy, They've got their eyes off the ball.
There's that, but no, that is the main factor. Like nobody really cares. All they're doing is paying their bills, and they got their wife and 2 kids. So it makes sense. You gotta protect what you have and your assets. But they do spend hours playing Candy Crush or watching like America's Got Talent or whatever useless crap video game for 3 hours. I mean, you could be doing research on what actually really matters in the world. But I can see why you would just want to escape also.
Yeah, man. There's the majority of the population. Ignorance is bliss, right? What you don't know doesn't matter because you've got 6 hours of TV every day, and that's going to keep you pacified, and sort of ignorant of what the reality of this place is. When you've got all the brands and the propaganda advertising and the fake news.
Yeah, you gotta choose. Like, what's more important? Money, survival, truth, a combo. Try to do everything at once. Try to have fun. Enjoy your life in this slavery system. but try to spread truth too. But try to it's a tough balance.
It is a juggling act sometimes, right?
Don, are you there? Are you at your mic?
I just plugged it in. Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
All good.
I got a question for you.
Wake and bake.
Nice one. Dude, I got a question for you. Why do the astronauts look like they're moving so slow in space when there should be less air and you should be able to move a lot quicker?
Is it because they've got heavy equipment on?
That makes no sense.
Why do you think they should move faster?
Well, like if the liquid, like if the medium of water is obviously very dense, you can't move very fast in water. And then the medium air, we can move a lot faster, but there's still some air resistance. In outer space, if there's less air resistance to the point to where they claim rocket ships can go 25,000 miles an hour and the ISS can go 17,000 miles an hour and so on. In that environment, there would be even no air or very less air, less air, which is the whole bowling ball feather dropping in a vacuum, the whole vacuum component. Wouldn't it be much, much, much quicker and faster? Meaning, why are they always moving all slow like they're underwater? And the spacewalks, for example, the moon landing footage looks like it's all in half speed. Why is it so slow when it actually should be faster?
I don't know if it should be fast. I understand your logic. For now, I haven't studied it, so I'll take your word for it. I think the reason they go so slow is because it's filmed underwater, and they're not doing a spacewalk.
All right. Well, yeah, I would.
Gio wasn't expecting it to be that easy. Yeah,
that's very logical.
Or it's CGI and they're on straps and can only move so much.
Yeah, definitely the ones in like the vomit comics seem like that.
I don't know the issue flat earthers have with all the speeds in the globe model. I know it seems weird that everything is going really fast, relatively much faster than what you thought a car could go. Why does that make it unbelievable?
Because if you throw out relativity, if you're spinning at 1,080 miles per hour at the equator, you'd probably be dead or you'd fly off the ball.
But we're not going to throw relativity out because relativity explains how some speeds on big scales don't affect little things on little scales. And if you're traveling really fast through nothing, that doesn't create friction or wind. It's just nothing next to you.
No, when I feel it, or when I'm moving, I feel it. So when I'm riding a bike, I feel it. In my car, I feel it. When I'm walking, I feel it. When I'm...
What do you feel like when you're walking? Just a little bit of muscle jiggle, like boop, 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 boop.
I feel my whole body moving, potentially the wind.
Sure, but why are you comparing walking with a body on Earth to a planet spinning in nothing?
If I'm riding my bike 5 miles per hour, I feel it.
Why
I know I'm
comparing
moving.
that? Why do you want to throw out relativity?
Because when I go 5 miles per
riding
hour,
a bike?
when I go 5 miles per hour, I feel it, but I don't feel it when I'm spinning 1,080.
If you were going 400 miles per hour on your bike through nothing, would you feel it? Or don't you? Do you not know? Have you never ridden a bike through nothing?
If you were like on a train,
you're gonna have to use logic then instead of bike riding anecdotes, aren't you?
if you're on a train, would you feel the motion?
Is it
If the train was, it's moving
closed
constant.
system or open?
Yes, I would say absolutely.
No, the answer is no. If it's moving at a constant velocity and there's no change, you would definitely not feel any motion if you were on that train.
I disagree.
I'd feel it.
If it's a
I
For
tube
feel it.
train,
example,
you can feel the tracks going.
well,
If
okay,
it's a
no, but
rip,
even outside of that, of course, there is the
right.
turbulence and the friction and all that, and the bumps and stuff. But even outside of that, if you're in like a bus or a train, whatever it may be, let's say you're going 60 miles an hour down the road. If there's like a walkway in the middle, where you can like run or you can walk or whatever, go to the back of it and run to the front, and then go from the front and run to the back. Now, when I do this, I can absolutely tell that when I go from the back to the front, it's as if you're going against the grain more, because the bus is going 55, and every stride you take, you have to go 55 plus whatever you're doing. So even though you're already going 55, so yes, there's already the conserved momentum of the bus, and yes, of course, that gives you a huge head start, because if you were going from 0 to 55, you could never even do it as a human, obviously. So the fact that you're already going 55, but every stride you take, you have to propel yourself through the environment, through the ether, through the actual air at that additional rate. And then if you're at the front of the bus, it's going 60 miles an hour, and you run to the back, you're getting a little bit of a head start in a sense. And when I do it, I can feel the physics difference. Like when you go from the front to the back, you feel like you're going to run into the back of the bus. It's like, whoa, you pick up speed really fast. You go from the back to the front, and it feels like you're almost going uphill, or you're, having to, exert more energy. So there is a difference.
Yeah, I felt that before, but I think that's to do with minuscule differences, body balance, and we wouldn't feel that on the big scale, with relativity included.
So you feel it on the small scale, but not the big scale.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we all did that on the school bus. We ran down the aisle and we ran up the aisle, and we're like, "Oh, it feels a bit different."
There's not
That's
enough
where we
difference.
learn.
Well, if the bus is accelerating and you run from the front to the back, then yeah, you will get wrecked running into the back, because now it's accelerating. But I'm also saying it's the case even if the bus is going the same speed.
I don't think you've had good enough test environments, Gio, to test this. You've only been on a bus once or twice and done this.
Well, yeah, I've done it on airplanes and things, buses and whatnot. But yeah, I know, Don, dude, I have this whole idea where I want to get a plane that's, no seats in it, so it's all open. You can have running tracks, back and forth. Get a bunch of people, blindfold them, the whole nine. Do double blind so that they don't know if they're running from the front to the back or the back to the front. I know it sounds funny, people running blindfolded. That should be safe. But anyways, yeah, I've thought about ways of testing it, and then also there's ways with a gravimeter, meaning the type of gravimeters which have a little metal ball that drops. So what I'm claiming is that if it's going like 500 miles an hour in an airplane, when you drop that ball, it is going to slightly be off from center because it's moving that speed. Now they say in the relativistic models that this is not the case, which is, I think, where a huge part of this whole heliocentric deception is occurring. Trying to claim that if you're going the same speed, then you can't tell a difference because you're just going along with it, which is what they need to try to tell us why we wouldn't feel it if we're on a globe.
Yeah. Do you think on a globe, if it was real, we would feel like an east to west wind? Is that correct? Or do you think it's so impossible that it just debunks the globe as soon as you say 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, if I had to stretch my mind the most I possibly could into a globe idea, it would have to be that this thing they call gravity would have to be so unbelievably, I'll just use the term magical, even though I don't use it in a critical way. I'm just saying it would have to be an incredibly magical type force that would be able to somehow counteract all of physics and just completely counteract like millions of miles of speed and everything, to perfectly counteract every angle of every single thing to make it be stationary. But then my mind goes, is that even physical? Like, is that, that's just such a concept. Like, could that even be physically possible, even in just a totally magical type world, like that you could have millions and trillions of miles of movement and then another force which basically counteracts everything to make it be perfectly stationary?
Even with relativity,
Impossible.
even with relativity and space being nothing, and
With relativity, yeah, with relativity.
all
Just
the
imagine
fastest
relativity.
movement, just the movements, they all add up to no acceleration. Even if you believe that, do you think we'd still feel it?
Yeah, 800 miles per
I
second.
think we'd feel something, yeah.
Or even just a
Right.
sense of it. You know what I'm saying? Like just the idea that you would have no awareness. I think there's something beyond it. It's like sounds like a fluffy or kind of woo to say we would know it in
Yeah, I know what you're
intuitively.
saying.
We were like doing that. It would be some kind of sense that that's going on. To
You
have
guys think
no, not even like a smidge of like that possibly being the case, or any kind of changes in that consistency
okay.
whatsoever, or any
Uh,
kind of like, oh, we're going around the bend here, there might be a chance for the Earth's acceleration might be felt just a little bit this year because of this turn that we're taking at millions of miles per hour as we
no.
swirl around the universe. I mean, there's got to be some variation that they would worry about with a little bit of acceleration, which would be a lot, relatively speaking.
We're not doing turns, like you just said. And
No turns?
what about hurricanes and tornadoes? Surely that's
No
some evidence of
Earth
fast
doesn't
wind.
go in any turns? What do you mean no turns?
Oh, it's a big circles, no turning.
So there's no turns in a circle. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How
But
do
it's an
you
ellipse.
without
They say it's an ellipse, so
I
it
know.
actually it does change acceleration.
That's what he meant, but turning is not the right word for an ellipse, is it? That's just a slightly longer circle.
one big turn.
Earth
It's
is
big,
constantly moving
it's not just
multiple
one big
directions
turn.
at multiple.
The only thing that makes it seem like
It's
one
not a
big
big
turn is the
turn.
vector mass. They take all the vectors, right? They put them in, and then they just use the math to make it seem like one big movement.
It's a beautiful curve. It's not lots of
Well,
turning or one big turn. It's not a turn.
I agree with what New Perspective was saying too about like the sense that it's going on. For example, like I would agree with that. Like when I was a child, I had, just that absolute lack of any sense of movement like that. I remember saying to myself, oh my gosh, like they tell us that we're moving all these millions of miles an hour. Like right now that I'm moving upside down and in vectors, like I was trying to picture myself like just in my house, or in the house that I grew up in, and just the whole house is, twisting and turning and all these different vectors. It is, and it never resonated with me at all. And so, hold on, let me just finish because let me just finish real quick, because what New Perspective was saying is that, like, okay, let's say even the gravity, all these different things, if it, like, we would have some sense that at least it's going on. Like, yeah, I understand maybe you wouldn't feel like you're just sloshing all over the place because you are on a big ball or whatever, but there would be like a visceral sense of its reality. And for me, that's never been there, even as a child.
Let me explain it to you.
Or there would be other people speaking of it. You never hear that. Like,
There is.
Let's let Don respond. Let's let Don respond, because we've said a lot and he hasn't had a chance to say anything.
When you're as a child, but I don't think you're a child. I think you were, when you were reborn as a flat earther, you had this thought. I can imagine myself in my house upside down, going round and round, and I just don't feel it. But what you're doing is thinking it's a violent ride, like a roller coaster ride, but it's not. It's a huge, massive, perfect spiral with no
But they
acceleration.
say we move 1.6 million miles a day. So I mean that's some serious movement, bro.
I know, but that's just scale. That isn't violent turning like a roller coaster that you'd feel. That's a huge,
I'm not saying it would feel
perfect curved line through space.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that, like, everything in my house would have been flying all over the place and the books flying all over the bookshelf falling up. I'm not really saying that, but it is that level of movement. I mean, even the once a day rotation, you're upside down at one point, you're on the side, you're on the other side. I mean, it's
24 hours.
John,
24 hours. It's not like
I am saying that it would be
normal.
yeah.
Upside down. I haven't even my response
But
yet.
Don, you're convinced. Wait, Don, you're convinced through that it's one motion, right? Now, just even if we take all the vectors of the orbit and going around the solar system and add those together, and you can convince yourself that's one movement. You can't work in the rotation of the Earth into that one movement, because that's a separate thing.
Why?
Because you're going in to opposite directions.
No, just try and explain how.
Right, you're going to be going around in a
rotation,
spin, but that can't be part of the overall motion of the Earth.
Why is one more circle on a smaller scale than all the big ones, making it not a curve?
Because the thing that's circling is also spinning in its own orbit, its own little spin.
You're
right?
imagining
That
them
can't
all
be
at
part
the
of
same
the bigger
scale. They're
movement.
not. Each one is much bigger scale, adding to a much bigger spiral.
Right, but it would have to be going. The spin would have to be so perfectly timed to be in the exact same direction, and it's not. It's in a different direction.
No, there's no different directions. It's relative
Well, how do you know
quantifier.
that? Why are
Yeah,
you
there's
convinced?
multiple
I've
different
seen the
directions. There's
diagrams. I've
5,
seen the
8 different
diagrams
directions
by
at
the
all
people that
times.
believe the
You
model.
don't know the globe model, so yeah,
Why
you
we
don't know
couldn't
your own
make
model.
whoever's timing in there
I
would
want
say.
to respond to Geomort. What about hurricanes and all the clouds moving and all the wind in the trees?
You don't understand
after
Coriolis
you've
effect.
sat
How many
there,
reference frames
hang
does
on,
Goldberg
after you've
Coriolis
sat there for
effect
5 minutes
require?
and you've said to yourself, "Isn't it still?" And then the wind starts again.
Yeah.
What's
John,
now? You've got an excuse for movement. Now you can see relative
how
movement. Wind.
many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Yeah, but Don, all that
Well,
stuff is like that's in like
What
single.
does that
Boom,
mean?
motherfucker. Gotcha.
How many reference
Gotcha.
frames does it require? What is that? Reference frame is not a physical object.
I'll repeat it. How many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
Define reference frame.
Mr. Glober.
Maybe none until
So
you want to measure
you
it.
don't understand Coriolis effect. How
that was-
Coriolis
for
effect
that-
requires
for
two
that
reference frames, one spinning and one non-spinning reference frame.
For that, you're going to need a new invention that's just been discovered. It's called dark reference frames.
Infinite reference.
You'll need to add the dark reference frame calculation into it, and then you'll get it.
I'm not trying to prove Coriolis effect. I'm just trying to say going round fast in space in a big curve isn't unbelievable. It's relative.
Yeah, when you say you believe it because it's relative, I don't believe you.
I didn't say that.
There is
Well,
one
that's okay.
stationary reference frame. Watch.
I don't think you understand it.
But that's okay because gravity takes care of everything. All you need is one reference frame, yourself standing on Earth, and gravity takes care of everything, and it just doesn't care about all the other movements.
What are you
You're
guys
talking
on
about the pseudo force. The force is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
It's one
That
movement. You call it lots of movements, like, oh no, that's a second movement, but it's not. Every point on Earth is doing one movement. Just happens to be in many larger scale circles.
Well, look at the thing I just posted, John, in the live stream, right? Look at all those different
and why would
vectors.
the Earth rotating make that worse?
Because look at the direction. The Earth rotates in one direction, right? Then the whole object that's rotating is going in this big loop-de-loop. You can imagine the corkscrew one movement, but the spinning of the Earth isn't part of the corkscrew. The spinning of the Earth is its own motion. That's totally separate from all the other things that you can like put into one.
No, it's not totally separate.
Well, you can think of it as not totally separate.
You can think of them all as separate if you like, but that won't be true.
I mean, this is just ridiculous, Don. It's insane.
I'm able to add up different movements that make up one movement, and you're stuck at saying they're all separate.
No, I know
movements.
the vector mass can do that. Don't really describe the situation.
If your bike's going forward, and then you turn your front wheel slightly to the right, and now you're going right and forward, you don't suddenly wobble and fall off, do you? Because bikes are designed to turn. Nice curved turn. So now you're going forward and right. Oh my God, 2 movements. No, it's just one.
Yeah, and you feel it.
One movement.
You feel it, right? You feel it when you turn, right? Exactly.
Okay, now
It's
so
on a bike
Don,
and
picture
on
this.
Earth, gravity.
Have you ever seen the guys on like the monocycles? You know, the monocycles where they're spinning the plate, right, as they wheel themselves around a circle. So you're saying the spinning of the plate and him going around on his circle, right, on his monowheel. Is that what they're called, monowheels? Anyway, you're saying it's one movement, right? The spinning of the plate is its own movement, and then he's on the bike, right? And that's a totally different direction, totally different movement. You can't just add those together and call them one movement.
Yeah, does the plate spin off and fly away?
Right, but it doesn't. I'm talking about direction of motion.
And I'm saying the scale's so big, it's just one movement altogether.
Yeah, but that doesn't work still. It still doesn't work out.
Well, it's my model, so I guess
You can't just say
I decide what
you can
works.
see you pull out your model and say it's just so big. I believe it, but you're not really
Decide what
looking at
works.
the reality of it. You're not really getting specific in your description of it or your understanding of it. And yes, it takes 2 reference frames for a Coriolis effect. How are you gonna have 2 reference frames and have the fucking plane land on a fucking? You can't land the plane, man. So it's over. It's overdone.
The
It's too long.
the issue is
You should know by now. It's over.
the
Sorry,
issue is the spinning reference frame that they cannot verify. They cannot verify the spinning reference frame. So in reality, there's no movement. We feel no movement, but in their globe model, we're moving in 4 different directions at 800 miles per second. So we would feel it.
You've not explained why fast is an issue. All you've said is this last movement makes me think it can't work. That's all you've managed to say.
No, did you know that even in the globe, the heliocentric admittance, they say that there is acceleration changes. I mean, the orbital mechanics doesn't work on. It literally doesn't work. I'll post something for you to read this. I mean, I don't know. You don't want to give up the globe. That's your prerogative. But if you want to read something that might actually,
I don't want to give up the globe. It works perfectly to explain my cosmos. There's no reason for me to want to give up. But does that thing you're talking about, the writing, does that include why we wouldn't feel that on Earth or why it's not a problem?
it just breaks down. There's lots of them, but this one will break down why the actual orbital mechanics doesn't work. Literally,
Can we
wouldn't work.
describe the bus effect? I mean, Jules, you mentioned something that if you ran in the back of the bus into the front on a constant speed, you would feel something, but I really disagree on that.
Yeah, you'd feel a difference.
The wobble of the bus and stuff.
Well, no, because if the bus is going like 55 miles an hour or 60, and you're in the bus, if you're standing in the bus, you're also going 60. But the minute you start
At any point in the bus is going the same speed.
right. But if you then start running from the back of the bus to the front, you now are going 61, 62, 63. So there is a difference in propelling yourself at 63 miles an hour through the environment.
Relative to the bus, yes.
Right.
Or off the bus.
So my point is it's going to be harder to run forward from the back to the front. Now, if you're at the front and you run to the back, now instead of going 60 miles an hour, as you start running to the back for a very short moment of time, you're going 59, 58, 57. You're moving slower through the environment. So there's going to be a different in effort and energy that's going to be needed to be taken to go 65 miles an hour versus 55, running from the front of the back using about 5 miles an hour. 5 miles an hour.
Gio, think if there was no seats in the bus, right, and there was enough room for you to run around in a circle. Say you're running around in a circle as the bus is going in one direction, right? So you're going around in circles inside the bus, right? But
Gio,
how can you think of that as the same motion? You know, you're going in one direction, plus you're being hurled in another direction. And those motions to be one motion.
You're talking about relative motion off the bus going 58 to 61, and you would argue, and you're saying that it would have to put more potential or something. No,
What?
the answer is no. If your relative motion is on the bus, you don't have to put much effort.
Yeah, if you use the bus as its own reference frame, I understand. You're only going 5 mile an hour. You're only going 5 mile an hour just compared to the bus. But what I'm saying is that if somebody were outside the bus and taking a video of you as you fly by at 60 miles an hour, if you had the detail to be able to show it, you are traveling through the environment at, let's say 65 instead of 60 if you run from the back to the front, or no, from the front to the back, or 55 if you're going from the back to the front. Vice versa. Yeah, you know what I mean? So from the outside, that dude would be moving at those speeds through the actual environment. Now, just because relative to the bus, he's only moving those couple miles an hour, I get that. But that's not really the whole picture, because that bus is going 60 miles an hour in a very real medium. We call it the air or the environment, the atmosphere. Like it's doing that in reality. So that has to be incorporated in terms of the physics of what that, the actual physics of everything that's going on there.
Yeah, there's no way you can run up and down the bus without holding on to the seats, you mean?
mean, if you cannot understand relative motion, then I don't know how to explain the Coriolis effect. Then
I understand that in the
logic.
bus. I understand that in the bus analogy, if you're trying to say relative motion, that if you only take the bus as the reference frame, the dude's only running a few miles an hour. However, that's not the whole picture of what's going on. So just to isolate it like that and then try to claim that that's what the Earth is doing, I don't think is valid logic.
And you're going to teach us about reference frames, and you don't even know if global Coriolis effect requires 1 or 2 reference frames. So, Mr. Shadow, I believe it was.
By the way, Gio, did you see the infographic I made on Coriolis effect, or Northern, or anybody else interested? Did you catch that?
No, I saw you post it. Like,
yeah, reposted here.
so if you ask anybody, just ask him how many reference frames does glow Earth Coriolis effect require? And you saw them scramble. They couldn't even answer. They don't know that it requires 2 reference frames, 1 spinning, 1 non-spinning. But the problem is they lack a spinning reference frame. They can
the problem is that once the plane is off the ground, it's no longer in lockstep with the Earth in the same reference frame. It's in a separate reference frame. So, and it's also moving, and you can even give them all of the, begging the question, conserve momentum. You can give them all that. But as soon as you say that the plane's in a separate reference frame, it means the ground's moving independently of the plane sideways, and the plane can't propel itself sideways to keep up. And even if it could, it would still be out of sync just a little bit, and a little bit would make a big difference when it's trying to land. So it would never be able to land. So the end of the globe right there, period. I can argue it all day, and I have on you. I'm not going to do it. Yeah.
But I asked Bacon months ago, does glow Earth Coriolis effect require, how many reference frames does it require? And he did the same thing as these guys tonight. Define reference frames. They can't just answer. They did like these guys. They don't know the model, so they can't just say globe Earth Coriolis effect requires 1 reference frames, which would define Coriolis right there. Or you say 2 and you shoot yourself in the foot as well. So like either way, they
Yeah, they it's the most blatant, it's the same reference frame but separate reference frame. They want to use have their cake and eat it too. Have the reference frame and eat it too. They can't say it's a separate reference frame but the same reference frame. But when you look at that infographic that I made, check out Geo at the very bottom. It's interesting because I didn't even realize this at first, because the Coriolis force, right, that they say is that the actual particles. It looks like you have to download this to get the good resolution on it, by the way. Now that I'm zooming in on it, but you'll see at the bottom left corner they talk about the air particles being deflected and part of the Coriolis effect, right? So these air particles are, and they contradict themselves in the way they describe it, but the air particles will be moving west, right? The opposite of the rotation, right? So those are being deflected like a Coriolis effect themselves, which would cause the airflow, which would be pushing the plane west, not east, along with the rotation. So their Coriolis force goes in the opposite direction of what they say, that then they have to have the plane along with the. So how is the Coriolis force working in the opposite direction, but then you have this air mass that's carrying you eastward consistently as well, and it doesn't work.
Absolutely. I mean, if Coriolis effect was real, you'd see big swirling clouds in the sky, because those clouds, apparently they have tons of weight, tons and tons of weight, and they should be swirling in big swirls in the sky, not just sitting
Wait a
there.
minute now. There is a Coriolis effect as far as the weather is concerned. That is part of this whole, whatever it is, like the, Machian principle. That's the movement of the outside of the toroidal field is affecting these weather patterns in certain ways. But if you look at the very bottom right corner of my graphic, look at all the wind patterns, like the wind currents going both directions in both hemispheres, all over the place, right? So their trade winds and all of that. That's probably has to do with pressure, right? All those things are going on, but they want to conflate the idea that that the Earth is spinning with. All of this is probably going on, and it definitely is going on to a certain degree, of course, with the weather patterns. But they want to make it because of the spin of the Earth, and that's the conflation they try to use that isn't present because there is no Coriolis. And obviously, it was a spin. That's the thing. Weather does have some kind of pattern that you could call a Coriolis effect, but it's just I guess you'd have to have a moving platform to technically call it a Coriolis effect. But so it does seem like there are weather circles going on having to do with something completely different than the Earth moving. Sorry to go on so long about that.
I've always wanted somebody from the heliocentric understanding to show me some type of visualization of what gravity looks like, because I can imagine on a flat Earth it's just up and down, yeah, up and down. But on a ball, I asked Jesse the other day, and he said, "Well, it's parabolic." What does that look like? I asked him. He couldn't explain to me. So from the center of this ball, you've got gravity and lines like spokes from a wheel. Does that mean that the gravity
Did you cut out, or is that me? Did you cut out, or is that me?
He cut out.
Okay. Carlos, you cut out, brother.
No, I think his phone died or something if he was on a phone, because I also heard somebody leave the chat, but I'm not looking at the chat room, so.
He's still here. He's still here.
Just guessing.
Carlos, we can't hear you. Anyway,
Yeah,
Gio,
did you see
that?
Did you see my new perspective? Did you see my Zanuck GIF?
No, let me see it. Where is it?
It's at 3:56 after the hour. It's Zanuck caught in the corner between reference frame and lockstep atmosphere.
Zanuck 3.0 on there, nice. Yeah, I have that meme. That's a good. You have it as a gift. Good. Yep.
Yeah, that's breaks it down where they say it's lockstep. It's one spinning in lockstep, but then it's 2 reference frames. It's 8 reference frames. It's infinity. Yeah. So you get them right away, right there.
And they can't even claim the atmosphere is in lockstep. They don't. Because the fluid dynamics. There's no way to even say that the atmosphere is in lockstep, and weather patterns go in all the directions. And if it was spinning, then the air particles would be deflecting to the west in the northern hemisphere, not to the east, along with the fucking rotation. So it all contradicts itself, every bit of it.
So I'm here on a 49 parallel, and it's 0 wind outside. Yet in the globe brain, it's 800 mile per hour wind, but I don't feel anything. It's 0.
Yeah,
it makes no
consistent. 0
sense.
Right?
It's stupid.
And the fact that
I'm at
fluid dynamics. Just the fact that there's fluid dynamics means the atmosphere is not in lockstep. So that means we would always feel a constant wind because it's not in lockstep. We would always feel one direction of constant wind because they can't claim it's in lockstep right there.
It breaks down as when you feel 0 mile per hour wind at your location, it's actually
0.
800.
Yeah.
Or it's actually 500, or it's actually 1,000, but it's actually 0 where you are. But in the globe model, it's make up whatever your latitude is. So in reality, it's 0, and it's going 0.
And I can't believe they'd be in the conversation this long and not have that just be like something that just totally shows themselves that they're thinking mathematically only. And mathematics, all that matters about your reality, not anything that has common sense or anything that comes to some kind of logical deduction that, if it's not in lockstep, then it doesn't work.
You've been in this conversation for years.
Is it the atmosphere in lockstep, Rufus? Let me just ask you that first.
Near enough, yes.
About keeping their idols.
Near enough. See all the disclaimers, all the after years and years of just going on and making all of these little excuses for it, Rufus. Why do you have to make excuses? Near enough. Near enough for what?
Well, near enough that we call any deviation from lockstep, we call that wind. So yes, near enough.
If Coriolis was true, you'd have corkscrew-shaped trees.
What?
You wouldn't have trees that were straight up and down. If Coriolis was real, all those tall 300-foot redwood trees would be
You got to be trolling,
corkscrew shaped.
Charles. Yes.
I'm not fucking trolling. They would be corkscrew shaped.
But you're saying that like maybe there would be like because of the turning of the Earth that it would be kind of like affected by that in its growth pattern.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see the trees down at the ocean and they're all sort of facing one way because the wind's been constantly blasting them. Well, what about the Coriolis? Shouldn't that affect the top of the trees?
I guess the baller answer would be its effect on tree growth would be nominal. It would be so little, like it probably does affect the trees, but it doesn't affect it enough for you to notice. Or as long as we mathematically deduce it to make it seem plausible to a completely mathematically minded person that this might be the case if you totally deny common sense about your reality and just convince yourself that all that matters is math.
Yeah.
Then you might be able
there is a,
or at least convince yourself that you're.
There is a place in northern Canada where the north side of the trees does not grow and it gets killed, and then all you see is like the one-sided south-facing limbs because of the constant north wind in -40 pelting the trees. So if you look up ice pruning, it does happen based on the consistency of the location and the weather. But I don't know about corkscrew, but it like trees debunk gravity because they grow up, and if gravity is a thing, then why do they grow up? So like that's another simple thing. Plants, flowers, trees, why do they grow up? Why do you puke? Puking is anti-gravity. Puking comes up.
You guys all drunk?
Yeah, and why does snowflakes just fall straight to the ground? Shouldn't it be like swerving and big curls with the Coriolis effect?
Yeah. You must all be posed.
So I'll ask you a tough question, Ruhif. How many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
When you say require, yeah, it travels straight if you're in an inertial reference frame. And
So
rotating
give me a number. How many reference frames? Two. Exactly. One. Yeah. How do you verify your spinning reference frame?
No, I am in. I can put myself in a reference frame. But reference frames are observer positions, right? They're not objects.
How do you verify the spinning reference frame?
Right. Weight change with latitude. An object's weight correlates to its latitude. That's an effect of centrifugal force.
How does the regular person verify the spinning reference frame? Because you've never
taken weight change with latitude.
Never taken the weight. Have you done that?
Yes.
I've never.
Maybe you should.
So what did you do? You weighed yourself and then you flow somewhere.
I have.
You weighed yourself.
Would you like me to show you the weights that I used? I took them to Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane, and the weights correlated with the latitude. Other people have done shitloads more measurements, like Critical Think. Wolfie's done a few. Who else? Yeah, Critical Think's probably the best reference. He's done shitloads.
So if you were selling a bucket of weed, would it be better to take it from the northern area to the south and then make more money, or the other way around?
Yeah, bucket of gold. Yeah. It weighs more towards the poles, so that's when you want to sell it, right?
They use a relative density test for all of it. It doesn't. That's how they make sure that no one can do that.
They just calibrate their scales to a latitude.
What?
Calibrate their scales to a given latitude.
No, they use the. Well, I guess that's one way you think they can do it as well. Or is that how they do it? Is that how they say they do it?
Yeah, so they say
Because
that.
you just use relative density, you know. They just use the specific gravity, and then they don't have to worry about that. It's just a
Okay,
constant.
so I walk up to you on the street. I'm like, hey, Ruhif, how do you prove that the spinning reference frame exists? We're face to face on the street.
Yeah.
Prove it to me face
Weight,
to face on the
change with
street.
latitude, Foucault's pendulum, Ethos effect, Coriolis rotating hurricanes.
What?
They're all evidence that we're spinning.
So
right.
we're face to face in the street.
Right.
Name names and words, and I'm gonna be like, okay, how do you demonstrate the spinning reference frame when we're face to face?
Weight change with latitude. The weight of an object correlates to its
What?
latitude on Earth. How is this not getting through?
Yeah, he's just gonna act like a teacher. I have to go because I don't want to
we're
get into fun. You guys have fun with this guy because he's a joke.
Okay.
Like I walk up to you on the street in Sydney at Bondi Beach, and I'm like, Ruhif, how did you verify? How do you prove to me the spinning reference frame when we're face to face?
Weight change with latitude. The weight of an object changes and correlates with the latitude on Earth. Do you understand, or do I need to say it again?
Yeah, but like over millions and millions and millions of years, there should not be one straight river in the world. They should all be curving.
Okay.
In the same way.
Have another drink, Carlos.
You could think about it. Millions of years, and that's why we can't feel anything, because the oceans are in lockstep. Otherwise the oceans would be sloshing around, you know?
Yeah, rivers flow north, south, east, and west. It has nothing to do with Coriolis or Earth spin or anything, so it doesn't matter.
Rivers, I agree. Have nothing to do
Where
with
I live, the river flows north.
Okay.
And there's north flowing in the northern, and there's south in the northern, and there's
yeah. Where I live, the river flows east. So do you want to ask me again, if we meet on the street, how to prove Earth spin?
You're like right there on the spot.
Yeah,
without
so if we meet on the
changing
street,
right?
Yeah, it would. So we're face to face in the street, and I say, "Prove the spinning reference frame," and then you're like, "If we go on a plane and we take these weights and we weigh it, you gotta believe me, bro."
Or you can do it yourself, or you can make your own Foucault pendulum. What else can you do? Yeah, get yourself a gyro, all those sort of things.
How about if it was just you in the Australian outback with the same question, and you had nothing but sand and a stick?
So you're taking. Oh, Jesus! All right.
Come on,
How
guys.
would you-
Correlation
I'm not
equals
allowed
causation.
to. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use the actual evidence. I've only got sand. Thanks, Carlos.
No, and a stick.
Okay. Thanks, Carlos. I'm not allowed to use the evidence that actually demonstrates.
And a rock. I'll give you a
just
rock
allowed
as
to
well.
use sand. I'm only allowed
You
to
can
use
have a
sand
rock.
and a rock. And a rock. Yes.
Yeah. And
That's all
some
I'm allowed to
water.
use. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's
you
enough.
guys know how you can do this. If you're genuine about wanting to know the shape of the Earth, you'll look into it. And if you're not, you won't.
Ruhif's like, can I at least bring one graph with me?
And my theodolite.
Just give me one graph and a theodolite and a mountain, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, we'll work. Got some steak, bro?
Dude, but that's the thing, man. Like, it's not about not looking into it, you know? Like, it's about not agreeing with the information that one may be claiming to be the case. That it's valid.
Can we just assume, for the sake of the
there's
argument,
one
that
tool, there's one tool in the world that would never work if the world was spinning, and that's a boomerang.
okay? Can we just assume, for the sake of the argument, that there is this correlation, right? Then what? What happens next?
What
You
correlation?
throw a boomerang and it
Weight
comes
change with
right back
latitude.
to you. If there was Coriolis, your boomerang is going to be fucking swirling
Okay.
around.
Jesus, Carlos, just go to bed, champ.
Yeah,
Go to bed.
the
Dude, the amount of
boomerang adjusts for Coriolis effect.
the amount of centrifugal force that should be there would be massive. Everything would be flying off of it. So you're trying to claim this teeny tiny, weeny, speeny little bit of difference because gravity just happens to be just a little bit different. Just
When you say massive, you said it would be massive, right? Can you quantify it?
Yeah, just yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah, quantify how much centrifugal force there should be.
So
yeah, the way that things fling off a ball, or the rate at which things fling off a ball, which will depend on what those are and how fast it's spinning and all of that.
Yes, the radius, the speed of rotation. Yep. How much centrifugal? Like, what's the? How do you quantify the centrifugal force?
Be like, name one experiment that validates gravity.
Gio, can we quantify centrifugal force? You want some more steak, Woo Woo? All right.
You have 0 experiments to validate gravity. So
We're talking about centrifugal force. Gio said it would be massive. I've asked whether he can quantify it.
you're talking about I heard gravity like 20 seconds ago, and I love that
I
topic.
didn't say gravity
because
I didn't say gravity. Gio said the centrifugal force would be massive.
you
I'm
were
wondering whether any flat earther can quantify it.
Gravity. Right, it might have been Geo, but
it was.
If you say gravity, it's just like it's like you're drenched in blood, and I'm a lion ready to pounce.
Okay.
Because you have no
got
experiment to
threats on the
validate
word
gravity.
Yeah. Can you quantify the centrifugal force?
Okay. So, can you answer the question? Do you have any experiment to validate?
We're talking about centrifugal force.
Gravity?
We'll get to your topic shortly.
Yeah. Okay. I'll wait.
Okay. I'll wait for someone to quantify centrifugal force. Can you guys hear where we're like whining for food?
Well, gravity is real on a flat Earth too, so it's not really the point. It's how they're saying that gravity is related somehow with their model.
Gravity's bullshit. That's why I asked for the experiment that he doesn't have. That's why he ran.
We'll get to that in a minute. Can anyone quantify centrifugal force?
Well, it's the opposite of centripetal.
Right. Can you quantify the amount of centrifugal force there would be on a globe our size and its rotation
It's like
speed?
0.00001.
No.
It's like you wouldn't feel it because there's 24 hours in a day, right?
It's correct you wouldn't feel it, but can you quantify it?
You'd quantify it down to almost nothing, right? So you wouldn't feel it.
Would I? What would you do?
That's how I
Would you
imagine
quantify
it.
it down to zero?
But you have a problem when there's so many different vectors.
Do we now? Can we actually work out one of these vectors, centrifugal force? What would the centrifugal acceleration be on a globe our size?
They say
Anyone?
it's so minimal. It's so minimal that you don't have to think about it because it's just
Is it?
minimal.
That's what we say, but what do you say? Can you quantify it? Just type in like centrifugal force calculator into Google.
It would
see what
be
happens.
the same as we're not spinning. That's how
No.
little it would be.
If the Earth is spinning, how much would it be?
But if we're not begging the question, it would be zero.
Not begging the question, Carlos. It's not begging the question. Saying if something is the case, then what do we expect is not begging the question.
Yeah, it says if right there. If
Yes,
is begging.
If. Yeah, it's not begging the question. It's not a fallacy to say if X, then Y. It's not a fallacy.
Yeah, it's just hypothetical.
Correct. For the sake of argument, assume the Earth is spinning. How much centrifugal force or centrifugal acceleration you expect?
See, the fallacy would be assuming it's real just because it checks out in the hypothetical.
That'd be affirming the consequent, yes. Can anyone, seriously, can anyone calculate the acceleration that there would be on an Earth our size?
0.03 meters per second.
Hey, percentages on the mark. Very nice.
Though, just know it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's it. V squared over R, and V is 400 and something, 450 meters per second, I think. Maybe we'll work. It's 450. I'll work it in a sec.
So that's the
0.03.
standing. That's the standing equation, right? That's when you're standing still. What about when you start moving?
When you start moving, you're creating your own acceleration that will make it even harder to realize or tell what the acceleration from the centrifugal force of the Earth is, according to their model.
There we go. All right. So yes, percentage, got it. 0.03 meters per second squared. That's the acceleration at the equator due to rotation. Cool.
Squared.
Now
You said the word squared, so it's like 8 inches per mile squared, which is an ever increasing distance in amount.
Right.
Yeah. The further you
know what-
move and the faster you go, it's going to be an increasing amount in increments.
Right. You know what an acceleration is then, right? Meters per second
Yeah,
squared.
it's
Yes.
either slowing down or speeding up. That's what it is.
Or changing direction, like rotating.
Have you ever been on the octopus ride at a fair? That's
Many,
what it
many
would
years
feel
ago,
like.
yes. Yeah.
That's what it would feel like.
Okay. How much acceleration do you think you're experiencing in one of those octopus rides?
Enough for the water in my ears to realize that the pressure is changing.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
Let's stick
you
it into
feel
V
it.
squared
I would,
over R.
when I'm on that octopus ride, I feel it for sure.
You're cutting out, by the way, Northern.
You know why people sit at the front of the airplane, right? Because it's got good air, and people in the cheap seats on the back of the airplane, they get really painful ears because the pressure sucks.
So what do you think on this octopus ride your linear speed is? Your linear
Northern
speed.
said the acceleration's enough to feel it. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
on the octopus ride thing, yeah. What do you think your linear speed is?
There is no linear speed.
There is. Let's say it's 5 meters per second. Is that good?
There's
5
like
meters a
you're
second?
going like at least 3 directions all at the same time.
No, you're just rotating. You're just rotating. You're accelerating. What do you think your linear speed, like your rim velocity, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator speed is? 5
That would
meters
be
a second?
difficult to calculate because the octopus ride, the whole thing is spinning in one direction. The arms are moving up and down, and the cup that you're sitting in is spinning in the opposite direction that the main thing's spinning in. It's all different vectors.
Yeah, let's go 5
And
meters
that's
per
why
second.
you slow up.
Yeah, let's go
That's why
5 meters per second, right? And what do you think the radius of rotation is for the octopus ride?
If we were spinning, we'd all have morning sickness every day.
Yeah, we're talking about the octopus ride, Ross. 5 meters radius? All right. So what's the centrifugal force or the centrifugal acceleration for that? V squared over R.
Who's the guy that was talking before? Go ahead.
That's like you're trying to ask me how to explain to you how to make a Swiss watch.
No, I'm asking you to
it's V squared over
quantify how
R.
much
They
acceleration.
gave you V is 5 and R is
Yep.
5.
Yes. So what's the acceleration? 5.
Well, that's why I've got percentage here because he's the.
I'm trying to coax you into doing the math.
Yeah. So Carlos, on this ride, the centrifugal acceleration is 5 meters per second squared, right? Compared to what we would expect on a rotating Earth of 0.03. Woo. Come on.
Okay, so what's
Hold up. You gotta be careful though,
tell me,
because that's where the fallacy comes in.
Tell
Goofy,
me,
I think
Brew,
it's
have-
even less than that.
With the Earth, it's still hypothetical, but you're making it seem like it's actually true.
Yeah, but I want to understand this.
No, purely hypothetical.
Can you
Purely
tell me?
hypothetical. All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Ruhif, can you tell me how many millimeters is that?
How much is millimeters is what?
How many millimeters per second is that?
5,000 meters per second squared. Millimeters per second squared.
Yeah. So how fast is it moving in millimeters per second?
5,000. We're going 5 meters per second linear speed.
So that's half a meter per second.
No, 5 meters per second linear speed.
We're moving. Are we moving 5 meters per second?
No.
On the
Are you talking
octopus
about the
ride,
octopus
yes.
ride, or talking about the Earth.
Octopus
yeah.
ride, 5 meters per second.
How fast are we moving on Earth in millimeters?
Oh, at the
per
equator,
second?
it's like 450 thereabouts. Let me just check it. Hold on. It's about 450.
0.03 meters would be 30 millimeters.
No, the linear speed. Linear speed of 450, I think it is.
Oh.
Where is it?
Isn't it 450 meters per second at the equator?
Yes, 464. There you go. 464 meters per second at the equator.
In one direction.
It's a linear speed. So you
Yeah,
are
like in a
accelerating due to rotation. So
Right. So if I
yeah,
veered off
rotating
that,
in one direction.
if I veered off that and I went right, I'd feel that, wouldn't I? At that speed.
that's acceleration. Yeah, that's the acceleration. Can you hear my dog?
You got to be joking. If I was on a train going that fast and it was going north and I went to the right, oh my god!
Yeah.
I'd
How much to the
spill-
right?
I'd spill my coffee.
Right. How much to the right?
Like 1 meter. Right.
Yeah. How much acceleration to the right?
As fast as I can walk, like 5 miles, 5
That's
kilometers.
a speed.
per hour.
That's a speed,
the
not an
average
acceleration.
speed.
Right?
5
Jesus, Will,
kilometers
shut up.
per hour.
That's a speed, not acceleration. What's your acceleration to the
Fine,
right?
as quickly as he can accelerate himself.
Okay, but quantify it, right? You're moving 1g, like 9 meters per second squared to the right, or
It
or
depends. You can
0.03?
measure acceleration in many ways, isn't it? It's just a speed.
It's not a speed, Carlos. It's not a speed. Fuck.
You're gonna be a lapsy stuck of the world to say that.
Percentage. You got to sort your boy out. You got to sort your boy out.
Well, you've got to keep velocity in mind, of course.
Okay.
Ruhef.
Yes. I think it's time for bed, Carlos. Honestly, is it
You're
like
not
10:30 there?
You're drowning in your maths.
Yeah. Is it 10:30 or 11:30 over there, or 9:30?
It's 9:26.
Jeez. All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sort
and we've
your
just
boy out.
all the thunderstorms have gone, and we've got clear skies with plenty of clouds and stars. Time to feed the dogs.
Whoa, shush. Yeah, I've got like a little steak salad here, and she's just fucking crying at me.
I've nearly sold all of my 9 puppies. I've only got 2 to go.
I'm getting a puppy in a week.
Don't do it. It
How much you
ruins
sell
your
it
life.
for, Carlos?
$2,000 each.
We're buying a griffin. We're buying a Brussels griffin for $5 fucking grand. Nuts.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they're nice. Yeah. They don't molt, do they?
They leave a lot of hair. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're short hair. We got the
do.
short hair ones.
Yeah.
Not the Ewoky ones.
Ewoky ones. Yeah. My dogs look like Scooby Doo.
There we go. There's where we were. Interwebs.
And it's amazing. The cutest dog is going to be the last one. No one took it.
Yeah.
It's the runt. No one wanted the runt.
Maybe that's God
Cutest
telling you maybe that you should keep that one.
Nah, man. They've ruined thousands of dollars worth of like damage to the house, like just doors, French doors, like they've chewed on
That's your fault.
everything.
That's your
It's
fault.
my fault.
Yeah,
What
it's
the
your
Hey, the
fault
hell?
for
dog we're
not being a
getting.
good master.
This is the puppy we're getting.
Who keeps dogs in the house?
Me.
What kind of
There we go.
savagery is that? Uncivilized folk. Dogs belong outside.
Yeah. Anyway, there's our baby.
Exactly. Like what animal like gets a hit off some really stenchy smell? It's like there's, even an elephant would just look at it and smell it and go, "Nah, I'm not touching that." But a dog's like, "Oh, give me some of that, give me some of that," and its tail starts wagging.
Would you like me to kiss my dogs on camera?
Please
Oh,
don't
they
do it.
lick
It's
their
enough
own
that you
bum, don't
called
they?
your dog Woo Woo. Like, what kind of girly shit is
Indy. It's Indiana Marshmallow is her name.
I've got a dog called Marshmallow and Cinnamon.
Yeah.
that? Why do you call her Woo Woo?
Indiana. It's a nickname. Yeah. Indy.
I hope you didn't come up with it, because that shit is girly.
Yeah. Anyway, Indiana Marshmallow, Daisy. What's Daisy's middle name? Daisy Choc Chip, and then Scarlet Mojito.
Yo,
I got
why do
one
you let
called
your wife
Mullet.
name all the puppies?
No. We let the kids name the middle name.
Fair enough. That was
Our
Middle
little baby.
name? No
Our
way.
little baby's going to be called
No
Gretel.
name for a pet.
Gretel.
Middle name.
Yeah. Indy Marshmallow.
Imagine having to
And
remember all that.
if you had a goat and you went by their traits, what would you call them? Like the first
Shit,
thing
dogs
that
are
comes, the first thing that comes to my mind if I had a goat, I'd call it Helicopter.
Helicopter, why?
Because when the male goes to the toilet, its penis sticks out and then it spins and it sprays everywhere.
Really?
It's like a helicopter.
You seen a pig's dick?
No.
Google pig penis.
No. Are they curly? Are they like a corkscrew or something?
Yes, they are. Yes, they
are. That's what I thought. Yeah, well, the goat's one, kind of like a cat. It comes out and it
You
sprays and
can't
it
tell the
spins.
difference
And
between the pig's tail and the pig's penis?
Yeah, not much. Not much. Pig's tail's probably straighter.
No, pig's tails are curly.
What?
I know, my mum's got a pig and it's got a curly tail.
Yeah. We've got all female pets, by the way. In fact, we've never had a male pet.
Oh dear. How are you going to keep the lineage? You might have to,
I've not one up.
No, don't worry. His wife has a male pet.
Yeah, hilarious. There you go.
Yeah, you can buy them at Peaches and Cream.
There are babies.
Wow.
Three of them have died.
What?
Well, Piggy's in the middle top. She died a few months ago, 16 years old. Lola on the right, top right, had mouth cancer years ago. And Ali died for 2012, I think, thereabouts.
Jesus. How did it die of mouth cancer? Was it
cancer?
smoking all this?
Yeah.
That's pretty sad. Yeah, I had a cat when I was a little boy and it had cancer and it killed itself by climbing onto the tire of the car, and it knew that when we move the car it's gonna die. That's how it killed itself. Yeah. Oh my god.
Ali in the middle at the bottom wedged herself in between our shed and like a retaining wall kind of thing, and the sun happened to go straight overhead that day, and she got stuck and had fucking heat stroke. We had no idea where she was.
Jeez.
So I gotta be honest. No offense, Ruhif, but if I was gonna have a pet dog, it wouldn't be like these wrinkly faced. I just don't find them good looking dogs at all.
Yeah. Okay.
The ugliest things in the world, percentage, like even cars, like a Skoda, the ugliest cars are the best. Same with dogs.
Yeah. Ali is a Cavalier King Charles. So the bottom center is a Cavalier King Charles. She was beautiful.
Ugly but beautiful.
No, like actually beautiful.
Is your wife ugly but beautiful, Carlos? Is she
Right.
ugly but the best?
I don't know. It depends if you like Chinese girls or not.
Yeah, I do.
Not.
Chop suey. But like Ruhif, like in reality, Geo had a really great point earlier on, and he's been asking quite a few people. I don't know if you've ever been asked a question, like on the moon's surface, since there's no atmosphere, shouldn't all of the videos that we've seen of activity on the moon, in
The
reality,
question
they
is,
should
why
be
do they move so slow?
they should be moving faster, right?
You mean because of no atmosphere?
Well,
Yeah,
the
less drag.
viscosity of the atmosphere on the moon, which is like very little, right? Like in reality, the less atmosphere, you should be able to move faster and more freely.
Right, but that's fuck all.
How much is fuck all?
Well, the mass of like 1 cubic meter of atmosphere at sea level is like 1.2 kilos.
Okay,
How much
so
do you think
why
you're
are they?
pushing when you run?
Can you explain why they're moving in slow motion on the moon then?
So they're wearing big ass fucking astronaut suits, and there's less gravity.
Yeah, but okay, so it's the gravity.
Is it the suits or the gravity?
Both. They got these big ass
It can't
suits.
be both.
There's less gravity.
No, it can't be both. It can't be both,
Why
because
not?
if I was wearing a big ass suit on Earth, it'd be difficult to move too. But I wouldn't be moving in
Mhm.
slow motion, would I?
I don't think they're moving in slow motion. I think they've got
What?
restricted motion.
It's literally slow motion. If you get any of the videos of the on the moon, like of the moon buggy or anything, and you speed it up to like twice the speed, it just looks normal. But if you just watch it at the speed they show us, it's definitely slow motion.
It's not that when they jump up and down, right? There's less gravity. That's the part that looks like slow motion. But their
So it's not the
movements,
suit; it's the gravity.
it's both.
No, because think of it this way. Think of it this way. You have these like some of these movies, right, where you have a skinny guy, or like a slender guy wearing a fat suit, right? And they could do like backflips, and they're limber. They can move quick in this big cumbersome fat suit, right? So by the same logic, if you're in like an astronaut suit or what have you, and you're on the moon, and let's say it's not gravity. Gravity isn't an equation. You should be able to move quick if necessary. Sure, it makes more sense to move slowly and more deliberately, because that way you won't kind of like fling yourself off to some other place because there's no like friction and opposing force to kind of stabilize you, right? But if necessary, if you panic or something like that and you jerk, your arm or something like that, you'll move quick. There's nothing preventing you from moving quick. Just like the dude in fat suit on Earth, there's nothing preventing him from moving quick, and he often does. So
I think an astronaut suit's more restrictive than a fat suit.
it's not about how restrictive it is. It's about the fact that the force can transfer from the body to the suit to outwards relatively easily if it wasn't for gravity, right? If it was just the restrictiveness and the heaviness of the suit itself, you could still have a quick jerky movement, and as long as there's one quick movement in this entire reel of slow motion, then that means that it's possible, right? But if there's no quick movements whatsoever within like minutes of footage or whatever, right? Then it kind of
You reckon there's
takes away
no
from the feeling
fast
of
movements?
it being just the suit. That's why
You reckon there's
I'm
no
more
like?
kind of like, sorry, let me just finish. I'm more on the side of it being just gravity and the lack of friction and the 1/8 gravity and everything like that causing things to be slow. But God knows.
But you're kind of suggesting that they don't do any quick movements. They do.
Can you show us one quick movement that takes away this whole idea of it
Sure.
being in slow motion?
1 second. There we go. Astronauts falling on the moon.
They do quick movements, but in relation to all the other movements, I mean, that movement could have actually been faster. But the fact is that when they filmed it, they slowed it down to half speed, and then that's what they showed us. So when you see a quick movement as opposed to a slow movement, that quick movement was actually twice as fast as what you're showing.
Anyway,
No,
post the video in the chat.
Quick movement. I mean a quick movement, like, similar to it being done on Earth, because in fact it should be around that speed.
Yeah,
sure,
they're falling
because
over,
there's less
right?
drag on the moon. You could say that it's supposed to be quicker, but because they have a restrictive suit, it's a little bit slower. So you could say it's a wash, and it'll be like the same speed on Earth.
Nothing to do with drag. Nothing to do with drag. It's the suit
Have
and
you
gravity.
ever seen Ruhif? Have you ever seen? Did you ever see Jeranism's display of when he looked at the moon buggy and then he just sped it up to like twice the speed, and it just looked like how it would look like on Earth?
Well, Carlos,
It probably
before you
would.
answer that really quickly, Rufy, your video that you posted literally has nothing to do with what we're talking about, because that's astronauts falling. Falling is just
but
going
they're
at
making
the rate
fast
of gravity.
movements.
It's not a quick jerky
No.
movement or what have you.
No. Look at their feet when they trip. I'm not talking about the speed at which they actually fall, but watch their legs and their
I looked at
arms.
the video. I just read the title.
Right.
All right, go ahead. Mood over or whatever Carlos was asking about. Apologies, Carlos.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen that, Ruhif. You ever watched Jeranism's channel, and he shows that how he basically gets the moon buggy footage and he speeds it up.
Yeah, I would imagine that would look normal, sped up, right? Because it's a gravity thing. If it hits a bump, it's going to be slower to hit down again. So yeah, it's going to look more natural to us if it's sped up.
But it's all relative, right?
Well, it's we have like 1 or 6 times more gravity. Yeah. When it hits a bump, we expect it to fall down pretty quick. On the moon, it's not going to be as quick. So yeah, it would look more natural to us if it was sped up.
I just wish instead of taking golf clubs to the moon, they took some frisbees and showed us how that works.
It wouldn't.
Yeah, it would have been good if they did it though, just to show us that it doesn't work.
Okay. Maybe you should go back 70 years and ask them.
Maybe this time they go to the moon, we can ask them to take a frisbee. I'll pay them $100.
Cool. What do you think will happen with the frisbee?
$100.
Oh, it probably would. It would actually look fairly similar, right? Because there's less gravity pulling it down as well.
Doesn't it need like an atmosphere to make it work? Or a boomerang? That would be pretty cool. Show us a boomerang on the moon.
Boomerang. Would a boomerang work? No. But a frisbee would look pretty similar, I think, because you've got more gravity, but the atmosphere holding it up on Earth. But on the moon, you got less gravity, but no atmosphere. That'd be pretty similar. I've got a debate on Saturday. Fuck.
If they took a boomerang to the moon, right, and they threw it on the next mission, and if it just goes in a straight moon, then straight line, then they're definitely on the moon, yeah. But there's no way they could fake that.
CGI, Carlos. CGI.
Can't throw a boomerang in a spacesuit.
Probably can't actually. Needs a pretty decent rotation.
You're lying. You can't hold it. You can hold it with a spacesuit. I don't think so.
Pew 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 pew. Mm.
They really thought of everything, didn't they? Like when they did the moon missions, and like they really thought of everything. There's no like moving parts like a combustion engine or anything that relies on gravity for the oil in the oil well to stay, you know, at its optimal position in the engine. And they thought of absolutely everything, didn't they?
Okay. Apparently they didn't. Not enough to fool you guys, right?
Yeah, but we're not really infatuated with these issues. It's mainly the observations that we see when we wake up and we open eyes and we have our bacon and eggs and we look out the window and we see the ocean just flat.
Yep.
And still. And then we go out to do a bit of meditation and balance rocks one on top of the other.
Yep. Looking at a species called Muntiacus muntjac vaginalis.
Sounds like a fucking really bad sexual disease.
It doesn't. Let's check that in the chat. There you go. Muntiacus muntjac vaginalis.
Oh my God. That's got to be worse than the clap.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a muntjac.
Is it a mammal?
It is a mammal, yes.
Is it a platypus that lays eggs and is a
deer.
mammal?
It's a deer.
It's a deer.
Mm-hmm.
Do re mi.
Here we are. There we
I've
go.
never been a fan of deer meat. Yeah, very smelly.
Your mum's meat's pretty smelly.
What? Don't see the fascination of veal. Do you believe that they put human stem cells into food?
Human stem cells into food? Why would they do that?
Well, apparently there are some flavor enhancers that they put in food these days. It's not just MSG or a whole bunch of other things. There's actually human stem cells. There's actually, if you look on the back of some packets, it's E, the letter E in front of a number on the back of your packet that resembles derivative of animal product.
Okay. Yep.
And if you put a H and then an E and then a K and then the 295, that's actually
Is that a HeLa cell?
That's a derivative of human.
Yeah, that's if that's a HeLa cell. HeLa's Henrietta Lacks. She had breast cancer. Fucking, I don't know, 1940s or 50s something. She basically gave her breast tissue to create like an immortal cell line, so you can keep testing shit against humans. So what is it? What's the HEK
HE
293.
295.
293. 293.
295.
There you go. HEK 293 are immortalized human embryonic kidney cells. Yeah. So they're not HeLa, but they're, if you go HEA, HeLa cells. Yeah, so HeLa is an immortalized cell line in scientific research. It is trial cervical cancer. Thought it was breast cancer. Anyway, Henrietta Lacks died of cancer. So they use her cells to test shit.
So the what are they doing? Like cloning it or something, or
Kind of. Yeah, kind of.
and putting it in our food?
They're not putting the actual cells in your food. They would use them for something, and then there'll be a byproduct, whatever it is. But they're not going to put human cells into the food.
Do you think that's disgusting or normal?
No, fine. Yeah.
It's fine. Well, I prefer my food to be organic.
Oh, another puppy. Let's go. Here's another photo. You guys are getting another photo. Let's go. Give me beautiful. Oh, go. Hi. Go. Oops, missed. Let's
Well,
go.
you're lucky you can feed your dogs kangaroo meat rather relatively inexpensively over there.
Yep. I used to go kangaroo shooting with my uncle years ago.
At least kangaroos should not be allowed to buy guns. People are crazy.
Yes. Yes, yeah.
I was wrong the other day. I posted a video of a camel, and someone told me it was it cooling down its own stomach. It kind of looked like it might have been, but actually I found out it's all male camels. They have like a lump on their tongue, and that's what it is. It's just only the males have it. So when you see a camel spitting out something that looks like its stomach, it's actually just a big lumpy tongue. Have you ever seen that?
No.
You just look on YouTube for camel cooling down its stomach, and you'll see something really disgusting.
Mm. Oh, it is almost time to feed the doggies, people. Very, very close.
Good night, Ruhef. I'll talk to you when I'm sober. Bye bye.
See you. Lordy, he was drunk. Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
What? Hmm?
What up, Snacks? You there?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Morning. You been up all night or what?
No. No. Yeah, kind of just waking up now, actually. I think that's sleeping in late for me. For some reason, I'm like, yeah, 3:30 sounds about right. I'll just wake up now.
Ugh.
Hey, what's going on with you, man?
I'm going for my CDL today. My license. I'm trying to get it today.
You better start chewing through those videos and stuff, man. So it's gonna back up eventually. A couple months, you'll be like, oh man, I'll never get to the end of it.
I already feel like that, dude. Because it's in the last week alone, I have like so many videos that people sent me they want me to watch.
They're like, bro, you have to watch this.
Which one are you specifically talking about? Let me see.
It's called All the Gold You Can Eat.
Oh, the gold that you can eat. All right.
It's kind of like a Reddit covering stuff you're probably already familiar with, but you might not have seen this one. And then after you watch that, you can watch the hour-long Don Nance special part of this documentary. And Don Nance is like a he's like an alchemist, like a for real modern alchemist, sorry, I would say. Just about as real as anybody. I think he's the best living Ormus wizard. I don't know why. Just everybody else. Well, a few of them died actually. I think he's the only person that really revealed how to turn it into metal. So he goes through the process of taking like some kind of sample assay or sample that's been assayed to have like very, very low amounts of silver. He does the wash using lye. Then he goes through and after that's all reduced, then he burns it on some sodium metal. They just burn some sodium metal. I'm not really sure exactly how. And then he says it's gonna, like, the whole forest is gonna smell bad for a few days. That's what a crazy process this is. Anyway, so he's saying that the sodium metal will back itself, like it'll basically become part of the silver that's within the sample. And lo and behold, when he assays it at the end, it's yielding a lot more silver and some gold too. I thought that shit was interesting.
Yeah, that's some interesting shit for sure. Sodium.
I really wish all that David Hudson stuff was a lot like more reliable. This is like the guy that's really responsible for popularizing the word. I mean, I guess he's got a great story, but his story is like really great, and I'm like, I don't know, the story's too great, man. Anyway,
If there was a way to create silver and gold, the government would come and kill you and steal it and murder anybody who knew that secret.
oh, you're wrong.
Yeah, the government does not just come and eliminate anything that's going to free humanity from the banker slavery. They would allow that technology or anything to destroy their $5 billion industry, and all they would have to do is kill you randomly instead, or lose their $5-10 billion industry. Pretty sure they could just kill you, steal it,
Is that
like
what
they
you
always do.
estimate? That's what you estimate the gold industry to be worth $5-10 billion. That's a good estimate. I should probably listen to you, right?
Who knows what the gold
I'm gonna
is
do that. I'm gonna
worth?
do that immediately.
You're gonna trust the government's value on gold? Money is printed out of thin air. It's not backed by gold. So what does the gold matter?
I don't know. Perhaps there's somebody else here who can deal with your startlingly powerful intellect.
Not me.
I choose you, Ruhif.
I choose you.
Rufacon, go!
So, Ruhif, have you had your cosmological mind blown today yet?
By what?
Just in general.
No. Had a margarita today. That was pretty good. Blew my mind.
If your mind's not being blown, are you doing it right?
Not doing enough drugs, I think.
No, I mean, are you? If you're not, I mean, by mind blown, I just mean like expansion of mind.
What have I done today? Oh, I've ordered a new SDR chip that's better suited to ADS-B. So hopefully that arrives tomorrow. That'll be fun. Should go outside and listen to some aircraft, eh?
Do you think there's a
Question should
phenomenon?
be, how do you
Ruhif,
question your government? Why is there an echo? It's odd.
Gio's got no headphones.
Echo. Sounded weird. Okay, we both spoke at the same time.
Yeah, I turned the volume down a little bit. Hopefully, I think when I have it super loud, it probably does do that. I don't know. I didn't have it super loud, but I did have it louder than normal, so that's probably why. No, it just seems, Ruhif, like when you like the globe, like to believe in the globe is kind of like dull and gray. You know, like there's nothing really new, nothing really that could happen. Space travel is kind of played out, and then all the pictures and stuff we get is just the same kind of CGI level stuff. Like, is there anything new happening in that?
So you're saying you're a flat earther because it's more exciting?
No.
As opposed to being
No, I
true?
never said that.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't call myself necessarily a flat earther, but I do think like the Earth being an actual realm that is like the Earth being the floor of this realm, floor of the universe, if you want to refer to it as that, and being that this system is like a self-manifested system within consciousness, and it has such high levels of intelligence and ability to orchestrate all of this, that yes, that does put me in like an infinite state of excitement and joy and happiness for what is possible, what the potentials of reality on multiple levels. Whereas when I was in the globe, I never even like fully believed the globe, but I did generally accept it. It always just felt kind of dull and gray. You get this kind of like thin veneer on the surface of like, the stuff NASA puts out, their production media that they put out. So you get a little bit of that sort of surface veneer level of like, like look at those pictures of James Webb or whatever. But on the deepest level of it, though, it's just very dull and boring because I could never experience it. It was never real, something that I, could actually access. It was always just this like disassociated idea of like someday you could be in a rocket ship, but it'll never happen in your life. And it just always felt very boring and kind of a dead end energy to me.
Okay. But you would admit that has no bearing on the truth of it, right?
Oh, I absolutely think that it has to do with the truth of it. Yeah, because the globe is not real, so there's no depth to it. There's nothing there that is actually expansive. It's just a contraction. That's all it is. And until you get out of the contraction, you're just torqued by it. Once you get out of it, it's just like freedom.
Right.
Like the concept that the truth sets you free. For example, are you an atheist, Ruif?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now if you saw absolute 100% validation measurements, whatever it would be, that the Earth is stationary, it is, planar in nature, because obviously horizontal, vertical, just the basics of geometry and things just level out, within that system. Would that change your viewpoint on whether there's a creator or not?
It would move the needle a little, but it would still, possibly be aliens, that sort of shit. Yeah.
Only a little?
Yeah.
That this realm was created by some creative intelligence.
Yeah. Not
Wouldn't it have to
necessarily.
be? Wouldn't it have to be? Because it's just here. It's just this huge stationary realm just chilling. This
Yeah.
massive realm. It's just
Doesn't
here.
mean it's a deity. Aliens that are far superior to our thing. Yeah,
Yeah, but wouldn't that imply that there's a god beyond the aliens, though?
Would it?
Well, yeah, dude. If there's intelligent, dude, to believe that there's no creator or no god means that somehow, like, you're in, like, it would have to be, it's like some isolated state of consciousness in which you've detached yourself from yourself. And
again, the truth is just boring, Gio.
I've never found truth to be boring. I've never categorized it as that in my mind. I'm just thinking when you said that, like, well, there's nothing about it that's boring. It's like a spring, like when those, like a water spring that it's infinitely giving, infinitely life giving.
Right, but we have different ideas on what is true, right? So I'm talking 9/11, evolution, all that sort of shit, right?
You think the globe is life giving, or is it life sucking?
I have no idea what that means.
Oh, you know about the sucking.
Who doesn't love sucking dick? Surely.
Oh, just kidding around.
I was going to say, yeah, it is what it is. I don't understand what life sucking or life giving means.
All right. Well, the Earth being a stationary plane is very life giving because there's just like springs of water. There's bounty. There's like the sun. The sacred sun, the moon, the stars.
It just sounds more exciting. And I think a lot of conspiracy theories are believed because they sound more exciting than the truth.
Well, and I don't know what you mean by a conspiracy theory. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean by conspiracy theory. So 9/11, flat Earth, evolution, whatever. So like mainstream view of it.
Well, I would say this. I would say the Earth is the foundation of everything. Therefore, it is the table upon which everything is existing upon. So yeah, any conspiracy of entities that is happening on the Earth, would.
There's a Raytheon jet just doing fucking laps just northwest of Sydney.
But what I was going to say is that in a way they sell the globe to try to make it exciting. That's the thing. So they put that fake version of it where they're like the globe, planets and solar systems and James Webb and the Hubble and all this stuff, all the CGI. They try to make it like very, like they try to make that impressive. But what I'm saying is that in my experience of it, underneath all of that is actually a very gray, dull, boring kind of world. Where it's like, the whole like disenchantment, like disillusionment and disenchantment within modern science and this whole era that we're in.
Yeah.
It's because like I have isolated the Earth in the globe model. And now all of a sudden the meaning is sucked out of everything because now you're this insignificant human on an insignificant speck in a mass,
Yeah. You're telling on yourself.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing, like I know you're not saying it, but what I'm hearing is that these conspiracy theories are more exciting. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm saying. Because I never said a
I know.
conspiracy theory.
I know, but you from
If you're talking
like a
about
mainstream
something like
view.
if you're talking about 9/11 or something, I find that very fascinating and interesting, but I don't really find it necessarily like, well, it is kind of amazing in its own right, but it doesn't really like ignite excitement within me necessarily, you know? Like I like to know about the truth of it. Really, actually 9/11 is kind of terrible because no matter what you think of the event, it is just still a disaster. So there's nothing good about it, really. I mean, other than
Aliens did it.
Yeah,
how
that's
they pulled
true.
it off.
Should I go and get my laptop and radio and sit outside and watch some aircraft? I think I should. Actually, I'll get it working here first. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, why did the government put bombs and explosives in 9/11 WTC? It's weird that they would do that. Maybe just start wars for profit for Larry Silverstein and George Bush and Halliburton Cheney.
Or did aliens do it?
Billions of dollars. Yeah, if you could prove aliens, then maybe that'd be cool. But you can't.
Well, Ruhif said God is an alien, and he
Correct
might go
quote.
insane if he
Wasn't
he may go insane if he realizes the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah. Well, that's the soft because where it's like Jesus was an alien, God's an alien, simulation, anything but. Yeah.
Hey, Gio, you said a couple
Anything
of
but.
things. Yeah, Gio, you said a couple of things that are, I don't know if you're aware, maybe you are aware, but they're very biblical or scriptural. You said one thing in John 8 says, if you abide in my word, you are truly my disciples, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. That famous phrase is, it's a verse. But the word is, there's a mystical aspect about the word. Second Ezra chapter 14, it says, for in them, regarding the word, is the spring of understanding, the fountain of wisdom, and the stream of knowledge. You talked about a spring of wisdom. Or no, what'd you say? You said a spring of something. A spring
Yeah,
of truth?
that's awesome. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, like truth as like a spring that just keeps like forever floweth and giving. It's
Yeah,
like
yes.
always
Exactly.
in the positive. Yeah, just always life giving. Which then could set, connection to that component of set you free as well. Yeah, no, I there's a lot of very deep knowledge and wisdom within many texts, these sacred texts.
So like you have to love the truth though, because it just keeps opening up an ocean of consciousness, right? Like once you get hooked on it, right, and you become a truther, right, you want to keep following the breadcrumbs to wherever they go, but it never stops. The rabbit hole never stops. When I first began this journey of truth seeking, I was 11. My earliest memories, it started with an inside job, like finding out that 9/11 was an inside job. And then that rabbit hole started and it kept going and it kept going and it kept going and it has not stopped. And there's still people denying that 9/11 was an inside job. But this is what another scripture says. It says here in the King James, it says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. Not everybody loves the truth, bro. You know how in the Matrix you got the red pill and the blue pill? Some people are comfortable with the blue pill, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people choose money over truth.
Yeah, that is interesting to think about the connections between truth and love, and how those are interconnected, and how deception could be connected to like the opposite of love, or like the twisted version. Ultimately, I think everything is love, and so even something that we might call evil or kind of a life detracting energy versus a life enhancing, even that life detracting energy, whether it be, you know, deceptive or evil or just any of these, you know, very dark type things, darker like spirits and energies, but like
isn't
but even
almost oh sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to. There was the last part of it, which was just they're like those evil and dark energies are still expressing love, but it's like twisted love. So it's just love, but it's been like altered. Like I was using the word twisted, but meaning it. Yeah, I'm trying to use different terms as well. But it's like been transmutated from its form of life enhancing and truth and all the on the positive side. And on the evil side, like it's like that same love energy, that same light energy is just being like converted and transmuted into that form for that particular expression. But it
I
still
wouldn't
is
call that love then.
still is love. It's just like a
that can't be love, bro.
Like there's like interference with the frequency, and so it kind of has like a twisted format, which then comes through in a way that detracts life rather than enhances it.
That's deceit. That's not love.
Well, I think everything is love ultimately. Like love, light, and sound is essentially what all of creation is like founded on, in my viewpoint. Like I've had experiences that have like flooded me with a full experiential awareness that like at the core of everything is love.
I mean, I don't know how you can have wickedness be considered love. You know what I mean? They're like polar opposites.
It's like a twisted form of it, because like underneath whatever that entity is doing to take advantage of another is love. Like underneath it is love. It's just a twisted form of it. So they might be taking it out and trying to like manipulate others or whatever it may be. But once they actually figure that out within themselves, like there's a healing impulse of love underneath it. And it just needs to be like cleansed and transformed. And that entity has to go through that transformative process to come back to the light.
Yeah, there is benefit to suffering in some situations. When you work out or certain learning situations of suffering, you learn from it. But
I mean,
and any entity that's putting out anything negative that would be considered evil or deceptive or hurtful, that, in my viewpoint, through the laws of karma, that energy that they're putting out will reflect back to them at some point, to where they then will feel like what it's like to be treated the way that they treated others, and then eventually they will realize not to treat others in that way any in the future. So like
what comes around goes around.
Yeah, like even that evil energy eventually can be transformed into something positive.
I mean, that is scriptural. You reap what you sow. So whatever energy you put in to the world, that's what you're going to receive back.
Yeah.
But it's not just that. Like sometimes you, like in the scriptures, many of the prophets wondered, how come the enemy prospers? How come the wicked prosper? How come they have money, they have wealth? Like these are questions that the prophets asked the Creator, because it was bewildering. Why do good people suffer? And you can find these answers in the minor prophets, and you can find them in Second Ezra. But basically, Yah reassures the prophets, asking and comforts them, saying, don't worry about them in this life, because they will receive their judgment in the next. Like they might not receive judgment in this life, right? But he actually tells them, like,
They
listen,
will.
he says, let them actually enjoy this life, because this life is all they have, because they don't even know what's coming for them, which is kind of really creepy. It's like, whoa, like, what do you like? Let them enjoy the partying and their lifestyle. Let them, because you that know the truth might have to suffer a little, but you are going to be given everlasting life. They don't have everlasting life. They have everlasting damnation. So let them party this life up. Let them. Like, that's what he tells them. I'm paraphrasing, but because I'm driving, I can't find the verse right now.
Well, nothing in this life is worth an eternity of suffering. No physical item, no money amount, nothing.
It's not like literally an eternity of suffering. It's more like
It's
an
easier
eternity
for a camel
of
to pass through the eye
separation.
of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Amen.
Yeah, there's even a way you could look at like people that are doing something very evil or dark. There's even a way to view it where you can like, in a way, just like just send them love and compassion and blessings for where they're at in their journey, because like knowing that they will be reaping what they sow, in a sense, it's almost, one could have an energy of like almost trying to send them blessings for their journey ahead, because it's like they're creating like a whirlwind of something that's, not life enhancing, let's say, is actually detracting in some way. And so it's like we could almost see like pray for them in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
like
It
I
says
do
pray
not
for the end.
want women. I
Sorry.
don't want women to get abortions. I don't want people to get the Bill Gates juice. I don't want people to go to war for profit for the bankers. I don't want like Indian reserves not getting money for regular water. Like, I mean, yeah, like
The
oh, yeah,
the
I don't
greatest
think
form of love,
we're gonna fix it, but
scripturally, the greatest form of love is worship. But worship is an umbrella term, because worship, when it comes down to the highest form of worship, so the greatest form of love is that you can display to the Creator is worship. There's many ways to worship, like, and like, for example, Messiah himself says that the greatest form of love is he who gives his life for his brother. Or it says here, greater love has no man than this, that he laid down his life for his friends. Like,
Sounds like some
as
warship there.
yeah, like jumping on a grenade or some shit, right? And saving your friends. Or like jumping in front of a bullet or whatever, or going to a burning building and sacrificing yourself to be able to save a baby or whatever. Like, that is the greatest form of love, but it's a sacrifice. It's suffering. So love comes in many different forms. But Messiah also said, if you love me, keep my commandments. Because obedience, right, is one of the greatest forms of worship. And it's one of the greatest forms of love. And the second greatest commandment is to love your brother as yourself, right? So if you're jumping on top of a grenade, it's actually part of the commandments. It's actually obedience. That's why it all kind of connects. Loving your brother in that form is one of the greatest forms of love, but it's also one of the greatest forms of obedience to the Creator, to love thy neighbor. And yeah, it's pretty profound.
yeah, to love thy neighbor, which means do not force thy neighbor to do things against their will, which means do not force your neighbor to get the Bill Gates juice. Do not force your neighbor to do anything. I would never force anybody to do anything. It's your body, it's your choice, it's your life. And yeah, you're going to face the repercussions for your actions.
It's
What
okay
goes
to
around
force
comes
them
around.
to come to your chili cook-off, though. You can do that. You can force them. That's what
How much
neighbors are for.
bad karma? How much bad karma do you think people are collecting by continuing to promulgate the globe Earth?
I would say it's it's bad. Like it's
Infinite.
well, I mean, yeah, like to me, like they're lying, and a lot of them know it, but a lot of them are just atheists defending their religion. So they're going to defend it till the death because they cannot acknowledge intelligent design. But it'd be just like equal to anything. Like if you punch somebody in the face randomly, you're going to get that karma later in life or later at judgment. If you lie one time, you get that kind of karma. Or like if you lie 1,000 times, then, or if you steal 20 times, then like you might get 20 times against you, or like 1,000 times. Like,
does it happen like that? It seems like a lot of people profit from bad things.
Yeah.
Maybe some other force is like,
No,
hey, you're good at stealing, I'll help you out. I'll make it
That's
better.
exactly
like
what's
one
going
guy
on.
who
Is it?
Yeah, man.
One guy who
Yeah.
cheated on his girlfriend, cheated on his wife, and then later on, his girlfriend or his sister got pregnant from a random guy, and then I'm not actually.
Yeah, it seems like okay, so from the view of a creator that has all the knowledge and all the information, it would already know what the right things to do are all the time. Like it would never do the wrong thing because it would just already know what all the right things are. So it seems like in order to make it more of like an authentic experience, it would have to separate itself into an entity that seems separate from itself, that it would be able to convince, or not convince, but almost like put that like in it to do the thing that might be wrong, to then have that experience, even though it is wrong, and they will eventually learn that it is the wrong thing. At the same time, then that you get into the idea of like sin and these different components where there's an urge to do something. There's an urge people have to steal, or urge people have to cheat on their loved one, or deceive someone else, or whatever it may be. And so they have that urge to do it, and they're somehow drawn to it, or magnetically attracted, whatever you would say, or like somehow drawn to that, to do that thing. But ultimately, it's like in order to create both of those things, you'd have to create the laws, basically, like the moral and ethical and karmic laws. Then you'd have to create entities who don't know what those laws are yet, and they also have all these just like raging impulses to do things. So then they're doing those things, having those consequences, but then ultimately all of those beings in this perspective would also be in some process of evolving through all of that and moving through all those stages.
Isn't karma just a
I'd say it'd probably be like the
thing?
Freeman, where like if it's no threat to if you didn't hurt any person or any property, it's not a crime to me. But I mean, there's certain things you can't do in public, I guess. So I mean, but in the simplification would be like, if you didn't hurt anybody, if you didn't break any property, is it really a crime? No victim, no crime.
Are we accepting the rules of karma that the Kundalini teaching? Well, as Christianity.
Well, when I'm using the term karma, I'm using it not necessarily in any one particular tradition. I'm using it as, in this sense, just more for like the concept of like just the foundational structure that's built into consciousness that has, what is right and wrong, essentially, like the moral, ethical structure. So, and it's like set in stone in that way, like it's never in balance to be like stealing, in a sense, like that's never going to be in balance.
Actual law.
It could be. The thing is, that's arbitrary unless you have like a foundation to base your belief off of. You got to admit that morality is arbitrary, depending on social norms, social constructs.
Well, okay, is it objective or subjective? That's basically what we're talking about. So I mean,
Yeah, I believe it's objective. But it's the way the reason I believe it's objective is because it's written on the heavenly tablets since the beginning of time. Like I believe that there's literally tablets in the heavens with God's law written on them.
If it's subjective, why does it need to be written on a tablet?
It's objective.
Yeah, but if it's so objective that we all get it straight away, why does it need to be written on a tablet?
No, that's why I'm saying we don't all get it straight away. It's not easily known. You have to actually seek it out through His Word, because His Word will reprove. His Word will reprove us and reproof us.
It's
Where
objective. He knows it. He's just trolling you. Trolling.
Well, yeah. I think there's two layers to it. It's subjective that
If you step on a cat and
Hang
you're
on.
like laughing, you're a psycho. If you step on a cat and you're like, "Whoa, it was an accident. I'm sorry." Like, there's a big difference.
No, I agree. I'm just saying what he said was objective. Maybe he means objective and hidden. Like sometimes objective means really easy to tell and most people get it.
Well, it's objectively hidden. There are certain things that are evident, like murder, stealing, right? Even stealing sometimes might not be so easily evident because like you can rationalize thievery, like
Well,
like
the one
stealing from a
art-
multi-billion-dollar industry, right? Oh well, it's Walmart. Who cares? They make billions of dollars a year. Who cares if I steal a DVD? You know what I'm saying? Like people rationalize that and be like, "That's not bad. That's a drop in a bucket in their wallet," and they'll rationalize and be like, "There's nothing wrong with it."
Well, there's the idea of stealing from the rich to give to the poor. That is one like archetypal theme that some have thought about as being a possible positive expression of thievery. Meaning, let's say there's just some multi-trillionaire, kings and queens, and then there's all these peasants that are just suffering. And it's absolutely terrible, and no food, no water, and starvation, and all that. If you had like a hero figure that was able to sneak into the trillionaire's place and grab some gold bars or whatever it may be, and then you come to give that to the people to literally help starving people, or something like that, and then all the other kind of like stealing from the rich to give to the poor kind of archetypes, and like stories. And
Gio, do you think there's karma to be had if you don't know you're playing a game, like you don't know you're stealing? Let's say you're doing something in stocks or securities or something like that, and you screw a bunch of people out of their jobs and they all got to get fired and go home and tell their kids that they don't have a job anymore. Do you think that has karma values to it? Like just on the financial stuff, you know what I mean? Like people are always like, I don't know what.
Yeah, it does. And
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Yep.
And I was just gonna say the last thing is the Robin Hood story as well. Stealing from the rich to give to the poor as well. That archetype. But yeah, in terms of what you said, Snacks, yeah, I would say so.
To Snacks, yeah, to reply to that, so we're all given, right, according to our understanding. So the more that you know about objective truth, the more you're held accountable. But you are still held accountable to an extent. But the more you know, the greater the karma.
Yeah,
right? Retribution. So
well, if
that's
it's
why
universal,
it says to who much is given, much is expected.
Well, the thing about it being universal is that if it's connected to like reaping what you sow, then like you'll figure it out eventually as you go along, because like we all live and learn. Like if there's a hot stove and you put your hand on it, boom, you burn, you're going to obviously learn from that. And so if you do these actions that, in my viewpoint, every soul has done one or more of these things. I mean, because that's how we learn and go through things. But as you behave in certain ways, treat people in certain ways, etc., you might feel like you're getting away with it for some time, and it does seem like it does let you get away with it for some time. But there's always going to be like a reckoning. There's always going to be some process to where there will be a reckoning, and there will be like no way forward other than to change one's behavior, adjusted upon it. So in that sense, like it's a very real system that you can like we all live and like test all the time and then learn through it. It's pretty incredible.
I completely agree.
I used to steal people's push bikes, and then one day I had a really great push bike that I felt like was mine, and someone stole it, and I was heartbroken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you.
So
Yeah. So that's.
if you're
And that was only 3 years later. It came straight back on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're stealing, then you cannot claim or you cannot cry about people breaking into your house and stealing your stuff because you're stealing from Walmart, you're stealing from this other person, you're stealing from Target. So I mean, you're an open thief stealing. So why would you complain about people stealing from you when you do it?
Oh, if
So
you're
it
going to be
becomes a
stealing, you should.
choice where you choose not to steal from stores, not to steal from anybody.
Yeah, if you're going to be stealing stuff, though, you should be sharing it with your friends. Obviously.
I mean, yeah. Some would argue that like
Sorry.
there's like different levels of it. Like if someone were to. That's the other thing about these like moral kind of karmic structures in my viewpoint. That's how I see them. Like, because like each one is its own structure, like its own structure of karma. So like thievery is one of them, and there's all the spectrums of thievery, different types of it, all kinds of different ways of doing it, and all the emotions involved on both sides of it, and all the different spectrums of it. But that's like one entire kind of component or one realm of its own karmic structure. And then a whole nother one might be, let's say let's say you're a business owner and you're selling products. There's a certain markup that you can add to the product for your own profit. And in my viewpoint, there's like the right amount, like the balanced amount that's fair. And then there's going to be more and there's going to be less. So if people charge more, there's karma associated with it, more than what's in balance. Or even if it's less, it could have an imbalance as well. So like that's a whole nother karmic structure. It's not really,
man.
Yeah.
Price gouging. I believe that, bro. I do.
Yeah. And we all know when we've bought something that's overpriced, that whole feeling, the kind of owner of the company is like getting you a little bit. Like we've all had that experience. And then the feeling of getting a good, like a good deal on something too, which in some ways is good, but if it's too little, sometimes that can feel out of balance too. It's like, oh, like I see some of those like little clips on like garage sales, and I feel like the people are just like offering such a low amount of money that it feels. Anyways, it seems like some of those are out of balance.
So I wanted to say regarding different levels of karma, right? Like you have accidental manslaughter, completely accidental manslaughter. You killed somebody by accident. You know what I'm saying? Then you have negligent negligent manslaughter, or like what do they call it? That's not even the right charge. It's negligent.
So
involuntary manslaughter.
Involuntary manslaughter. So you have accidental manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, and then you have premeditated murder, and you got like first degree, second degree. It gets worse and worse, right? And each one of those offenses has a different karma. Like it does, even in the natural world. Yah knows your intentions. Yah knows the hearts. He weighs the hearts of people, and he knows if you stole something from Walmart to give to your family to eat. He sees all the variables that are at play, right? Yeah. He understands, and he is merciful. We have a merciful Elohim, and not only that, if you're like a drug addict, right? But he sees that you're actually trying to be sober, like. He understands, like he's very merciful, or he, like, for example, if you're doing something wrong that you're not supposed to be doing, but he knows that you don't know that you're not supposed to be doing it, he's not gonna judge you the same way. But if you know in your conscious that you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing and you continue to do it, you have no excuse. That's what I'm saying. Like, but there's literally things that people, because human beings are not ultimately capable of our ultimate discernment. Like sometimes we're not convicted. Like for whatever reason, that part that's supposed to convict us in our bodies doesn't work for certain things. Like, and for other things, we are convicted. That's why we need the word as like a guide to reprove us of our deeds, because we're not ultimately capable of ultimate discernment, and no politician is, no government is. We need the word of God to determine to us what is actually righteous and what is evil. Because there are things that are gray. They're in like the in-between. They're arbitrary. Nobody really knows what to do about this. Even Moses didn't know how to judge certain cases. He was like, all right, like, I don't know how to judge this righteously. I'm going to have to go seek Yah's advice. And he would go seek Yah's advice, and then it would be interpreted and it would be written down, or it would be passed on orally through the judges. But there are things that, like, we're not capable of, of judging righteously unless we have Yah's advice and counsel.
Yeah, I was just thinking how I don't know if it's Goodfellas or Casino, but yeah, just like kids stealing candy from a candy store. One of them's making distraction. One of them looks out. I don't know. It's like a weird thing. Theft. I think it comes out of this idea, like basically it's because of money, and maybe that intrinsically we know that money's wrong, and if somebody has enough, that they should be sharing with us. I think that's just how people feel, even if it's grow up, man. There's money. Money's a real thing, but I think our natural sort of default mode is to share, and to try to share when there's plenty of something, when there's abundance. We should be giving that to others. That should be the good karma that we have to share, that we can share, is good karma.
Well, I mean, exactly. So, but like it was well said. At like the extreme spectrum of it, though. Okay, imagine right now if there was some, whatever, Illuminati bankster, whoever they are, some, and they have a bank account that literally has, hundreds of trillions of dollars in it, whatever, just unbelievable amount of money, way beyond billions, just trillions upon trillions. And it's all just obviously theoretical, speculative, just a thought experiment, everything, obviously. But imagine like a movie plot, like Ocean's 11 kind of thing. If one was able to, let's just say, free up some of those trillions, only a tiny portion of it, which would then help humanity on profound levels in terms of helping, feed, house, and clothe the world. Is that wrong? Now, I will say right off the bat, I don't think that's ideal in any way, shape, or form. And I don't think it's really the way to go about things ultimately. But if there's such an extreme imbalance in that way, where it's just like that ultimate expression of like stealing from the rich to give to the poor. If you could right now, yeah, because I'm not obviously like, suggesting anyone steal anything from anyone ever. I'm just saying in that extreme example, is that more the right thing to do if you literally know that you can like end world starvation, you could end homelessness, by doing that in just total theory? Like what?
Well, theoretically, I don't think that would be a viable option, because the way that money works, bro, it's kind of mystical in itself. Like, what makes gold valuable, right? People say, well, it's rarity, but gold isn't really that rare. Like, neither are diamonds. We really look into it. When it comes to stealing at all, like, I would not condone stealing at all, even if it was to give to the poor. You're violating Yah's law, and that's never permissible ever in the scriptures. You can never violate Yah's law, even if it seems like it's for good. You have good intentions. There are too many variables that we can't conclude. Like, let me just give you a quick example, right?
Wasn't that with that whole story of like Les Miserables? That whole play. That's like it's like the whole plot of that whole thing. He like steals a loaf of bread to like save people from starving children and whatnot, and then he gets caught, and then it's Les Mis.
My reasoning would be that they stole already. They stole the world's stuff. So stealing back is bad, but they deserved it. So, and we're only trying to make it right again. So
I get what you're saying, but we can't take judgment into our own hands like that, right?
We
You
can
have to.
if we believe in freedom, we can.
I understand, bro. We're just all theoretical, right? So we just having this conversation. I'm not saying I'm right or you're wrong or whatever, but we're just entertaining this thought for a second. So like, right? In the scriptures it says that judgment belongs to me, right? Speaking to the Creator. He actually appoints rulers and kings. He's the one who appoints all governors, all kings, all rulers everywhere, even President Biden.
Yeah, he appointed me.
Even though it was a rigged election, right? The reason that Biden is where he is because Yah allowed it to happen. He appointed him for like a time like this.
He appointed me to be the thief for the free people.
You're chosen, Don.
It's my leader role that I was given by Yah.
Yeah.
To help
So
balance
you have
Earth.
$300 in your account, and then you choose to steal $20 steak from Walmart. Yet you had $300 in your account.
No, I pinpointed the evil man who stole the world's gold. And I
That's what he's saying.
stole a tiny bit back for balance. I justified it myself.
All about your intentions. If you're absolutely poor and you have zero money and absolutely nothing and you're homeless,
What's the
maybe
difference
if you
between
steal
$300
to
and
survive,
What's the difference between $300 and $0?
300.
I didn't really get to
300.
finish my train of thought, but basically, hold on real quick. What I was saying is, if with that mindset, right? Because you have to understand how lawlessness works. Like let's say you start stealing because you're poor. Well, you're not the only one that's poor, right? And there's a lot of poor people out there. And if they all have that same mentality, and that's what ends up actually happening in the real world, it trickles. You're not the only one that thinks like that. It'll start trickling through the population, and the population will all resort to lawlessness, and they'll start stealing because they're impoverished and they need to feed their families. But what
Well,
that
like the
causes,
most, yeah.
what that does, you look at
it's just
California. Look
like
at how
the
many
most.
people are just.
It's the most
Look how
extreme
many.
example of it.
Well,
I was
hold on.
gonna say-
Look at how many people are walking into CVS's, right? And they're walking to stores in groups and mobs and robbing businesses in California. Now, those businesses are leaving California and going to other states because they can't make a living there, right? So ultimately it's going to affect the land that you live on, and it's going to lead to depravity, and it slowly degrades as society to the point where it's going to be unrecognizable down the line. It doesn't actually ever work. There's no such thing as taken from the rich and given to the poor. It doesn't work like that. It's never been. That's never worked in any
here's
social
another
arc in history.
Here's another extreme example that would also be a little bit in the our idea of past history, in those times. So let's say there's like a kingdom, and it's just this amazing, incredible kingdom with fountains and butlers and all the king, queen you could think of to the highest level. And then they have like almost like what's that Scrooge McDuck, like that cartoon guy where he has that huge vault of like gold coins. So let's say in this kingdom or whatever, they just have literally huge, massive, the size of a basketball court, an indoor basketball court, a huge room like that, just filled with all these gold and diamonds and riches, to the brim. And they have multiple of them. And then then there's like a wall. And then outside the wall, there's just people suffering, just like being enslaved, starving, like toxic water, just that classic story of that extreme situation. And everyone is, you could make it worse and say they're being trapped there or whatever, but that would even be worse. Obviously, if they could just leave, then okay, they could just leave. But in this scenario, it's like the people are like living there and they don't really have a choice to leave. In that extreme example, is there something noble or, quote unquote, right about someone in that community, being able to sneak in and grab some of that gold to sell or whatever to actually feed starving people in that extreme example?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's noble for sure.
Like the Robin Hood example, I wanted to say, not everyone turns into a thief. He only manages to get a small gang because not everyone's good enough to be a thief. But I think if you're going to be that noble thief, you need to pinpoint who's taken what and explain, I'm only taking it back. So I'm re-giving it to the real owner. I'm not thieving it because it wasn't theirs.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very interesting point too. Okay, now that's interesting. So if someone, no, that's okay. What about that? That's cool. You just said that. Made me think about if someone steals something from someone and then that gets stolen from them, were they really stolen from? Because they stole that thing to begin with.
That's
So
what happened with
we're
my bike. That's what happened.
This is kind of like the spoils of the Napoleonic Wars, but go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, so
like right now, we know that the
you're
you
just
brought up
saying,
the
John,
Illuminati bankers,
Yeah.
bro. How do
Yeah,
you steal back from the
you're saying
Illuminati bankers?
if these Illuminati banker guys, if they stole all of the gold from us and all the land and all that stuff, you're just saying that, you know, they sunk the Titanic to get the Federal Reserve. Like they just did all this insane stuff. You're just saying that, like, since they stole this whole empire and built this fake empire on top of it, if we were to take it back at some point, we're not really stealing it back. We're just bringing back what was actually ours in the first place. Like what was like humanity's like sovereign rights in the first place.
If I follow that through, dear, everything in the world is up for grabs. No one owns anything.
Because everything was stolen at one point or another. You're saying, and you can't really find the proper owner anymore. I mean, they're long dead.
Right.
All you have is the descendants.
You'd have to take everyone to court to say, where did you get this?
That's what you bring up. What the blacks are talking about. Where they get money for repercussion. What do they call it now?
Reparations.
Reparations. That's what you're talking about, essentially.
Yeah, well, I was born in Canada, but my home is flat Earth, so I should be able to travel to any location on the flat Earth without a passport. But since I'm a slave, that I have these restrictions on my travel. So
You're just owned by a different country.
Yeah, we should be able to
Countries
go
are just
everywhere.
slave plantations, flags are bullshit. Countries are just fake borders. They're all run by the same bankers. So yeah. But yeah, all of flat Earth is my land. I was born in Canada, but I should be able to go to Australia without. It's my land.
Yep.
There's no borders.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't believe in
it
that
all
either,
came
bro.
down to the hijacking of the gold. Like, let's just go off the idea of the gold standard, like that history, because if gold is a currency that is being used to, you know, trade, to trade goods, it is an actual mineral in the ground, and it is obviously somewhat limited. Like, it's not just everywhere, although obviously there is a good amount of it overall, but it's not just totally everywhere. And if that was the standard, then the currency is based on the actual value of that metal, based upon ideally, you know, its rareness, in that sense. Now, if these entities came in, whoever these controllers, Illuminatis, whatever they are, whatever term we want to use, they came in and just usurped it all. They just literally like took over the gold standard, took over the Federal Reserve, and now they're just printing the money. So they literally did a complete theft of the entire world by taking us to where we were using gold, which is an actual mineral, which has real value, into this artificial system that's just this artificially built and founded system.
Yeah,
This was
artificial
biblically
paper
prophesied.
and artificial printed out of thin air.
The Jews were prophesied to do this, to swallow men like fish and plunder the nations of their
Yes,
wealth.
I mean, this is a major, a huge transgression that's been, that's gone down here. So
in the Testament of Levi, the Testament of Judah on his deathbed, in his last testament, he spoke to his children, and he warned them like 7 times about their love of money, and warned them and warned them and warned them. He told them, like, this is what you're gonna do. Your sons are gonna do. And because you gotta understand that Judah was giving the kingship, right? And I truly believe, even though I'm a Hebrew and I'm not an anti-Semite, but I'm being objective here. The Jews literally run the world. Like, they're evil though. They don't belong. They're not Yah's people. They're not Yah's people because they're not doing Yah's will, and they're committing usury, which is forbidden in the Torah, right? And usury involves interest rates and And if you lend money, with that money you get a certain amount of money back. That's actually forbidden in the Torah. With that understanding, right, they actually plundered the wealth of nations because they gave out loans that they knew nations eventually couldn't pay back. And they also knew, like, they do this in the micro scale in America with families that are barely making enough money to get by, and they give them these mortgages that they know these mortgages are going to forfeit, and then they put these people into debt for life and take their land and their houses from them. And these banks are right now, they're grabbing up all this territory by, like, all over the place that are going into foreclosures. The banks are buying these houses up, these properties up. This is something that's been going on for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. And they've been compounding their wealth because not only do they commit usury, but they basically keep marriages. They do arranged marriages, and they keep the marriages within the family. A lot of these royal elites, they actually marry their own cousins, and they keep it going, dude, because they don't want to marry outside the family because they don't want their wealth to be distributed outside the code that they have to follow to compound the wealth even more. Like, these people, all they care about is money, dude. It's insane. Building up generational wealth. And then, like you mentioned, the fiat dollar and the banksters and like, that shit's legit, bro. The top of the Illuminati pyramid, like the 1%ers, are that are in the background, in the shadows. We don't even know their names. Like, yeah, we know the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, George Soros.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Smiths. It's like, oh, did you hear about the Smiths? No. The Johnsons. You know what I mean? Some kind of name that we already hear all the time. They're really the deep pockets. So yeah, somebody's got deep pockets in all this thing, right? Somebody's been putting the money away all the time and having somebody else out in the front doing all the work for them, right? Somebody's the bankroller behind a bank, for sure.
Santos Bonacci did an interesting video I saw where he was talking about all these family names that he claimed that he knew, like these like Italian names, and he was listing a bunch of them that he was sort of had certain information that those family names were perhaps connected to like some network that's closer to the center of all that. Like, it's like a specific number of families, and like these specific lines that are connected to like the roots of the tree, kind of, of these like lineages that are connected to these things.
Yeah, even the royalty in England, I've heard claims that they were connected to the family of Jesus. And I was like, yeah, all right. And then I looked into it and I found out that there's a trail of evidence going back to Joseph of Arimathea.
Yeah,
which was
the Knights of Malta and the Holy Grail. People say that they were carrying Jesus' bloodline.
Yeah, they really are. The royalty in England literally has Jesus' bloodline. Now, I don't know about. It's probably been mingled by now, but there's literally a blood link there.
They claim Muhammad relation as well. The Queen does. She did.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
They probably believe they're related to Solomon. That's probably where it goes. And then before that, Egypt.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because Jesus was related to Solomon. Judah, is related to Solomon. Solomon is Judah's descendant. Yeah.
So they are saying we are the old gods of the old world. And we're hidden now, and you can't see us except if you follow the money, which is very hard.
Egypt is not as old as people think, though. People think that Egypt is like this really, really ancient culture. They're really not.
Yeah, no, like 6,000 years, just one aeon before Christianity, before the Jews and Abraham. That's where it all comes from. For me.
Like, Abraham was in Egypt for like 10 years, and his wife. The 12 tribes of Israel, Jacob, Isaac, they all lived in Egypt. All 12 tribes, actually, all 12 patriarchs died in Egypt. They all died in Egypt and were buried in Egypt. And then their bodies were taken out of Egypt and brought to the land of Aram and buried in Aram.
So I'm just saying some of the dynasty must go back to there, as well as further back as well.
Oh, you guys ever check out the Game of Thrones show? Kind of sucks.
Nah.
They have something in it called the Iron Bank. I'm not really sure why they call it that, but don't you think that's a more bankable metal? You know what I mean? Like, keep a lot of iron on hand, you know, in case you need to go to war, make a bunch of swords. That's a good thing to have a bank for. But what do you need a bunch of gold for? Or what do you need? You know what I mean? Like, that wealth is managing that iron or copper or something like that. And in a way, it makes me think of like some sort of like, in a way, banking is like some weird extension of alchemy to some degree.
It is, bro. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gold. Okay. What gives gold its value and precious gems their value? If you follow this all the way back, right, to like the first humans that decided to make this a monetary possession, like you know, a coin or whatever it was in the beginning. It goes back to, if you believe the story, it goes back to the Watchers, bro. They're the ones that decided to, you know, put this monetary system onto us. Before we knew how to smith any, you know, to make alloys and how to extract metals from.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like metals and all that, like alloys, whatever. But like, there's only like a few metals that like you could forge into a sword, you know, that you could find readily, you know. So I just think it's interesting to consider that, because like a lot of the, well, really the wars were bankrolled a lot of times by the Vatican, right? It's like when the Vatican is sort of the bank, if you will, that like financed the wars in, you know, England, back Spain, pushed the Jews out of Spain, right? They got paper clips. They got all kinds of office stationery in there, right? Are they the bank?
I mean, sort of. They're part of the beast system. Like, they're one of the heads, right? Like in the Bible, it talks about the beast having 7 heads. But it all goes back to Israel. Like, Jerusalem is actually the mother harlot, according to the scriptures themselves. Jerusalem is the whore of Babylon.
I heard other people say it's in Rome, but okay.
No, it is. Well, the thing is, no, a lot of people assume it's Rome because they don't understand the word like that. But in the Bible, it literally tells you.
I also heard that the 666 relates to the name of
Christ.
One of the one of the Roman Caesars. The Caesar was supposed to be a certain name, and that certain name equals 6 triple score or what have you.
I mean, I got my own idea on the 666.
Go ahead.
The oldest fragments of Revelation that are written in Greek, the oldest manuscripts, don't even have the number 666 in them. It has 3 letters, 3 Greek letters: chi, stai, and stigma. And when you put those letters together, it's literally Christ.
Oh. Well, I don't know where we're at now.
It's kind of trippy, bro. In all the paintings of antiquity of Jesus Christ, all have the mark of the beast on them. Chi, stai, and stigma. Because the usurping Messiah is the lawless one, and the lawless one is the Roman Jesus Christ, who's a counterfeit of the original Messiah. Basically, he's a spitting image of the original Messiah, except he spoke.
Who is?
The Roman Jesus Christ. It's the creation that the beast props up, right? Like, you see this.
Oh, you mean
Jesus?
Okay.
I'm talking about the crucifix with
like a fake news version of Jesus from Rome.
Exactly, bro.
What you mean? Okay.
So like it's a usurping Jesus. It's the counterfeit Messiah. He basically looks like, if you get a counterfeit purse, right? Everything about it looks almost identical to the original, right? But there's something off about it. That same thing with the Messiah. Everything that the Church of Rome presents as the Messiah, it's a spitting image of the original. but there's something off about it. And what's off about it is the idolatry. They worship a figure. They worship literally a statue of Jesus Christ, which is forbidden according to the law of God. And they worship him while he's naked on the cross, bro. Like, the guy was basically naked. The only thing covering him was like a rag around his penis, dude. And they worship that thing. They bow down to it. And they have paintings of him, and they have images of him all over the place. And dude, it's complete blasphemy against the
Do
Holy
you find it
Spirit.
to be grotesque or like a normal image that you might
Completely
find?
grotesque, bro.
Is it? Is it weird? Do you think it scars people that have no idea what the fuck that is?
I can't believe that I was deceived.
Yes, I do.
You know, in my early life. But
Like,
see,
I'm
this is why.
sure, I'm
Go
sure
ahead.
I have no fuck. I'm a kid. I have no idea what's going on. But I know that we have like a Buddha statue somewhere in the house, and then my cousin who goes to church, like he's like, "That's the devil." And then I went to somebody else's house. They have like a Jesus on a. It's so detailed and grotesque that it's like a crucifix. It's like it's huge, and it's just like in the attic. And I'm like, "What the fuck is that about? Like, how is that like way? How is that not devilish?" I'm just like the dude sitting Indian style, doing a little Buddhist prayer thing. How is that devilish? The other thing seems just tainted with more just high energy.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Any worship of an idol, whether it's of Jesus, an angel in heaven, the Bible clearly states in the commandments. It's in the 10 Commandments. It says you should not worship anything or you should not make an idol or a graven image of anything that's in the heavens above or in the sea below or anything that is on earth. Like, you cannot make an idol or a
Yeah.
statue and pray to it. Like, even if
But
it
that
is
well
Jesus
grave,
himself.
right? I didn't even have any idea people would have the concept of like nailing somebody up on a piece of wood like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm just a kid. What do I know? That's great. That's
But
pretty grave.
anyways,
That's some grave. That should have a PG warning at least.
yeah, bro, it's freaky, bro. And the thing is, they don't know Yah's character, bro. They've been duped into a religion. That's the difference between religion and actually having a spiritual relationship with the Creator. I came out of religion, organized religion. I actually speak against organized religion. I don't go to church. The scriptures are clear. Yah does not dwell in temples made by hand. There's multiple verses testifying that Yah does not dwell in temples made by hand. Yet, what do people do? They build temples and say, "Oh, this is the house of God." That's actually forbidden. None of the apostles did that. They gathered in people's living rooms. They gathered in public places. They gathered in parks. They gathered in, like, yeah, there were churches, but the churches aren't like the Roman churches, completely decorated in idols and tinted windows. And dude, that's not what they're trying to replicate. Basically, the second temple, which was, the only temple that was sanctified by Yah himself was the first and second temple, and he actually destroyed the second temple for a reason, because that's not how we are to worship him anymore. We are to worship the Creator in spirit and in truth. Nothing to do with a temple or a building. People think that they have to go to a building to worship the Creator, and that's not what he ever intended. Anyways,
yeah, it does kind of make it seem like exclusive. Like, dude's only going to pop up here, so you know what I mean. If you want to see God, you better come check out this show, right? We just make the Creator appear in this.
There's
joint.
actually a verse in
He doesn't
Ezekiel.
dwell everywhere, right?
He says that he says that we are the temple of Elohim. We are spiritual stones that build up the temple. So figuratively speaking, each one of us,
You're your own church, man. You got your own stained glass windows. You got
since Messiah died, he opened up now a direct connection between us and him. Where before there was like some sort of spiritual barrier because of sin. That it's weird, bro. It's mystical. I don't understand all of it, but now there's like a stronger connection between us and the Creator. Where before it was more noisy. If that makes any sense? Like, there was more interference.
All right, I'm good on this.
But now I didn't. So I was talking about something. What were we talking about, man? Before we jumped onto that. Oh yeah, the Babylon, right? So like in the scriptures it says that Jerusalem is the mother harlot, the whore of Babylon, where our Messiah was crucified.
All right.
There's
He's back. All right. Yeah, that's a heavy morning topic for me. I don't know, man. Happy 7 o'clock, everybody. What's going on?
It's literally the beast system right there. That's what's enslaved the world right there.
I don't know if you're coming in and out for everybody or just me.
Anyways, yeah, we could change the topic, man. I don't want to, but yeah.
Do. I wanted to get more into the, I guess, being able to turn metals into money, which is a little bit like turning lead into gold.
Yes, I'm with it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like banking is sort of like the real success of the idea of alchemy, the quest of alchemy, or is that all bullshit and I'm just following the story somebody else wants most people to think about alchemy, which is that those guys just wanted to get gold. They were just like looking at lead. They were like, I want to make money because I love money so much. That's what it's about. Is that right? Because I feel like the alchemical search is philosophical as well as technical.
Yeah, definitely.
But yo, they can make diamonds, dude, in the lab. It's just that they can tell the difference between a lab-made diamond and a natural one, and therefore that takes away its value. But ultimately, it's upon us to determine the value of something.
Is it like
You understand?
D-Monde, D-Os? They look like little twinkly stars. Is there something like that? Why are we wearing them on our hands? What's up with the marriage? I don't understand diamonds. I'm gonna abstain from diamonds.
The gold, same thing. You can make gold artificially.
Yeah, gotta have my
I'm
gold
sure
chains.
you can.
Gotta have that.
But
but diamonds, no, I don't need those.
either it takes too much energy, right? So like it's not a 1-to-1 output. It's you know there's a diminishing return, so it's not worth. I know they've already figured this out, but it's
who's
just
the
not
first?
worth it.
Who are the first people to like? Oh yeah, diamonds, dude. These things are bad. Like who? Like we all know that Africa is a big place where they're, now they're found all over the place. But who made it a big thing? Who was like, "Yo, diamonds, bro"? And why call them diamonds then? They're diamonds. I don't know. That none of that makes sense. But it's like the DI makes sense to me. So it makes me feel like it's coming back from a longer root back in the language. When we used to deify things. Back when we used to know what D and T fucking meant.
DMT.
No, like D. Well, it's funny that we say D. I just think like D is basically calling like something high.
I've been there.
I don't mean you're funny, but I mean the original like the use of that as a phonic. You know what I mean? I think it comes out of China. I think it comes out of there.
But like you'd have to find a way to efficiently turn, iron into gold or copper into gold or whatever.
Okay.
Which
no, I don't know if there's any way to do that.
It wouldn't be worth your while. You know what I mean?
But it's not metal transmutations that are, I think, the principal idea. That it's being able to extract metal from rock, being able to extract metal from ores or organic things, changing something through different processes, through heat, through fire, through boiling, through mushrooms, eating it. I don't know, all different.
What is your motive? What is your motive, though?
Oh, the motive is to, I mean, see, this stuff goes like the first alchemist. If you like read it up, it's her name is called Mary the Jew. Is the first alchemist I can find. You heard of it?
Great, the love of money, dude. See, the main motive for people back then in
But it's not
alchemy
love of
is
money.
to make money, though. That they
No,
wanted to turn cheap
no,
metals into
that's
more expensive metals. I
yeah. I'm
thought.
saying that's some bullshit, though. That's what I'm saying. Like that
All
idea
right.
is fed to us. It comes down through all the pipe. You know what I mean? And it basically says like, yo, this shit's invalid. These people were crazy. We got chemistry, guys. This is much better, and this totally tells the story. So I don't know if that's true either. So I think that this starts out as basically something that's like philosophical and spiritual and dangerous, and they want to just put it in a little box for you and tell you it's all about trying to turn lead into gold. When I don't find that that's true in most of my readings.
No,
Although
I
it's like
believe you.
it's like there's something called the great work. This might be part of it, you know, learning the secrets of why things work. But when I go through like other secret society stuff, like there's chemistry involved. There's like a whole bunch of chemistry involved in like Rosicrucian experiments, you know, with
Oh,
the
Rosicrucian!
monographs of it.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, that too, right? So, but they are in themselves related to the alchemical thing because they are themselves related to Bacon, who is himself related to Robert Boyle, who is himself a fucking alchemist. So,
That's you going woo now, bro. Now I'm following you, bro. Now and even Newton was into alchemy, and he on his spare time that's all he did in his little lab or whatever he was doing. He would read the Bible. A lot of people don't know Newton was a Christian, and he'd mess around with chemicals, bro. And I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but he had all these ideas in his journal. He talks about it. I don't remember it right now, but I remember reading through some of his journal.
Yeah, he's had some weird ass Freemason shit. Mr. Isaac Newton, the Freemason.
was he a Freemason?
100%.
Definitely, there's like a trend that seems to go Mitraic for me. It's the cross dressing is a big symbol because it's the second degree of the rites of Mitra, which is to dress up like a woman in public. But that's just my guess. And also, they were interested in chemistry and poisons and all kinds of things like that.
The elixir of life is another motive. Like they were trying to find, they were trying to maintain youth and also, achieve everlasting life through alchemical means.
Right, Basil Valentinius says to have maybe found another dude, Falconelli, if he's a real person even, or not just like some kind of made up World War II fucking bullshit. I don't really know. I don't know why that is, or why an alchemist like gets into the story of making the atomic bomb or any of this stuff. Really don't know. It just seems like bullshit. And if you read any of those accounts,
Yeah, the only way to end their life is with organ transplants and possibly adrenochrome. Other than that, you're going to die like Rockefeller. You're going to die like the Queen at 98. They can't extend their life worth crap.
Get out of here.
You can try,
Bodies
but
remade. Good.
that's who is texting everybody back. That's Queen Elizabeth right there.
She's a busy lady. You know, I thought about it though. Long-lived people, and among these, and probably more favorite to me than Queen Elizabeth, is Betty White. Betty White lived for about 100 years, and it means basically from now until the beginning of Jesus or the War 1 AD is 20 lifetimes of Betty White. And if you think about that, I think it helps because years are tough to kind of think about. You think about a centurion living a whole life, you know, like it's hard to imagine time in such big scales, right? 20 Betty Whites.
You really like Betty White, huh?
Yeah, I do. She was good all the way up till the end. Probably always funny, you know.
You think the Queen is a lizard?
I don't.
I'm playing, dude. I'm just joking.
I
don't think so. I'm just messing around.
Well, then I'd have to like maybe hypnotically regress myself to where like I was like trapped in like a big facility. I was in a cage, and then the queen was there, and she was like making all of us like children perform for her and give her the energy from our souls, and then she would suck it up in her lizard
Yeah.
tongue, go, and just be like, it was like that. But that was in another dimension, so
I would say
I don't know. I got to go to a psychologist now.
if somebody opens their cam and turns to a lizard, I will believe it. Other than that, meh.
Like James Earl Jones, Conan the Barbarian style. That dude
Oh
straight
man,
up transmogrified into a snake. You remember that shit? It was good.
I won't accept a little eye glitch or camera glitch or little eye flicker. I need to see Dawn go on camera and turn into a lizard, and then I'll believe that in these
But, like,
lizard people.
I don't know. The only way I could believe this is to somehow like, I don't know, play Isle of Dr. Moreau. I'd like to play Isle of Dr. Moreau. Can't do it though. So many things I would learn that nobody else will be able to figure out because of their ethical means. But no, me with my non-ethical Isle of Dr. Moreau ways, I would uncover many secrets. Like, why would ladies be putting snakes up in their sniz and people be talking about Alexander the Great's like divine birth or whatever like that? Is it possible to fertilize a woman with a snake? I don't want to know this, but I do want to know this, you know, just to know that it can happen, because then we can go to other things. But I don't know that it can't. And it's just weird that like pot plants can like fertilize themselves, like a female plant. You can spray it with colloidal silver and it starts making seeds even though there's no sperm. How'd that work, man? The fuck? Do we need a whole sperm? Do we really even... What are we even sperming? We don't even know that. It's a mystery. Could just be mostly about the egg.
I would say you need a man and a woman to create a baby. And that
how
as
much sperm
proof-
can I sperm?
Such a good question. How much sperm could a sperm choke? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not immature. But like, what is inside there? The genetic, yeah, you'd be talking like the nerve ending's got like a little gold atom in there or something like that. There must be something pretty special inside of all these like cells that can then make a person, right?
Transmutate your sperm into some gold.
Word.
God damn, you'll be rich.
Fucking retiring.
We'll all be rich if you figure that out. There's some in
Every
the
man on
chat
earth will be rich.
that'll be filthy. Some guys on here that'll be filthy.
But
Like
right,
snacks.
like have you tried to propagate creating feminized seeds from female marijuana plants?
No, what do they call that? Like, because the thing with breeding, bro, it's such a complex thing. Like F1, F2, F3, F4 generations, and then like stabilizing strains, and you need like a warehouse, bro. You can't get that with like an 8x4 space.
What if I got 3 walk-in closets? No, I'm just joking. Yeah, you need like a lab to really do any kind of real shit, for sure. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, like, why, like, you can cross plants, male can fertilize female, but then it also seems that you can just have female, spray it with silver, and then you have seeds now. So what's that about? Am I wrong? I heard multiple...
It may work on plants, but it will not work on humans.
Oh, why? Because it's
If you
You ain't
spray
never-
silver on a woman, we'll see what
I'm not
happens.
trying to do that. I'm not saying
I've done that, bro. I've done not with silver though. They sell products on the internet called feminizers. Some use gold, some use silver, some use other chemical processes, but you spray them on your plants to make them turn female.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about if you spray colloidal silver.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You spray colloidal silver on sites that, on the female plant, and it fertilizes those sites to where that they mature and become seeds. They're feminized seeds also, but they don't require.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Pollen.
The reason being is because marijuana plants, I don't know about all plants, but marijuana plants have the remarkable ability of asexual reproduction, right? They can pollinate themselves. So you can get a plant to hermy by doing that, and they'll pollinate itself. And you'll get buds, but the buds will still have seeds in them, which is it's not the most optimum bud. You want sin semilla. You don't want seeds in your bud.
Okay. Well,
It might be a
I
survival
sprayed my
strategy.
stuff down basically with like a mixture of colloidal silver and fulvic acid, and I had a high propagation of seeds and no males around anywhere. But could have been in the air, I guess. Could have been miles and miles away. But the ones that I don't think I sprayed very much on, I didn't catch a lot of seeds off of it. Like to try it again, I guess. But yeah, because I guess that's a wrench in my understanding. Then, if I think if I'm wrong about that, then I've got a lot wrong. So, but I did do it, so I don't know. I'm conflicted.
So walk me through this. So you had a female plant, right?
Yeah, I had 7 female plants.
And it had buds on it?
No, I grew them up from little planties, little.
So they didn't have buds on it yet when you sprayed them?
No.
And then you sprayed them on the colloidal silver.
Like every couple weeks I'd hit them with it.
And then what happened? They budded?
Then they budded, and I was like, oh wow, there's like a whole shitload of seeds on a couple of these.
Yeah, that's what happens. There's a lot of different factors that could make them do that.
What I'm saying is it's not herming, because what am I spraying it on is not going to change into a male organ. It's already female organ, so I spray the stuff on there. What I think is happening is it's electrically completing the shit, and then the egg doesn't, or the female part is like, oh, this must be a sperm. Okay, let me seed up now, do my thing. Like something's fooling the plant into thinking that. That's why you can spray other things on them too. Kind of, you're not fooling it; it's literally doing it. So something's going on, and I'm just wondering, like, does the female actually need a male to propagate if this is possible? And is there a way to like basically fool that system into just propagating out of the female line, and then it would just sort of, I don't know, man. Genetics are fucking strange. I don't know how that works.
Let me explain it
please.
to you, bro. Let me explain it to you, right? That's how, that's how you get feminized seeds, bro. Where all your seeds are guaranteed to be female. The way that they do that is what you're talking about right now. That's how you get feminized seeds to begin with.
They're not
That's all I
guaranteed,
ever
though.
ordered was feminized seeds. Yeah, they're guaranteed to be female. So all those seeds that came out of that feminized plant were all feminized. That's how you get feminized seeds. So just hear me out real quick. So like when the bud grows, right, and you'll see buds on it, you can get it to hermy. But the thing is, you have to have a keen eye, because you can't always see there's like these little that look like buds, but they're not. That's what, when the plant's hermy, you might only get one little pod. Just one little pod is enough to turn your whole crop into to have seeds in your whole crop. So you don't need like all these crazy pods opening up. All you need is one little pod that, if you don't actually catch it in time, like some people, their plants will start herming when they don't want it to hermy.
I didn't have any of that problem, but I had like 3 people of like really, really high knowledge that were online with me as I was podcasting this whole thing. I don't know. I've mentioned this to them, I think we kind of came to understanding what's going on here, but it just seems like you don't require a male pollen to be able to create seeds out of a female plant, and it's like that they are feminized, but they're not 100% guaranteed to all be female seeds.
I disagree, bro. I mean,
All right.
from what I understand, once you
I'm
get
not trying to
seeds
make
from
you
a
regrow plants. You don't want to grow plants, if you know. But whatever, it's all good. Maybe
no,
I
but
need
that's how
to.
you get
I need
feminized
to
seeds,
try.
bro.
I understand this.
And when I grew feminized
There's
seeds,
other
bro.
methods to do it too. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. They all were they all were female every single time, bro. I never had one problem ever growing feminized seeds. They were always female, and that's how they do it. You get them to Hermie.
Oh, whatever.
Like, you don't really have to get it to Hermie. I mean, not in the way you'd expect normally for things to Herm. It would be like from light stress, and you don't want to keep a Herm that's like, you know, in flower and then just started Herming. Like, that's something you don't really want to keep.
Yeah.
But if you've induced it yourself with like colloidal silver, or if you've left it for longer than after it's supposed to be harvested, then you've got that sort of self-preservation thing that kicks in to keep its
Right.
genetics.
So the plant's just trying to propagate itself. So it's like cloning itself.
Yes.
That's what I think is going on. It's like you
Well,
spray
they're not even
silver
making.
on it. It's hitting like it knows that something's going on with it, and it has like that extra like conductivity to it. I think it's just trying to say like, oh, I don't have if I don't have a sperm in me, that's fine. I'll just make more of myself, like all my girls here. You know what I mean? They just like to
Yeah,
be
that's what
happy
makes
and
it
chill.
even more interesting. That part of it, where, you know, like past harvest, like you've kept it alive longer than it should be, and then it starts like weirdly producing seeds, but without a pollen sac. You know, so that is strange.
Well, anyway, I was just trying to make an analog. If there's something mysterious that goes on with people too, I mean, like we don't really know exactly why some of these fertility drugs go on, but we know that there's triplets and quintuplets and all kinds of octomoms and whatnot. You know, what's going on with that? They're effectively not clones, but are they kind of clones, like triplets and twins and all that, aren't they? There's clones of each other.
Yeah, they're definitely clones.
So I don't know. I don't know what happens if you like have a bunch of colloidal silver and it gets up into a certain kind of area during the right time, and you know maybe that makes twins happen. Well, I don't know. It's such a mystery, dude. But what I don't understand is the snake worship cult with like the seemingly probably very fetishy types of things with snakes were going on and women. That's what it seems like. And then Alexander the Great's supposed to be born from that. Like allegedly, so do you know what I'm saying? Philip of Macedonia is not like the daddy, because like, you know what I'm saying here? Like he's not his sire. Like something else. Like apparently Alexander the Great, born from snake sex. What do you make of it? You're talking about reptile lines. You're talking about this kind of stuff. I'm just trying to bring it in. I tried to make a case that you maybe don't need compatible things to make clones of in biology. Maybe taking it to the animalia level is terrible. Maybe I'm corrupting all types of science here.
So
But
can we graft with humans as well then?
There seems to be something going on in history, because it's in all cultures. They talk about these hybrids, or these Nephilim, right? Part human, part animal. You see the demigods in Egypt, the demigods in Greece. So like there's something going on there. I always wondered how the hell that was possible. We have like certain verses, like in Enoch, it talks about the angels teaching mankind the cutting of roots. Well, the people automatically, when you read that, you think, oh, the cutting of roots. It must talk about like roots, like plants. No, the word roots in the Hebrew It's talking about genetics, the splicing of genetics. And we know they had that capability before and after the flood.
Well, you could
because
splicing. I mean, you could just do root propagations, but that's different than splicing something to something else. Grafting, that's different.
like roots, like people brush that off as like messing with plants. No, it's talking about roots, and the word roots in the Hebrew is encompassing of not just plants. It's talking about like from the root of Jesse grew a rod, right? Jesse it was Solomon's son, and through that root, which is that genealogy, that's what root and genealogy are synonymous. So when it talks about the cutting of roots, it's talking about the cutting of genetics, literally genetic splicing. And now that's exactly where we're heading into right now in the current age. They've probably been doing that since the Nazis. Now we just don't hear about it, but in China they're doing human animal hybrids, no doubt about it, in underground labs. It all just comes around full circle, bro. People just don't believe the scriptures. They think it's all like, oh, that's not true. Like, nah, bro. Like Enoch talked about this. We got this text going back, antediluvian text talking about the splicing of genetics, dude. How do they even know what genetics was? You know what I'm saying? How do they even know? It's in the pictographic Hebrew. You got the helix, and you got the Y chromosome, and you got the Nun Sophie as the sperm cell.
But we're told
Encrypted
that
into the
like
ancient
in
Hebrew.
ancient Egypt, they're trying to use crocodile dung as a birth control. How does that figure? Like,
did you ever see that? My bad, Snacks. What up? Go ahead.
No, you go.
What's that thing? The creation disc. There's a bunch of discs they found. Can't remember the name of it. And it has like sperm and egg, and it has like all the way up to like childbirth. You guys don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't recall at this moment.
All right, never mind. Let's see if I can think of it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It comes out of South America.
Yeah.
That's where they're fucking with. I don't know, man. Like, is that near Teotihuacan? Somewhere in there? I feel like it's made out of stone or something. Like some kind of weird stone, or like what is
Yeah, it's
this
like a
stone?
stone disc or some shit.
What's up with all those like surgical looking instruments, looking like they're made out of like fucking molten rock? You know, crazy. What's that disc called, man? Shit.
But it's a mixture, like genetic splicing and stuff like that. Like there's a mixture between ritual, sex, magic, alchemy, and just straight up like
Dr. Moreau. Here's my search.
geneticists. Like, yeah.
South America plate sperm egg. I didn't get a hit. It's crazy. South America plate sperm. Maybe I should be better at my search streams. Yeah, like the chimera you're talking about, like trying to splice life.
Yeah.
Why not? I guess yeah. That's crazy. Alchemy of living things. But I would say also, man, like if you go back traditionally, it seems like throughout Asia, in ancient Asia, they were like they had these big like sort of uranium rocks that they'd put in like the middle of a field, and that would like I think they'd bring it out or they uncover it or something like that, like at a certain time when all the seeds are forming, and then they'd like hit that, and it would like cause them to be different. And we can do like I use pink grapefruit oftentimes to describe like this process, just like using radiation on a seed turns a regular grapefruit into a pink grapefruit, which everybody eats. Genetically modified or not, it's just happened through kind of like this dumb method, but that would also occur in nature, right? Because there would be like deposits near, like radioactive things near organic things. It's gonna happen.
Right, like carrots were originally purple, weren't they?
But don't you want to try some uranium marijuanas? It'd be amazing. It's pink. Why is it pink? Well, it's like, why are carrots even? Why do they even have a color? It's unnecessary. The color that they have is a protection from radiation. No,
Right.
just like the resins in the plants and a lot of the terpene profile of a plant is basically to protect it from the sun as well. Like all the good stuff. It's all like sunscreens made by plants. I tell you what.
What, that pink mango?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought, I was gonna go up on a some lizard line situation. I was just trying to lay a little runway for that, I guess. Even though I don't believe it.
I would get into that. It's just I gotta go soon, bro. I'm on the way to an appointment.
All right.
And I don't. I mean, I don't necessarily. I don't really believe in the whole reptilian stuff. I believe
Okay.
that they're interdimensional. I don't think that they're walking amongst us or anything like that. But I do believe that there is lizard beings, but they're interdimensional. Like people see them on DMT and on acid and
There's that
mushrooms.
D again, the dimension, the D, the diamond, the DMT. What's up with that D?
You love the D.
The Testament of Lamech, he speaks about actually encountering in a dream state these four entities that look like lizards, and they were all very colorful. He said they had clothes that were like very colorful, and they looked like adders. They look like adder, like whatever an adder looks like. That's what the scripture says. Um, and Elohim reveals to him that one of them is the prince of Meshech, or something like that. Rush. I don't know, but when you study the principalities. Oh, you said earlier, right? I forgot to mention. You said earlier because we were talking about people who prosper, the wicked that prosper, right? And we were like, well, why do the wicked prosper and the good suffer? Right? If there's a God, why come the wicked
Well,
prosper and the
no,
good
I was just
suffer?
like, it seems like if you're doing good things, maybe like something's helping you do good things, and if you start doing bad things, maybe something is like, hey, you want to do that a little bit better? Hey, make a thing out of this.
Exactly, bro.
Something comes to you.
And
Yep.
this is what I'm about to get into because there are principalities in high places, right? In the heavenly places. These are princes in the heavenly realms, but they're fallen. They're fallen angels, and a lot of them have the form of, they look like lizards, bro, like or snakes or dragons, reptilians, whatever the hell they are. They have dominion here on earth, and they have territories. Like they have dominion over certain land masses. And according to the Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, in the latest translations, due to the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says that when God divided the nations after the fall of Babel, he divided the people into 70 nations. Over each nation, he assigned a principality. It says he assigned an angel of God, right? So in each nation has a principality over it. And you talk about terrain and territories, and you got like gang wars, right? Well, the angels have their own territories, and they have dominion over their own land. And there are populations or there are people in the high the upper echelon of society, like the one percenters, they're aware about they understand the mystical aspects of this realm, and they understand that there's heavenly principalities, and they actually sacrifice to these heavenly principalities. They offer up blood sacrifices, children, whatever it is, and in return they do get wealth, power, and all that. You name it, they get it.
There's
You don't have.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
I just like it's funny. I get where you're at. But I also like. I guess I was like checking it. You ever check out the Rig Vedas or any of that stuff?
A tiny little bit.
Man, yeah, I'm gonna send you that. I'm not even gonna bother. The guy does it better than I'm gonna do it. Dude, you're gonna be stuck watching videos. That's all I gotta say.
So like these heavenly principalities, they pop up in the scriptures. Like there's one in Persia, the Prince of Persia, the Prince of Sor or Tyre, the Prince of Meshech, Prince of Gog and Magog. Right, and these are heavenly principalities that have dominion over these nations, but they're evil.
I don't know, man. Not quite how I view it, but
I saw good. I'm just
like I do think that there's a well, I guess it's more of a recent thing. I'm trying to re-understand, I guess, in a way. Some of the way that Geo talks with his astro knowledge kind of tweaks my brain to where I'm feeling like there's it's like a Russian roulette above, fucking always, right? And these powers are just like chilling in the sky at their local position, rotating about, doing their effect of things underneath them, like egocentric pointing. And that would be that, yeah, they're just above, in the heavens above their whatever local place is, local habitation, momentary, right? So these forces are kind of touching on areas and then moving. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like that idea because I think things are momentary. Even the experiences of divine connection are momentary. To me, like those like Ezekiel's wheel is like one time, right? It's not like, oh yeah, and then they came back to me again and they said, hey man, got any sugar? Right, just momentary things. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just having fun kind of re-exploring this whole concept of like some kind of energy up high that's like in some kind of electron cloud form fucking energy that's just because it's space, it's like some quasi-intelligence anyway, just like I am, made of space and quasi-intelligent. And then it's able to beam down like Scotty onto the ground, some energy. I can kind of be in the way of that somehow and be part of that for a moment. Might not know what the fuck just happened. Am I too spaced out here?
No. I'm listening, bro, and I respect your opinion. I'm not gonna throw it out.
Well, you're saying like principle. It's sort of like the same idea. I'm just saying like, is there like a physical host space?
Yeah, but
for
the difference between me and like
you
others,
talk about?
like I believe that there's literal entities, like they're physical spirit beings. They have consciousness of their own. They're not like some metaphysical reduction of just like energy and neurons, or not neurons, electrons and protons, and like just like more of like the stars aren't actually stars. They're just like that's not what I meant to say, but like in the scriptures it talks about the wandering stars or the planets being disobedient hosts. Like they're actually like they actually have like their own consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And they are being
That's kind of what I'm
rebellious.
saying too.
Yeah.
It's like there's a huge. I just think space itself, after a while, just has its own computational nature, and then it would evolve into something that is like that that could have the just all the abilities of being conscious, I guess, but without any real physical like form. These are clouds that just seem to be suspended way super high, and all the constellations, they kind of stay together, you know. I don't know. Then there's like this concept that like really high frequency energy can kind of down modulate once it hits something else, and then it can kind of like work on the scale of the thing that it hit. So like when radio, yeah, it's just about frequency demodulation. So if that's happening straight down, then it could manifest, and it could just be what all life is. Like all life could be part of this energy. So
That's
I don't know.
exactly what it is. I mean, we are all one life. Like once Yah created life, it's all one big organism. Like that's definitely a fact. Like the earth is alive. The earth does have a consciousness. But you're not like there's people that divert worship to the earth or to the stars or to the sun or to the moon, and like they might have consciousness, but they're not the creator. You know what I'm saying? They're part of the creation, and that's where the problem comes in. People worship nature or the universe, but the universe is not God Himself. The universe is the creation of God. It's not God Himself. So it's there's like a pantheist idea that the universe is God and that nature is God, but that's not scriptural. At least in my opinion, God is separate of nature and the universe. He exists outside of that.
Well, I mean, is like in the idea, like if your consciousness is in your mind, let's say, if that's even a thing, then we're synapses, right? And they're just gaps and connections and all these things like that. And it's just a certain amount of space and a certain amount of connections that are possible in that space. And I just figure that space itself is capable of having all that structure just kind of like exist in it energetically and not have to have a physical nature. Like a field could exist without having a physical construction. So like the
ether,
whatever is up there, the ether is forming some kind of like shape that can do this. Like it's forming a field. It's forming like it's got all of the connection gaps because it's all like these ionized energies. So these energies are
vibrations,
live, active. They're vibrating. They're projecting. They're talking to each other, and to me, this goes back all the way to the Rig Vedas and just talking about light and dark, and that how light rebounds, how light calls for help, and light is able to always vanquish darkness. And I think that's just a nice story, and like I don't really need much more, to the philosophy than that. Like that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Vedas are interesting, right? But a lot of the Vedas actually are post Christ. Like they came out, like literally, they were written like around the first, second century.
Right here,
But
this is the Rig Vedas, right? It's like the oldest one of them all. This is 4 canons before the Bible had them. Right, memorizable song form that you could recite. These dudes are like doing this thing that's with 2 sticks. Put a stick where the sun goes away. Put a stick where the sun comes up. Between these two, you make a big circle. In the circle, you make a square. In the square, now you got your stupa. Now you can do your east to west, right? And then they'll pray to this thing, and then they'll make 3 separate things, which they'll burn little fires inside of. One of them is a circular crucible, like a bowl. One of them is a square, and one of them is a triangle. And these 3 fundamental shapes, they'll burn them all, and then sometimes they'll throw seeds in there, and the seeds are like gonna hit the air, and then they figure that somehow this is gonna bring more fertility to the land. So this is effectively some kind of sacrificial ceremony here, but it's just being done with seeds. I don't think that they try to do anything with animals like in this way. But this is, I think, one of the oldest ways to just get orientation. It also later will be like this would be super useful for like laying out a building, right? It would be super useful to use the tiling structures that they talk about in the Rig Vedas to construct complex building, make architecture, higher level orders, and all that. It's cool shit. Check it out if you like. But they're doing some kind of high science here, as far as I'm concerned. Just to pray and be with the Creator and to, you know, to be chill. This is like part of their appreciation of where they are. That's all. I sent you the video. You can check it out.
Yo, Lion, you there, bro?
Yo, yeah. I mean, I gotta go, but yeah, what's up? I got a little bit.
Just a quick question, man. I remember we was talking yesterday.
Yeah.
And you said in the Bible, I think the Book of Jubilees, it says that Cain married his sister and had a kid with her. Could you just give me that specific verse? I've been looking for it all day and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks, man.
What do you think about the Philosopher's Stone? You dig on alchemy at all there? Show reality.
Yeah, and it's basically modern day chemistry, right? Alchemy, that is. The Philosopher's Stone, I don't think such a thing exists.
Right.
I think it's more symbolic. It speaks more to the method of changing base metals into gold.
Right, but that's not stone. It's a metal.
All right, here I found it. Real quick before I leave. Jubilees 4.
Jubilees 4.
And it says, starting verse 3, and he slew him in the field, and his blood cried out from the ground to heaven, and complaining because he had slain him. And this is it, that verse alone, we could spend a whole study on the blood crying out from the ground, because the life is in the blood, and when you shed your blood, you're basically, your essence, your life force goes into the ground. But in the earth, if you believe in Creator Earth, there's chambers in the earth for the different souls. There's compartments for the different souls of men. And they actually made proclamation.
Jubilees 9.
So yeah, so verse 4 says, and Yahweh reproved Cain because of Abel or Abel, because he had slain him, and he made him a fugitive on the earth because of the blood of his brother, and he cursed him upon the earth. And on this account it is written on the heavenly tablets. Now, I brought up the heavenly tablets earlier because there are heavenly tablets, legit tablets, not figurative. A lot of people think that, oh, it's talking about the constellations or the stars. No, it's talking about literal tablets. And it says, cursed is he who smites his neighbor treacherously, and let all who have seen and heard say, so be it. And the man who has seen and not declared it, let him be accursed as the other. And for this reason we announce when we come before Yahweh Eloheinu, or Yahweh your Elohim, all the sin which is committed in heaven and on earth and in light and in darkness and everywhere. And Adam and his woman mourned for about 4 weeks of years. And in the 4th year of the 5th week, they became joyful. And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore him a son, and he called his name Seth. For he said, Yahweh has raised up a second seed unto us on the earth instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. And in the 6th week, he begot his daughter, Asura. And Cain took Awan, his sister, to be his woman. And she bore him Hanok, or Enoch, at the close of the 4th Jubilee. The Enoch here is the evil Enoch. And in the verse 10, it says, and in the 1st year of the 1st week on the 5th Jubilee, houses were built on the earth, and Cain built a city and called its name after the name of his son Enoch. And Adam knew Hua, his woman, and she bore yet 9 sons. What's interesting about this is that we know about the Enochian alphabet, the alchemical alphabet. A lot of people attribute this to the righteous Enoch, but it's not talking about the righteous Enoch. It's talking about the evil Enoch, the antediluvian evil Enoch from the line of Cain. Yeah, so Cain married his sister, Azura.
All right, Thanks, bro.
No. Cain took Awan, not Azura. Awan, his another sister. Awan.
Yeah.
All right, yo.
Good looking, man.
But from that generation on, they didn't take sisters anymore. They took cousins. That was the last generation to take their siblings as wives.
Why?
I mean, because that was like the beginning of civilization. That was the beginning of humankind, Adam and Eve, and their children married into each other. But then, after they married into each other, there was no longer sibling ancestral relationships. It was just cousins. And then for the longest time, cousins was okay. And then it wasn't until our genetics became saturated, where now we're even seeing problems with cousins. And we'll see the problems continue into every generation. The genetics get corrupted, and the further the genes get corrupted, the worse it's going to be. Compounds every generation.
So it's more.
It
like
sounds crazy, bro.
A genetic thing. It's not a God doesn't want it that way thing.
No, Anyways, I gotta go.
All right, peace out.
But that is a stumbling block for a lot of believers. The whole incestual thing in the beginning of the Garden of Eden, and I understand.
Yeah, it is. It is weird, but it makes sense if they were the only ones.
It wouldn't really be that incestuous because Eve would be like a clone of Adam.
Oh yeah, that's
That
totally
makes
in.
it even worse, then, bro.
Go for that.
But also, there were other people. It weren't just them that were alive because they were ashamed of their nakedness.
No, it was just them. Apparently,
Yeah, there was no.
I mean,
According to the scriptures, there was nobody else.
yeah,
No other
according
human
to
beings.
what's canon. When you look into these other books, you kind of infer there was other people, but it's weird, man. It's weird.
Hey guys, I'm having some fun with Quiet Riot and Don. So you know how Whitsett has said before that they work for us. His wife, shout out his wife, that his wife said they work for us, and that's the truth. So now these guys don't believe it. So now I'm giving them a new assignment, right? So I'm ordering Dawn and the Quiet Riot to look into black holes in the new 6 Galaxy Discovery. Let's see how this works out, right? I'm ordering you guys. You work for us. I want to know about those black holes. Sorry to interrupt. I just, want to make some.
You having some
I don't know what you want.
black hole fun? Yeah, definitely.
So now they
So,
say they're not going to look into it, but I guarantee you they're going to look into it. I guarantee it. It's a fact. And they're going to come back and they're going to give us all the whats and ifs and this and that. So that's your assignment, Don. And Quiet Riot.
That's me.
Should you choose? No, you don't have a choice. It's a command. You have to go check it out. It's a command.
I don't even know if they're in VCS. You don't just want to talk to them in text chat.
They think they troll us. No, we troll you. You don't troll us.
I hear you, SC, but I don't think those guys are on VC. Don't just want to talk to them in text chat.
Yeah, they're just playing around. But I just want to make a point. You're going to see now that I brought it up, everyone's going to start talking about it. They didn't know about it. They had no clue about it. We're the ones that bring the stuff. We're the ones that control the conversation, not them. They follow us. We command you. Get that straight. You work for us.
We control the horizontal. We control the vertical.
The Twilight Zone.
Hey, you know what's super funny, man? So, I was looking into this for my stream yesterday, and so they say that typically nothing over 30 megahertz can go through or can reflect off the ionosphere, and that for sure, nothing over 40 megahertz And if you shoot something over 40 megahertz, they say it goes through the ionosphere. And then I was looking up the world record for radio transmissions. Because you know that whenever you shoot it really far, they say it bounces off the ionosphere. But there are radio transmissions over like 105 megahertz that go over 2,500 miles.
Well,
How's that
NASA
work?
says they have the strongest radar. They say that they can track something the size of a golf ball a few thousand miles in space. You heard that one? Yeah, that's the one that they say they track. They track the fine bits that are flying around, and not to hit the ISS. Yeah, they say they can track like golf ball sized objects. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and they're
It's
taking
just
account all debris, right? Like everything